Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It's a football Friday / Warrior Friday because they take on the Memphis Grizzlies at home today. They're rolling. They're 9-2, looking to go to 10-2, improve to 10-2, I should say. And the 49ers looking to get another game against the Seattle Seahawks. That will be 7 in a row against the Hawks. They're NFC West divisional rivals, and they could keep pace with the Arizona Cardinals. Out west, here's the Cardinals have a bye week. They're 6-4. Niners are 5-4. You could put Seattle in this deep, deep hole at 4-6. But good morning to everybody out there. Get off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? We got a lot of fun today. Shameless shout-outs to 745. Shameless shout-outs 745. 60 seconds of celebrity at 707 as the Sharks. They're playing hard, man. They're playing hard. That's all you can do right now is play hard until you get some more assets. But a tough loss yesterday for the Sharkies, 3-2 against the Rangers. We have caller of the week. We have 4-down territory. We have Joe Spinotti in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Butcher's a little sick. Maybe he's played too much softball. Who knows? What
were you guys doing yesterday? Was he yelling? Was he yelling too much yesterday?
I don't know what the hell he was doing. Well, he was so... You're perfect. Oh, wait. Were you here when we were talking about LJ getting a haircut?
Yeah, a couple days ago, yes.
Yeah, and he's, so eager to get LJ a haircut before the age of 1. It's like, you got to let that thing flow.
Well, I was going to say, he doesn't really have that much hair to begin with. So it's funny. He's a first-time parent. It's okay. They're getting excited.
I mean, come on. When did Vinny get his first haircut?
Well, he has kind of the curly hair, too, so we got away with it after a couple of years. Flow. Yeah, you let it go for a little bit.
Let it go. Yes. And he wanted to go get a haircut. Nice little picture with him and Michelle and LJ getting a haircut. It's like, all right, we get it.
Got to keep the hair, too. You got to keep it. It's more for the mom than the dad, usually, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it's just like, who... I'm not.
I don't feel sad.
Yeah, he doesn't feel sad. We know he doesn't feel sad.
As long as he wasn't scared. That's the one benefit of getting a haircut early with the kids. You get them adjusted early on so they're not as scared of the scissors and stuff like that.
I am slippery.
He loved it. Nora, though, watched Benny get a haircut the other day. She was not a fan. She got very scared, and she's scared of the dentist. So we got the duality going on here, Dante. One of the kids is fine with everything. The other one freaked out. So
I get it.
A fun balance.
I get it. We're going to break down Hawks and Niners. This will be the second time they play this season. Of course, they played on Thursday Night Football a few weeks ago with the Niners outlasted Seattle. They had a big lead in that game. Got hairy in the fourth quarter, up 23-17, and then Renardo Green with the big interception to kind of seal the deal on that game. And the Niners were able to rectify their season and bounce back from that tough Cardinals loss that they had 24-23 at Levi Stadium 4 days earlier. But Purdy threw for 3 touchdowns in that game. Isaac Correndo had the long 76-yard touchdown in that game. Jordan Mason ran hard, even though he was a bit banged up. Debo was special. He had the long 76-yarder as well. So, look, it's another bounce back. They haven't lost to Geno Smith. I expect that to remain the same once Sunday happens. But I do want to discuss last night because, Spinotti, before the show, we're talking about last night.
Rob
and
Lowe.
a team about last night, Rob Lowe. A team that I think people were sleeping on because they don't respect the head coach. But I think we need to stop sleeping on them and we need to open up our eyes because they will be a problem. And they're another team. Like Detroit right now is a class in the NFC. Detroit looks like they have that look. And I was looking at Jared Goff in his post-game locker room speech. He goes, we're different than every other team in this league. 31 teams don't got this feeling. Like, he was talking that talk, and I was like, okay, all right, cool. The Philadelphia Eagles are a team we need to stop sleeping on. And
Italian Philly coach?
Yeah, that guy. Because the one move they made was a CMC-like move. We forgot how good Saquon Barkley is when he's healthy. And, boy, he's been healthy this season. And so far this season, he's had, MVP-type numbers. 1,000. He's already over 1,100 yards rushing. 1,137 yards rushing already, Spadoni, through 10 games. He's got 8 touchdowns. He's running hard. And now they're in first place in the NFC East, and I think that's a team, Spadone, that we cannot sleep on in the NFC.
Well, it's just funny how the season started. It was, Hurts v. Sirianni. Which one's going to go? Which one's going to stay? You got Vic Fangio as the DC now. You got Kellen Moore as the OC. They cleaned house with everything last year. It was just a disaster last year, mainly because the 49ers and Deebo Samuel just snatched their souls. Trey Greenlaw getting into it, Big Dom on the sideline. That was basically the end of their season last year. And then they eventually imploded in Tampa Bay against Baker Mayfield and co. But watching this team yesterday and watching what they've been doing all season long, they play a brand of football that just travels well. And also, come January is what you need. They play really good defense and they run the ball. That's going to play every single week, whether you're in San Francisco, whether you're in Philadelphia, whether you're in Detroit. It's going to play every single week. And the tush push, still undefeated when it comes to the red zone and the goal line. And I know a lot of Saquon owners are very disappointed, although last night he had a big night for fantasy purposes. A.J. Brown could have used a little bit more. Just saying, Terry McLaurin, 2 points, not good enough. Anyways, enough about me.
Nobody cares about your fantasy.
No one does. Well, I do. I didn't get the pregame show this morning. Otherwise, I'd be talking about it for 30 minutes. But I watched that game yesterday, and Jalen Hurts was okay, but it's the addition of Saquon Barkley that, and you made the point just now, we devalued as a media so much the running back, and I think it was more so fantasy football media, if anything. It's just like, oh, we can plug and play this guy, we can plug and play that guy. But when you have an established running back, and you're seeing with all the best teams in the NFC, and I don't think the Niners are one of the best teams, but with Christian McCaffrey, and CMC looked pretty good last week. If we get that version, maybe they could be one of the better teams in the NFC. But Josh Jacobs with the Green Bay Packers, Bonte, team's pretty good. Again, Saquon Barkley, Philadelphia Eagles. You look at what Bijan Robinson's doing with the Atlanta Falcons, right? And I know that they're 6-4, but you get what I'm saying. You get an established running back to go along with a pretty good quarterback, it's going to go a long way. And that's just a team right now that if I'm looking at it, I don't want to play them. Detroit, listen, that loss of Aiden Hutchinson is going to come back at some point. I don't know if you can get over a loss like that.
Well,
that's their best defensive player, and I get it. They've been blowing out some teams. I still got to see it. I still got to see them get to the Super Bowl first before I crown them. But
nobody's crowning them. Nobody's crowning them. But we did see them advancing in the NFC Championship last year, and they won both their home games. And they're probably going to have home field advantage. They're in line to get home field advantage. So look, we got to see it. I know we always say that we got to see it. We got to see it. But defensively, they haven't missed Aiden Hutchinson yet. Offensively, they're as good as anybody with 2 running backs and 2 top flight receivers and the tight end and the best offensive line in football. So we'll see. We will see. But physically, they're definitely by far and away the best team right now, and they're clicking on all cylinders. But Philadelphia, when you look at what they're doing with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Cooper DeJean as a rookie is playing very well. Dallas Goedert's playing well. They're figuring out their third wide receiver spot. Pardon me. That was a dominant win yesterday. The 26-18 win, the score is a little misleading because you look at their total yards, 434 to 264. All right? 434 to 264 yesterday.
Kicker.
Jake Elliott they held Washington to 93 rushing yards while rushing for 228. That's right. The Eagles ran for 228 yards, 5.7 yards a pop. Now, the red zone walls had some Niner issues, like in the red zone 1 and 3 yesterday. But their passing game is coming along here. And Jalen Hurts is making a smart play by getting rid of the football. So yesterday was a dominant win. It would have been a blowout had Jake Elliott made his field goals. But you know what? They're there. They're right there in the mix in the NFC, and they did go to a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago, so they want to get back to that point. Philadelphia is here to stay. They're legit, just like the Detroit Lions in 707 Comcast Business Text Line said in Spinoni. They did pick up Zadarius Smith. He's right.
Yeah.
And it's a downgrade, but it ain't that big of a downgrade. Yeah. And with the way they're flying around the football and how physical they are, they're going to be a problem. They will be a problem, but it leads us back to the 49ers here. The 49ers have yet to play on a level of Philadelphia and Detroit yet. They've yet. What we've seen. We were asking fans yesterday, Spadone, does style points matter at this point, or is it just about winning? Because to me, it's just about winning. Last week was an ugly week in the NFL, but winning games, like I look at that Minnesota's post-game locker room speech, and Kevin O'Connell, even though they won 12-7 against Jacksonville, he was so damn fired up about the win because he understands right now is the most difficult part to win. Teams don't want to get eliminated from the playoff chase. Teams don't want to get fired or get their coaches fired. Maybe some do. But players don't. They're playing for jobs for next season. They got to get their stats. They're trying to make their Pro Bowls. They're trying to make all pro teams. So it's hard to win in November and December. It's hard to win. So to me, I don't care how the Niners win on Sunday. Just win a damn football game and improves to 6-4.
Well, and you got to win this game because you start, and I'm not playing the whole schedule game, but it just got me curious because the Lions 8-1 right now. You said they are on the track to be the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Eagles are right behind them, and then you got the Vikings at 7-2. I was looking at their schedules, right? So the Lions, I think, could probably have the most favorable schedule just given how their opponents have been playing recently. Got the Jags, they got the Colts, they got the Bears coming up. Pretty favorable, right? Eagles, you like Rams, Ravens, Panthers. Okay, those first two, maybe a little tougher. Panthers playing a little bit better with Bryce Young now. Then you got the Niners, Seahawks, and then you got on the road to Green Bay, on the road in Buffalo. Like, those are going to be the ones that tell a lot about this team. But it starts this week against, I don't know if you can call them your division rivals anymore. I don't even know if the 49ers view them as rivals anymore because you've just owned and dominated them for so long. There's no more Richard Sherman. There's no more Russell Wilson. Geno Smith and Mike McDonald. It's not Pete Carroll and Russ, and right? So it's different. But they're coming off a bye, and their season is on the brink, much like Tampa
desperate.
Bay's last week.
They're desperate.
Yes, I thought Tampa Bay going into that was the more desperate team, and late it felt like, man, could they steal this one after being kind of dominated offensively for most of that game? And the 49ers hung on and ended up getting the win. So I'm looking at this week. Can they get back to a 49er brand of football? Can Christian McCaffrey start to establish that running game more and more? Because let's not get it twisted. At Levi's last year, when Mike McDonald, now head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, was the defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, they dominated. They got the turnovers, and I know maybe I shouldn't say dominated because Greg Cosell, R95.7 The Game insider, might come down on me because he said the 49ers moved the ball well against the defense of Baltimore last Christmas. But that being said, there were 5 turnovers, and a lot of them, if not all of them, were on the quarterback, Brock Purdy. Yep. So I'm interested to see what Mike McDonald has in store for the second go-around now at Levi Stadium, because I felt like Brock was pretty damn comfortable first go-around up in Seattle on Thursday Night Football.
The first go-around, it was all Niners.
All.
I mean, they win 36-24. It really shouldn't have been that close.
No, they got a little hairy there at the end.
It's just, no
they can't finish games is the problem.
No, they can't finish games. But they're actually, they had the red zone issues again. They were 3-5 in that football game. But they ran the ball well against Seattle. They threw the ball well. Geno has some garbage time stats that he racked up a 300-yard game. But he was 30 of 52, excuse me. And that was probably Nick Bosa's best game of the season. Now, Nick Bosa didn't practice yet this week. And Nick Bosa's banged up. And maybe the snaps are getting to him. The usage rate, as they say. Oh, his snap counts went up. Him and Leonard Floyd, they played more snaps than they ever have before. But that's what's required on this football team with the lack of depth at the edge position. So can Nick Bosa go? Can you give you 100%? Because that's the key. Nick Bosa set the tone on the first 3 plays of the game the last time they met Seattle. In the run game, in the pass game, forcing incompletions, stuffing the run, containing. Now, how bothersome is this hit for Nick Bosa on Sunday? And obviously bothering him against Tampa Bay. If he's less than 100%, then all of a sudden Geno Smith's a little more comfortable, right? He walks into Levi Stadium knowing that, hey, number 97 is not going to be coming around the edge, harassing me as much as he has in the past because he's not 100%. These injuries that are piling up for the 49ers are still a massive, massive concern. So we'll see who's in. We'll see who's out. I know Connor Williams, the Seattle Seahawks center. He didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday, but the team listed his absence as non-injury related and personal. So
much like Charvarius Ward, obviously.
Much like Charvarius Ward, he's probably going to not play this. Probably not going to play this Sunday.
And what we know about Charvarius Ward going up against DK Metcalf, right? He likes to shut down certain guys, but that was the thing last game, right? He likes to go up against the number ones on the other team, and Nick Sorensen's like, nah, you're going to move around here, Charvarius. So no Charvarius Ward probably this week. Noah Fant, DNP for the Seahawks. Brady Russell, their tight ends. So 2 of their tight ends already down. And then Leonard Williams, that's the guy you got to worry about. He usually makes plays in these games. He was limited yesterday. So usually if you're limited on Thursday, if you practice again today, you're probably going to play. And then as you said, Connor Williams, their center DNP. So yeah, I mean, if there is no Nick Bosa potentially, and it's looking like if he's not going to participate today, that's usually the tell that he's not going to play on Sunday. Now, there are some circumstances. I know Max Crosby, he's a guy that, DNPs a couple times and maybe he plays. But given how important Nick Bosa is just for this team, do you want to force him out there?
Yes, you do. It's a division game. You got to win. You got to win. You got to win.
I paid Leonard Floyd a lot of money, Bonte. Can you step up and be the guy for one game?
You paid him okay. I mean, he's the second guy, and
Can he be a 1, though, if I need him to be this week? Can he do that?
I don't know.
Paid him like he should be.
I don't know. Well, Nick Bosa is the highest paid defensive player in football.
Yes.
So,
but again, his usage rate, as you said, is exponential.
Well, Leonard Floyd's too. Nick Bosa is getting paid $34 million. All right? Last week, he struggled. Now, Baker was getting the ball out quick, but we all saw the play at the end of the game where Baker didn't get sacked by Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa admitted that it was embarrassing. But Leonard Floyd signed a 2-year, $20 million contract. It's not bad. Not like he's breaking the bank, right?
No, but we all said that he was going to benefit a lot from, Nick Bosa. I thought so too.
He's been a disappointment, and maybe it's the scheme. Maybe it's the cloud. Maybe it's the wide night scheme that he doesn't fit in. No, seriously, schemes matter. Fits matter. We're seeing this in basketball. We see it in football. We see it everywhere in sports. Fit matters. If you don't fit, it's going to look bad. Like Javon Hargrave, I don't know if he fits in the wide night system. It hasn't been pretty. Now he's out. But when it comes to Leonard Floyd and Nick Bosa, you don't have Nick Bosa. All of a sudden, that offense feels a lot more comfortable. 97, even if he's not getting to the quarterback, you have to admit, Nick Bosa has a presence on that defensive line.
Oh, of course.
Offensive coordinator's going to look at Nick Bosa. He's not going to care if he's 75%. He may say, you know what, we're not going to run the ball towards him anyway. We're not going to scheme our passing game. We're not going to call rollout passes or play action passes towards number 97, Nick Bosa. Just not going to do it.
So maybe a snap count. Maybe you limit some of the touches.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's a snap count. Maybe you'll play almost second or third down.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know, but not having Nick Bosa would be a huge, huge loss. I don't even want to envision what it looks like.
Well, right now, as I go on DraftKings, I like to look at the spreads in some of these games, right? Niners are almost a touchdown favorite at home. I don't even know what it opened up as. I think it was 7.5, but now it's down at 6.5.
Well, that's sharp money on Seattle.
Yeah, that's a lot of points, too. And I get it. Like, you hung on the road, coming out of a bye against Tampa. Divisional game. I honestly, though, deep down, Bonte, I just don't think much of the Seahawks because of Geno Smith. I just don't. Even without Nick Bosa, will it be harder? Yes, but I don't respect the Seattle Seahawks as a legitimate force in the NFC at all. In fact, I think they're the 4th worst team in the NFC West. I like the Rams over them, and I know the Rams lost last week to the Miami Dolphins, but I think they got a better quarterback. They got better wide receivers. They got better defensive players. Your boy Jared Verse is the defensive rookie of the year right now. He's doing unbelievable. You see what Kyler Murray's doing. He's an MVP candidate over the Arizona Cardinals. They're balling. Like, I'm sorry. I don't see much of the Seattle Seahawks right now in regards to this division. The 49ers should handle them on Sunday. I know we'll talk to Dick Fan, our boy up there in Seattle radio at 9:20 about it.
Also, some injury news. Some injury news for the Golden State Warriors. DeAnthony Melton has a sprained left ACL and will undergo further test. He will not play tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. Got some numbers on him. He was playing really, really well, and Steve Kerr has finally settled on a starting 5 here for the Golden State Warriors. So 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors playing the Grizzlies. I know we're feeling good about the Dubs. We'll get into them in a little bit. Niners, Seahawks, what you're feeling on this football game. 615, Spadoni, Comcast Business Text Line saying that Bosa needs to play. If the 49ers lose this game, it could be a possible 0-3 the next 3 games. He needs to play. So,
well, if they're going to lose the next 2 games anyways, like, I don't have that kind of mindset, but I don't want to, if he is my lead dog, and we'll pick it up on the other side, like, if it's that serious, I don't want it to get even more so serious.
Well, he's got to play. I mean, well, if it is serious and he doesn't play, then that's even a bigger concern moving forward for Nick Bosa if he does miss a game like this week against Seattle. All right, more coming up here on the Morning Roast. Shout out to YouTube, everybody watching on YouTube or Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. We'll go behind enemy lines with Dick Fan. Maybe we'll get a surprise appearance from his co-host. More on that a little bit later. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? More football talk. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, how we feeling about Seattle week? Does it hit the same? Does Seattle week hit the same? It feels like it doesn't. Like, I was even debating on going to the games, Fedoti. It's just See, I don't just don't hit the same. That's me. What about you out there? And it 895-795-70 is the number. More coming up, brought to you by St. Martin, Lucky, California.
I'm the unreasonable one.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
All right, Turtle Pie. Good morning, everybody out there on a Friday, a non-payday Friday, but it is a football Friday / Warriors Friday as they take on the Memphis Grizzlies. The Anthony Melton, what a tough blow for the Warriors in the short term, man. Just as they were getting healthy, rounding into form, Melton was playing well, playing some really good basketball last two nights in OKC. What do you have, 19-10 against Oklahoma City? Hit 5 threes in that basketball game, showing some great two-way play. And, of course, the other night against the Dallas Mavericks on Clay night, he was solid in that game. Hit a big three when the Warriors are down 7, 112-105. Hits a three to make it 112-108 from the top of the key to stabilize the basketball game. He was playing solid defense, of course, chasing the rock. Kyrie Irving, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, and that one, 14 points. And again, he was starting to hit the three ball, 7 of his last 14 from 3. So it's a nice little, who's going to step up? What's Steve Kerr going to do in that spot? Is he going to go back to Jonathan Kaminga in the starting lineup? Is he going to go to Buddy Hield? Will he go back to Brandon Podjemski to get him rolling? Or it could be Moses Moody. Maybe GP too.
Honestly, all those are great problems to have. Again, speaks to the depth of this team. Yes, you'd like to have D'Anthony Melton, but every team has injuries right now. I mean, the team you're playing tonight, no Ja.
Yep.
Like, that's their best player. Like,
no
and they
Ja
just play the Lakers very well, actually. So you can't even sleep on the Memphis Grizzlies. Ja? And Warriors know more than anyone not to sleep on the shorthanded Memphis Grizzlies because they will kick your ass if you sleep on them.
We remember MLK Day.
Right? Yes.
G.G. Jackson.
What was the
game of his life?
What was the line you had, Bonte?
What did I have? Martin Luther King had a dream?
Yes.
No, what was the line? I don't remember. Martin Luther King had a dream? I forget
but this was a nightmare or something like that.
I opened the post-game show with that. Remember that?
That's what it was. But this was a nightmare.
This was a nightmare for the Golden State Warriors? Yeah, I forget what the line was.
Taylor Jenkins and them boys?
Yeah, Taylor Jenkins and them boys, man. The Grizzlies 7-4 to start the season. So you're right. You can't sleep on them. Yeah. Just looking at some numbers real quick before we get back into football. Jerry Jackson Jr., in the restricted area this season, shooting 71%, so he's finishing around the basket
against the Lakers.
Yep. Even as around the break, above the break threes, he's shooting 43% from there. Now restricted paint area, shooting 58%. So he's having a very solid start to the season. Zach Edey per 36 minutes. I love the per 36 minutes. But as a rookie, he's second in points per game, 20 points per 36 minutes and 12 rebounds. You got to get a body on this big man. This guy's legit. Zach Edey, it's going to be a solid pro, right? But I do look forward to Steph Curry getting the ball screen and getting Zach Edey on the island, on the pick and roll to say, come have this dance with me, because Steph Curry right now is on the heater as well, Spadone.
It's unbelievable, and you and Chasky were talking about it a couple of days ago. Like, anytime he gets switched onto a big man, it's just, what are you doing? Like, as a defense, he's like, you're cooked at that point. I don't care if it's Anthony Davis. I don't care if it's a Zach Edey, a Jaren Jackson. It doesn't matter. He's going to cook almost, and he does that to just guards in general, but more so the big guys. But Steph is just, he's like, my main takeaway, and I get it, it was Clay Day we were all talking about the other day, Bonte. But honestly, my thoughts coming out of that game was not really about Clay. It was like, this team's just good. The Warriors are just good. Like, that was a good win against a solid playoff opponent, the Western Conference winners last year in the Dallas Mavericks. And yeah, you guys had Tim Kawakami on, and I agree with him. Like,
who was he on with? What are the dibs?
Oh, was he on? No, sorry. We as a station had our guy, Odyssey insider, Tim Kawakami.
San Francisco Standard.
San Francisco Standard, there you go. But he was saying, like, he's putting them in the category of, the Mavericks, of the Suns, stuff like that. And I'm right along there with him. Heading into the season, like, was this a play-in team or not, was the conversation we were having. I've moved past that, Bonte. This is a playoff team. Now the question is, are they a top 3 playoff team? That's going to be what is going to be
50-win team?
The question. Maybe.
Unnamed player?
Unnamed player. Now, does that translate in the playoffs with this rotation, stuff like that? That's a different question. I'm not there yet. I'm just focusing on the here and now. It's November 15th, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I'm not going to go deep playoff runs. Yeah, we're not going to.
Can we win an NBA Cup first and foremost? Because that's the big thing. And this game tonight is part of the NBA Cup.
The Emirates NBA Cup.
Thank you.
Emirates NBA Cup, because they put a lot of money into
this. And we love Emirates here. Yes.
The Emirates NBA Cup, and it is a cup game, and the Warriors want to get another point and maybe get that trip to Las Vegas. And I joke with Chris Mullins, like, hey, man, they're going to hang that banner right next to your number 17 at Chase Center. The Emirates NBA Cup, baby. Let's go.
But you got Arsenal. They have the Emirates. They're part of the Arsenal
they're part of
Football
Emirates.
Club. Yeah,
but my Liverpool is rolling right now.
They're balling.
They're balling
Mo
right now.
Salah and them boys.
He might go to Barcelona.
Mo?
You see that? Mo Salah.
That's fine. They got Christian Pulisic as their replacement, according to the reports. So don't
Who,
worry.
Barcelona or Liverpool?
Liverpool.
Ooh.
The American.
Ooh.
You like that?
You move over to Liverpool
Oh,
too?
are you kidding me? I root for the Americans only, Bonte.
You never walk alone?
I never walk alone. I also claim every single team that American plays on, so it's easy for me.
Yeah, I'm a bandwagon hopper too. Look, the Grizzlies, real quick. Ja Morant, Marcus Smart, and Desmond Bane have only played 36 minutes together this season. 36 minutes. So when you talk about Memphis, they're 7-4 right now. And they are going to be, look, this is a team that was the number 2 and number 3 seed in back-to-back seasons in the Western Conference. And, of course, Ja Morant got suspended last year to start the season when he missed the first 25 games. Then he came back and he got hurt and was out for the season. They had a lot of injuries. So they're trying to get healthy, but right now they're not healthy. As Ja's out again. He's going to be out today as I look at their injury report. All right, here we go. Desmond Bane, questionable, right oblique. Brandon Clark, questionable, left toe soreness. G.G. Jackson, out. Ja Morant, out. Ja Morant, out. Cam Spencer, out. Vince Williams Jr., out. So they have a lot of injuries. On paper, the Warriors should win this game, but you never want to take a team lightly. They are big. They are physical. They will slow the game down. And they're a gritty team, like you mentioned the other day, just a second ago, Spinoni. They played the Lakers tough the other night.
They did.
At Crypto.com Arena.
And the Lakers haven't lost at home, and they pushed them to the brink there. Then you look at their schedule coming up, though, Bonte, but I don't want to get too out of myself here, but I know the loss of Melton, but you got Steph, you got Draymond, you got all these guys. Andrew Wiggins playing very well. Got the Clippers, Hawks, Pelicans, Spurs. Again, no Zion. I know Wemby just dropped 50. He looked amazing the other night. Hawks aren't, Grant Liffman and them boys.
They beat Boston the other night.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, they were also
beat Boston.
They were 16.5-point dogs for a reason.
Hey,
now.
it's an NBA Cup, man. They upset the Celtics. I'm not taking them lightly.
That's great. The Trae Young value at an all-time high. Go ahead and move off that. Yeah.
They may do it for Grant Liffman.
Stop.
7-5. By the way, I'm just saying 7-4, 7-5. Memphis 7-5.
Yes, 7-5. And then they got the Nets. And then before playing the Thunder, then it gets a little more difficult. Suns, Nuggets, etc. So again, I feel so damn optimistic about this Golden State Warriors team right now, which again is crazy because if I would have told you a couple months ago, Bonte, that on November 15th, 2024, that I feel better about the Golden State Warriors than I do about the San Francisco 49ers and their future, I would have said you're taking crazy pills. But I do.
What does that even mean?
I feel better about their future?
Yeah.
I just do. I feel
future
better about
in terms of what?
Future in terms of being legit contenders.
So
I'm down on the 49ers right now.
Yeah, why? If they win the division, do they make the playoffs? You don't think they're contenders?
Do you has anything after the Super Bowl given you hope about this team winning the Super Bowl?
Well, I'm sure Kansas City fans said that last year too.
Yeah, but they've won Super Bowls.
Yeah, but so I don't care. But the Niners have been to Super Bowls.
Yeah, but they haven't won it.
The Niners have won, but they've been close.
They don't have Patrick Mahomes either.
Then you know what? Then nobody has a shot then. All the teams that haven't won it, like Detroit doesn't have a shot because they've never been there. Like Philadelphia doesn't have a shot because they haven't won since Doug Peterson was there.
Philadelphia's been playing much better than the 49ers. Come on.
But if the Niners get into the playoffs, who to say they don't have a chance? They have the quarterback. They have the head coach. McCaffrey's back. Debo's battle tested.
Do they have the defense?
George Kittle's back. They held Tampa Bay last week to 215 yards.
Tampa Bay doesn't have Mike Evans or Chris Godwin.
But they held them to 215 yards. I mean,
almost
you do what you got
lost
to do.
still.
It's just like the Warriors. As you feel good about the Warriors, did the Celtics have Jaylen Brown?
No, they didn't.
Did the Pelicans have Trey Burke III?
No.
And Herb Jones in the second game?
Chet Holmgren also out after 5 minutes against the Thunder.
Exactly. Did Dallas have P.J. Washington playing in that basketball game the other night? So we could all nitpick and say, hey, they didn't have this guy. They didn't have, like tonight, Memphis is going to be shorthanded. But you know what? You don't control what the other team does or who's in or who's out. You control how you play and you control the situation.
Yeah, but
what the Niners did last week was say, hey, we're going to go down to Tampa Bay off a bye week. Like we were talking about Philadelphia dominating the game yesterday. The score was kind of misleading. And the way that game last week in Tampa was misleading. They should have won that game going away. Kickers got to make kicks. I get it. Special teams has to be a lot better. You gave up a short field off the muff punt. But for the most part, the Niners controlled that game.
Did you feel good about that win?
Yeah, I did.
You felt good.
I did.
You felt great about where this team is at.
I felt great. I tell you why I felt great about that win.
That's surprising.
The resiliency and facing adversity in that situation. Things could have crumbled. You got Deebo Samuel chopping Pepper in the neck, and Kyle Shanahan mentioned that, yeah, you can't put your hands on somebody. But the fire that I saw from that football team and to bounce back down 17-13 in the fourth quarter, take a lead, almost give up a touchdown, but the defense stood tall, only gave up the field goal, and to go down there and score within 41 seconds, and to go down there and see Ricky Pearsall make two big-time catches as a rookie, Juwan Jennings making a big play. Hell yeah, I feel good about that win. Beggars can't be choosers. Minnesota feel good about to win 12-7 over Jacksonville. You know what I'm saying? They feel good. Detroit feels good despite throwing 5 interceptions. They feel good about the win. It's all about winning. I don't give a damn what it looks like. This ain't the BCS. You ain't getting style points in the college football rankings. You don't have to run up the score. Just win the damn game. The Niners won a game that they have lost this season. But after the bye week, they fixed that. Facing adversity, Spinone, that's what I'm saying. So I feel good about the win, and I feel good about where they're at.
I don't feel good about where they're at, and I'm going to tell you why on the other side.
All right, tell me why on the other side. Tell me why on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
I'm going to get real dorky here.
Bay Area, it's DeAnthony Melton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Mel, I'm going to miss you for a few weeks. Sprained ACL. Sprained ACL is a report, the official report from the Warriors organization. Sprained left ACL and will undergo further test. He's not going to play tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies, his former team. An update on the status will be provided when available. So we should know within the next 48 to 72 hours the status of DeAnthony Melton and how long he will be out. But he was playing some good basketball, man. He had missed 5 games with the lower back strain. We knew he missed 44 regular season games a season ago with the back injury. He only played in 1 playoff game, but this guy was coming in. I love this song right here. This is smooth. DeAnthony Melton, 1 year, $12 million deal, an improvement deal. The SoCal native, of course, is I like this guy a lot, man. I really like DeAnthony Melton. I like what he brings to this roster. So how will Steve Kerr play with the starting lineup after he basically committed to the starting lineup with Curry, Melton, Draymond, Wiggins, and TJD? Now, TJD has stayed at the 5, and Loon Dog and TJD have been playing very well together as a combination. 20 rebounds the other night against Dallas. Loon Dog, one of the league leaders in offensive rebounds.
9 the other day.
9 offensive rebounds, Loon Dog, and you just hear the Loon Jets. Like Schleprock said, call him Mr. Windex because all he does is clean up the glass.
And he joined us yesterday on 95.7 The Game during crosstalk. That's got to be the first time ever that a guest has joined 4 of our hosts at once, not named like a Warriors Summit or something like that. But we never even have guests during that time.
Yeah, we don't have
really
guests.
Unless I think Lo Neal joined you guys, but he was actually there, so it's a little bit different. So Cavon Looney, find that interview obviously on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whatever, or the free Odyssey app. Download that, Bonte, as you know. But God, it just speaks to the leadership of this team too, from top to bottom, and the buy-in from everyone. That a guy like Cavon Looney, who has been a multi-time champion, played in some of the biggest games in the history of the sport, is willing to come off the bench or willing to have DNPs some nights. And that's got to be hard, right? Seeing a young guy kind of take over. It's still, if you're Cavon Looney, it's like, dude, I'm not 35 years old. Right? Now, he's got kind of like old wear and tear on his body because he obviously came into the league with the hip injury coming out of UCLA, Bonte. And he's had a lot of, obviously, high-stress games on that body, playing into the playoffs as much as he's done in his young career. He's, 28? So it's a little bit different, but also at the same time, you got to be like, hey, I got a lot of good years left in me if I'm Cavon Looney, but it's the buy-in from a guy like Cavon Looney, a buy-in from Andrew Wiggins, from Moses Moody, from Brandon Pajemski, every single player, Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, Terry Stotts, Jerry Stackhouse now, the assistant coaches that have done wonders on this staff so far early on with Steve Kerr. I'm just so impressed with the depth of this team, man.
The depth is good. And so Steve Kerr with this depth, you know, who's going to play, and it's not about the starters. A lot of John Lovin last week about the start first. It's about the first 5 and getting off the better starts, which the Warriors did the last 2 first quarters. There's no doubt. Got off the better starts against OKC and Memphis. But Melton's interchangeable. Will you start Buddy? Will you start Kaminga? We'll see how Steve Kerr plays and how that affects the second unit here. But it is worrisome that Melton's been out now. It's going to be a 6th game he's been out. And you just hope that the young man can stay healthy. You just hope that the young man can stay healthy and contribute to a team that looks like they're primed to have a big-time regular season. Now, we'll see what happens over the next month or 2. They'll start to play some teams at full strength, as they may have some guys who are in and out of the lineup. You never know with the injuries right now, but so far so good with the Golden State Warriors. And they get another test. And I was thinking about this yesterday, and I was for a second, but I was like, man, maybe the Dubs will have an emotional letdown today. You know, after the Clay day and everything that went into that, and Steph Curry and everything.
You got a couple days off. Yeah.
But this team understands where they're at in the Western Conference. They understand that Minnesota is struggling right now. They will get hot. Dallas has lost 4 in a row. They will turn it around. By the way, the Luka Doncic defense at the end of the game yesterday against Utah, embarrassing. Flat out embarrassing.
That's all I kept seeing on my timeline late last night was Luka and defense was trending.
Yesterday was just embarrassing for Luka. That was embarrassing.
Which is really surprising. I shouldn't say surprising, but, you know, I could accept the fact that a guy like Stephen Curry may not be the greatest defensively, just given his size and stature and just how important he is offensively and the level of, just how much he has to run miles-wise throughout a game. I get it. Luka, you're 6'8", 6'7", and you're a big guy.
And he just doesn't move.
Give
no
me
effort.
something.
No effort.
You have the size. It's
no effort.
And it's more than half of playing defense, Monte, is just wanting to do it. Like Kobe would talk about that all the time. Like, hey, listen, I work hard at this. It's not that I have this God-given ability. Yeah, I'm tall. Yeah, I work out and I try to get like strength and muscle on me, but I have to work at this every single day. Same with Michael Jordan. They hung their hat on this every single day. And, when I saw a guy like Klay Thompson, who's similar size and build with Luka, I think a lot of fans took for granted just how good that guy was defensively and just how effortless it was for him on both sides of the court. Yep. Even when he was at his best, we talked about him occasionally as the best two-way player in the game, but it was always Kawhi Leonard, right? It was always a guy like that, and Klay Thompson, because he had Steph and he had Draymond on his team, so he'd kind of get pushed to the side a little bit there. But man, you're right. Just the lack of effort is why it's hard sometimes to root for a guy like Luka Doncic, who is amazing offensively. No one's denying that. He looks like LeBron at times with his ball distribution and his shooting abilities, but just LeBron gave me something on the other end of the court too, dude. Yep. And he's young enough to where maybe he can get up there, but I don't know.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. But you know what, though? Memphis will turn it around. Dallas will turn it around at some point. Minnesota will turn it around at some point. Phoenix is hanging in there despite not having Kevin Durant. So it's important for the Warriors, which is why I don't think they'll have an emotional letdown tonight against Memphis. They know what Memphis is going to bring to the table. They sat back and watched them against the LA Lakers, led by Steph Curry, Draymond Green, who's playing at an unbelievable level. He really is. He is. I keep using that line, the champion to change. I like that line a lot. Watching that game back, Spadoni against the Mavericks, we'll get right back into football in just a second. And we'll get back to your point before the break about why you feel better about the Warriors than you do the Niners. What popped out to me after watching the game over was Steph Curry, Draymond Green. They were like playing at a different speed. Steph Curry's moving so well off the ball, back cuts all over the place. And then you get Draymond Green, who's been a leader in playing defense and filling up the stat sheet and being aggressive offensively and coming up with key steals and block shots and no turnovers the other night. When those two guys are locked in like that, everything else just kind of falls into place. And Andrew Wiggins, even though he scored 8 and struggled offensively, had a hell of a game defensively. But watching that game back, I was like, okay, if Dre is playing like that on a nightly basis, and Steph is playing like that on a nightly basis, then maybe this team is not far away from doing the unthinkable and maybe winning a fifth ring. But we're so far away from that. But if they continue to do that, who the hell is going to bet against these guys in a playoff series? I'm not.
It's pretty unbelievable that, March 14th is Steph's birthday and he'll be 37 next year.
Doesn't look it.
He's still faster than everyone else.
He doesn't look it.
It's him and LeBron when it comes to the longevity and the athleticism it's unparalleled. It really is. And LeBron obviously has been a physical freak of nature since he was 16, 17 years old. You just saw that, the build, the size, whatever. And he got stronger and stronger as it got on. But Stephen Curry, I got to give him his credit when it comes to just rebuilding his body. And again, we go back to this. He's listed as 6'2", maybe 6'3", if he grows out his hair, Bonte. He's not the biggest individual, but he put on some size, he put on some muscle. But sometimes that comes at the cost of quickness, but it hasn't for him. Yep. That's what's so impressive about him. And he has, gotten better at defense. I still think he's slightly below average there when it comes to there. But it was fun watching him at times actually handle Klay a little bit defensively last game. So that was pretty cool. But just, again, just don't take for granted what you're watching with Steph Curry, because him and Draymond's probably the one that's not saying surprising, but I think has got people most excited, because Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider, who covers his team better than everyone else, joined you guys a couple days ago, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He said he's playing like a DPOY.
Those guys.
No, he is.
He's playing like a top 3 defensive player in the league right now.
Held Zion to 5 of 20 on the back end of a back-to-back against the New Orleans Pelicans. 5 of 20 shooting, Zion Williamson. You never see that happen. He is, but Larry Markkinen, who everybody wanted in the offseason, he shut him down. What's Lowry doing these days with the Utah Jazz? Everyone wanted him. Well, you don't hear too much about that, do you? And it's better to have these young assets now, I believe, because Kaminga's playing better off the bench. He's playing really well, Kaminga, right now. He's averaging 17 a game since he's been shifted to the bench.
You know what? That's interesting, Bonte. I'm going to pull up some of the stats real quick when it comes to Markkinen and Kaminga.
All right, I'll pull up Kaminga.
No, I got it right now. I got both.
All right.
So right now, just early sample size, but the regular season, Lowry Markkinen's averaging 16 points, about 40% from the field overall, 41% from the 3. 6 boards, 2 assists. So 16, 6, and 2.
Oh, wow.
Jonathan Kaminga, who's getting paid significantly less than Lauri Markkanen, who has a tremendous more upside, in my opinion. He's 22 years old. 14, 4, and 1. Not too far off, to be honest with you.
How many minutes per game for Markkanen and how many minutes per game?
24 for Kaminga, 29 for Lauri Markkanen.
Wow.
And by the way, Kaminga, shooting percentage, 48%.
Oh, yeah. Well, wow.
I'm just saying. Interesting.
I told Dunleavy at Fain, I said, hey, man, I'm glad you did trade. I tell all those guys, I don't care. That's how I feel. Markkanen wasn't moving the needle. He wasn't moving the needle for me. But how about this? I grabbed the numbers once Kaminga got shifted to the bench. And he's a reserve now, but he's getting 26 minutes a game as a reserve.
After Shams sent the benched tweet. So ridiculous.
So bad. How about this? Since he's been a reserve, 26 minutes a game, 52% shooting from the floor, 43% shooting from the field, from 3, 17 points a game, 5 rebounds, 2 assists. Now, the free throw percentage has to get better, 66.6% from free throw line, but 17 a game, 5 rebounds, 26 minutes, 52 from the floor, 43 from 3. That's what Kaminga is doing as a reserve next to Buddy Hield.
Maybe this is a stretch, Bonte, but could he be playing that Iguodala role potentially?
Absolutely.
Heading into the playoffs.
You see the way he was defending Luka the other night?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at, and again, the comp maybe isn't there.
Right. They're different players. I understand what you're trying to say, though. The impact defensively and offensively.
The size, like what they can do.
But this guy can go downhill and get to the hoop at will. Like, he could do that better than Iguodala at the stage Iguodala was at with the Golden State Warriors. Iguodala's a hell of a player. Yes. Swiss Army knife.
He's a borderline he's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. He was the number 1 on those Sixers squads. He was a number 1. Jonathan
those Sixers squads didn't do a lot.
They didn't, but he dragged them to the playoffs.
Iguodala was fine.
He was supposed to be the next AI.
Kaminga he can be a more complete player than Andre Iguodala. He has a potential to be a more. Now Iguodala had to handle. Iguodala could bring the ball up the floor, and he had a better handle than Kaminga
and
right
ball
now.
Distributor. He was a better ball distributor.
Better passer, no doubt. But Kaminga's an underrated passer. Not to say that Kaminga's a bad passer. I just think he doesn't get enough credit for the way he can pass. So Kaminga's played some good basketball, but I'm going to get back to Loon Dog for a second because he discussed the 12-man rotation. Legal. Oh, the legal strike. Sorry. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, in HG1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Here's what Loon said during the crossover yesterday. Willard, Dibbs, Steiny Goo, crossover, Looney about the 12-man rotation.
I think it all falls on the players. If we want it to work, it can work. If we buy in that we're going to make the most of our time and not complain about minutes, not complain about not getting enough time or not starting, that could where it could be problems when guys start complaining and bickering about things. But if we all buy into the system and buy into that this 12-man rotation is going to make us win and that we're all going to chip in and wait on our turn, I think it's going to work. So I think it's all based on the players and based on our belief in the system and us buying in. I think we've been buying in so far, and that's why it's been working.
It has been working, and they are bought in. What about the chemistry, Loon Dog?
After last season, after not making the playoffs, everybody had to look at each other in the mirror and hold each other accountable and hold themselves accountable. Last year wasn't up to our standards. We was above 500. We had a decent record, but we didn't make the playoffs. And we were talking about winning championships. To not even make the playoffs was something that none of us foresaw. So this off season, I think everybody locked in and put all their egos and stuff to the side. And when we came in, everybody was buying in. We listened to our coaching staff, and we got our identity back. And we just got out there playing with joy, and I think it shows. The new guys came in and brought a different energy, brought a new life. The young guys got better, and I think everything is starting to click at the right time. And we know it's a long season. It's only been 11 games, and we got a lot more to prove, but we like the way we're playing, and we're off to a good start.
I love the way they're playing. And Loon Dog spitting the wisdom there. Nothing but gospel from Loon Dog.
One of the leaders of that team. I think people get slept on during that whole Draymond Green debacle, punch. I hate to go Hawaiian, but you got to go back to that. But during that whole thing, that was, Cavon Looney was the guy that was very outspoken. Like, hey, Draymond's got to earn our trust back in the locker room. I always view Cavon, even though he's quiet, he's a quiet guy, calm demeanor. He has that big smile, but he is one of the leaders of this team.
This is Cavon Looney.
And it speaks volumes when a guy like him, who's not Steph, who's not Draymond, who's not Andrew Wiggins, but it was a starter with them at one point, is willing to take DMPs at time and have that buy-in. That's when you see a guy like that, if I'm Brandon Pajemski, if I'm Moses Moody, if I'm Lindy Waters, like if he's willing to do that, I can do that. Who am I to have an ego if Cavon Looney, multi-champion and a legend of this team, of this franchise, is willing to sit down and humble himself? Who am I to judge?
Loondog offensive rebound percentage rate. He has the best in the league right now. Actually second because DeAndre Jordan in his few minutes that he's gotten. But
I was going to say, he's still playing?
Yeah, he doesn't qualify. Loondog,
is he on the Nuggets still?
He's still on the Denver Nuggets.
Oh, my God.
He's still on the Denver Nuggets.
Him and Russ?
He's chilling on the bench. He's chilling. But Loondog as a rebounder, man, it's just been great. He's been awesome this year. 8.5 rebounds per game. 8.5 rebounds per game, and I bet you he's playing how many minutes a game? He's playing 16 minutes a game, averaging 8.5 rebounds.
Wow.
A game. Think about that. That's pretty cool. Now, what was it like playing against Klay Thompson?
It was extremely weird. When they announced Kyrie Irving and he said number 11, it was like you just assumed it was going to be Klay coming out to 11. But it was weird to see him in a different jersey, a different uniform. But the game was a lot of fun. That's what I expected it to be like. With those, Steph, Draymond, Klay, none of them want to lose to each other in cars. They don't want to lose in the shooting competition. They don't want to lose in a race. So I know in a game like that, it was going to be a lot of fun, a lot of juices, a lot of trash talk, and I think it lived up to the hype.
It did live up to the hype. Now, what do you think Curry yelled at the camera, Loondog?
I don't know exactly what he said. I know a little bit what he said, but I don't know if I can cuss on the radio. He did say some cuss words. Yeah. This is my house. I know he said that. But before that, I don't really know what he said. He was doing a lot of screaming, a lot of celebrating, and Draymond probably let you know in his podcast coming up.
That's good.
That is good stuff right there. Loondog, a hell of an interview. I love Loondog. Really good dude. Fifth in the league in offensive rebounds with 44 offensive rebounds. Zubac leading the league with 50, but he's played in 2 more games at Cavon Looney. So 44 offensive rebounds for Loondog. He's playing to 16 minutes a game, folks.
I was going to say, he has some DMPs against OKC, right?
Yeah, he had DMP because they went small. So Steve Kerr played the matchups. He'll play tonight because Memphis is pretty big.
Yep. Zach Edey versus Cavon Looney. Let's go.
Zach Edey. Jaren Jackson Jr.
He's good.
Zach Edey. I'm intrigued to see Zach Edey.
Me too. He's one of those, listen, I say what you will about him, but he was one of the stars of college last couple of years. Him and Dalton Connect, right? Those are the guys. So
Dalton Connect is the guy. I like Dalton Connect. Before we get to 60 seconds of celebrity, I don't want to lose focus on what you teased before the break. Oh. Now, that was about 25 minutes ago.
It's 25-minute tease.
Yeah. And I don't know if I mentioned that segment was sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Now you did.
You feel better about the Warriors' chances at being a contender than the 49ers' chances, despite the 49ers going to the NFC title game for the last 5 years and 2 Super Bowls. And the Niners right now 5-4, hosting Seattle. They beat Seattle 6 straight times. 6 straight times. Brock Purdy is yet to lose to Seattle. And he just threw for 353 yards, in which Tom Brady called the quietest 300-yard passing game he's ever seen. But you don't have a lot of belief in the Niners in making a run or possibly becoming a contender in the NFC.
I
want to know why.
Is that a compliment saying it's the quietest 300-yard performance he's ever seen?
I've never heard that before.
That's a good thing. I would like to know when I'm throwing for 300 yards. It means I'm having a great day.
Well, he had a great fourth quarter.
There you go.
And he's had a great fourth quarter against Green Bay in the playoffs, a great fourth quarter, second half against Detroit. Okay, fourth quarter of the Super Bowl, but
not good enough in the Super Bowl.
Not good enough, and that's the Super Bowl. I get it.
Exactly.
I get you new booties here, and when I say new booties, it's a new generation of sports fan. You either got to win or you're a bum. I get it. I get that. Why the thought?
I never said he was a bum. I just said he wasn't good enough to win the Super Bowl.
No. If you don't win, your team's trash. If you do win, you're chaps or whatnot. There's no middle ground. There's no gray area. There's no credit for getting into the Final Four.
I never said that.
There's no credit in getting to the Final Four.
We're both millennials. I hope you know that, Bonte. When people lump us together,
you act like Gen Z.
No,
you
I'm
act
not.
like a Gen
when were
Z
you
guy.
Born? What year?
I was born in 1982.
Great. So it's 1980 to 1995. Those are what millennials are. If you're born between those years, you're a millennial. I was born in 93. So we have a gap, but we're still millennials.
I think you matured into a G. I think you morphed into a Gen Z
I don't think so. Trust me, I don't.
You've been tainted.
Trust me, I don't. I don't have enough tattoos to be a part of this next community or whatever.
Well, my generation has a lot of
Gen Z. I like that.
No. My millennial people have a lot of tattoos. That's when it all exploded. All my buddies got tattoos. I'm the only one without a tattoo.
Don't worry. We picked up the baggy jeans and baggy pants stuff. That stuff's coming back from the late 90s.
You picked that up from us?
Yeah, we did. And then it got little, like, the clothes started to get a little tighter. You started wearing the polos, preppy, Abercrombie
like Jay-Z
and Fitch.
said, I don't wear skinny jeans because my blup, blup, blup don't fit.
I don't wear skinny jeans either.
Yeah,
I'm a big Levi's guy.
Jay-Z said, I don't wear skinny jeans because my knocks don't fit. But I want to know why you don't believe the Niners could be contenders and why you believe in the Warriors more. Stop ducking the questions.
Who have they beaten? Who have they beaten? Seriously, if we're going by that, like the eye test or anything like that, the Jets, they're an absolute dumpster fire. Congratulations, you crushed them.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
Great. The Cowboys are about to fire their coach. The Dak Prescott's out for the year. They're cooked. They're going to go to Trey freaking Lance, their third stringer, over Cooper Rush probably. The Patriots, please, another top 5 pick team.
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Stop. The Bucks, they're about to be out of the playoffs. They're 4-6. They haven't beaten anyone to give me faith in this team.
Right.
You beat the Packers next week. You beat the Bills. Great. You beat the Seahawks. You should beat the Seahawks this team. You're almost touchdown favorites against them, according to Vegas. You should beat them. If you lose to them, I'm not convinced this team is good, even though they are over 500. I'm not convinced that this is a good team. Tell me I'm wrong.
Do you believe Washington's good?
I don't know. They didn't play well last night against a division rival, I'll tell you that. That was the first time I've seen Jaden Daniels look like, that's not good enough.
Because they beat the New York Giants twice. They beat Chicago on the Hail Mary.
Chicago's
beat
not
Carolina.
Good.
They
Carolina's
beat Carolina.
not good.
They beat Cleveland.
Cleveland's not
They
good.
did beat Arizona in the desert. They had a lot of injuries, but they dropped 42 on Arizona. They beat Cincinnati. Cincinnati good?
I don't know, Cincinnati. They could be good. Their defense is not, but their offense is really good.
They're 4-6.
They are, but
they're 4-6. You want to talk about a team that hasn't beaten anybody? Cincinnati's 4 wins. Carolina, New York Giants, Cleveland Browns, Las Vegas Raiders.
If the Cincinnati Bengals were playing the San Francisco 49ers this week, I'd be taking the Cincinnati Bengals.
So I want to know. Let's go to. We got time for 60 seconds of Celebrini? All right, well, real quick. 888-957-9570. I know up for 2 things. Shameless shout-outs. And then who the hell do you believe in more right now? Is it the 49ers or the Golden State Warriors? And I can't believe we're only a week and a half into the NBA season talking about the Warriors being contenders. I'm blown away.
The Warriors have more impressive wins.
I'm optimistic about them, but who do you believe in more right now? Right now, 888-957-9570. Is it the 49ers or is it the Golden State Warriors? I want people to chew on that and call us at 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. 60 seconds to celebrate me.
Yeah, guys, the Sharks did fall to the Rangers at Madison Square Garden last night, 3-2. But you always say the future's teal. We got a little bit of a glimpse of that future last night. About 2:56 into the second period, the Sharks had a power play. And for the first time this season, guys, Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith were on the ice for a power play together for all of 4 seconds before Barkley Goodrow got an interference penalty and made it a 4-on-4. But that was not the end because Braden Schneider of the Rangers got whistled for holding about a minute and a half later, and suddenly the Sharks had a 4-on-3 for about 27 seconds. So Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith were back on the ice along with William Eklund, and they got a couple shots off. They were not able to score, but again, for the first time, we were able to see the Sharks youngsters on the power play line together. Guys, the future's teal. I think that is a group that we can get used to seeing together on the ice when they have that man advantage. So, again, it's not always about the stat sheet for Macklin Celebrini. Sometimes you just got to look at what he's actually doing out there on the ice, along with all those other guys there.
Sharkies!
And that's just 6 seconds of Celebrini.
Yeah, 6 seconds of Celebrini. Not bad.
Beat the foghorn right there.
He beat the clock. He beat the clock. I'm going to beat the clock, too. Who the hell do you believe in more right now, folks? Be real. Niners or Warriors? The Niners have been on runs. The Warriors, we're 11 games in. Is it even appropriate to even ask this question right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. More coming up, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
I will hate watch. I don't know how many others out there hate watch. I'm a sick individual.
Adam in the city out there in New York sent me a picture yesterday. It was at Mully's favorite pizza spot, John's in Bleecker Street. Heard it's very, very good. So shout out to Adam in the city. Shout out Spinone's in. Shout out to him on short notice, filling in for Joe Shasky. Was a little under the weather. Maybe he's working out too hard. Maybe it's the softball championship. Too much champagne from celebrating the softball championship. Oh,
Hey, Joe.
Oh, Joe. Maybe it's him.
I am shook.
Maybe it's too much yelling about. You imagine. So baby LJ just got his first haircut, which he's not even 1 year old yet. And I have an issue with that with Joe Shasky. We discussed it on the show. It's all fun. But maybe Joe. Could you imagine Joe with his son getting a haircut? Hey, it's too tight there. Oh, wait. Cut too much off. Whoa. Too much on top. Whoa. Could you imagine a barber?
Micromanaging the barber? Isn't it supposed to be a relaxing experience for people to get their haircut?
I could see that with Shasky. Micromanaging his barber. I believe it's Cream, my boy Cream.
Cream? Like Cash rules everything around me?
Exactly.
Or Kareem?
Cream.
Okay, got it.
Cash rules everything around me.
I like
Cream.
that.
Wu-Tang. Hey, just a little comb over right here. It's a short head. And then you got Michelle in there too. Oh, man.
I almost wish my parents were more involved in my haircuts because they just let like back in the 90s, I just got like white guys. We'd get like bowl cuts when we were kids.
Yeah.
This just wasn't a good look.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't a good look. I got glasses when I was in second grade. I looked like Harry Potter, man.
Yeah, it's not
and this
good.
was Harry Potter has kind of gotten like cooler as people have gotten older. It wasn't cool circa 2002. I got to be honest. I wasn't getting any action.
Here's my deal.
In the second grade.
A 10-year-old.
10 years old. Here's my
And
deal.
I had the Ron Weasley look, so
Immature,
me both.
Oh, yeah, we could have been. There you go.
I know Michelle wanted to be part of the experience of, going to see baby LJ get a haircut. But I know Anna's like, hey, I want to get a haircut. Or no, Anna's like, hey, I want to go to the barbershop with you. And it's a sacred place for me. It's for the guys to hang out. And just.
Do you go to her to the nail salon?
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Well, I've gone before with her when
Sure,
we got
if we're getting like a couple's pedicure or something, but
Yeah.
but that's her sanctuary.
Yeah, that's her sanctuary.
Yes.
The barbershop is my sanctuary.
Yes.
I don't want you coming to the barbershop while I'm getting a haircut because the conversation changes. The tenor of the conversation change.
Well, it's just you can't really relax.
No,
that's
there's no
that's
relaxing.
the rat on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. You just can't relax. I go to my sanctuary, whether it's there, whether it's the bar with the boys, or as the cafeteria, as Steiny and Koo like to call it. Like, you just go there to unwind and relax and just, I don't want to think about anything.
Yeah.
And of course, all the barbers are probably going to ask your sports takes too, Bonte, because that's just what they do.
That's what, but we talk.
But
My
that's okay.
barber's an offensive coordinator, Sacred Heart. Shout out to Pat and the Sacred Heart Cathedral Fighting Irish in the playoffs today, Division II. Plays, who did they have? I think they have Salinas. No, that could be SI.
Cowboys?
That could be SI. That could be St. Ignatius player, but we were talking high school football. We were talking all kind of things, man. We talk about a lot of stuff in that barbershop.
There you go.
And
do you guys talk about the 49ers and how they haven't beaten anyone?
No, we don't talk about that because you don't really believe that.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
It's not something to believe in. It's just truth reality.
You don't believe that.
Like, who have they beaten that makes you feel good about this season? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers has been their best win. They're 4-6.
Outside of going into last night, did you believe that Philadelphia was a good team?
Yes. I picked them to go to the Super Bowl at the beginning of the season, actually, them and the Chiefs.
Okay, so you believe they were a good team before the year?
Yes.
Before that game last night?
Before that game, I believe that Jalen Hurts has been playing well in that defense with Cooper DeJean. You look at Quinyon Mitchell. They have some players on that defense. Jalen Carter. I've been very impressed with their whole entire draft class, to be honest.
Do you understand who they beat the previous 5 games before last night?
Who'd they beat?
Dallas.
Divisional game.
No Dak.
No Dak.
The week before that, Jacksonville. They had to hold on for dear life. No, don't look it up. No. Don't pull up the schedule.
No,
don't cheat.
I'm not.
cheat.
I'm pulling up the stats of certain players.
That's what you're doing. Sure you are. The week before that, Cincinnati.
Okay.
The week before that, the New York Giants. And the week before that, the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns came down to the wire. The Cincinnati Bengals was a close game going into the fourth quarter. And Jacksonville came down to the wire. They had beaten nobody the previous 5 wins. Nobody. And then before the bye week, they got smoked in Tampa. Now, I get it. They didn't have any receivers out there, but they got smoked in that football game. smoked. They got a 2-minute drill to your boy Kirk Cousins.
Well, Saquon Barkley catches a ball. None of that doesn't matter.
Well, he didn't.
He didn't.
I mean,
but you get what I'm saying. They're drop ball away from being the best team in the NFC.
Well, the Niners are a drop pass and a fumble away from being 7-2 right now.
Yeah, but I'm not giving the Niners that.
Whoa,
they haven't been consistent.
You can't do that.
The Eagles have closed more games than them.
You can't do that.
Yes,
that was in week 2.
One team is better than the other.
Drake, you just mentioned it. Where Saquon Barkley dropped ball away from not losing that game.
It's one play.
Well, are the 49ers not a Ronnie Bell drop pass from beating the Rams?
Yeah, but Saquon makes those plays way more than Ronnie Bell does routinely.
Okay, so are the 49ers not a fumble away from beating the Arizona Cardinals? With Jordan Mason inside the 10-yard line in the fourth quarter?
The difference is, Bonte, that the Eagles have been able to close games outside of that Falcons one way more consistently than the 49ers.
Okay, so the Niners have 2 more losses than the Eagles.
I like how you
2 more losses.
They have the Packers first week in Brazil.
Yeah, first week.
Site.
First week of season.
On a horrible field surface.
Were the Niners not down 14-12 to the Kansas City Chiefs late third quarter?
Great. And were they not down? Were they losing?
To the undefeated team.
Yeah, they were losing.
To the undefeated team where Brock Purdy throws 2 egregious interceptions.
Yeah.
So, look, you want to say that? That's fine. The Niners haven't beaten anybody.
They haven't.
Do they get the benefit of the doubt? Do they get the benefit of the doubt for what they've done the last 5 years?
Well, Ross Tucker, who joined Steiny and Goo the other week, our Honesty NFL insider and former NFL offensive lineman, he actually gave them the same respect that he gives the Chiefs. He was saying, I'm going to give them the same level of respect with the Chiefs, that if they get into the playoffs, I don't want to see them.
That's surprising because Ross Tucker loves shaking the Philadelphia Eagles pom-poms, and I love Ross.
He does. He's from Philly. He's from Philadelphia, so I think he grew up an Eagles fan.
Listen to that.
But he even said that, you know what?
Yeah.
He gives that respect to the 49ers.
Why aren't you giving that respect to the Niners?
Because the team just hasn't looked right all season long. There's something off with them, Bonte, whether it comes to the holdouts/hold-ins, the injuries. Brock Purdy hasn't looked like Brock Purdy. Now, he looked like him in the fourth quarter, but throughout the season, he hasn't looked like he did last year, which was an MVP candidate. Everything just looks a tick off with this team right now. Now, you could say, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're undefeated, but everything's been tight. Everything's been close. Yeah, but
they win games. I don't care about sound points. Yeah.
Exactly. And they have they have the best defense in the NFL, and they have the best quarterback in the NFL. That's really all that matters at the end of the day. And they have a decent enough offensive line that they can put up against anyone. I don't care if Kareem Hunt's all of a sudden looked like Kareem Hunt of old, even though he's in his mid-30s. I don't even know how old he is. Maybe he's not in his late 20s.
So you're going to give the Niners a benefit of the doubt. You're not. You're not at all. No benefit of doubt. Okay, that's fair.
No.
And
I think the expectations should shift right now for the 49ers, actually. I don't think they should be thinking Super Bowl at all.
What should they be thinking?
Just win the division. I think it's a good year for them. If they win this division, that'd be, you know what? After everything that's happened, they lost Brandon Ayuk. The horrible thing that happened with Ricky Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall looks like he's ready to roll.
And it's been great. That's been a great revelation.
He looked like he's getting ready to roll.
Javon Hargrave.
Juwan Jennings playing well.
Yeah. That's great. Win the division. And you say, you know what? Everything else after that would be great.
I want to ask you guys a question.
Uh-oh, Mike. Whoa.
Who's that?
Whoa.
Who's this voice?
I was thinking about this.
Who is this, by the way? Introduce yourself. Who is this?
After the Clay stuff, getting back into the Niners, how did you feel about the Niners heading into this season?
Felt really good.
Yeah, I did too. Did you, Spadone?
No. I did not feel good. Who loses a Super Bowl and gets back to the mountaintop, Coach?
Well, hold on. Did you feel better than you feel right now?
I kind of felt like this was the season they were going to have. I don't mean to toot my own horn or anything like that.
You thought they were going to be 5-4?
Well, hold on, though. But you felt better about the Niners than you did the Warriors, right?
Yes.
By a long shot.
Well, because they had the depth. They had more depth. I didn't think much of the Warriors' depth that I do now. I didn't think much of it ahead in the season. I thought they were trying to get a star, and that told me all that I need to know about them. They tried to get Paul George. They tried to get Larry Markkinen. It didn't work out. So they ended up getting, Kyle Anderson. They ended up getting DeAnthony Melton and Buddy Hield. It's like, all right, well, maybe they'll be like a slightly above average team this year, be a play-in/playoff contender. But they've been a lot more than that. They look like a top 3 seed right now. But the 49ers, the vibe all offseason just felt tense and not a good tension.
Right.
It just felt odd. The Brandon Ayuk thing, Christian McCaffrey not practicing, and then right before the season starts, he has bilateral Achilles tendonitis. It just felt not good. It just felt like a team that lost the Super Bowl, and this is all the injuries are going to catch up to them. And this is going to be a middling season right now. And so far, it's been that.
You know me. I'm a Warriors homer. I fully admit it. I give them the benefit of doubt every year because they are champions 4 times. With this current group, seven-time champs all time. But I will admit, as much as I feel really good about the Golden State Warriors right now, I don't know about the playoffs and contention. Like, I think they'll make the playoffs and they'll be in top 6, but I don't know about contenders, or I don't even know if this roster is going to be the same around the trade deadline. But I have to admit, I got to play both sides here. They beat some shorthanded teams. Those are the facts. They beat some shorthanded teams. Now, those wins are good, and you can't control who's playing on the court. You can only control how you play. And right now, the Warriors are playing excellent basketball. They're not turning the ball over. They're scoring the basketball. Their bench is great. They're rebounding. They're trapping. They're defending. You don't see the blow-bys that you saw a season ago. I feel really good about where they're at right now. Now, what I would feel even better had they beat Dallas with P.J. Washington. I would feel even better if they beat Boston with Jaylen Brown. I wanted Jaylen Brown in that game. I would have felt better had Chet Holmgren finished the game against OKC, but a win's a win, and they were up 30 points in that game. So it is what it is. So you take advantage of that. And I'm feeling really good about the Golden State Warriors, but I also have to give the 49ers a benefit of the doubt because the NFC teams haven't beat them yet. You know, I have to see Arizona outlast the 49ers. I have to see the Rams, who, by the way, lost on Monday Night Football to the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, that was a bad loss.
That was a terrible loss. And everybody, I don't get the Ram love the last 2 years. Remember the playoffs? Oh, man, you don't want to play the Rams. I don't want to play the Rams.
I think it goes to the benefit of the doubt, though, because the Rams have won a Super Bowl with Stafford and McVay and Cooper Kupp.
3 years ago.
Yeah, but they've won it.
3 years ago.
So I think people give them the benefit of the doubt. When you win like that at the top, if we're going to give the Niners that, we got to give the Rams that too.
They can have that fluky championship.
Stop. Fluky champ. What was fluky about winning a championship?
That fluky ass championship.
In the history of winning championships,
that was fluky as hell. That was fluky.
Stop. Take off your Niners cap. That's
by the way,
red and gold Niners.
By the way, 15 minutes away from shameless shout out. Start lining them up. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Catch a damn football, Jaquaski Tart.
Sorry.
Complete a pass, Jimmy Garoppolo.
When you're
and I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
When you're relying on Jimmy Garoppolo and Jaquaski Tart to lead you to places, that's usually what's going to happen. They'll break your heart.
Jaquaski Tart had one of the great tackles in 49ers history.
And one of the great drops.
Chasing down Aaron Jones in the divisional round game.
No one will ever remember that except for you.
Well, that's sad. You know, that's why.
No, it's called you having a sickness that you remember a tackle in an NFC championship.
Aaron Jones has gone on the screenplay for 70 yards. You know why that tackle's important? Because it allowed the 49ers to block a field goal and only go into halftime down 7-3 instead of 10-3, Spinoti. Those are key plays.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Like my guy Jerry's Hogan, that side. They were down to Reardon 21-3.
I remember
21-3. And that kid Hogan chased down a Reader defender right before halftime to prevent a pick six. The game would have been over. And he makes a great tackle.
The fact that you're calling the 49ers or the Rams championship fluky, I can't get over. It's just...
Shameless shout-outs coming up. 888-957-9570. Screw the damn Rams. I don't care about that.
That's fine.
888-957-9570. That microwave championship, man. Microwave-ass championship, man. Come on. That still pains me to this day. With their fake crowd noise, the little whose house? Rams house.
And they won the Super Bowl at their house, too.
888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number for Shameless Shoutouts. And what is Shameless Shoutouts, in case you're just listening for the first time? Shameless Shoutouts is an opportunity for you to shout out anybody. Your Little League team, your Pop Warner team, your high school, your middle school, your college, your liquor store, your grocery store, your dog, your mom, your baby mama's mama, all that stuff. You can shout out anybody you want. 888-957-9570 is the number. You could shout out your favorite football team out there. Like I see Philly Dave out here on the Comcast Business Text line. He's flying high right now. Flying high. After that win yesterday. It's probably their most impressive win of the season.
Yeah, they dominated that team, and I was Jaden Daniels, for the first time all season long, really looked like a rookie to me, where he just looked uncomfortable. And by the way, real quick, and we'll get back to the Niners and Warriors here, just watching that game last night, the lack of urgency on that final drive from the Commanders.
It's embarrassing.
Like, I know you're probably not going to win the game, but you had 2 minutes left. You get down 8 points if you get the 2-point conversion, which they did. You get an onside kick, everything changes. I mean, this is a team that won on a Hail Mary, so anything could happen.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
But you saw Dan Quinn on the sidelines even going, what the hell are we doing? Hurry up.
Cliff Kingsbury, get the play in, dude.
They're doing running plays with a minute to go.
I thought it was just me. It almost felt like they thought they were down 19. I was like, wait a minute, it's 26-10, so if you score, you get the 2. You're down 8. You have 2 timeouts left. You could maybe even kick a D. It was strange to me.
Very odd.
But I got a question for you.
Sure.
I've got a question. Forget the Eagles. The hell with the Eagles. I don't give a damn about them. We'll see them. And we'll punk their ass again, just like last year.
Big Dom.
I still hate Philadelphia. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's Seattle week, and I don't even hate Seattle anymore. I hate Philadelphia. Can't stand them. So it does kind of get on my nerves that they do have Saquon. Kate, stop. She's become a full-time Eagles fan. Unbelievable.
And she does the preseason for the Seahawks. She loves the Birds.
Yeah, I know. Dude, that's a good point.
Like
that's fine. That's a force. She does love the Birds. I'm going to start posting. Hey, Kate Scott, I'm going to start posting your baby pictures in your 49ers shirts. All right, Kate?
They got enough problems with Joel Embiid and Paul George trying to scam the league.
888-957-9570 is the number. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 11 minutes here. Line them up. I want to hear those shout-outs. But I got a question for you.
Sure.
Since you're not high on the 49ers right now, what do the 49ers have to do to convince you that they are for real in the NFC? What do they have to do?
Beat the Packers and be competitive till the end against the Buffalo Bills.
So even though they beat the Packers last year, it doesn't mean anything, huh?
No.
So they have to beat Seattle, they have to beat the Packers.
Yeah, I think the Packers are an improved team. I think they are a better team with the addition of Josh Jacobs. Jordan Love, he's been hurt a couple of times this year. He's a little banged up, even since week 1 against the Eagles down in Brazil.
So they have to beat the Packers. They have to beat Seattle and they have to beat the Packers.
Correct.
And if they do
that'll put them at what?
7-4.
7-4.
So then you'll say, okay, they're a contender.
Yes.
So they have to win these next 2 games.
Correct.
That's fair.
I think that's a legit.
Are you, anybody there with Spadoni? Is that where you're at? Are you with Spadoni? You have to watch the next 2 games and witness what next 2 games to see how the Niners play these next 2 games and win. Is that what you need to see, folks?
I'm curious to see how Brock Purdy does in the potential elements, too, in the next couple of weeks.
I do want to see that.
That's a conversation for next week if the weather's bad in Green Bay and Buffalo, which we expect is not going to be great. It's probably going to be cold at the very least. But, yeah, I'm very curious to see how he's going to look because we're looking at potentially, if your 49ers do sneak into the playoffs, yeah, maybe it's winning the division, they get to host one, but you're probably going to be going on the road if you do make a run. And that's very curious to me because last time Brock Purdy went on the road in the playoffs, it obviously broke his elbow, so we never really got to see a true playoff road game.
Niners going to win that game, too. Let's go to Joe and Sack. Joe, what's happening?
You guys are there.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, Joe.
Oh, I'm confident we're going to go 3-0 in these next 3 games. If the special teams can stay out of the way and we can just control the ball and McCaffrey shows his light of where his potential is, and we've been 5-4 3 out of these last 4 years. Where did we end up at the end? You know?
Wait, so Joe, you're saying if the special teams does something good, which they haven't done in years, that they'll be 3-0? So what gives you confidence they'll do that?
You know what? We got that against Arizona. We did get a block for a touchdown. That was the first time since 2012. I mean, maybe there's a fire under them after, the little Debo shuffle, but I just hope the best for this team,
Sure. There you go. Hope for the best.
Hope for the best.
That's good enough.
Hey, hope for the best. See, you missed the call. You took away one element. Well,
but he was saying that. He's like, yeah,
hope.
If the special teams, does something well, we're going to go 3-0, but they haven't done anything.
Special teams, worse in the business. Special teams, worse in the business.
Yeah, that's not special. Just call them the teams. They're not special at all.
But you know what, though?
Nothing you can do about it.
This is why I believe in this Niners team. Listen to the leadership of Kyle Shanahan. Around here, we don't do this enough. Here at 95.7 The Game, we don't pick people up. They're having a tough day. They're down and out. We don't pick them up enough. We need to take a cue from Kyle freaking Shanahan. Listen to his post-game speech on how we picked up Jake Moody.
Finally, all right, where's Moody? Moody. Hey, that's a hell of a job, dude. All right, hey, listen. Hey. All right, you battled to come back, and if you want practice for mental strength, it's a hell of a job setting yourself up for that last rep. All right, because there was no more pressure on anyone than that dude, and he kicked it right in the middle. Respect, dude. All right? Hey.
That's leadership. That's why Shanahan's one of the best of the businesses, because he grasped the moment. Hey, my kicker's down and out. He missed 3 kicks, but he made the one that mattered, and let me go pick him up in front of the entire team. And you hear the entire team clap their hands. Yeah, you know what, Jake? We got your back. We got your back. We got your back. That's leadership. And that's why you should believe. Oh, absolutely, Debo's clapping.
So wait.
He doesn't have the ball.
We're talking about who you believe in more in currently right now, the San Francisco 49ers or the Golden State Warriors.
It's so early for the Warriors. I believe in the Warriors all the time.
But it sounds like you really believe in the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, they get the benefit of the doubt. I believe in both. Look, to be honest with you,
pick one more.
To be honest with you, I'm going full Matt Simons here. I'm on the fence.
Oh, God.
Because I believe both teams. I believe in both teams. That's just me. I believe in both teams.
You have to believe in one more for this exercise.
I tell you the team I don't believe in around here. That's the San Francisco Giants.
Well, great. They're not a part of this. No one believes in them.
But I do believe in the Warriors, and I do believe in the freaking 49ers.
What have the 49ers done this season, Bonte, to give you hope that they could turn things around?
They're second in the league in total yards. They're getting into the red zone.
Where are they at in scoring?
Okay, so in scoring, they're terrible in the red zone.
It's more important to actually score the ball than to keep yards.
But what it tells me, though, is that they are moving the football. It's not like people are shutting them down. They're shooting themselves in the foot. That's what they're doing.
It's not good.
No, it's not good right now. But you know what? They've had slow starts. 3-4, 2-4, 4-4. We've seen this. And then, by the way, I got to mention this today. I haven't mentioned it yet. I got to remind guys like you, Spadoni, the 49ers the last 2 years in the month of November and December, you know what their record is. You want to spit it to me? What's their record the last 2 years in the month of November and December?
They have like one loss or something like
14-1.
Yeah.
They play their best football now. This is when they round into form. And last week was a step in the right direction.
I don't think they've had this tough of a schedule heading into November and December in years past.
I don't know. We talked about the schedule last year, 2019. Remember they had the 3-game gauntlet, Green Bay, Baltimore, New Orleans. Now it's with Jimmy Garoppolo. They went 2-1 in that stretch. Last year's stretch, who they have? Philly. Who else did they play? They played Seattle late.
They had the Bucks. They had the Seahawks. They had the Eagles, Seahawks again, Cardinals, Ravens, Commanders, Rams to finish out the season there. And their only losses were to the Ravens on Christmas and that last game against the Rams, which, of course, Sam Darnold was starting, so we don't really need to count that.
There you go. Not bad. And we said, this stretch this gauntlet, boy. This stretch this gauntlet. Oh, my gosh.
Well, they're playing two teams, and again, I'm not looking past the Seahawks, but I think they're just going to I am actually looking past the Seahawks. I think they're
you are. See, that's the problem. See, that's...
I don't think the Seahawks are very good, so it's on theme that the 49ers have beat a team that's not very good, because that's what they do. They just haven't beaten a good team.
Here you go. Divisional round game, tough game. You just saw your Raiders, who are not a good team, play Kansas City very tough.
Great.
Right?
Congratulations.
Yeah, but that is division games.
Everyone plays the Kansas City Chiefs tough this year.
See, you can't pick and choose. You can't do that.
Yeah, but the 49ers haven't, it's one thing because they've lost to the Rams and the Cardinals in the past. They haven't lost to the Seahawks. Brock Purdy's never lost to the Seahawks.
I know.
Ever.
He dominates.
And he's going to dominate again this week. I know Mike McDonald's trying to gas him up. He's trying to psych him out, kind of like Steve Spagnuolo did a couple weeks ago. He's trying to gas him up, Coach Speak saying this guy's a hell of an athlete. I mean, I tell you what, his low center of gravity, he's one of the best in the NFL.
Well, you know what? Actually, he's not lying. Purdy is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
This season?
Absolutely.
What would you say? He's a top 5?
Top 6.
Really?
Who's better? Name 5 better right now. Name 5 better right now. He's playing better than Mahomes right now.
I'm taking Joe Burrow over him right now. I'm taking Lamar Jackson over him right now. Let's see here. I'm taking Josh Allen over him right now. I'm taking Jalen Hurts over him right now. I'm taking Jared Goff over him right now. I'm taking
Jared Goff who just threw 5 picks last week? That Jared Goff? 5 picks?
Yeah, and they still won. Because he was gutsy towards the end. Kind of like Brock Purdy when it only matters in the fourth quarter and everything else he doesn't do prior to it. Apparently it doesn't matter, but we're just going to crush Jared Goff because his first 3 quarters were trash. Stop. Please, we're picking and choosing there.
No, you're
Kyler
picking and
Murray's
choosing.
Been better. I think Jordan Love's been better too.
Jordan Love has not been better than Brock Purdy this season.
So.
Oh, you're just doing it. You're being so, Spadoni, you don't believe that.
I do.
You don't believe that.
I do.
So, Lamar, I'm with you. Josh Allen, okay.
Joe Burrow's been better than him. Look at his stats. He's 24 touchdowns.
All they do is throw the ball.
His defense stinks.
All they do is throw the ball, though.
But he's been better.
He's had some bad fourth quarters, too, Joe Burrow. Well, okay,
You're not
fine.
sitting here and telling me that Brock Purdy's had a better year than Joe Burrow.
So those are 3. Who else you said? Kyler? I give you Kyler. I'll give you Kyler.
Josh Allen. That's 5.
Josh Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Kyler. That's 4.
Yeah.
And who else?
I'm taking Jalen Hurts too.
Give you Hurts. All right, that's 5. Who'd you say? Jordan Love?
I said Jordan Love.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Okay, that's fine.
That's a stretch.
It's a stretch. That's fine. And Patrick Mahomes, for Patrick Mahomes standards,
he doesn't even matter.
He's separate. He's
okay,
Patrick
all right,
Mahomes.
All right.
Patrick Mahomes, I'm taking him over anyone any day of the week. Anyways, that goes without saying. Sam Darnold even could be in the conversation. 17 touchdowns, 10 picks.
Well, Sam Darnold's been awful in the last month. Awful.
It's kind of come back down.
What's their record?
Awful in the last month.
What's their record?
Oh, so now we're playing the record game.
What do you do head to head?
Now we're playing the record game. What do you
do head to head against him?
It wasn't against him. It was against the defense.
Oh, God.
Had a great game. But go look at Sam Darnold's October. I got Viking fans saying we can't wait for the Sam Darnold era to be over.
Vikings fans are saying that? Well, they better help. Well, J.J. McCarthy, he had another injury pop up or swelling after his meniscus injury, so they're going to be stuck with him for the next year.
I'm just telling you, man. Oh, well, this is fun. We're going to get more into this. We got Shameless Shadows coming up in 30 seconds. I see them lining up here. 888-957-9570 is the number.
12 touchdowns and 7 picks.
Yeah, but
he's fumbled the ball a bunch of times, too.
But you know what, though? Look at the revolving door at wide receiver. You don't have consistency outside. You got Ricky Pearsall for how many games? If Ricky Pearsall's played 3 games.
I could make the argument Baker's been better if that's what we're doing.
Ricky Pearsall's played 3 games. How many games Debo missed? How many games George Kittle missed? How many games did Jawan Jennings missed?
Baker Mayfield, 24 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
He's got the stats.
Chris Evans and hasn't had Chris Godwin.
He's got the stats. Well, he hasn't had it for a couple games. He's got the stats. It hasn't looked pretty the last 2 weeks for Baker Mayfield, has it?
No, it hasn't.
The last 2 games.
No. Nor has it looked great for Brock Purdy, to be honest.
All right. We'll see.
I'm just saying, hey, I'm not here to be some Brock Purdy hater or anything like that.
You sound like it.
No, I'm not.
You look at that, just the numbers.
I just don't like that we're gassing him up in this way that he was unbelievable last year. He was an MVP candidate up until Christmas Day. He was the leader in the clubhouse to win the MVP. That is what I am judging him against. At his best, I know Patrick Mahomes could take me to a Super Bowl when he doesn't have his greatest year. He showed me that last year. I am concerned about Brock Purdy as the season goes on. What's he going to show me? Is he going to show me the MVP caliber season last year?
Without Brock Purdy this year, they're 2-7.
Okay.
And Brock Purdy, you could say that Rams game they lost, it's probably his best game of the season. Yeah. Was it not? Now, Cardinals, he took a step back, and Purdy hasn't been perfect. But I ain't taking 6 quarterbacks over Purdy. With that said, we'll continue the conversation at 8 o'clock hour. Let's get to shameless shout-outs here on The Roast. I am happy with Brock Purdy. Oh, baby. Shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. I'm going to give them shout-outs to some radio legends. Tom Tolbert, John Lunn, Creative Tony Ryan, and Lamont Antonelli, who all lost their jobs this week, unfortunately, at the other stations and the other clusters. Shout out to those guys for paving the way. Lamont Antonelli, 35 years on the airways. Tolbert, 28 years on the airways. The Razor and Mr. T show, there will never, ever be anything like it. It's the best duo this region's ever witnessed, ever listened to. There would never be anybody like them. And Tolbert being able to adapt and work with anybody, anywhere, anytime. They don't make them like him anymore. So shout out to those guys that I just mentioned there. Tough week for them, but definitely in our hearts, especially in the radio business. Shout out to those legends.
And shout out to them. Shout out to anyone, to be honest with you, that's, losing a job, struggling financially. It's a tough time of the year for some people. I know it's all the season of giving and thanks, and we got Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up, Hanukkah if you celebrate other holidays. But shout out to everyone that's struggling out there. You know, it's not, the setback, Bonte. It's about the comeback. That's what I have learned in life. So the comeback will always be greater than the setback, Sam Lubman.
Yeah, I was going to kind of play off that a little bit. I just want to give a shout out to just anyone who's kind of going through it right now. This could be a tough time of year, especially with what's going on the last few weeks. If you're struggling right now, if you're frustrated, if you're stressed out, it's tough right now. And try to be good to everybody because you don't know who's dealing with what right now. To everybody who is dealing with stuff right now, I'm sorry. Just do what you can every day. Just do your best every day. It will get better.
Well said. Well said. Let's go to the lines. We'll go to the lines first, and then Matt's got some texts. He's got a lot of text messages. So let's start off with our main man, Skills in Vallejo. Skills pays the bills. What's happening?
Hey, what's happening, guys? I want to give a shameless shout-out to my daughter, Josie, who turned 15 on Wednesday. She has a great grade point average. She's thoughtful, kind, funny, sweet. She's everything I could want in a daughter, and I love her to the moon and back. Thank you.
There you go.
There you go. Shout out to the kids. Kiko, Brentwood. Kiko, what's happening?
Alonzo?
What's up, man? Hey, just want to give a shout-out to Liberty High School, man. They locked out the #1 seed in the Division II bracket, man. They played Vintage tonight. So shout out Liberty. And Bonte, shout out to you for trying to argue with a Raider fan, bro. Good luck.
I wasn't going to go there.
Well, when you're losing an argument, you have to bring fandom into it. So
No.
It's fine.
We just know how Raider fans operate and think. It's all good. Brett and Vallejo, I've got training in this. Big Dog City's my best friend, my brother. I've been doing it for over 25 years. This is what we do every day.
You're right.
Big Dog City.
We're not delusional. We actually can be objective.
Well, I would.
Because we've saw bad football for so long.
I would beg to differ on how delusional Raider fans are. You guys are one of the more delusional fan bases in all the world.
How can we be delusional if we've been bad for 20 years?
No, you guys are delusional. Brett and Vallejo, you don't know what good football is. That's the point. Brett and Vallejo, what's happening?
The Niners, they know what good football is.
Good morning, gents. I want to shout out my daughter, Amaya. She's a freshman at Salesian. She just wrapped up her volleyball season where she made all league, and she's starting varsity basketball this weekend. So I want to shout her out.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Shout them out. Matt, you got some text to read.
All right, let's go rapid fire. Shout out, 510, shout out to the whole San Francisco Police Department. Love this squad, love this city. 480, shameless shout out to my dad for always being there when I need it. Next year, we're going Niners in Mexico. Love ya. 510, shout out to you guys for giving love to the guys that lost their jobs, even though they're on the other stations. 510, shout out to my 8U Mega Boys, NorCal, AYF champs heading to Florida.
Yes.
For Nationals next month.
Yeah, they call that. Yeah, they texted us last week. Good job out there.
Coach
We
E.
love it. Coach E, baby. Let's go.
510, shout out to my kindergarten daughter, Kaya, for getting an integrity award today at school. 925, shout out to the Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. I heard they came in and brought food to you guys. That place rocks.
Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale.
That prime rib, I'm still dreaming.
Two more, 415. What about Marin Catholic battling Cardinal Newman with a freshman quarterback? First string broken thumb. Quarterback had a broken thumb. Second string broken collarbone. Wow.
We love that. Listen. We love the high schools out there. SI, Reardon, Sacred Heart Cathedral, the AAA playoffs, Academic Athletic Association. Want you guys to all do well and represent the region very well. Shout out De La Salle. They got a top seed. They may be on a collision course with Matter Day.
In a day's time. We'll see.
It's
pretty impressive how you and Shasky know that much about like high school sports around here. It's like, no, it's honestly, it's pretty cool.
Since Shasky's not here, I'm going to take a shot at him.
Oh.
He's only involved because his niece is going to high school, so that's why he's...
All right.
No, I'm kidding.
Anytime we can get involved.
No, seriously. We both, I take a lot of pride because that's where I started my career, and I always loved high school sports even as a kid. I would go to games in this region all the time. Big high school games, whether it's Galileo versus SI in basketball, when the Walls brothers. Walls dunked on 3 dudes, Igor Osansky, Luke Whitehead, another big. My guy Anthony DeVora was on that team. There's a lot of big games in the city. Balboa SI in the mid-'90s, public school versus private school. I played at Washington High. I always went to the Bruce Mahoney. So it's a pride thing out here because a lot of people don't give the respect to these teams when it comes to San Francisco sports or high school sports in the region. And NorCal has been a really good hotbed. It's been a hotbed for high school sports.
It's been stacked. Are you kidding me? You look at the NFL whenever they go by state of the people that are born and raised in just California. California's always number one. It's California, and then it's either Texas and Florida, and then there's just a major drop off.
Yep, no doubt.
Southern, and that's the Bay Area, and a lot of SoCal, but a lot of the Bay Area too.
Yep, a lot of Bay Area. Let's go to City Chop. Is this Chop Cheese?
Judo Chop.
What's up, guys?
Chop Cheese.
Stars. They're 9.
Oh no! Oh no!
Uh-oh,
Give us a call back.
Phone lines.
Someone chopped that phone line. Must be Debo Samuel.
I got 2 more texts. 415. Shout out to the Pono soccer team and the 10-year-olds winning all 4 games this weekend to win the championship. 510. Shout out to Tolbert and Lamont and Tonelli, Bay Area legends.
Yep,
Hey,
absolutely.
Pono.
Absolutely. Shout out to Ed Cloyd. Wow, look at that. Music director, Mama Vista High School. Avid fan of 95.7 game.
Sweet.
Oh, you know what? I got to give a shout out to. This is a heartfelt one. Let me pull it up on Instagram because I want to do this. So, without this couple, and Aaron is a husband. Here, let me pull it up. The Miravals. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. Miravales. Miravalles.
Miravalles.
Yeah. Is that what it is? Okay, I'm sorry.
Double L is a yes.
Yeah, all right.
But they may pronounce it differently.
Maybe I botched that, but they're avid listeners to the roast. And without them, we would not have found out about the Montessori school Baby Chaz goes to. And they recommended it, and it's been a home run. But unfortunately, they had a tragedy in the family, and I just want to shout them out because, it's never easy, and they're really, really good people. And so I wanted to just give them a special shout out because I had no idea they were roasters. I've been picking up Baby Chaz from school. I had no idea. And I met Aaron, the husband. I met him at a birthday party, and I had no idea he was a roast. And I found out, I was like, yeah, he knew who he was, and he was fired up. So shout out to them, man, because, like Lubman just said, everybody's going through something.
Yeah.
And when you have that perspective that somebody might be going through something, it makes me check myself to say, you know what, just be nice. Don't be cruel. Not that I am every day or anything like that, but sometimes you lose perspective on stuff happens in life. Stuff happens. And everybody deals with it differently. And I just want those people to, especially during the holiday season, man, hey, keep your head up. There's going to be better days ahead. We're praying for you. My condolences go out to everybody who's dealing with something because you just never know in this world, man. Things are happening every single day. And sometimes, you know what? You lose that type of perspective.
Yep. And we're still thinking of Charvarius Ward and his family, obviously.
Yeah.
Another DMP, probably not going to play this weekend. And I can't blame the guy and his whole family.
You can't. You can't.
It's a very sad situation.
You can't. Do we got one more shout out here? No shout out. All right, let's get to the injury report.
Ow!
Oh, the undefeated Carmel Padres finished this season by winning the shoe game against the Pacific Grove Breakers.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
The shoe game.
How about that?
James Kincaid, the great James Kincaid over with the Warriors, he's in shambles. He was a breaker.
He should be in shambles. Like I told you, we iced him out.
Team R.C. Davis.
He's dead to me.
Is he injured?
Oh, R.C. Davis or Jimbo?
Jimbo.
R.C. Davis may be injured because Penn State lost to Ohio State a couple weeks ago. James Franklin with one of the worst goal line sequences I've ever seen from an offensive play caller. Jimbo, I don't even want to deal with him. I saw an Instagram story from him, just like, every day. It just makes me sick. Well, the 49ers have Nick Bosa available on Sunday. Bosa is dealing with the hip pointer that he suffered in practice last week, calling the injury the most painful in his career. He played through it last week at Tampa, was clearly laboring. As for his availability this Sunday, Bosa said, we'll see. I am definitely going to be close.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Oh. There's Bosa's update. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Also, I got to shout out Zoe. She had her first dance performance last night at St. Ignatius. Very proud of her. Very proud of her. Family's very proud of you, Zoe. That's Mondo and the crew. Jason Kidd Select, all those guys, all those ladies, and family. Zoe, it's not easy dancing. Not easy dancing. We're proud of you, too. That was the injury report, like I just mentioned. More football. Who do you believe in more right now? Who do you believe in more? And has Brock Purdy, since Spadoti's kind of down on Brock Purdy, has Brock Purdy met your expectations so far this season, or are you disappointed in Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570 is the number. 2 hours down, 2 hours ago here on a Friday. We're not hard on Brock. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It's a Friday, a football Friday / Warriors Friday, because they are taking on the Memphis Grizzlies today at home at the house before they head to L.A. for a quick road game to L.A. to take on the Clippers. They'll probably fly out Sunday and get there that day. 45-minute flight to L.A., of course, and then they'll take on the Clippers Monday night at the new Intuit Dome at 7:30 p.m. They still do 7:30 starts down there in L.A., so it'll be a late night for your boy on Warriors pre- and post-game live. But Warriors taking on the Grizzlies. They're 9-2. No D'Anthony Melton. But good morning to everybody out there. Before we get started with this exercise, everybody getting off the graveyard shift. Having shout out to the overnight dancers this week because business probably hasn't. Clay Day was Tuesday night. Maybe business was great that day.
It is the season of giving, Bonte.
You're so good.
There you go.
You're so good.
That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
No, you're not going to sugarcoat it at all. All the graveyard shift workers, all the truck drivers, firefighters, muni drivers, you name it, the Spadonis, the Lovemans, the Hills.
The teachers out there, too. Midterm season.
Shasky, who called in sick today on the Friday.
Sore throat.
Oh, yeah.
See, there's certain injuries, kind of like, it is funny in radio. It's similar to like when a pitcher has a blister. It's like, really, you're getting paid $40 million a year and you have a hangnail on your pinky and you can't pitch. Joe Shasky's a sore throat. But in the radio business, that might as well be a sprained MCL. Shout out to Anthony Melton.
I wonder if back then he could call to check his voice. Hey, let me hear you talk.
Coach, I can't do it, Coach. That sounds so
I'm
really worried. Context. I want to hear your voice.
Yeah.
I need you to talk to me.
The little one was up all night last night.
Prove it to me. Prove it to me right now.
Coach, I just can't do it.
On a level of Doc Rivers to Trent Baalke, where are you at, Joe, when it comes to your raspiness in your voice?
Do you need lotion? Is your voice ashy? That's what somebody on Twitter said. I can't get it out of my head. They said, man, Doc Rivers talks like he needs lotion. Voice sound ashy, man. Damn.
Shout out Juergens.
Oh, shout out Juergens. Hey, man. Shasky just wanted a 3-day weekend, huh? That's what it was? Is that what it was?
Is he off Monday, too?
Oh, he's off Monday. Oh, he stretched it.
He stretched forward.
Oh, that is genius.
He's got to recover from LJ's first haircut.
That is genius. Oh, that son of a gun. Shasky, you think you're slick? You think you're slick. Oh, somebody check.
Slick.
Hey, I got the streets watching now. Somebody text me if you see Shasky at the Reardon game or if you see him at SI tonight watching the St. Ignatius Wildcats. Oh, we're on Shasky watch.
Well, this is the thing with the sore throat, though. We'll get back to the Warriors. Yes.
Oh, you can leave the house.
If it's not strep, then it's just he just needs to rest the vocal cords and he's fine.
Just wear a mask.
Yeah.
Do you think Shasky's the type of guy, the type of individual to go out there in these streets and not use his vocal cords?
That's a great question. That's honestly 888-957-9570 on that one. There are a few individuals at the station that, they get the sore throat, but then they even max it out even more so. It's Shasky and it's Guru. I think those are the two.
Shasky's never been in a conversation he didn't like.
That's a good point. Shout out Stephen Langford's wedding.
Shout out Stephen Langford's wedding for that one. We had to have so many side conversations. It's like, boy, we can't get a word in. It's like we're being on the morning roast all over again. Shasky finally won the Natty on NCAA and blew his pipes out.
There you go. He was that excited.
So, Bossman, Shasky's got Monday off too, huh? Thumbs up? Oh, that son of a gun. Pull the quick one on us. Oh, genius.
We got the GOAT on Monday too, don't we?
Oh, we do? Jerry Rice?
We certainly do. 8:30.
Wow.
I think that's back-to-back times where he's going to be out, and I'll be good to.
Yeah, well, you know what? Snooze, you lose.
I'm just inserting myself to Monday. Coach hasn't even asked me about that.
Well, you'll be in on Monday, trust me. We're unlike the Warriors. We don't have strength in numbers right now.
I know, Joe.
I could be Jonathan Kaminga for you.
We're 6 deep right now.
Here you go. Should I dye my hair? I'll let Jonathan Kaminga go frosted tips. Joe Burrow. That would not be a good look for me.
Oh, man. Yeah, don't do that. Oscar DPA. B, can I give a shout out to my wife? Gave birth to our 3rd baby yesterday. Wow. And he's still listening to the roast. Absolutely.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Oh, man. No. Who's got into COVID protocols? More times, Cougar and Shasky.
We're not going to get into that. What is that, HIPAA or whatever? We can't talk about that.
No, we can't talk about that. HIPAA laws.
That's gone too far.
Yeah, we don't do that.
I'm going to give a prayer out. Shout-outs are going to run a little late today before we get back into sports.
Never too late to shout out.
Never too late. Haven't been listening since the beginning today, but can you guys do a prayer out to the Zamora family? The son, oh, man. I don't like reading this, but I will because we need to do better in this world. Their son tragically took his life last week after his high school teammates were viciously mocking and attacking him for living in a homeless shelter with a single father who unfortunately lost his house in an eviction. It's a sad story being in Santa Clara, so close. I think you guys' platform bring light to other kids who might be going through the same thing. Love and peace. And look, we'll get deep for a second. Being mocked in high school, I dealt with that. I got teased, and I learned how to tease back later on in my high school life. And, bullying is never cool.
No.
Got a lot of people I went to college with who I saw would kind of get picked on a little bit or whatnot. I would befriend those guys even more so. It's like, hey, man, I show love to these guys. These guys are humans. They work hard. You never know what they could do for you later on in life. But also just be a good person, man. Who the hell mocks somebody? This kid had no, it wasn't his choice to be in a homeless shelter. His father lost his home. So they had to do what they had to do. Instead, pick the damn kid up and say, you know what? That kid gets credit for coming to school despite living in a homeless shelter. Hey, it's just that's sickening right there, man. Shout out to the Zamora family, man.
His name is Jose Zamora. I'm looking at it right now. 14-year-old, went to Santa Clara High School. That's just, man. We're both raising children right now, and I preach this constantly to Benny. Always.
That's a shame.
Always, you know what? If someone's different than you, if someone's going through something, you never know what someone else is going through.
Yeah.
I mean, my kid's 5 years old, but you be nice. That's what I just tell him all the time.
Yeah.
And I learned this speech freshman year of high school, and I'm 14, right? It's when you're a freshman in high school, and it was the orientation. It was our principal at Palma High School. His name was Brother Dunn. Rest in peace. He's since passed away. But his freshman year orientation would be the same speech every single year, and it was called the "Don't Be a Jerk" speech.
Yeah.
A lot of people are new here. The last thing you want to do to make someone's life harder is be a jerk. And I think that's a life lesson that I've always had in my life. And unfortunately, whether you're trying to be cool in high school, whether you're trying to fit in with some kids and to think it's cool to stack and bully someone else because they're different. And unfortunately, you know what? I was kind of that kid sometimes. And I don't like looking at it. Like I think back, and if I was a jerk to some kid that was, who I thought lesser of, or I wanted to be cool and fit in, so I jumped on top of the name calling and picking on people. I admit I was that guy at times. And you look back and you don't like who you are, and you matured and you're 25, 26, 27 years old. And I'm praying for Jose's family. Yeah. The father's name is Jose Bautista. So
that's tough.
Yeah. Very sad.
I picked up baby Chaz from school yesterday. Teacher Katrina, basically something that made me feel very, very good about Chaz and where she's at in her development. Teacher said, Chaz is eating her lunch a lot more because she didn't eat her lunch a lot, whatever.
No,
she goes,
it happens.
She is so good at helping out the younger kids in this class. And I was like, wow. I was just trying to teach her good qualities and have good principles and be kind to others and be friendly. And they were like, no, the new kids here, she goes out of her way to help these kids out. So I was like, all right, we're on the right track here. So it's tough. Sorry to the Zamoras, man. I had no idea about that story. As we have a tough transition back to sports, somebody on the 510 asked a great question as we talk about Purdy. Do you believe that Purdy has met expectations this season? What were your expectations for Brock Purdy, number one? And number two, has he met expectations? Well, it was the 925 on the Comcast Business Text line. He asked, here's a question to ask yourself. The way Brock Purdy is playing this year, do you think he's going to get $60 million a year easy? Depending on that answer is if you think he's having a great year or not. Now, I think the Niners will pay him, and I don't know what they're going to pay him, but he's going to get paid a lot of money.
He's going to be the highest paid player in the NFL, probably.
Has Brock Purdy met expectations, or have you been disappointed? I don't know if he's met the expectations because last year was a dream season, but I also haven't been disappointed with this play. I really haven't. There was one game against Kansas City where Steve Spagnuolo befuddled him, and actually 2 games. All right, Minnesota. Yeah. Brian Flores got the best of him.
What did he say after the game? He said the scheme was crazy.
Crazy, but Brian Flores has done that to a lot of people this year. Yeah. He's done that to a lot of teams. A lot of teams. Did it to C.J. Stroud the very next week.
Did it Trevor Lawrence last week.
Right, or Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. Yeah.
But Brock Purdy, to me, he's top 5 in passing yards. He's top 5 in yards per attempt or whatnot. I mean, I think he's been solid. So he hasn't disappointed me. Now, has he met the expectations again? Right now, he's number 6 after last night. He's number 6 in passing yards, 2,454, but he's right off of Joe Burrow's pace. Joe Burrow's at 2672. Purdy's 200-plus yards behind him. Well, Purdy's been number 2 in average yards per attempt, 8.8. Completion percentage is moving up the charts here, 21 right now. Now it's getting better and better. He'll get there. But yards per game, he's number 2 in the league with 272 passing yards. So, you know what? I have not been disappointed with Brock Purdy. Now, have you been disappointed with Brock Purdy? Spadoni,
disappointed is a strong word. I just have not been, I guess, impressed. That's the word I would come. I haven't been impressed with Brock Purdy this year. And again, it goes back to the bar that he's shown since taking over the starting role as the San Francisco 49ers quarterback. He's been unbelievable. So he set the bar so high that I'm judging him based on what he did last season. And you know what? It was a dream season, and maybe he never replicates that again in his career. Kind of like what we're seeing, and I'm not comparing him to Patrick Mahomes, but Mahomes has obviously won MVPs. He's got skins on the wall where he can say, you know what? I've already achieved that. I'm already at that Tom Brady portion of my career where I could have some down years statistically, but it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter. I've gotten my paycheck. I've gotten my All-Pros. I've gotten my Super Bowl MVP. It's all about trophies now for me, the Super Bowl trophy. That's all that matters at my point. For Brock, though, I do think that in a contract year, not that it's going to change the contract at all, but I have been intrigued with how he has played at times without his weapons. At times he's played well. At times he hasn't. Like early on last week, that first drive he was a little, and this has happened a lot throughout the season. Those first couple drives, he's been throwing high. Yeah. He's been missing guys. He's been throwing across his body, missing. It hasn't looked like the Brock of last year. And I keep going back to that, and it's a new season. And the 49ers just have not looked like the team of last year. Now, they lost a lot of pieces. There's no more Eric Armstead. Chase Young's gone. Randy Gregory. They have a reshaped defensive line. No Brandon Ayuk. Right. And then they did have Brandon Ayuk, but it wasn't the good Brandon Ayuk because he was holding out. Deebo Samuel's been injured. George Kittle's been amazing. Like that is the one thing I have been impressed with this season is that connection with Kittle has been on point.
No, it has been on point.
That's been
because Kittle's been available for the most part. Deebo has missed a couple games. He's been nicked up. Don't forget, Deebo left the Kansas City game early. He left the game early due to an injury. He had the ammonia. He had to spend a night in the hospital. Ayuk got hurt that game. He had Ricky Pearsall in his first game. Jacob Cowling's out there. So I think Purdy, I don't know if he's met the expectations, but I certainly haven't been disappointed because he's on pace to throw for another 4,000 yards, and he's on pace to maybe rush for over 500 yards. Right now, he's a guy at 46 carries for 227. He's scrambling a lot more. He's extending plays like he did last week in Tampa in the fourth quarter, hitting George Kittle in the back of the end zone for a complete dime. So I think we got the guy. I've actually been very impressed with Brock Purdy. I have. I think this has been a solid season for him, and I think it's only going to get better. Let's take some calls here before we get to caller of the week. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Nick?
Hey, good morning. Hey, man, get off of Brock Purdy, all you haters out there, because you know what? Brock is doing it. And y'all just mad because you got a quarterback like Dak. You feel me? Cowboys, Jerry Bones, just stop it, dude. Turn the team over to your sons. Put in Trey Lance, do what you got to do because the Niners fans are thrilled. We want to know what Trey is doing. You know what I'm saying? Because we like a good laugh now and then. You know what I'm saying? We're not even tripping off nobody, man. We got to come hype. It's Seahawks week, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to come super hyped because we all hate the Seahawks with a special extra passion. You know what I'm saying?
Nick in Berkeley, you still hate the Hawks? Nick in Berkeley, you still hate the Hawks like you did 10 years ago?
The Seahawks? Man, I stay hating the Hawks, man. I don't hate it. You know, I never really respected him because they pulled a lot of hijinks up there in the stadium, man.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, when they folded my boy over and tore both of his ACLs, and you know, as he was being carted off, they threw hot dogs and coffee on him and shit. Their fans are chumps, dude. Their fans are sorry. The front.
Nick and Berkeley.
Got excited here.
Hey, no, I'm not mad at him. Let's go to Willa Marin. Willa Marin, what's happening, buddy? I know he's fired up for this week.
Yeah, I am, man. I just wanted to do a little message about the self-awareness and bullying real quick, about judging a book by its cover. I have one of my best friends in life. I didn't know was going to be my best friend because in the 7th grade I got teamed up to do a science project. I was into sports, he was into books. We couldn't have been the most opposite. However, had I had not opened up, you know, my option to learn from him, I would have never learned the things that I learned, and I would have never met such an awesome person. So I just want to tell people that judge, don't ever judge a book by its cover. You never know who you're going to meet. It doesn't matter the shape, the size, their color, their age, their ethnicity, their gender, whatever. Don't listen to people first. Like learn who someone is before you judge who they are on the outside. Because still to this day, he is still one of my best friends, and I couldn't be any happier. And to kind of segue into that, judging another book by its cover for Brock Purdy, we got to stop judging him. I know that he's not this flashy, you know, player or anything like that, but I mean, the Niners, you could have Trevor Lawrence. You could be in this limbo where you're going through O'Donnell and you could be going through the quarterback issue with the Raiders, like just all those, you could have all these issues. You literally have a guy that has a injured offense and he's getting the job done, and I'm not going to be surprised if he goes and takes care of Seattle, because one thing that Brock Purdy is he's not afraid to make plays. He's not afraid to extend plays, and if anything, he's much more than a field general. I think Brock Purdy's going to get it done, so shout out to Purdy and the Niners. I think they're going to get it done, and remember, don't judge a book by its cover, and allow yourself to learn from others, because you never know the opportunities and the things that you can miss in life. You guys have a great weekend.
You too. Well said, buddy. Well said. Brock Purdy, after 9 games this year, as you mentioned, 12 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. After 9 games in 2023, 15 touchdown passes, 5 interceptions. And remember, they were healthy last year. Very healthy. McCaffrey, healthy. Debo, for the most part, healthy until the 3-game losing streak. George Kittle was healthy. He's always nicked out, but for the most, he played. 1,000 yards receiving. Brandon Ayuk, monster season for the 49ers. It's not a big drop-off when you consider what's happened this season. With Jawan Jennings missing a couple games, Ricky Pearsall, that whole situation, Debo's up and down season due to staying on the field and off the field due to injuries, Brandon Ayuk not being in shape in the holdout and training camp, and, of course, Christian McCaffrey making a season debut last week in Tampa. That's not bad. That's not bad at all for Brock Purdy.
No, and again, I'm not saying that he is the worst quarterback or anything like that. No, I'm not saying that at all. I still think he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I just think he was playing like a top 5 at most points last season, and I don't know with his level of play currently if that's going to be good enough for where this team wants to go. Now, we got to monitor it. Now, Christian McCaffrey coming back, we're going to see, right? Because that changes everything. If Mahomes had Christian McCaffrey, if Tom Brady had, he is such a dynamic. He was the offensive player of the year last year. That's going to open up things, not only in the run game, but specifically we saw last week. It wasn't even the running game. It was the passing game. Changed everything. Once you just dump the ball off to him, let him do what he wants to do. And Greg Cosell, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, breaks down film better than anyone outside Brian Baldinger. I mean, we got the two best in the biz here, 95.7 The Game. Joined Willard and Dibbs, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, and he was saying, yeah, he looked like Christian McCaffrey.
Well, let's hear it.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Well, they used him the way they always used him. Nothing was different. He looked good, I thought, despite the yardage totals. I thought that he looked crisp. He moved well. I thought he had some burst. And again, you saw the motions, you saw the shifting. This is what they do with him. And you saw that with he and Samuel, things are different. And, we talked about this, that it expands their shifting and motion offense. It expands their options in the pass game. I mean, you're not going to run the route when McCaffrey caught the 30-yard reception in the fourth quarter, which was an unbelievable play in all respects. But, you're not going to see that with Garendo or Mason. So, right there, you're seeing something that is different because McCaffrey's on the field.
That's Greg Cosell. Looked like Christian McCaffrey.
The key is he going to look like Christian McCaffrey next week?
Week in and week out.
That's the thing you got to monitor because as we've known about this bilateral Achilles tendonitis that he's dealing with, it could be a ticking time bomb.
It could be. But until that happens,
you just got to keep using him.
Until that happens, you see the impact he's already made on this football team. Let's get to caller of the week. This week's caller was a doozy. He was on hold at the start of the show.
Oh.
And he was feeling himself after Clay Day as the Warriors beat the Mavericks 120-117. It is Nick in San Jose, and he did not disappoint. Go to Nick in San Jose. Oh, I haven't heard from Nick in San Jose.
What's up,
I don't think I've heard from him all season.
Look, I'm waking up this morning and going to bed last night with a huge smile because, one, that's just Molly and you, Bonte, together are just rock solid. And in the morning, we got of the county and city of San Francisco, you guys representing us, your keen intellect and your passion and knowing the streets. You're our homies. Now, look, I got to give Draymond his flowers. He is so rock solid. That block was amazing. And Curry last night just playing puppeteer with those big guys at the end of the game. We were down 7 points with 4 minutes to go, and Melton hitting that three to get it started.
God, I love Nick in San Jose.
That's just a preview. That's a little snippet of his call, but he is the caller of the week. He's had a few caller of the weeks.
He was the rookie Doobie Award winner last year,
He was the rookie,
right?
He was the rookie of the year here on the Morning Roast. Now, he doesn't call in often. So where does he rank when it comes to the roaster of the year? Who's in the lead for roaster of the year?
I mean, we all know.
Listen.
We all know who it is.
Hi, how are you? No, it's not that guy.
It might be that guy.
No, it's not that guy. Just because
He was supposed to be it last year.
He's like
no, he
Patrick
wasn't supposed to be it last year.
I recall 3 people voting yes for him.
No, well, because you guys love this guy for whatever reason. Just because you call 5 times a week doesn't mean you get the rookie of the roaster of the year.
Stop the steal
Uncle Gene was well deserved. Uncle Gene did everything he could to win that award. BPA, Brian and Palo Alto, has some of the worst calls in the history of the station. And I love the guy. He just he's wrong so much. And you guys, for whatever reason.
Well, is a call good if they're right or wrong?
Listen, the only reason why you guys love him is because he gets to me. I admit it. He gets to me.
Was that the only reason you don't like him?
No, I just don't like him because he doesn't make sense. And then I get on Twitter and he's spamming me saying, get this guy off the team. The guy freaks out more than Shasky.
He looks up to you.
I love
you too.
He looks up to you, Bonte.
Oh,
he
my
respects
gosh.
You. There's a reason he calls just your show. He doesn't call Steiny and Goop. Because I screened the calls for that show. He doesn't call them. He doesn't call Woden Dibs.
No, I like BPA. No, but he can't be the roaster of the year. You can't be the... Tony in Oakland has more of a case than him. Like 650 says, it's Tony from Oakland all day.
See, that's like the inverse BPA for you is Tony in Oakland to everyone else.
Well, she's always in the zone. She always brings something different to the table. You know what I mean? She's unpredictable.
She's in the phantom zone.
She's unpredictable. BP, I know what his call is going to be.
Can we get, you know what, speaking of the zone, whenever we have Tony on, we need the Twilight Zone theme in the background whenever she comes on. It's the Twilight Zone with Tony in Oakland. So Twilight with Tony.
So like,
she calls in today, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Well, you know, why wouldn't Zucci Mane be the roaster of the year?
When's the last time he called into the show?
Well, he texts all the time.
That's the texter of the year.
Yeah, but he also comes to the events.
He's more of the offensive player of the year compared to the MVP.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, OPY. Yeah.
He's the roaster of the streets.
Yeah, there you go. His ears to the streets.
He came to Friedman's for Spadoni.
He did.
See? That's what I'm saying.
Shout out Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Who won the roaster of the year the first year? Was it Ernie?
No, it was El Sleepy Floyd.
Oh, El Sleepy
Floyd. I love El Sleepy Floyd. I don't know. I feel like that was doctor because Lovett got a pair of shoes.
It was the first iteration of the Doobie, so we were still, iron out some of the kinks. But
it's kind of like when Aaron Rodgers beat out Tom Brady a couple years ago. It should have been Brady's. We all know it.
I love El Sleepy Floyd, though. That's my guy. TC Sacramento, probably one of the greatest sound drops.
Are you serious?
No, High Level Loser.
I have that right here.
The high level loser, bro.
We said the same thing.
High Level Loser, bro. That's one of the greatest sound bites ever. Sound drops ever. Rob for San Bruno, texting today. Ross, he said it's film on Mike.
It's coming hard.
He said it's film on Mike.
Ross and San Bruno might have the call of the year after the Super Bowl, though, with the downfall is near. It's all time.
It's applied to a lot of things, too.
All right, we got a break. We'll discuss the doobies on this because there's a lot of candidates. You guys are just you can't cast your vote. You guys have been saying BPA since May.
I'm sorry. I hate to break the narrative.
More coming up.
Bonte, we got to go.
I mean, Say Bart and Lucky California. More coming up. Brought to you by Say Bart and Lucky California.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo, Juwan Jennings on third down, George Kittle, you got Ute Juice, you got CMC.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
What about San Leandro Mo? What about Manny on a Dumbarton Bridge?
Manny's consistent.
Manny's consistent.
He is.
He's
I do
consistent.
like Manny a lot.
He's batting a 270 average.
He's consistent. 25 jacks, 85 RBIs. He's consistent. Roaster of the year. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? I got to pull up the categories here. Let me pull it up.
I got them right here. I can.
You got them right here. All right. What are the categories, and we'll figure out the candidates.
When is it, by the way? Do we have a date locked in there yet?
December 20th, right?
I believe so. Yeah, the morning, whenever the Warriors play the Grizzlies, like the night before, so it's that Friday.
That's a Friday. Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
December 20th.
So hopefully nothing crazy happens in that game.
Hopefully nothing crazy happens. All right, Doobie Awards. Give it to me, Lubman.
Yeah. So right now, as
By the
I
way, people
fade
want to
out
know
the
what
music
this
here.
dope beat is, real quick. The dope beat. What is this music right here? This is clean. This is smooth.
This is. Hold on, let me turn it off here. Junior Mafia. I Need You Tonight.
Wow, the way you said Junior Mafia.
Yeah. Shows how much I know them. I'm using Mark Grandy's music board.
Junior
today.
Mafia is not bad. You know, they're
Diddy.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, pivoting here instead of panicking. So here's our current roaster of the year nominations, subject to change. We got the favorite, obviously, BPA.
He's not the favorite.
We got Robin Sambruno, got TC and Sack, got Nick and Berkeley, got Tony in Oakland, and we got last year's rookie roaster of the year winner, Nick in San Jose. So that's your current roasters nominations.
You know what?
Subject to change.
Adam in San Francisco needs more love.
Ooh, good one.
How is Adam in San Francisco not on this list?
He's been trying to get in on that the freestyle.
Yeah, I think he's a rap.
Yeah, but he's trying to get in on everything. He's trying to clean up. Is what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
He's trying to get.
He's trying to be like Spielberg,
trying to win.
Tarantino,
Yeah,
screenplay, director,
yes,
best picture.
Yes, he wants all that.
Okay,
he wants it all. So
he's a high level roaster.
He is a high level roaster. Hear from him all the time.
Master Roasters.
Master roaster. That's Will. That's Will.
This is Adam in the city.
It's Adam. Robin, she has a call, but she's working.
She is.
Sugar.
She's doing her thing.
She's doing her thing.
I know
she's probably
beefs,
out of it.
Beefs aren't really a category in the doobies, but the Robin versus Rob back and forth.
That's a good
I don't know
beef.
if it's a beef, but it's been a little tender there.
Who's my man in Sacramento's been coming in with some heat? Is it JC and Sac? He's been coming in with some heat.
Oh, yeah. You know what? JC and Sack is actually on the list for one of our calls of the year.
Yeah, he's been coming in with some heat, especially during football season. Tim and Riley. Film on Mike. Oh, Verducci. Burke in the Creek says, I nominate Verducci.
He had a freestyle.
Solid takes.
He had a freestyle.
He's got freestyles.
Yeah.
He could be the roaster of the year. He came down here. He calls and brings the heat every single time.
Paisan. Doesn't hurt.
Paisan. So, no, I don't believe that BPA is the favorite. You guys are tripping. You guys are so,
I mean, it just shows the year that BPA's had. That
he hasn't had a great year.
Such a strong
He
field.
hasn't had a great year.
I'm optimistic.
I'm surprised he hasn't called in yet to showcase why he's so great.
No, he hasn't had a great year.
What about our rookie roasters? We got a very small list of rookie roasters right now.
Rookie roasters.
Right now, I just got Oreo Cookie and Nickel and Dime right now on our rookie roaster list.
Oreo Cookie's been strong.
Yeah.
And he gets brownie points with me because he calls in the pregame show a couple times a week. That's huge. All right. That does go a long way.
Filmo Mike is saying for Zucci on the text line.
Oh, Filmo.
Richie Rich. What about Richie Rich? Livermore.
It's a great movie. Macaulay Culkin, when he had the McDonald's in his house. I thought that was so cool.
Verducci. I'm getting a lot of Verducci love.
All right. I saw him the other day in the
Verducci
city.
stock going up, rising up the power rankings.
I think you know what? He got my nomination right now.
Him and Andrew Wiggins by that
There's
stock.
no way BPA is going to win the roster of the year. Not on this damn show.
See how the voting goes.
Well, we saw
It's a very clean election process
last
here.
year. An executive decision. The king had to
there it is.
See, the king had to come
you
in.
call yourself the king when it's convenient.
No,
Coach.
the king had to just the tomfoolery that you guys were serving up. You know, 888-957-9570. We could do this too. It's a football Friday. I want to get into Brock and I want to get into the Warriors. I remember everything. But you know what? That's why I'm the king. Listen, Tom Tolbert unfortunately got let go after 28 years. Basically, I had the show yesterday. He said he got fired. Yes, I was listening to him on the other station. But Tom's my guy. I got to meet Tom and got to work with him. He's one of the best. He's awesome. But him and Flynn were talking, and Flynn was so right about this.
Our guy, Dave Fleming.
Our guy, Dave Fleming, by the way, who went through tragedy. And shout out to Dave Fleming, man. I had no idea. Prayers up to him. He went through something recently here, and I want to shout out Dave Fleming.
Oh, yeah.
But Flynn said it. He goes, you know, it's amazing that nobody remembers the conversations about whether or not a guy struck out on a strike three or whether or not a guy missed a field goal. They remember the crazy stuff. You know, like, for example, BSG, Steiny was talking about roundabouts. And that went on for 45 minutes, and people still, Man, remember you guys had the conversation about roundabouts. It's like, huh? Or the trash talk with Philip. Like, they don't remember the talk. Yeah, some people, oh, man, you predicted this, you predicted that. But they remember the ridiculous stuff. Like, name something ridiculous. What was this thing? Cadillac converter. What is
catalytic
converters?
Yeah,
that went on forever. People went crazy over that stuff.
Shasky and the RVs.
The RVs, the RV stuff.
Yeah.
311 Shasky.
Yeah.
Sausalito Shaq. I was at SI Sacred Heart Bruce Mahoney game. My girl Angelique, who coaches the girls' flag football team over there, she go, man, these people be worried about Shanahan. You got to tell Shasky, Sausalito Shasky to calm down. She said Sausalito Shasky. So that's where we're at. So Doobies. Yes, 707. We're going to get back to sports. But Oscar BPA is having a Jock Peterson type of year. Is that this year or last year's
Jock? Jock is good this year. So
yeah, Jock was good this year.
Contract year.
Has BPA been good?
Pasoy problem in the clubhouse?
Yeah, real quick, let's run it down. So we got rookies. I don't know who the rookie roasters. We need help with that. Rookie roaster.
We haven't had a whole lot of new roasters this year.
Or maybe they just we railroaded them on the phone line. So what else do we have?
We also have so we got the call of the year. So there was Filmo Mike's. He called in the morning after the 4th of July, actually, when Spadoni and I were doing the show.
That's right.
And I think I actually got dropped from that call of what. Here it is.
Call. I'm lit, right?
He's lit.
He basically called in to talk about how he was still lit from the 4th of July the night before.
So he just basically called to brag about how high he was and how he was hungover.
I think he was just happy. You know, he celebrated. He celebrated our country's independence. He's a very patriotic guy, Filmo Mike.
Filmo Mike. If you follow him on like Instagram during like 4th of July time, my guy is getting those fireworks in like months. No,
Filmo Mike is a must.
He's the best.
He's a must follow on Instagram.
I smoke with Mike though.
Yeah, Hugh Douglas said that. You know, he got respect. By the way, Filmo Mike may be narrating. If we get the Doobie Awards to a place where I think we're going to get it to, we're going to be out and about celebrating the Doobie Awards, and we want everybody to come. We'll have more details as soon as we lock it down. Trust me. It's gonna. I'm trying to make this thing big.
He's narrating or he's hosting it? Because you guys are hosting.
Oh yeah, we're hosting. He's gonna maybe be the presenter for the awards.
Okay, gotcha.
He's gonna present the awards.
Gotcha. Like how they always have the celebrities present at the Oscars.
Exactly.
Okay, there you go.
So what else do we have? Love it. What other categories?
So again, few more calls. So obviously, Juice in Fremont, he's got a couple. Remember when Linda in Oakland called in to talk about her meeting with Steiny?
That's right. That is right. That is right.
That was really good.
Wow.
That was actually, I went back and listened to it. She did a good job telling that story. We got Nick in San Jose with his.
You made a deal with the devil. Just go with the devil.
So we got that call there as well. We got a couple from Tony in Oakland. Shanahan ruins your zone. Or that time where she said Shasky doesn't know the zone as well. And then, of course.
What kind of paisan are you?
And I think the leader for call of the year right now.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
It's when Rob and San Bruno dropped that early March
after the Super Bowl,
and it is a call that is held up all year long for so many different things.
It's literally been the Niners, Warriors, and Giants season. Is that drop?
So I'm seeing a lot of. Favorite roaster this year was a 925. Got cut off there. 925. It's BPA, not close. Sorry, Pate.
Yeah.
Hard to have roasters with we're not going to read that.
I feel like we got to open this up, the voting up to the roasters.
We should. We got
to figure out a way to do that.
I don't know how to do that.
Make a little survey monkey going.
510, Verducci, yes. BPA, no. That's Uncle Gene, the roaster of the year in 2023.
Ooh. I think we got to give our past roasters a vote, past roast winners a vote, like the Heisman. When you win the Heisman, you get a vote.
Like Marcus in Richmond should get a vote. Brianna in Detroit should get a vote. What other categories do we have? Let's
So we got our freestyle / poem of the year. A lot of poems, not a whole lot of freestyles yet. No one really wants to take on Duke in the freestyle department. That's understandable, but we got Dawn in Concord. He had a poem. Tony in Oakland, remember she added the poem "Your Voice" about you, Bonte. And then Verducci came in with some slam poetry.
I forgot about that poem from Tony. No wonder I like Tony so much. He wrote a poem about me. Go ahead.
So we got our guest moments.
All right.
Such as that time when Shasky asked Frank Gore if the 01 Canes could beat a team in the NFL, and Frank Gore responded with, I don't know where that drop is actually. Oh, here it is.
Huh?
And so we got that in there. Bill Romanowski saying that Mahomes is soft.
Yeah, I love that.
Got a couple Dave Flemings actually.
All right.
There's that time where he talked about his daughter asking him if he was as angry as you guys were about the Giants. And then there's that time where his brother crashed the show when we had Dave on.
Oh, yeah.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Other calls, other categories here. Let's speed through them.
Yeah, so we got our mispronunciations. This is one of the better ones here.
Wow. Is it just all Shasky
I
and
think
all?
Big Smooth is going to win it. Big
Smooth did numbers the other day.
6 in one call.
I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play all of them. I'm just going to. So we got Bonte calling Shasky Kasky.
I called him Kasky before.
One of you guys said Evan Grandy is the best pitcher at the station.
Oh my God!
A couple other names: Hung Shu Chu, Jordan Goff.
It's Shin Shu Chu.
Wait, Hung Shu Chu?
Hung Shu Chu.
That's his browser's name.
Who said that?
I don't know. I don't want to go and dig it out and play it right now.
What does it say? Does it just say Hung Shu Chu?
Hung Shu Chu.
Oh my gosh!
Hung
Lu?
I'm sorry,
my boy Hung Lu.
Man, we got gurus on this show. My God.
That's actually his friend's name, though. Hung Lu was his friend.
He's not talking about Mudang.
No.
I did have a friend named Hung in elementary school. My boy Hung. Hung and Hayu. They were brothers.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Got hung up on that. Jordan Goff.
Who said Jordan Goff? Oh, my gosh.
There's that time I called Paige Beckers Paige Bukers.
Oh, boy.
There's the Puka Nakuya. One of you guys called him Quentin Pope, not Quentin Post.
Oh, no.
There's Richie in Queens when he said AJ Ananabi.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, Ananabi. Yeah.
Someone called Steve Spagnuolo Steve Spagnolia. And then Big Smooth's Triple Crown the other day. The Am I Right Cup, the Gui Sanchez, and the Blazers going after the Cooper Cup sweepstakes. Not Cooper Flag. The Cooper
I said
Cup.
that one. I said that one.
Cooper Cup sweepstakes.
I think I said that one. I
don't mark it anymore. Sorry.
So we got our roast moment. There's that time where we did the breaking news sounder for the not Brandon Ayuk trade. There was my favorite moment probably is when Bonte had his fake conversation with BPA through only BPA drops. That Spadoni was probably your that was your Mona Lisa there, Spadoni.
That was good. That was good.
There was that time we laughed about the Eagles losing in the first round of the playoffs. Bonte going on his rant about the Mona Lisa being overrated. Shasky being scared of the Lions. There's that time where Bonte went TV.
Wait. Hold on. Shasky scared of the line. When is Shasky not scared of an opponent?
And I was worried.
I mean, come on.
Well, it was an especially notable fear session from Shasky before that NFC title game.
Which was funny because he was dismissing the Lions all season long.
Well, he was dismissing the Packers heading into the Packers game.
Well, that too. And I was like, hey, buckle up, man. It's going to be a tough game. I had to beat Dan Campbell and Shanahan. Oh, you really think Dan Campbell's going to outcoach Shanahan? Well, damn, it was close. Damn close.
Hey, man, panic. Don't pivot. There's that time that Bonte became TV Bonte when we had TJD on the show. We watched that transformation happen in real time. That was all three of us were giggling on that one. And then there was when Spadoni and I did the Bonte and Shasky impersonation for Halloween.
That was pretty good.
That was actually
pretty good.
So that's where we're at right now. Guest of the year now.
Just name the categories.
Yeah, guest of the year as we wrap things up here. Dave Fleming, Mike Florio.
No, just the categories. Just the categories.
Okay, we got guest of the year. We got our rejoiner of the year. And the YouTubers, we're going to have to figure that out.
Gone. That category might not be there anymore. Good. We had to destroy it. No, don't blame me. See, that was the other thing. So something funny happened before we get to the lines. Something funny happened. I'll share the story. I don't care. I'll share the story. I jumped into KBR's YouTube to watch Tom Tobert's intro yesterday and had a lady named Nicole. I jump in just to watch Tobert, listen to him, what he's got to say on his last show, during his last show, and this lady is destroying me in the KBR chat. Destroying me. Bonte, fire him. He disrespects the Sharks in the WNBA. And I'm thinking to myself, does she have the right person? And I just happened to be lurking in the chat at the time. And I got in the chat. I got in the chat yesterday. It's like, hold on. Nobody's disrespecting.
Wait, hold on. Was this a King's Tale?
Yes, it kind of is a King.
I'm done. You're too late. You're late on the draw. Because the story's over. So basically got into the chat. It's like...
There you go. Thank you. I love the King's Tales, by the way. That's segments of the year. That's one maybe we can add. I love the King's Tale.
Yeah.
It's a new one.
It is a new one. It is a new one. All right, let's go to the lines. Let's go to Film on Mike. Film on Mike got the bat signal. Film on Mike. What's happening?
What's up, Blood? Now, I was just loving the conversation, and I appreciate y'all for allowing me, if we going to make me the host and all that, but I got some Rob from San Bruno. I ain't going to lie. Rob be making me think. So I like Rob from San Bruno. I love Antonio in Oakland. Because he's the most optimistic
ever. He's always optimistic.
I swear, he's the most optimistic ever. He's more optimistic than Mark Willard.
Hey, film out. Whenever I screen his calls, this is how verbatim. It's Antonio in Oakland, and I think the Warriors are going to win tonight. Every time. That's it. Every time.
That's classic. At Verducci and Robin, I like Robin. She don't call as much. But I like Robin. I like the dynamic y'all have, like you and Bonte, and then her and Shasky. Like it's similar, but it's two different dynamics. It's funny. It's basically saying, Bonte, you're the black guy, and Shasky, you're a white guy. But I love that. You feel me? And you guys do it live on air. That's super cool. The last one though, Papa Shasky is the roaster of the year, man.
You know what?
Rest in peace to Papa Shasky. You got some funnies. You got some authentic moments.
Yeah.
You know what? That might not be a bad call right there. That might not. Now people are saying you, Filmo, deserve the roaster of the year.
He's being
award.
humble. He's being humble.
He's being very humble.
All right, hold on. I got to tell you guys this. This call didn't happen on your show, and it was more about what Guru did. We're pulling it right now. This call with Filmo, Mike, and Steiny and Guru.
I remember
that was all time.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
I actually went back and listened to this.
I got ready. I can play it right now.
Oh, let's play it right now. Play it.
Mike, who we got? Come on, Mike. Go get him, Mike. Get him. Filmo, Mike. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Arm strength.
Guru, what is, bro? You always bring up, this guy's 6'5". What does that mean, bro? Like,
but when did I do it?
What are we talking about?
When did I do it?
You always talk about arm strength. What is arm strength?
You said
what does that mean?
When we talked about the one thing you put mustard on passes and there's no limitations when you throw the ball. Don't call here and act like Brock Purdy is not limited. He is limited when we talk about arm strength. You acting brand new now. You know what the arm strength is. The great ones have it. You can make every throw on the field. What has gotten into you? Quit being scared, Mike, and admit Brock can't make all the throws. Joe can make them. What has gotten into you? Quit being scared. You know your quarterback is short. You know he don't have the strongest arm. And you scared. Come on, Mike, you better than that.
Bro, arm strength means nothing in the NFL.
Oh, my God.
What does it mean?
Mike, stop
it. That's the Jeff George.
Oh.
It ain't no Dan Marino's in the league right now. Ain't no John Elway. Ain't nobody. You could throw the ball hella hard. What does that mean?
But have I made a definitive statement that if you don't have a strong arm, you can't win?
Bro, you always bring up, well, this person has this benefactor over them because they're 6'5" and they got a big arm.
Right. I can't win with you, Mike. I love you to death. I can't win with you.
I mean, it's a lot of drops in there.
I almost want to play it again back to back because it was so good in real time. I was in my car listening to that, and I was like, "Wait, did I just hear that right?" So I went back on YouTube, put the Bluetooth on, and listened to it again. Oh man! Oh my gosh! That's too funny. That was a great one. That was a great one.
I kind of went with Goo though. Still, like you need somewhat of an arm.
The throw Brock Purdy had to Ricky Pearsall last week for the 46-yard touchdown. He has some mustard on that bad boy.
That's good.
He has some mustard. He has some touch, and he's right. Filmo's right. You can't just be 6'5" throwing the ball. Jeff George, Jim Druckenmiller, all these guys. Rob Johnson.
Here's a list of Super Bowl winning quarterbacks though, and more often than not, you're going to find guys with strong arms. Patrick Mahomes, Matt Stafford, Tom Brady, Nick Foles. Like Joe Flacco.
Nick Foles? You really say Nick Foles?
Nick Foles has a strong arm, though. I know what you said like that. Right. He has a strong arm, though.
All right. I mean, come on.
Was he not great in that run? I'm just saying. He's a strong arm quarterback. Peyton Manning's an exemption.
He didn't have
a strong arm.
Yep.
Russell Wilson, kind of. He threw those rainbow balls, which are always different to me. Ben Roethlisberger, strong arm.
No, really good arm.
Yeah.
Really
Eli, Underrated, I would say, when he was on his runs, but it wasn't like the zip wasn't amazing.
I hear you. Like, it helps to have a strong arm to make throws.
But especially, but I
it's
think
not the end-all, be-all.
I think specifically, it comes to play if you're on the road outdoors in like the playoffs. If you're in a cold weather situation, like Tua versus Mahomes last year was obvious, Vontae. It was a joke, right?
It was a joke.
Like, you could just see, we'll run the ball, and if I have to throw it occasionally, I'm trusting Patrick Mahomes. But if Tua can throw the ball in that negative 30-degree weather,
great.
And bringing it back to the Niners, we might have some elements for Brock Purdy coming up when that arm strength will be tested.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
In Green Bay and in Buffalo.
We're going to find out. 415 saying we can name it the Papa Shasky Roaster of the Year Award.
I love that.
I love that. We name it after Papa Shasky.
It's kind of like how they
Papa
do
Shasky Roaster of the Year Award. I love that.
Like
I love that in honor
Bill
of him.
Russell. That's awesome.
That's pretty sick. I like that. That's a great suggestion. 415. Filmo is eligible for the Lifetime Achievement Award.
That's a good one.
That's
the honorary Oscar, the honorary
Oscar.
Yeah.
Let's go to Richard Livermore. Wants to talk some Purdy here. And then we get to Antonio in Oakland. He's on the line. Oh, I can't wait to talk to Antonio. Richard Livermore, what's happening?
B, what's up, baby? Good morning.
What's up?
I've been trying to give the lines a break, dog. But you know me, when I hear the Brock Purdy haters, I got to pull the garbage truck over and get pumped up, man. It's exactly why I got the caller beef with Ron from San Bruno. Why? Because old boy never gives Brock Purdy credit. So let me cook for a minute for the haters out there, all right? Check it out. Of course he ain't going to have the numbers as last year because he ain't had the full squad. He ain't had his soldiers out there, right? When you got your whole squad, you build momentum and you roll. Brock Purdy, mind you, got 2,400 yards right now, all right? 12 touchdowns with 7 interceptions, all right? What does Mahomes have? Mahomes got 2,200 yards, okay, with 9 interceptions and the same amount of touchdowns. Why?
I don't think anyone said Rich.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him cook.
No one said Patrick Mahomes is having a better season than Brock Purdy. No one has said that on the show.
But this is the thing. Everyone hates on Brock. It's always Brock Sanders' name. But the boy is doing his job, man. Every week has been different, bro. It's been no Ayuk, no Debo, no Pearsall. Like, he has not had his soldiers, okay? So when he has his full squad and he builds it up, that's how you get momentum and ball out, right? The same way Pat Mahomes has not balled out, man. So everybody got to stop it. I had to call Guru's show yesterday and call Steiny Mr. Ray Rattle because he was so negative, giving Brock Purdy a 7 on the season. Come on, bro, a 7? The man's at 8.5 right now, man, all right? And trust me, the rest of this season, he's going to ball out. I ain't worried about Buffalo. I ain't worried about none of them because they know during this time, it's game time. If they want to get in and make it, they're going to push hard.
Give me that.
These teams, baby. Let them know.
Let's go, Rich.
Friday,
Let us go, Rich. Tell him, Rich. That's what I'm talking about. He knows what's up. Don't get confused by the facts. That's it. Don't get confused by the facts.
What does that even mean?
What it means is the facts are what Rich just said. Ricky Pearsall working himself in hell. We look like that's a massive development moving forward. Ricky Pearsall. This guy don't look like the way he ran routes last week. That wasn't a rookie running routes.
Slick Rick.
That wasn't a rookie running routes last week. Slick Rick is here. He's arrived, folks. He has arrived. Juwan Jennings, third and Juwan, the plays he made last week playing the X position. Debo's fire last week. We're going to look back at that moment, Debo, with the chop to Tabor Pepper's neck. We're going to look back at that moment saying, you know what? That could be a moment that changed this season. The fire for Debo's team was saying, damn it, we got to have this game.
Going at the long
We have to have it. Brock's throw you know what? I'm with Rich. Come on, man. Don't let the facts confuse you. Brock Purdy's him. It's okay to say it. Brock Purdy is him.
Him?
He is him.
We've jumped the shark on that phrase first and foremost because when guys like Austin Reeves are saying, I'm him, we need to relax. Brock Purdy isn't, whatever the hell that means. There's only one him in the NFL. His name is Patrick freaking Mahomes. All right? He's him.
Brock Purdy's him for this team.
Everyone else
Brock
is
Purdy's
them.
him for the 49ers.
Brock Purdy's bringing him back.
He's here for the 49ers. George Kittle.
Fine.
The will to win from Brock Purdy and George Kittle last week in Tampa Bay. Resiliency. What I say all the time, Spadoni, buckle up. It's okay to have a little turbulence. Let's see what type of character this team has. And you know what? I saw great character last week. I saw a great character from the kicker, Jake Moody. I saw a great character from Brock Purdy. I saw a great character from Juwan Jennings cutting inside to get an extra 5 to 10 yards to set Jake Moody up. Oh, I loved it. Ricky Pearsall, 2 catches on the final drive, the 46-yard catch and run in the first quarter. Oh, injected all into my veins, Madone. And Christian McCaffrey. There was no limitations to his game last week, and he's back. As long as those Achilles hold up, this offense is going to cook, Spadone. They're going to cook. The red zone issues will go away soon. So
I just don't know why people are freaking out that Brock Purdy is just not having he's not having the year that a lot of people thought he was going to have, which is okay. It's still good, but he just hasn't, why are we getting so sensitive about me just saying he hasn't met expectations this year? Rich literally said I'm a hater because of it. But that's a hater saying he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL this year? Stop. It's okay. It's not, he's going to get paid. If he's your guy, then he's your guy. Then you believe him, and it's okay. It's fine if he's not having his greatest year. He needs to be better than he is right now if they want to win a Super Bowl. Can you agree with that?
Well, last week. What did he do last week? He was stepping in the right direction, right?
Step in the right direction.
Step in the right direction.
Has his play been good enough this year for the 49ers to win a Super Bowl?
Probably not.
No.
Probably not, but that's okay.
He's got time to make it up.
But look, in the gotta-have-them games this year, was Seattle a gotta-have-a game? Thursday Night Football. Was that a gotta-have-a game? It was a gotta-have-a game. And what Brock did? He threw for 3 touchdown passes and no picks. 18-28, 255. That's what he did in that game, and he scrambled his ass off for first downs. That was a gotta-have-it game. Was the Dallas Cowboys a gotta-have-it game?
Yes.
Oh, yes, it was. And what did he do in that one? Scrambled for 56 yards, and he threw for 260 and another touchdown. Was last Sunday a gotta-have-it game? It was, coming out the bye week. It was a gotta-have-it game. And he threw for 353 and 2 touchdowns and led him on the game-winning drive with one time. And it was perfectly executed, the entire drive. So you know what? He's getting better as the team is getting healthier. Yes, the quarterback needs his weapons. Go look at Baker Mayfield. Go ask him. And 650 Cupcast business right. If the special teams did hold up all year, we'd be having a different conversation. They'd be 7-2. We talk about, do they need home field or not? Just saying.
If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Here you go.
Shout out Lonio. It's all right. Brock has enough time to turn around this season for the 49ers. I've just been skeptical of his play this season. That's all I'm saying. And you know what? Patrick Mahomes, to Rich's point, has not had a great season. Brock's had a better season than Patrick Mahomes. But you know what's the difference between Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy? I saw Patrick Mahomes do it last year and won in the Super Bowl.
I know.
And his best weapon was an old man Travis Kelce and a rookie named Rashee Rice and a rookie named Isaiah Pacheco. That's what he did.
Bonte, before I pass you this, let's get legal.
Second year, I guess, was Pacheco.
Listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I'll ask Antonio in Oakland. Hey, Antonio in Oakland, is Brock Purdy playing well enough to win the Super Bowl right now? What up, Antonio?
He just has to play a tiny bit better. But I think he is, though, man. Like, has he played bad? No, but he's made a lot of plays, man. Like, that play to Kittle, man. And then, like, he has underrated short area quickness, man, and very great accuracy. He's getting better and better, man. So his third year, he's going to be in the MVP convo. I'm not saying he's going to be better than Lamar and win over him, though, but he'll be right there, man. I think he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. That's my opinion. Shout out to Phil Mo Mike for that shout out. I'm a Bay Area native. Yeah, man, just like
you might get an award, Antonio. Antonio, you might be the roaster of the year. You're in the conversation.
Thank you. I love it. Heck, let's have a little award show. Why not?
Why not? Hey, you're gonna come to? Hey, we're gonna have an award show out and about. You coming?
Yes, I'll be there.
We're probably gonna have some free grub, some free drinks. I don't know. It's gonna be big, Antonio. You know how we do it. We do it big out here in the Bay. Real quick, who you feel better about, the Warriors or the Niners right now?
I feel better about the Warriors just by about 1% more. I believe in both teams.
See, you're like me. I believe in both teams too. Why can't we believe in both?
That's not the question.
Why do we have to pick an either or? You know, like we go to Baskin Robbins, like, you want vanilla or strawberry? I want both. I like them both.
Yeah, but you got to feel better about one more than the other. I like strawberry more than I like vanilla.
I like them both mixed up. It's good. It's nice little balance. I like balance in my life.
Stephen Curry's not playing quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm like the Cleveland Cavaliers right now. I like balance. Okay. I like.
You're Thanos. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. By the way, Brock Purdy in MVP odds currently, DraftKings. He has the 8th best MVP odds.
Not bad.
Plus 2,200. Can you name the 7 players above him, Bonte?
I'll name them right now.
Lamar
Jackson.
Favorite. Minus 110 currently.
Josh Allen.
Yep, number 2 at plus 350.
Jalen Hurts.
Yep, he's the 4th best odds at plus 1,200. They're doing MVP odds currently. Brock Purdy, 8th.
Joe Burrow's on this list?
Joe Burrow is on the list. He is number 6 at plus 2,000.
Wow, so that's 4. So, all right, so I got 3 more to name?
Correct. Missing number 3, number 5, and number 7 with the odds.
Number 3, number 5, and number 7. Is Justin Herbert on this list?
He's not.
Oh, okay.
Number
all right.
3.
All right, blew that one. There's nobody from Green Bay because they're not healthy.
No.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray. He has the 5th best odds at plus 1,500.
Okay.
So number 7 and number 3.
Number 5.
Is Kirk Cousins on this list?
Kirk Cousins is not.
Okay.
On this list. He's at plus 4,000. He's the lowest down.
I'm missing 2 guys.
Think of the best teams in the NFL.
Patrick Mahomes is on this
Correct.
list?
He has the 3rd best odds at plus
Really?
750.
He's not having a great year.
He's not.
That's a joke. Jaden Daniels?
No, he's on the outside looking in. He's right past Brock. With that performance yesterday, he drops down to plus
I said Josh Allen.
Not mention a guy that is a Bay Area native.
Jared Goff?
Yep.
He's up to 5
2,000.
picks. I thought about that.
Yep.
Wow.
But that record with the Lions, I think he's
Derrick Henry's not on that list?
It's pretty surprising, right?
Yeah,
Derrick
that's a
Henry's
joke.
at plus 5,000.
It's a disrespect to running backs.
But
it really
he's got,
is.
I mean, Lamar's had an incredible
He
year,
is.
too.
Lamar's going to win it. Lamar's, oh my gosh.
Third MVP.
This might be Lamar's year.
He's going back to back.
Might be Lamar's year. We got 4 down territory, right? Let's get to 4 down territory. We're a little late on that. Let's get to 4 down territory.
I love this segment, by the way. This is honestly, we're doing the segments. This is my favorite segment. It's anywhere football related, Sam. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Let's start off with
First Down.
So, guys, a couple weeks ago, we did some grades for the Niners. You know, we grade the quarterback, the receivers, the D linemen, all that stuff. There is one group that I think we kind of forgot to give grades for, and that's the rookie class. What's your grade for this current crop of 49ers rookies so far this season?
I give him A+. Ronaldo Green's coming on. He's getting a lot of snaps. Dominic Pooney. I mean, have we said anything about him? When you don't talk about offensive linemen, that's a good thing. It's like not talking about referees after an NBA game. Dominic Pooney's been awesome. Rookie right guard out of Kansas has been awesome. Haven't heard a peep about him. Tatum Bethune, I think, is going to be a player soon. And then you got the Jacob Cowing. Now, Jacob Cowing's had a mixed bag on a punt team. Punt return fumble against the Rams. They recovered it. The muff punt last week wasn't entirely his fault. But you know what? This rookie class right now is really, really good. Spinoni, I'm giving them A+.
I mean, are you kidding? When you get contributions from all of these guys, it means you nailed it. Like, you're looking for at least 1 or 2.
Yep.
And then that could be sustainable for years to come. What do you get? First round pick, Ricky Pearsall.
Yep.
Making plays. Second round pick, Ronaldo Green. Making plays. Third round pick, Dominic Pooney. Been one of the best guards, even as a rookie in the NFL. Round 4, Malik Mustafa. Makes plays. Round 4, Isaac Garendo. You had to lean on him for a little bit. Now Christian McCaffrey's back, but you got depth there now. Going back to the Warriors' depth. All of these guys, dare I say, we might be looking at the best draft class the 49ers have had under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
It's possible.
Pure depth-wise, how could you not? It's unbelievable, really. Now, is that going to rear its ugly head as, inexperience goes on and on? But hell, they're just getting more experience by week by week by week. And Ricky Pearsall, that's the guy right now, your first-round pick.
I think it's,
a lot of people were like, huh? That guy?
Well, I see it now. I'm expecting a big one from him this Sunday against the Seattle Seahawks. By the way, Dick Fan, KJR Radio in Seattle. He's going to join us in about 13 minutes to talk some Seahawks Niners.
Right. Yeah, I'm also going to give this rookie class an A because it's just up and down the board. It's been just great performances all around. Dominic Pooney, man.
What a stud.
He's just, the only time we talk about him is to praise him. So
Second down.
All right, guys. So the NFL was in Germany this last weekend for that super exciting Giants-Panthers game that we all woke up for.
That's a terrible game.
So the UK, Germany, Mexico, Canada, and Brazil, they've all hosted NFL games. What country should be next on the list of places the NFL goes to?
Let's go to Africa. Let's go to Africa.
Just the
Plus the
continent?
rains.
Just the continent of Africa?
Do you want to go to Dubai? Play a
Am I
football
right,
game?
Cup?
Well, Josh Harris might. Owner of the Washington Commanders.
Yeah,
Bob
no,
Myers, by the way, sitting next to him yesterday. You see Bob?
I did see Big Bob. Can we go to Tokyo?
I'm not mad at that.
They played preseason games in Tokyo, early 90s. The Niners went out there a couple times, and that's where Terrell Davis got discovered, I think, for the Denver Broncos. He made a big play on special teams.
The time zone has to be a factor. I feel like Tokyo might be a little tough.
Ooh, I like this. 408, Comcast Business Text Line. How about Samoa? Think about how many NFL players come from there.
That would be a good one, actually.
Cool.
And then you get all the singing and all the dancing. You get the hockey dance. Oh, yeah.
Or New Zealand, too. You can also do that as well.
Yeah,
I mean, the dream scenario with Gladiator 2 coming out, guys, it's Rome. It's the Coliseum, baby.
Can they retrofit the Coliseum for that one?
I think they can.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think they're going to pull that off.
Coliseum and drop it there, and you got it.
I don't think that's
I
happening.
think that Coliseum's going to last longer than our Coliseum.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
It's third down.
All right, guys, so you know when every week you see that graphic of, the playoff positions, and then you see those teams that are in the hunt. Currently, right now, the teams that are in the hunt, in the AFC, Colts, Bengals, Dolphins. In the NFC, Niners, Bears, Rams, Seahawks, Bucks. Of those teams, which of those teams is the best bet to make the playoffs of those teams that are in the hunt? I'm going to take the Niners off the board for this one just so we can't give a homer answer.
So, go ahead, Spadone.
Okay, we'll start with the AFC real quick. I'll do
Colts,
that.
Bengals, Dolphins.
Yeah, I go Bengals. I just, with how well their quarterback's been playing, they've been in almost every single game that they've played. I don't think much of the Colts. They're in shambles. That's Shane Steichen doesn't know what he's doing with the quarterback positions. They're going back to Anthony Richardson after going to Joe Flacco for God knows why. Denver Broncos, that was a gut punch loss for them last week where they felt like they should have won, blocked kick there late. Bo Nix has been okay. I just don't think their offense is good enough. I like where the Chargers are at, but if there's a team that's going to make a surge here, I think it is the Cincinnati Bengals. And then in the NFC, listen, it's the Rams or it's the Niners. And I think
Niners off the board.
Oh, Niners off the board. But I'm saying it's the Rams or the Niners. So if I can't take the Niners,
you're taking the Rams.
I'll take the Rams there. I don't think much of the Seahawks and not Tampa Bay either.
Nah, nor the Bears. I'm gonna take Rams and I'll take Bengals. Even though we're gonna learn a lot about the Bengals this Sunday night in LA against the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh. Nobody's talking about Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. And I'll give Justin Herbert some credit. He's starting to play better and better and better under Jim Harbaugh, Ladd McConkey. They got something brewing down there in Charger land, and that's a real defense. So Sunday, we're going to find out a lot about it. Yeah. But for now, I'll take Bengals and Rams.
Yeah, so I'm going to go Bengals there. Colts with Anthony Richardson, it's just not happening. Dolphins are just total doo-doo right now. NFC, I'm going to go Bucks. There you get Mike Evans back soon. I think that's still a very good football team, and they're in a division that I think is very winnable for them. So finally,
fourth down.
Guys, in order for one of these in the hunt teams to make the playoffs, one of the teams that are currently in playoff position have to miss the playoffs.
Ooh.
What team in playoff position right now will not be in the playoffs?
Oh, I'm going to go with, I can't believe I'm going to do this after arguing with Shasky so much about it. I'll go Commanders and Broncos out of the playoffs. Commanders, Broncos out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not a believer in the Broncos either. I think the Steelers, Steelers are going to win that division. They're locked up. Texans, by virtue of just their division as well, I think they're just going to win. Colts aren't going to do anything. Titans aren't going to do anything. So I'd have to go the Broncos as well. And then in the NFC, I need to see a little bit more with the Cardinals.
Okay.
I need to see a little bit more with the Cardinals.
That's fair.
I think once they start crowning, Kyler Murray in the MVP conversation.
That's fair.
Let's see it. Let's see
That's
it before.
fair. The Cardinals is a good one. That's a good call.
I'm agree with you guys on the Broncos there. I think they're just there because someone has to be the 7th seed in the AFC right now. In the NFC, I think the Falcons are going to fall apart down the stretch. I think the Bucs are going to come in and they're going to steal that division away from them. The Falcons will be watching the playoffs from home.
Don't forget, Bucs are 2 games behind the Falcons. However, the Falcons swept the Buccaneers, so they have the tiebreaker.
Like 3 games.
Yeah,
really.
so the Falcons have to really choke. All right, Dick Fan from KJR in Seattle. That was 4 down territory right here on the Morning Roast. We got one last segment to go. Dick Fan, we'll get a Seattle perspective on what's going on with them, How confident are they in coming down to Levi Stadium and trying to get a win here to keep their season alive? Dick Fain, KJR Radio in Seattle, coming up. He's a friend of the program, and that'll be brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
One more segment. Flown by.
I'm having a meltdown. Darnie, you're more like me than you think you are.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
I am a roaster for life. Also a pre-gamer for life, baby. Shout out to Pregame Show Monday through Friday with myself, Joe Spadoni, as I do a shameless plug here on a Football Friday.
What time's that show?
5 a.m. Monday through Friday.
I'm usually asleep at 5.
You are, but you usually catch the last 30 minutes, and something I say usually pisses you off, so you turn it right back off. You're in your car.
You just tend to piss me off.
That's just what I do. Lubman, myself, Shasky.
You guys do piss me off a lot. I don't know why.
It's called creative tension.
It is creative tension. I don't know why you guys like to get under my skin. No wonder you like BPA so much.
You should love me, Bonte. I'm high on the Warriors this year. You've been listening.
You know what? I'm not even going to lie.
He's miserable.
That's how you know I'll front.
Kinda.
I'm not going to front.
And I was worried.
I don't follow BP on Twitter. It was too much. He's freaking out about Nick Sorensen in the second quarter. He's freaking out about the Warriors. What is this?
Too much for me.
It feels like I'm at a rave. What is this? This is like 80s or something, huh?
Yeah, I think it's Madonna.
Is it Madonna? It's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just like doing it like, it feels like Richard Simmons, rest in peace. Is it Richard Simmons? Used to do like the workout videos?
Yeah, the jazzercising.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just doing one of those. Like,
okay.
Hey. Woo. Hey. Yeah.
I'm going to get you some Richard Simmons outfits that you can rock if you'd like, Bonte.
Yeah.
You're going to pull something. You need to, please sit down. You're going to hurt yourself before Dick Fan comes out here. All right? Of the Softy and Dick Show.
Softy and Dick Show.
One of the
KJR.
greatest names of all time. You okay? You a little winded after that? That was some legit cardio you just did. Are you being ready to interview yet or what, dude?
Endurance is a problem right now. In more ways than one.
You're going to be breathing heavy into the mic this whole time. Have you ever had that, by the way, if you're late to, and we'll get to Dick Fan here in a second. Have you ever been late, like, and you had to run to the microphone and you're legit out of breath? It's so hard. It's so hard. Within the first 2 minutes, let's hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say through the window yesterday.
408. I don't know what was worse. This or Bonte dance a post game.
I thought you guys were fine.
Did you like the dances?
I did.
With the
traditional
Cameroonians? Cool. They were good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hold on 1 second. Spadoni. It's time. It's time to go behind enemy lines.
Oh, my God. Underrated movie, by the way, with Owen Wilson. Behind Enemy Lines. Gene Hackman.
By the way, Marcus in Richmond probably texted us 510. Bonte's not going for 15 minutes if you know what Marcus in Richmond means. Marcus Richmond said all you need is 11 minutes.
As I've gotten older, I don't think he's wrong.
I don't think he's wrong either. One guy who's always wrong. He's always wrong. And I was on their show yesterday. The Softy and Dick Show. KJR up in Seattle. It's the best show, probably on the West Coast. I'm not going to lie. Those guys are good. I'll say that now. Wait, Dick's on the line. Hey, Dick, you guys suck up there in Seattle. Good morning to you. As we welcome in Dick Fan on the River Islands guest line on 95.7 The Game. All guests appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Dick, meet Joe Spadoni. He's in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher Boy.
Joey, what's up, man? How are you? I got a brother named Joey, so I love all Joeys.
There you go. Joey, see, that's a brother. Joe, like, he could call me Joey, but if like Bonte tried to call me Joey, I'm not feeling that.
Yeah, we don't really get along. I work with a Raider fan right now, man. He's a diehard Raider fan, and he's like,
how do you bring that up? Like,
I'm bringing it up because he brings all the truth to as I'm trying to be a homer, Dick, to the 49ers and the Warriors, he has to come rein in my parade and be objective.
Well, Dick, the Niners fans don't know how good they've had it over the years. They're spoiled, and they're 5-4 right now, and the sky's falling, and Brock Purdy, oh my God, they don't know how good they have it.
Well, we have a lot of sympathizers with the Raiders up in the Pacific Northwest because there's a lot of Gardner Minshew fans. I mean, every Cougar thinks Gardner Minshew walks on water, and every Husky, likes him too because we just kicked his ass in the Apple Cup in the snow. So, I mean, there's no hate towards Gardner Minshew. I mean, I'm with the Raiders. I can pull with you.
He stinks, by the way.
There you go.
Go ahead.
There you go. It's not right. What about Gino? Do they feel the same way about Gino right now, Dick?
No, I think there's still some. I think there's still some stragglers out there with Geno, but really, my opinion on Geno hasn't wavered too much. I mean, Geno Smith is what he is. He is the 12th to 16th best starting quarterback in the NFL, and sometimes he looks closer to the 20th. Sometimes he looks closer to the 8th. But that's what the 12th to 16th best quarterback in the NFL looks like, right? He doesn't always look like a mediocre quarterback. Anytime you have something that's average, sometimes they look great, like he did against Atlanta, absolutely shredding the Falcons. And it seems like every time Geno goes into a dome, whether it's Atlanta, Detroit, New Orleans, go look at those three cities. Geno puts up like 75% completion percentage and about a 130 passer rating every single time. The problem is we don't play in a dome anymore. I mean, if we played in the Kingdom, maybe Geno would be the best quarterback in the NFL, but we don't play in a dome anymore. And he comes home, and all of a sudden, I mean, the Seahawks can't win. The Seahawks lost 4 games in 27 days at Lumen Field.
Wow.
4 games in 27 days. I had to go back and look at how many days it's been since the Huskies lost 4 games at home. It was over 1,000 days that the Huskies lost at home. It was 4 times. It was 27 days and 4 losses for the Seahawks. And Geno Smith was a major reason for that in a couple of those games.
Well, is the Kings? Hold on, real quick. Is the Kingdom still around? Or you guys blew that place up?
Oh, we blew it up. The Kingdom, Lumen Field sits there where the Kingdom is.
Oh, really?
The exact same burial ground that the Kingdom was built on.
I had no idea. Wow.
That home run from Mark McGuire still traveling over through Seattle.
That's right. That's right. Off of Randy Johnson.
That's right.
You better believe
it. You guys had Mike Holmgren on your station, Dick. Was it on your show, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right. He comes on all the shows, but yes, he was on our show yesterday.
And he said that he thinks Geno Smith is going to get a new contract from the Seahawks. Would you be surprised by that?
Boy, if it's something in the range of what we saw this last time, which was, it was reported as, something bigger than it actually was. It was really $25 million a year. If he gets just the inflationary raise upon $25 million a year for a couple of seasons, I don't think that is anything that's going to break the bank, and at least makes you competitive at the quarterback position if you have no other answer. And right now they really have no other answer unless you think, Sam Howell is going to magically be better than Geno Smith. He certainly wasn't in training camp. So I think that's really up in the air right now. What I would do if I was the Seahawks, I would play Geno next year under the final year of his deal, similar to what the Cowboys did with Dak Prescott, right? I mean, or look like they were going to do with Dak Prescott. Play him under the last year of his deal, draft the quarterback, get your succession plan, and have Geno Smith teach that guy as he has a year, kind of like what Atlanta's doing with Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix. Now, I think Penix should play next year and not wait 2 or 3 years to play in Atlanta, but that would be the ideal scenario. That way you're not breaking the bank in the future, and you've given a year to a guy, so you're not just throwing a rookie out to the wolves with what should be a pretty good team by the time 2026 comes around.
Talking to Dick Fain here on the Morning Roast, 96.9 KGR radio host up in Seattle. And Dick, I think you've said it on this show. I don't know if you said it multiple times, but you've definitely said in the past that you're hoping that the 49ers make Brock Purdy the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Are you still thinking that? Are you still hoping they do that? Break off that chunk for him?
Oh yeah, I saw a number. I saw a number with our friend Michael Giannitti of Spotrac the other day, which said $62.5 million average annual value, and literally Christmas came early for me, guys. and that's not to say that Brock Purdy is not a good quarterback. He's a better quarterback than Geno Smith, not a massively better quarterback than Geno Smith. He's in that next tier above Geno Smith, but he's certainly not in that tier of the 5 or 6 quarterbacks that we all know that are in tier number 1. And those, in my opinion, are the only quarterbacks that should be paid that type of money. The Lamar Jacksons, the Josh Allens, the Joe Burrows, the Patrick Mahomes, those are the guys that should be paid that type of money because they are transcendent quarterbacks. They are quarterbacks that can win you football games. Brock Purdy and Geno Smith can win football games, but they can't win you football games if everything else is crumbling around them. Patrick Mahomes, as we've seen on multiple occasions, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, everything can be crumbling around them, and they find ways to win football games and win playoff games. Brock Purdy and Geno Smith are not that, even though I will give Brock Purdy the edge over Geno.
Yeah, a big edge, Dick. A big edge because...
But not a big enough edge to pay him $62 million a year, bro.
It is what it is, the money, and we'll see how that plays out here. But Brock Purdy's been pretty damn good. Fourth quarter special last week as well against Tampa Bay. But I want to ask you about the head coach who came over from the Baltimore Ravens. I expected a lot more from the defense. Obviously, you guys don't have the same pieces as Baltimore. But how would you, if you had to give Mike McDonald a grade, what would that grade be so far for his first season with the Seattle Seahawks?
Straight up C. It is just, I'm giving him time. Our guy Hugh Millen, who's our NFL expert on the station, he continually points out what Mike McDonald did in his first half of his first year with Baltimore. And then his second half of the first year with Baltimore, and it was night and day. I mean, they were right around 20th in yards allowed, points allowed after his first 8-9 games with Baltimore. Second half of the season, they were the number one defense in the NFL. So we started to see that. What I'm really interested to see, I'm interested to see how the Seahawks defense plays on Sunday more than I am the Seahawks offense, because I want to answer the question, did the Seahawks truly take a step on defense their last game against the Rams, where they looked really good? Mm-hmm. I mean, they held the Rams to 17 points. They looked really good after getting embarrassed by Buffalo. They turned it around and looked excellent on defense against the Rams. Now, the 49ers present a tougher offensive problem than the Rams do, but if they can look as good as they did against the Rams and maybe hold the 49ers in that mid-20s range, I've got some hope that this defense might be turning the corner, and at least it gives the Seahawks offense a chance to win the game. I don't think the Seahawks win the game, but if the defense can hold them around 24-27, at least you're going to have a chance at the end of the game to pull off a victory.
When you look at this 49ers team, Dick, who do you circle out? I know it might not be Brock Purdy, but who is on this team right now, offensively, defensively, that you're most concerned about heading into this matchup Sunday at Levi's?
I'm actually going to say, defensively, and I don't even know if he's playing. You can tell me, Nick Bosa. I mean, the Seahawks tackles, we've got Abe Lucas hopefully coming back on the right side for the first time, but he's not going to be 100%. He's going to be a rusty right tackle. There's no question about that. Charles Cross on the left side has not been as advertised, but he's still in a better than average left tackle. The middle of that offensive line has been an absolute disaster this season. Both guard spots and the center spot have been a disaster. I'm sure you've seen on SportsCenter, how many times Connor Williams snaps the ball over Geno Smith's head. It's become like a weekly occurrence. But Connor Williams, I don't think, is playing this week. Looks like he's going to be banged up, so that might be a blessing for the Seahawks. But Nick Bosa on the defensive end, if he's playing. And then George Kittle just finds his way into the Seahawks secondary every single time they play. Even in the LOB era, man, George Kittle would take on Cam Chancellor and give him problems. So, I mean, that is a nightmare matchup. It always has been for the Seahawks.
You know what? You mentioned Nick Bosa, and he dominated that Thursday night game, set the tone on the first 3 plays of the game against the run and the pass, and we were begging for Nick Bosa to kind of step up here as the highest paid defensive player of football. So you're right about that. De'Amon Lenore now at corner, and Travis Ward will not play, and he's had some success against DK Metcalf. Now, from what I'm hearing up there, Dick, DK is going to play this Sunday, right?
Yes, and I believe, didn't Ward miss the last game against the Seahawks?
He played. Did he miss the last game Thursday night?
Oh, he was a late scratch.
He was a late scratch. He was a late scratch on game day. You're exactly right. Renardo Green was playing, the rookie out of Florida State. He had that pick against DK Metcalf on the over route when Seattle was trying to make a comeback down 23-17. You're right about that. So just DK, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Tyler Lockett. I don't know. Maybe it's the quarterback, Dick, but I did have high expectations for this trio because I think Jackson Smith and Jigba could be a superstar in this league. What about this receiving core, as well as Noah Fant, who I don't think is going to play this Sunday?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to either. JSN is going to be a star in this league, and he's starting to break out now. He's one of those dynasty fantasy league guys. You got to trade for him this year because he's going to end up being a number one wide receiver in this league. He's very, very good. I think the problems with the offense are twofold. One, the offensive line, and two, the play calling by Ryan Grubb. I mean, Ryan Grubb came from a Washington Husky offense that had the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line for best in the country, and Michael Penix with Rome Odunze, Jalen Polk, and Jalen McMillan.
Yep.
I mean, So, and a pretty darn good running back in Dylan Johnson. So what would he do? He'd play action. He'd drop Michael Penix back. Penix could sit back in the pocket for 5 seconds all day long and wait for those receivers to develop downfield, those routes to develop downfield, and then he threw with the greatest accuracy maybe of anybody in college football, not named Jalen Daniels, and maybe he was even better than Jaden Daniels last year. Some would say he was, and yet he's trying to bring some of that offense here. They can't get the run game going because of the offensive line. Ken Walker's an excellent back. They haven't been able to get him on track. And then Geno Smith just holds the ball way too long. The offensive line, and Hugh broke this down for us, the offensive line, when they block the first 2.5 seconds, they're actually kind of middle of the road in pass protection. But when they have to hold their blocks more than 2.5 seconds, they're the worst in the league. And Geno Smith is part of the reason for that, because the plays are late developing. Geno does not like to get the ball out of his hands quickly. Watch that on Sunday. Is Geno Smith zipping the ball around quickly, or are you seeing deep developing routes? If you're seeing deep developing routes on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, is going to be a long day for the Seahawk offense.
Talking to Dick Fain here, 96.9 KGR Radio in Seattle. One more for you, Dick, real quick. How do you see this NFC West shaking out here? Cardinals, are they for real? The Rams just had an ugly loss at home against the Dolphins. Niners, I think a lot of people are still expecting them to break out of this funk with Christian McCaffrey coming back now. But how do you see this whole thing shaking out in the NFC West?
I do see the Niners breaking out. I think they're the best team. I'll reserve judgment. I've seen the Rams a lot more than I've seen the Cardinals, so I'll reserve judgment a little bit on the Cardinals. The Seahawks played them 2 of the next 3 weeks, so I'll get a really good beat on what the Cardinals look like by the end of this month. The Rams don't impress me much. They really don't. They didn't impress me against the Seahawks a couple weeks ago, even though they won up here. They certainly didn't impress me against the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football. So I think the Rams and the Seahawks are battling for 3rd and 4th. And, and I think eventually San Francisco will pull away from Arizona. But, you got to get that engine revved up, right? At some point, the Niners have to get the engine started. And this would be a perfect opportunity against a rival in Seattle that has never beaten them with Geno Smith as the quarterback. And he knows that. He was asked that yesterday. There's a big article written by Greg Bell in the Tacoma News-Tribune how Geno Smith understands he has got a big goose egg in his career in the win column against San Francisco, and he's going to try to change that on Sunday. I don't know if he can. I mean, he's got the talent to,
right?
But I don't know if he has the it factor to. That's the thing lacking with Geno Smith, and also the help around him. He's got to get that run game going, which doesn't have anything to do with him. So he needs help from that offensive line.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to that wild card game when it was 20-17, or was it 23-17, where the Niners forced a fumble late third quarter, and the game just kind of snowballed for. But he was playing well up until that point, Geno. So
remember, Seahawks were up at halftime.
17-16.
Yeah, they were ahead at halftime. I was like, holy crap, what's going on here?
Yeah, no, we were shook at Levi Stadium, that's for sure.
I got that field goal right there at half. Yep. Penalty.
We were shook. We were shook. Don't tell Softy that. By the way, what's Softy doing right now? Should I have made him call in knowing that Butcher wasn't in? I know they have some beef.
He's got a long day. We got college football tonight here. So we got UCLA tonight at 6 o'clock on Fox. So I'm going to be doing they got me working anyway. I'll be doing the 12 to 2 show, and then Softy comes on at 2 and for the pregame show leading up to kickoff.
And you guys had the Kraken last night as well, right? They work the hell out of you.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, my job at the Kraken last night was to sit in the suite and drink Tito's and with a client. It was heavy. It was heavy lifting.
Wow.
It was hard for me. I'm a little sore after it this morning, but I think I'll get over it.
Hey, Dick, is the entire state of Washington rooting against Alabama football? Because what Kalen DeBoer leaving you guys and going over there?
Yes, with one notable exception. If we get Kalen DeBoer against Dan Lanning again, we are all buying Crimson Tide jerseys.
Wow. I love
that. Real quick, and now you got me going here because even though our college football teams stink down here and it's not that big as it once was with Stanford and Cal or whatnot, but we're huge. They were fun for a second. Stanford was fun for a second, but I'm a huge college football fan. I try to go to one bowl game every single year, and last year was the Rose Bowl with Michigan and Bama. How are Husky fans adapting to the Big Ten? Because I think it's a cool concept, but I do miss the old school Pac-10 West Coast football. How are you guys adapting to Big Ten football, the culture in the Big Ten?
It's hard. I think what's hurting the Huskies is just their lines of scrimmage. Unfortunately for the Dogs, their weaknesses are on both lines of scrimmage. They got plenty of skill guys, right? They got West Coast skill guys coming out the gazoo, but they've got a tough time handling Big Ten running attacks on the defensive line. and they're having a tough time, even with a really good running back in Jonah Coleman, they're having a tough time establishing the run on the offensive line against the Penn States of the world. Now, they were able to beat Michigan. That was a big win this year. That was cool. They were able to beat USC, an old Pac-12 rival. So, today's a big game. This makes them bowl eligible if they win today. I think they get it done against UCLA because they've been very good at home. In fact, they haven't lost. How about this, guys? The Huskies have not lost at home since Jimmy Lake was the head coach.
Damn.
Kalen DeBoer never lost at home, and Jed Fish has never lost at home. They're going for 20 straight home wins tonight against UCLA.
I got to visit that place. That's a tough place to play. It always has been, man. Right there on the lake, man. It's a lot of fun. All right, man. You're a lot better than Softy. Tell Softy he sucks, and, you carry the show. We know who is the straw that stirs that drink up there. KJR in Seattle. It's Dick Fan, baby. Hey, thanks for always coming on with us, Dick. We appreciate it.
All right. No problem. Anytime, guys. We'll see you.
All right, man. Dick Fan, KJR Radio in Seattle, 96.9.
Dick Fan guy.
Yeah. You just couldn't help yourself.
I just said I enjoy his work.
You just couldn't help yourself.
Stop. Get your mind out of the gutter.
You couldn't help yourself.
God,
you stretched that big out.
Relax.
You stretched it out for a reason. Pause.
I'm not Chris Townsend.
# pause.
I'm not Chris Townsend stretching out Austin Gale Pro Football Focus, all right?
Stretch it.
I don't even know. I think he's at the Ringer now. But anyways.
Stretch Lab.
There you go. Stretch Lab. We love Stretch Lab. Bonte, my back is getting tight right now.
Get down there. Get down there. Let's see my girl Allie's on. Come on. She's down there.
Don't go Richard Simmons with me again.
Hey, I'm feeling good here. Let's go.
Please
Come on, Carter. Touch some toes, man. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Come on, baby. I'm feeling good today, right, Carter? Hitting that gym. Let's go. Let's go.
Are you hitting the gym?
No, I'm feeling like Pat McAfee standing up.
Actually?
Don't make me come out. I'll come out with the TikTok right now. I got the TikTok.
Have you been hitting the gym?
ACT. I'll win. Action. We want action. ACT. I'll win.
Dude.
You need to go out there with Ches with, what is it, the Gold Rush they call it? The red and gold cheerleaders?
Yeah, the Hardwood Classics.
Okay.
Hardwood Classics, like Festival, right?
Okay.
Let's go. I'm feeling good. Nobody has the best dancer at the station is Sam Lubman, hands down.
Well, he was, again, back to Stephen Langford's wedding. Nice guy Stephen, formerly the pregame show.
Hands down, Lubman's got the best moves. He was moving.
He was cutting a rug.
Miami turned his ass out. Yep. I'm telling you, Miami turned him out.
Got to warm up into it, but yeah.
He also wanted to know when the food is being served and asked Stephen directly.
Did he really? Are you that guy?
Did I
have to be that guy?
He did.
I don't remember asking that at all.
You are that guy.
Too much after.
Oh my gosh!
Goes up to the groom and bride. What are we eating,
dude? That is embarrassing.
I don't remember doing that at all.
You should feel embarrassed. Yeah, I mean that is just.
I actually kind of respected it because we all think it, but we just are too afraid to ask it because we're not supposed to.
He's got to be that guy. He's got to be that guy.
See, I don't even remember doing that, so I don't even know if I can speak
he's
to
having
it.
a great time. That's what that means.
That's what that means. No, everybody does.
Yeah, you gave me a ride home that night. You remember?
I did give him the ride home because I was in control that night.
You was the DD.
Yes, I was the DD.
By the way, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. Delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area.
I wonder when that food gets served.
Oh, it gets served right away. They get them chicken strips going early. I used to do the pregame strips. Shasky and I used to do it all the time.
Yeah, you can't say Spadoni because I was always at the studio.
Yeah, you were always at the studio. But Shasky and I are there all the time. We were always eating. Stuff in our face with the chicken strips and the macaroni and the breakfast and the steaks.
Must be nice.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's like when Laughing Monk came in.
Shout out Laughing Monk. I'm still thinking about that lobster linguine.
Oh my gosh.
And that prime rib.
Oh, what about the stuffed chicken?
Oh, the stuffed chicken breast? Are you kidding me? Come on. Next level. The bow tie pasta?
We might be going down there for the doobies. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Laughing our way.
I don't know. But I got to let you guys know that the pregame show is presented by Hab's Law.
Oh.
You've been wronged. Hab's Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habslaw.com. So we have Warriors and Grizzlies tonight. Big game at Chase Center. I really like the way this team is playing, man.
Where is Ja?
And no DeAnthony Melton. He's going to be out today. Sprained left ACL. Hope for good health for him because he was starting to round that starting five up, giving him good balance there, some nice shooting outside. I believe he was, if I'm not mistaken, Kata, 7 for his last 14 from 3. That's 50%. I'm not a math major.
Shout out math.
But yeah, shout out math. I'm not, Gators weren't known for the math.
No, we're not.
We're known for broadcasting.
That's right. We chomp, baby. Come on, let's go. better than the Florida Gators out in Gainesville. The San Francisco Gators, much better. And as you know, Bonte, sprained MCL as we go doctor here, because SF State, we're not known for being doctors as well. But Dr. Nirav Pandya, UCSF Health, he's hoping it's a grade 1 strain, because that means there's just slight tearing in the MCL. But once he starts
ACL.
I thought it was an MCL sprain.
Yeah, no, I see ACL here. Warriors PR, sprain left ACL.
ACL, excuse me.
Yeah,
that's a different ligament.
You're all
but
good.
Again, same type of, if it's a tearing, grade 1, slight, grade 2 gets more, and then that's more rehab, more damage. So you're hoping it's a grade 1.
I'll take a grade 1. We need Melton healthy. He's playing well. He's a good player. So who starts? Would it be Moses Moody again? Will he get another crack? I like Kaminga coming off the bench. I do. He's averaging 17 since he came off the bench, shooting over 50% from the floor. Kaminga's playing some really good basketball. He needs some credit here, folks. Give him some love. Kaminga's playing really good, really well. Don't have to mention Steph and Draymond. Steph is playing like an all-NBA player, and Draymond's playing like an all-NBA defender again. There's no, am I wrong? Yeah, Draymond technically was last year, he just wasn't on the floor enough.
Well, that's the thing. It's the consistency he's shown, and the teams he's played against, too, matters a lot in this. Because if they were just beating up like the Utah Jazz, the Portland Trailblazers, it'd be whatever. But they've gone against the big boys. They've gone against the 2 teams that were in the NBA Finals last year, in the Dallas Mavericks and the Boston Celtics. No Jaylen Brown, obviously. That's a big deal there. But again, you can't control who's out there and who's not. But he's shown out against the Thunder, against the Celtics, against the Mavericks. The teams that were the litmus test heading into the season that you said, all right, is this team for real? Because last year the Warriors stunk against teams over 500. They just weren't good. And that's the mark of a good team. Can you beat the crap teams, but the good teams too? Because you can't just beat up on the little guy. And they've not only done that, but they've beaten up the big boys too. And Draymond Green's a massive part of it. Anthony Slater, who, again, he's not going to sugarcoat it. He covers the team, but he's as unbiased as they come. He said he's playing like a top 3 defender in the league right now.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
No, he is.
Sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
We're not sugarcoating it. He is. Just go look at his games. And aggressively, offensively, he's been aggressive. Draymond Green's playing out of his mind right now. He's playing excellent basketball. He really is. Stephen Curry showing leadership. They're both showing leadership, bringing these guys along for the ride here. 9-2. The bench is playing well. Guys, and now I want to see this next stretch here. This is what I want to see Podziemski shoot a little better.
Yeah.
Podziemski has been in a little bit of a rut. Couple days off. Trying too hard, maybe. Get him going here a little bit. He's a winning player, in my opinion. So, I like where the Warriors are at. And it's a tough test against the Memphis Grizzlies. They're going to try to win this game with Jaren Jackson Jr. and Marcus Smart, who's a good defender. Not the greatest defender, but very good defender. Remember, a former DPOI, Defensive Player of the Year. So this will be a scrappy game against the Memphis Grizzlies tonight, who will be without John Morant and Desmond Bane. But before we go, we got a big fight tonight.
Oh, I was going to say. Is it a big fight? No, real quick. Is it a big fight?
Not really. It's kind of a circus.
But it kind of is, because everyone's going to be watching it because everyone has Netflix.
Yes, it's on Netflix.
Is everyone still going to be watching it?
I am.
I probably will
Benny
pull
and
it up.
Noah are going to be watching. I'll tell you that. They'll be at my place.
I'd probably be watching it on my computer on Netflix during the game. Whatever it is. I think the card starts at 5 p.m.
Yes.
Hopefully the main event starts around, I don't know when the main event's going to start, but it'll probably happen right at halftime.
And now it's Netflix, so everything's uncut, right? It's like pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Like, so it's not, there's going to be cussing, they're going to be doing it.
Yeah, they're going to do it all.
Okay.
So you may want to put earplugs in the kids.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, they've heard worse.
All right. So I don't know if it was staged, but as they weighed in, and they're about to do their face-to-face stare down.
First of all, who's fighting? We should let the audience know.
Oh, sorry. In case you didn't know who was fighting. My bad. Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. 50-year-old Mike Tyson, YouTube sensation Jake Paul.
And how old's Jake Paul?
He's like 28 or something, 29. I don't know.
He's 27.
27. He's like
Cleveland,
the male.
Ohio.
He's like the male Kim Kardashian, right? He's just an influencer.
Him and his brother Logan.
Yeah.
Logan's now in the WWE.
Yeah.
But yeah, it started Logan and him, like the Vine, Twitch, or all the streaming stuff. Yeah.
So they were having a stare down, and Jake Paul started crawling towards Mike Tyson, and he stepped on his toe. And Mike Tyson slapped the living crap out of him. Now, first thought, I thought it was staged. It's like, all right, they're trying to sell. So you don't need to sell anything. It's on Netflix. So maybe it wasn't staged. Who knows? But he slapped the hell out of Jake Paul. And Jake Paul responded to this when he was getting interviewed by Ariel Helwani, who covers the UFC a lot, but he's been kicked out because Dana White doesn't let him go to the events. He doesn't credential him. So here is Jake Paul's reaction to it.
I didn't even feel it.
He's angry. He's an angry little elf. Mike Tyson, I thought that was a cute slap, buddy, but tomorrow you're getting knocked the fuck out. I'm him up, Ariel. I'm him up. He hits like a. It's personal now. It's personal now. He must die.
I mean, come on, man. One more time,
He's been
dude.
cutting a promo like his brother in the WWE.
One more time, dude. One more time.
I didn't even feel it. He's angry. He's an angry little elf. Mike Tyson, I thought that was a cute slap, buddy, but tomorrow you're getting knocked the fuck out. I'm him up, Ariel. I'm him up. He hits like a. It's personal now. It's personal now. He must die.
That's 5.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude.
Well stated.
He's got to be at storage, right? Jake Paul? Is he getting tested?
I think I'm in the minority of people that is rooting for Jake Paul tonight to win.
Why?
I just think his whole shtick right now and what he's doing in boxing is hilarious because as so many of the old heads upset.
Yeah.
And but he's getting paid for it. Like more so, and he actually kind of low-key disses Dana White all the time about it too. About how he's making more for his fighters, what he's doing, than the people in the actual UFC that gets all the publicity and stuff like that. But we'll all be watching. And you know what? I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle.
I want to see him fight somebody legit. All right, Fast Five. We're going to go to the lines for Fast Five. We got to squeeze in this call for Fast Five. She could be the roaster of the year. It's Tony in Oakland.
Tone.
Okay, Bonte. I just wanted to chime in on the guy when they're talking about Purdy. He's not 6'5", but you know, football is war, and it's like the religion for everyone. And so what we have here is we have various vessels of God. We have Purdy and McCaffrey and Debo, and then now we got Bosa and the Spinners, and they're out doing the YMCA dance, right? And so. And so, you know what? It doesn't really matter that Kansas City is 8-0 because it's who wins the Super Bowl. You know, they won't remember the 8-0, just like they don't remember vice presidents, right?
All right, Tony.
And so what we gotta,
all right. What are we doing?
What's your final thought? That's why she may win the Papa Shasky Roaster of the Year award.
Yeah.
You imagine that? That speech after she wins the award? You imagine that speech?
Yes, I can imagine it.
Oh, it'd be epic.
Yeah.
What's your final thought,
My final thought is, let's go Jake Paul.
Oh, you might be the only guy in America. No wonder. You love BPA. You think he's the roaster of the year. Of course.
I'm just going to be honest. Only in America can we root for a guy like Mike Tyson, given his past, over a guy like Jake Paul.
Well, are you surprised? Look at who our president is.
I'm not surprised.
Roman, go ahead.
My final thought is, I don't know if you guys watched that Aaron Hernandez show on FX.
Not a second.
I did finish it. Solid B-. Got to a pretty good start, and then it kind of just faded out towards the end. I'll say this. The kid who played Aaron Hernandez, I'm spacing on his name at the moment, did a great job on that role. But, yeah, American sports story, Aaron Hernandez, solid B-. Don't rush to it.
I haven't watched it at all. Carter, you got something to say, Carter?
His name is Josh Andres
Jake Paul's corny.
Yes, that's your final thought?
That's all I got
That's
today.
all you got? Here's what I got for you, Spadoni. I feel good about the Warriors, and I feel good about them Niners. I feel good today, mate. Got some chips out here.
Feel good?
I feel good.
I can tell. You feel great. It's a Friday, though.
Friday.
Not a payday Friday, but a Friday nonetheless.
Stretch lag got me feeling good.
There you go.
Whew, got stretched out.
All right,
Pause.
we're good to go.
Pause. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. And shout out to SF Big Drummer who came up with the name, the Papa Shasky Roaster of the Year Award. That's SF Big Drummer. Text that in because we have no more YouTube chat. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good weekend, everybody.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
I'm out.
All right, Goo. I got a question for you.
Party.
Oh, man, headphones.
You and Bonte with the headphones.
It's like not catching. I can't hear myself.
I can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, it's a little better.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna start. We're gonna talk Niners to start off the day, but we got a great show today. Cam Inman's gonna join us at 11:30. We're gonna talk about the Warriors. We're gonna talk about Draymond Green. The guy is a savant, and I mean that in a good way.
I went to IG and his good friend Brownie Blends, his barber.
Yeah.
And friend, I texted him. I said, "Hey, tell Dre." Steiny and I said he's playing his ass off and he's leading. I'll put you in there. And then he texts back the arm emoji, the muscle. So he'll give him to him.
You know,
we might get Dre soon.
This is like the Seinfeld where Jerry said to another guy, Elaine said hi, and she said, I can't believe you told him that. I didn't say hi.
I threw you in there.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We got Tyson, Paul.
Yes, we do.
And we got some sound from Tyson. He's ready to go. Why you do that to the little girl? He's special.
I don't know why, but I love him now.
Well.
What?
You didn't like him?
Well,
I always loved him. Spinal.
Yeah. He had a little rough patch there, but hey, okay, I got a question for Niner fans right here. I'll let you know what I'm talking about. I got a text from Goo today at, let me see what time that was, Goo.
You and Carter.
8:32. 8:32. I got a question for Niner fans to start out the day. All right. Last year, the San Francisco 49ers were the best team in football when it came to yards after the catch.
Okay, yak.
They were the best team in football, yards after the catch. This year, they're dead last in yards after catch. Why? Why? 888-957-9570. And obviously, we're not going to spend 4 hours on this, but this is baffling to me, and I just don't know what the answer is, and I'm looking for suggestions.
Okay, I got a theory.
What would you say? Because it's going to be more than one thing, clearly. But if I ask that question to you and 49er fans, how would you answer it? How do you go from first in the league in yards after catch last year to last?
Okay,
why?
My theory: the Guru computer wants to spit out. They don't run routes like that. Everything they run is kind of inside the hashes. So I'm thinking, do the receivers even got that ability? You know, because they're in close proximity to get away from guys with the route tree that they run. But that goes to smithereens because last year, you just said it, they were one. Then I thought, Steiny, this has followed the Niners this season since like week 2 or 3.
Right.
Now it's just growing and hasn't gotten better. So I say that to do a Steinmetz special. I don't know. I do not know. What comes to mind?
And some people may not like this, but yesterday we were giving out numbers for Brock Purdy.
Die. Your
1 to 10
will not die.
What kind of season's Purdy having? And I put him at a 7. But you know what? I took a point off for the record, the red zone, and the stats. Do I take another one off because they're last in yards after catch?
No, but if you look at his yards, his aerial yards on his passes, Donnie, he's up. He's like top 5. So he's not dinking and dunking.
So get this, and I'm gonna put his name out there. Stephen Langford, the great Stephen Langford, KCBS Sports.
Does the best John Gruden impression you ever see.
Yes, he does.
John just got a job.
Yeah. Not the one he wanted. Not the one he wanted.
Oh, wow.
So I said to Stephen Lang, he said, "What are you guys getting into today?" I'm like, I'm intrigued by this yards after catch stat. How do you go from the best team in the league, yards after catch, to the worst? And I said, "What do you think, Stephen?"
What he said? I'm excited.
You know what he said? I don't think Purdy's putting the ball on the money as much as he has in the past.
What when I see him, I'm going to give him a dap.
Wow, what, really? He goes, Shanahan's offense, you got to lead receivers. And he said, he's throwing more back shoulder stuff. And, guys have to jump to make catches.
Yeah, we saw
and all that.
In Tampa Bay across the middle open, but he had to go up high.
And all that'll manifest itself in one way or the other
That's a hell of a guess.
I don't know. I mean, here's what I think. Christian McCaffrey's absence has got to be a big part of it, because they're throwing the ball 3 yards to McCaffrey and then he runs for 8. So, but they didn't have him for the first 9 games.
But last year, Ayuk was a magician, which is why they gave him 30 per year. He was getting that yak.
They all were. It was a whole team the whole team stats.
Because Debo, Steiny, again, I've gotten past what happened with the long snapper, but the bottom line is I don't see him doing a lot of that. And I don't want to speak for you. You kind of said you look at the Niner weaponry. They're not explosive like that in regard to the yak. So to that point, Steiny, you're wrong, because last year they were number 1. But that Langford, maybe he's not putting it on the money as much, and you got to do this or that to secure the catch, and the guys got you. I don't know, but they're 5-4. So man,
well, I also think, okay, so Purdy's throwing the ball downfield more this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think there's a correlation that the further you throw the ball, probably the less yards after the catch you're going to get. I mean, that's what I would figure. So maybe because they're not, I don't want to say they're a dink and dunk offense, and that's what they were last year. But if you're throwing longer passes, you're probably not getting the yards after the catch. But I do think that McCaffrey's a big part of this, and I would expect when he comes back and gets fully integrated, that number will go up.
Okay, but
what do 49er fans just think about that stat? First in the league in yak last year, last in the league in yak this year.
Well, I want to say, Steiny, that's the low to anybody that thinks that way, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
Which way?
The McCaffrey component.
Oh.
But that has nothing to do, even if he's not on the field, when I'm throwing to Spadoni, when I'm throwing to Carter, when I'm throwing to you, It's me and you. So if I'm not delivering the ball in the place to where you can catch it and keep going, because let's be honest, Jawan Jennings has been a godsend, right? I never once looked at him like, oh boy, you're not doing anything with the yak yards. And until I saw that from David Lombardi, they're dead last. It's fascinating, and I don't have the answers.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Maybe Cam does when he joins us.
Good call. Cam Inman, 11:30. We'll obviously ask him that. 415 on the Comcast Business text line. I think it's a lack of separation.
But Steiny, they're top 5 in air yards. We
all acknowledge that this offense this year is less dynamic than last year. Is it just personnel, or are they doing things a little bit different?
Well, that's when I'll just go McCaffrey and rest my case, because you played 8 games without him. But Steiny, what do you want? A 10-yard out route and then the guy to run 40? Or do you want me to throw it 38 yards in the air, you catch it and get tackled? I'll take the 38.
I actually want the first one, because I think it's safer, believe it or not. I think the further you throw the ball down the field, the more likely you are to get intercepted or make a mistake.
Now let's put it right on the table.
Okay.
They lost to Minnesota. They lost to aggressive defenses. We saw Kansas City kind of keep them in check. Are you scaring defenses that way if you're doing it the way you just said?
Well, maybe what else is going on here is, and it's a very general thing, maybe teams are catching up with their offense a little bit. Defenses.
That's a great one.
I'm just wondering, 49er fans, I'm just looking for an explanation because I think there's probably a lot of them out there, but I want to hear what you guys think. And then I also want to know do you think it's a big deal or not?
Because if you're 8-2, it's not a big deal. But when you're 5-4, I think it's a big deal.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think you're absolutely right there. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're going to talk some Niners today. I also want to get into a little bit of a little more of Brock Purdy. And just I don't want to say we're going to crunch some numbers, but I'm just looking at these quarterback salaries. And
they're so whack.
We're going to bat some of those around and talk about Brock Purdy and where he's going to fall on this list.
But if he were number one, would it upset you? It wouldn't upset me because they're bums right now that are getting that money, that chicken, Steiny. And they're not living up to it. So if Purdy, and I'm not calling him a bum by any stretch, if he ends up shattering or he's number one, I'm okay with it. Because it's not indicative of how good the Dak is number one.
I know.
Trevor Lawrence is tied for 2 with Burrow.
But that's always a slippery slope to look at what somebody else is making who's not as good. Let's say Trevor Lawrence, not worth the money.
Been a nightmare.
Well, just because Trevor Lawrence got it, you got to give it to this guy. Now, I know Brock Purdy's different than Trevor Lawrence, but we'll get into that. We also have some unbelievable sound from Draymond Green.
It's incredible.
He was on Fred Warner's podcast, and
Fred's got a pod.
Absolutely
incredible, dude. Podcast.
We're going to play it for you because it is just fascinating.
He's brilliant.
What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This segment sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky California.
Make it a holiday with festive deals.
game.
This sucker.
Yeah, you cut him off.
I'm a back up.
Where is Priest? Yeah. Where is Priest?
He's too old.
Hey, by the way, get into these calls in a sec, but I was listening to Spadoni and Bonte this morning. And
What kind of paisan are you?
Spadoni
That
said
was last
something.
Friday.
Spadoni said something that I was like, wow, I wonder if it's even possible. And here, Spadoni and Bonte were arguing over how good this team is and whether you give them the benefit of the doubt. And Spadoni's like, I don't.
Wow.
And
the Niners.
And Spadoni basically said, and he's in here, so if I get it wrong, he said basically the goal should be win the division, and what happens after that is gravy, pretty much. And I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, can 49er fans even do that? Is that even possible?
Where's the rice, Spadoni? Because you can get the gravy, but I thought it was Super Bowl or NFC Championship or bust. Revenge. Kevin Costner for the Super Bowl loss last year. How can now just winning the division, which you've done, how can that be the standard, I guess, Spadone? Because now McCaffrey's back. Had he not been back, I would get that, Spadone.
But I guess the expectations have changed for Spadoni after 9 games. Right. But I'm sure he's not. I'm sure some fans feel like that, but I'll bet most of them don't.
I mean, have they looked like a championship team at all this year?
I don't think they have
But they
either.
still got time, guys.
I don't think they have either.
They still, the pageant's not over.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Sure.
Right. Well, I will say this.
They have zero, even if they beat the Seahawks, they have 0 wins that give me any hope for them.
Dude, wow, he's tough.
Okay, and I think that's fair. But here's what I'm thinking about this game against the Seahawks. Yeah. You win it. First of all, you got to win it because it's a division game. But if this is the game, believe it or not, I think
we say it every week.
No, but here's why I think this one's different. Is because if you beat the Seahawks, then you have, I don't care how it's looked. Then you've won 4 of 5.
Oh, okay. That's what you're going with.
Then you've won 4 of 5, and you got the Packers, I think, and the Bills coming up.
Right.
At least at that point, you can say, you know what? This has a chance of getting rolling and us doing the same thing that we've done in the past, which is play much better in the second half. But if they lose this game, they're just kind of back to square one. But if you win this game, then I think you can really start getting a little more optimistic and thinking maybe this team can get on a run.
And you forgot too, Steiny? Yeah. No, not you forgot. They'll be 2-0 since the reemergence of McCaffrey.
That's true.
So you got that. But if you lose this with McCaffrey, then I'm with you. But I'll just double back to Spadoni because I know Bonte, I didn't get to hear, Steiny. I'm sure he wasn't on that side, and that's why you said they were going back and forth. But I'll tell you this. I have not altered my expectations of this team. Now I expect them to round into form and get hot, but not That's just fair. Stein, if this team loses in the first round and we got that Draymond Warner sound, the window doesn't stay open in life and in sports forever. I don't got to tell you that. So if now you're telling me you're going to regress in regard to your season goals and not get back to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game, then you got to start wondering then you got to look around like, have we missed our best chance? Chances.
I think, I think there's merit to what Spadoni said because the bottom line is something does seem off with this team so far. And is it more likely that things are going to start to fall into place? Or is it more likely that this is kind of who they are and they're going to be 9-8 or 10-7?
I'll feel better after, again, even if Seattle was Indianapolis, another 4 quarters with McCaffrey at the helm, another chance to show us, okay, hey, you know what? The first 8 games, we kind of were sleepwalking, but now we're ready. We got our guy. Let's go.
All right, let's jump into it. Let's go to David in Lafayette. What's going on, David? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I just want to say I would say 95% Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
Last year, they're stacking the box. One-on-one coverage, you break a tackle, you're going for, 10, 15 extra yards. Now they can just, drop back in zone or play kind of the defense they want with 6, 7 in the box and have extra guys over the top. So no, bigger plays.
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair statement. And I mean, I just closed my eyes and thought about Deebo Samuel. He doesn't feel like he's running over guys like he used to. But I think David's right. I think he's getting tackled more, like being gang tackled more.
Man, and that
thanks,
means
David. Appreciate it, buddy.
They're keeping you in front of you.
Yeah,
and you're not fooling anybody. But this one hit me, Steiny, 415. I don't believe Purdy's throwing the ball as good as he has last year. Now he's 12 touchdowns. I almost want to say forget the numbers, but what did I share with you yesterday? And it didn't bother me, but I've noticed when he's off, Steiny, he's off. And I don't know if he was more precise and the throws had more precision last year, just to guess. But I have seen throws like, again, Steiny, it's an incompletion, but man, that wasn't close.
Lamar's in San Jose. What's going on, Lamar? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I just wanted to say that I think it was David Lombardi and the caller from 415 who said Brock's throws aren't, the texter from 415 who said Brock's throws aren't on the money. I kind of agree with that this year, but it's a collection of things.
Right.
Christian McCaffrey, they're throwing down the field more, but also his throws haven't been on the money because if you think it's not just last year, since you put Debo and George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk together for the past 3 years, they've been the Yak Bros. They've led the league in yak yards, even with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
So something else is off. It's not just even before Christian McCaffrey. Let's be honest.
Right.
So something else is off. It's a collection of things, but it's definitely, I think, the Doc throws not being on the money because when you're trying to get yak, the throws got to be on the money in stride. And like in the Tampa Bay game, we seen George Kittle jumping up real high,
right,
having to stretch their body out to make catches, and that doesn't lead well to yak.
Yeah,
no, that's a great call.
point. Thanks, Lamar.
And how many times have we seen Jennings go up and like he's going for a rebound in the NBA to secure the catch? But I do think a lot of that, and I'm fighting myself, Steiny, a lot of that is they are throwing the ball deeper downfield.
I think
I'll
that's
take
part
25 yards in the air and get tackled. Then again, throwing it for 2, and then the other 23 are from yak.
I'll tell you what, though, Jennings last week got about 10 extra yards yak that may have won him the game.
There's no doubt.
By
and got him in the
Moody
field goal position.
Exactly.
Clock almost ran out.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Just talking about one little aspect of the 49ers that just seems a tick off, and that is how come they're not doing what they did last year in terms of yards after catch. What are the reasons for it? Let's go to our man Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny?
Hey,
what's up, Goo?
You got it.
Steiny, I think that the yards after the catch thing. I think there's some good things why that is happening.
Okay.
And it's some things that I have been imploring for. Is this? I've always said if you give Purdy just about 6 more attempts, right? Normally he's going 25 throwing attempts. Normally he's going 28. That's what Garoppolo did. But I was always like, man, give the kid 35, 36 attempts and see what he does. And he's been pretty good doing it, and it hasn't been that way in the past. It's been Shanahan's offense, the way he wants to run it. Again, running the ball, 28 attempts for Purdy. So I think it's just him, Purdy, and Shanahan getting used to doing it a different way, giving Purdy more attempts and letting Purdy do what he thinks he does best, and that is throw the ball down the field. We saw the commercial, right? He said, yeah, here's a short pass, and then here's a medium pass, and then the commercial goes, and here's my favorite pass, the long pass.
Yeah.
So we know Purdy likes to throw it down the field. So I think it's just him getting used to you throwing it more. And I credit Kyle Shanahan to giving him more attempts, just like every other quarterback, even the scrubs, get in the league, 35, 36 attempts. So I just think it's a good thing. He'll get used to doing that. We need to do that more, and then you'll see, the yards after the catch.
Hey, Lee, let me ask you this real quick before you go. But with McCaffrey back now, do you think he'll ever reach that plateau, those 35 to 36 attempts consistently?
I think with McCaffrey coming back, you don't run him as much. I think you run him a little bit. You throw it to him more just to keep him safe until he can get back fully to being McCaffrey. So I say throw some screens some more to McCaffrey. Throw it to him a little more, and then that'll keep, Purdy's, usage rate as far as attempts up. But throw it to McCaffrey a little more. Keep him healthy. Throw some screens. I haven't seen that, in a while. And McCaffrey's been hurt, but I say throw it to him, keep him safe, and then everything will be cool.
Appreciate it, Leroy. Good stuff, as always.
Yeah, and I was going to say to Leroy and you, Stotty, he did throw it to him. I think it was 33 yards when he threw that moon ball. Remember, he put that air under it, and McCaffrey got out there and caught it.
707 on the Comcast Business text line. Right on the table.
Brought to you by ATCO. What's bugging you at 2?
Longer routes mean more time needed to throw. They don't seem to have the best protection when they need it. The O-line's better, but the D-line is okay. The O-line's better. Well, they haven't gotten good protection when they've needed it, according to the 707.
I got my doctor's coat on now. Stoney, something else just hit me.
Okay.
I've given him credit for this, his wheels and his mobility, and the line hasn't been the best, and he's been under duress. Do you think maybe throwing on the run more might have something to do with it? Like you get the completion, but it's not the best ball.
Maybe. I'm just thinking, I get it. It's a Kittle's touchdown pass. I mean, they get 0 yards. That's a 0.
But it deserves 80 yards.
But that's the kind of play that you're talking about. Is he was flushed out of the pocket, took, was going left and ended up throwing a great ball there.
Yep.
That obviously is not the problem.
Great play, man.
But I'm just kind of curious about it, to tell you the truth. Let's go to Austin's in the city. What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good enough, Mud. Yourselves?
Hey, hanging in.
Doing well.
That's what's up. Hey, a little bit what y'all talking about with McCaffrey being back. Yeah, that helps us out a lot because yards after contact is what we really missing. Because if you have Mason in there, the defense is just sitting. They're sitting and waiting. So we ain't gonna get them yards after contact. Now they got McCaffrey back. We think it to him. Now you go see Debo. They're not gonna be really sitting. Now you got Jennings running down there.
Yeah.
And one more thing to say with that. What do you guys think about Purcell? Is he gonna be that that good blocker like Ayuk that also helped out in the yards after contact? Running Ayuk.
That's actually
a big part in that.
That's actually a good point.
I'll say this to both of you, Stoney. You tell me if I'm wrong. So far, so good, right? We saw him catch the end around against Dallas, scampered.
He's talking about his blocking.
Oh, okay.
Like if Ayuk's a great blocker, that'll help in the pass game to get more yards.
But I gotta believe, and again, because Pearsall survived, just a miracle to be with us still. But Stoney, I think coming out of college, they knew blocking was part of his DNA.
Well, I don't know if he's a great blocker or not.
I'm not saying he's done it, but I got to believe that was part of a trait that they recognized would work and fit in.
You would think so. I mean, I don't think Pearsall would be on the field if he weren't doing some kind of blocking that Kyle Shanahan essentially demands out of his wide receivers. So I'm going to assume that Pearsall's at least doing his job according to Kyle Shanahan, because I mean, I actually think that one of the reasons maybe back in the day that Ayuk was in the doghouse maybe had something to do with the fact that he wasn't blocking like he ended up blocking in the last, he's gotten a lot better as a blocker, clearly.
Yeah, just think about when you wear the red and gold and you're a wide receiver, and I'll give Debo his credit too, Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, Donnie, they John Taylor, they blocked.
888-957-9570 is the number. I came in today asking a simple question, but it's not one that I feel is real easy to answer, and it's why have the 49ers gone from the best team yards after catch to the worst in 1 year? 1 year. And obviously there's a lot of different reasons for this, but I think one of it does feel like they're throwing the ball further down the field.
All right.
I do feel like McCaffrey is a big part of this, because the passes they throw to McCaffrey are 2 yards, and then he takes it 10 or 12 yards.
They've been 8 games without that.
That's part of it. Maybe another part of it is they haven't had a ton of cohesion in terms of their receivers. They haven't had McCaffrey, who's a big part of the pass game. Now they've lost Ayuk, who's a big part of the pass game. They didn't have Pearsall the first 5 or 6 games or whatever it was. They missed Deebo Samuel a game or so. So maybe that has something to do with it. And here's another theory from the 5-6-2. Could it be that the Niners are just getting a little bit older and beat up from playing so hard over the last few years? I mean, it's as logical as anything, I think.
Well, they're moving the ball up and down the field. The one problem where you're not going to get a lot of yaks down here is in the red zone. So
correct.
I would say it's working up until the field is condensed.
Greg Cosell was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he was asked about McCaffrey, how he looked in his game, first game back.
Well, they used him the way they always used him. Nothing was different. He looked good, I thought, despite the yardage totals. I thought that he looked crisp. He moved well. I thought he had some burst. And again, you saw the motions, you saw the shifting. You know, this is what they do with him. And you saw that with he and Samuel, things are different. And, you know, we talked about this, that it expands their shifting and motion offense. It expands their options in the pass game. I mean, you're not going to run the route when McCaffrey caught the 30-yard reception in the fourth quarter, which was an unbelievable play in all respects. But, you know, you're not going to see that with Garendo or Mason. So, you know, right there, you're seeing something that is different because McCaffrey's on the field.
That was Greg Cosell yesterday from Willard and Dibbs talking about the difference that Christian McCaffrey makes. I mean, it is pretty simple, but they don't have another receiver on the team that can make that play that McCaffrey made.
Now, I'll say this to that because I was just about to give it to you. I just come from a school of I haven't seen Garendo nor J.P. Mason fail at that type of opportunity because they haven't gotten it. So it's easy to say they can't do it, Steiny, but I'm going back here. What happened after the Minnesota game? We saw Brock Purdy go up to Brian Flores and said, man, that scheme is crazy. And, you know, I felt a certain way about that, but that might lead to maybe defenses are closing the gap and you're not confusing or tricking the defense like you used to in the past. And for the quarterback to give kudos to a defensive coordinator, Brian Flores, I mean, maybe that could be, you know, an example of maybe they are closing the gap or they're kind of figuring it out or keeping everything in front of them. I don't know.
From the 925, hey, guys, regarding the Niners having the shortest yards after catch compared to the longest, one thing I've been noticing consistently this year, this from the 925, is Brock Purdy seems to be throwing behind the receivers or certainly not leading them very well, particularly on throws down the field. That's kind of the Stephen Langford from KCBS, our wonderful colleagues, feeling on this.
That was a good call.
Let's go to Winder in Modesto. What's going on, Winder? How you doing?
Yeah, it's Winder.
Winder. All right. How you doing, Winder?
Good. So I was watching some of the All-22 tape on the Niners games.
All right.
And basically what I noticed is that Brock Purdy, he's passing up on the short, open guys that would have gotten yak and throwing deep. And sometimes we connect and sometimes we don't. And, of course, we're getting more air yards. But I think because he's in a contract year, he's trying to hit the deep passes, trying to pump up his numbers. Wow. And not looking at the short guys that would get him yak. And that's all I saw.
Wow.
Well, appreciate it.
He's human. None of this is crazy.
But he's Brett Favre. I know Brock hated that moniker because we tried to put him in that early on, dink and dunk. But Steiny, he's not that. And, I mean, he's human in regard to I want to go for the gusto play so I can put up some numbers. But I think we would have heard Kyle or something would have came out if he was doing it so redundantly to where it was a problem.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Steiny's open. Throw it to Steiny in the flat. We don't want that Spadoni 18 yards downfield.
Well, we don't know what Shanahan and Purdy talk about in terms of, you know, where he's throwing the ball. I mean, you know, I don't know if it's been a year-long thing where Shanahan's like, Brock, you gotta take the easy one. You got to take the easy one. I don't know that he's saying that. Every time Shanahan's been asked about Purdy, he says he's having a great year and he's doing everything they asked him to do and then some. And I'm just wondering why the offense looks different. And you know what? And maybe we can talk about it till the cows come home, but when you don't have Christian McCaffrey, maybe it affects every single aspect of your offense.
Okay. And to that, can you remember what game it was where Kyle talked to, I think it might have been the Arizona game at home. He was in the locker room, Kyle, and he said he didn't know the reporters were still in there, and he was having a conversation with Brock immediately after the game. I wonder, and now again, I'm speculating, Steiny, if there was some of, dude, you got stuff right, the easy stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. And you know what? But you know what I just thought of off the top of my head? We were talking about Deebo Samuel and Pepper. You know, they got into it.
If I was Pepper, I would post that on Deebo's locker.
The yards after catch?
Man, you got some other stuff to worry about, bro. But anyway.
I just thought of this, and I'd forgotten until you just reminded me of when Shanahan was in there talking to Purdy, and he said he didn't really know the reporters were there. Right. And that's why I think Pepper was asked, have you talked to Deebo? And I think that's probably why he said no, because you guys are in the room. You know what I mean? He says too many guys in here. And that actually, I know
he did say
it's trivial, but I feel like
somebody's
that makes a lot of sense. And I'm sure they've talked. But they're sure as hell not going to talk in front of, a dozen reporters who are just kind of lingering around.
I'll say this, because I'm not Jaworski, Steiny, but I go back to I think it was the 2013-14 NFC Championship game against the Seahawks. Kaepernick had guys in the flat, and he just missed them. They were wide open with terrain to run, and he was going for the home run play. And I'll never forget it, Steiny. It wasn't just once. It happened a few times. I'm like, damn, Cap. But have you watched a Niner game to where you felt like, hey, Brock, dude was wide open in the flat, and not really. And that's why I'm sitting there like I got to proceed with caution in regard to where he's bypassing that.
Here's one from the 510. I think that last caller's right, and the quarterback is doing it with the coach's blessing to show everybody that the quarterback is one of those top guys. And it's to their detriment that he's trying that instead of playing with his normal run-first system. The Niners get their yak yards from crossers. I told you guys, I don't know when, but I told you guys that teams are dropping a robber in the middle, which prevents a lot of the inside the hash throws that create yak.
They've made adjustments. So maybe this is a tip of the cap to the defense or defenses.
You know what? I always tell you about a lifetime fool and a 5-minute fool. Can somebody define robber to me? Robber.
Just another guy to drop back into coverage. So now, the windows.
A linebacker or a lineman?
It could be both.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we've seen robbers come up and stop the run, Steiny, to where they brought the backers up to where they're just like, hey. And Tampa Bay did it, 5-6 man front.
So, per definition, if you just Google search it, cover one robber is when the strong safety rotates to the center of the field to rob any crossing routes from the opponent.
See, Diz will love this if he's listening.
So it's not really dropping a guy back. It's bringing
teams will use robber coverage if the opposing team runs mesh, shallow, or any other crossing patterns that often result in defensive players being picked. So maybe you're seeing a lot more cover one at times against Shanahan, certain passing down situations.
With the safety coming up.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly, Steiny.
Okay.
Cheating, if you will, robbing.
Right. Yes.
Because we know where you want to go.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Stick around, because on the other side, I'm going to play some sound that we all listened to before the show, and we were like, this guy is unbelievable. And I'll tell you who this guy is. It's Draymond Green. And it's the best of Draymond Green. I'm telling you, this is gold. Also, don't miss the kickoff show Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Golden State Racing at the Alameda County Fairgrounds.
I broke my back.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
What time's that fight?
Help us starts at 5.
The card starts at 5.
Oh, so now we're gonna have Warriors and the fight at the cross.
Oh no!
Good God! Where you watching?
Oh,
the Warriors got those new unis tonight too.
City Edition.
Yeah,
it's a good question.
Want to hook up?
What are you watching? Tyson, Paul, or the
49er
Warriors?
Frankie doesn't like that. We told Willard.
What?
You watch it all, multiple screens, Donnie.
I don't want to miss that fight,
dude. We got Tyson sound.
I'm starting to think Tyson's going to get beat.
Who the hell is he fighting? It ain't Greg Cooney. I just want to ask
Jerry Cooney.
He's fighting someone 25 years younger than him.
Exactly. Or Jerry Quarry.
No, I'm not hating on Jake Paul, and I'm a guy that won a contest. But what are his qualifications? But the internet put him in this position.
He's not a joke as a fighter. He's not.
What is he?
I mean, he might not be the champion of the world, but he's not, inept.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. If he fought any of us, he'd probably win.
Oh, God. I think he's about 6'5", too.
6'1". He's not that tall.
Oh, really?
He's a big guy,
But he's the winner to even get this match. The internet created him. Man.
Carter says he'd beat him up.
Carter? Hey, I might put money on
I couldn't even reach Carter.
100%.
Yeah.
It's Tyson Fury over here. So there you go.
Well, I'll tell you what, Carter could have been a great boxer, but he would have had to learn how to take a body shot.
Yeah.
Because nobody can reach his head.
Carter could be a 4 in the NBA.
Real quick, Mike Tyson slapped Jake Paul yesterday because Jake Paul stepped on his foot. Here was Jake Paul, speaking back to Mike Tyson last night.
I didn't even feel it. He's angry. He's an angry little elf. Mike Tyson, I thought that was a cute slap, buddy, but tomorrow you're getting knocked the fuck out. I'm him up, Burial. I'm him up. He hits like a. It's personal now. It's personal now. He must die.
Is this why we like wrestling or people do? Because I'm all in now, Spadoni. Wow. Dude, I'm ready, Steiny.
Should be
Tyson.
Should be fun.
He's got to win.
Oh, here you go, Goo. From the 331. I want to box Goo and Steinmetz at the 3rd Street Boxing in San Francisco for $10,000 if you beat me.
It's personal now.
They don't got that chicken.
Neither do we.
The most famous boxer in the Bay, Andre Ward, right?
Yeah.
Devin Haney right behind. Any old schoolers I'm missing? Because Foreman had ties to Oakland.
Yeah, you are missing a big one. And I can't believe I can't think of his name.
The boy, right. So big.
Oh, God. Lawler.
Oh, you're right.
Irish Pat Lawler.
Man,
God.
You ran into him at the bar.
Oh, yeah, we're tight.
Personal now.
We're tight.
I don't think Hugh likes this. You know what I mean? A retired, they're making a mockery of it.
We'll see.
Netflix is free.
You still
what?
I mean, you still have to be a subscriber, which costs money.
Yeah, but normally you could. What if they were charging? People would pay for this.
All right, Goo, I'm a little confused about something.
I know what it is.
No, you don't.
Your love for Draymond, the shade is turned into love. Because I told you that's where I'm at, man.
So here's what I was thinking. So just follow me at how it all comes together. Like I said, I'm listening to Spadoni, and he said, you know what, maybe it's just in their year and expectations change and maybe make the playoffs win the division and everything's gravy after that. And then I thought, well, that's not good enough at all. But then I thought this. So we've talked so much about, is this year their last shot at it or their best opportunity? And I think we all said yes before the season. But with the addition of the young players, I'm starting to think maybe their window will lengthen with Brock Purdy and with some of the young guys they brought in.
Okay, so why does that stop now to where the playoffs is suffice?
Because, I'll tell you why, is because maybe this is a transition from being a Super Bowl contender. This is the year where you just make the playoffs, but then you build off that next year, if you know what I mean, with a different kind of personnel. But anyway, then I heard this from Draymond Green. This is unbelievable. Man. So Draymond Green was on Fred Warner's podcast, called the Warner House. And they were talking about winning Super Bowls and winning NBA championships.
Okay.
And listen to this conversation between Draymond Green and Fred Warner. It's gold. Take a listen.
Once you do it, you know how. And once you know how to do it, like we won a championship in 2022, not because we were the best team. We won a championship in 2022 because we knew how. Like Steph, Clay, and I knew how to win. And so we knew how to win a championship. Boston didn't know how to win a championship. And so when it came down to it, one of the things that the Chiefs have over y'all and something that y'all will have to get, a hump that y'all will have to get over, is they know how to do it. So in every single moment, they have something to draw from to say, oh, this is like this, and we did this. Or the mindset now has to be that. Or if we can attack this guy, he'd be like attacking that guy when we did this, right? And so you start to make those correlations.
All right, so that was Draymond Green talking to Fred Warner about that. What do you think?
It's just fascinating, and I think Draymond Green, Stoney, has me thinking, and you know, where is the window now for the Niners? Is it closer to being shut, or is it wide open? I told you, and my fear was when you get there, and Spadoni's going to help me, Stoney, how many teams have lost 2 Super Bowls and come back and even won one? So conventional wisdom to your point about, hey, I like the newness and the youngsters making contributions, but at the end of the day, I think Draymond was like, be careful. You guys have had chances, but when you get that one, you're more likely to get multiple. But man, you better hurry up and cash that ticket. And that ticket to me started in 2019 under Kyle. And how many chances Steve Young sound we have? Remember, he said in the summer last year was their best chance, he thought. So we'll see.
Yeah, and here's the second part of the Draymond Green conversation with Fred Warner.
In 2022, after game 3, we were down 2-1. And I walked in the locker room, and I'm walking off the court, and I'm just thinking to myself, this feels so familiar. And I literally walk in the locker room, and Boston locker room, the way it was set up at this time, was like the first 2 lockers are Steph. I walk in the locker room, he the first person I see. And I just see he got this look on his face. And so I stop, and I'm standing there looking at him, and I'm like, and he say, you thinking what I'm thinking? I said, this is Memphis all over again. Because in 2015, we were down to Memphis 2-1. And it felt like the world was collapsing. And we had never done it, though. And so I hit Steph, and I'm like, yo, let's get out. Let's go to Blue City Cafe. I know at Blue City Cafe is a little barbecue joint right on Beale Street. We go in there. We get some drinks. We have some food. This one diet ain't a thing for us. We young. We go to Blue City Cafe, and we go in there. We have some drinks. I just know I got to get him out the room. Like he in his head, he in there thinking about the game. Like I'm in the room thinking, let's get out. We go to Blue City Cafe. We settle in. Next 3 games, we win. So I say, this feels like, and he like, yes, this is exactly what it feels like. I'm telling you, like, he like, all right, cool, we got it. It's over. I'm like, yes, it's over. For sure, it's over.
All right, we're going straight to Blue City Cafe. Right from here, we're going.
It's over. So then I walk around, and I always, when I come in the locker room, I go around, I dap everybody. I get to Clay, and Clay like, Dre, man, this feel real 2015-ish. I'm like, absolutely.
Yeah.
I knew right away, it's over. They done. We won.
Wow, man. So what do you think the advice is to Fred right there? Like the Warriors, I mean, Draymond's a 4-time champ. He did it. They've done it. But the Niners, Donnie, how many chances or cracks are you going to get with this regime?
Well, and that's the big question. How many shots at it is this team gonna get?
Buffalo got 4, and that was incredible, right?
Yeah, it was 4 in a row.
Man,
Bud in Oakland, what's going on, Bud? How you doing?
What's good, John? Hey, so listen, I'm not really too sold on the team as a whole. Now, listen, as a whole team, they're not looking really too good to me. Now, individual play, there may be some guys individually who may be, putting up some stats and trying to do the best they can to will the team. But collectively, they don't look that good. And Spadoni, I'm kind of right there with you. Last show with Bonte, you mentioned about how Niner fans are spoiled. And, you proved my point because I called in and I said how Niners fans, you guys have been fortunate to have the stability with the coaching staff for multiple years. You guys have been able to bring the same guys in and keep the same core, whether from coaching to the top of the guys or whatever. But, Niner fans are spoiled, and they seem to, be upset even with the win. Me and Fredonia Raider fans, and, our slogan is just win, baby. Sometimes I think the Niners fans just need to just be happy with the win. And, the chickens are going to be coming home to roost, man. Just like Draymond said, you guys can't be hot forever. You guys got to strike while the iron is hot. And right now, I don't like the team collectively. I don't think you guys are even going to make the playoffs.
Hey, Bud, before you go, let me throw this to you and Spadoni and everybody listening. It's not to you too. Can the Niner fans really be spoiled when they have not gotten it done? They've got a whole hell of a lot of winning, but there's blue balls in this. They have not. You get spoiled when you win it all.
You get spoiled by being there. You get spoiled by just even showing up there. You guys are spoiled even happy talking about being at 4 consecutive championship games or how many times they've been.
All right, I hear you.
You guys are spoiled.
All right. Because that's a lot of winning, right, Snotty?
Yes. It's a lot of winning, but not quite enough. What if I told you, Goo, that I made a little mistake?
Oh.
So the Draymond Green sound, by the way, what I just played was incredible. But it was actually not the one I wanted to start with. I got them mixed up, and it's my fault.
Okay, all right, I'm ready. I appreciate the honesty.
This is what we used to call back in the day as the nut graph. But before we do that, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, here it is.
All right.
This is Draymond Green, to me, at his best. And he asks a question, and he phrases it in a way that I got to ask 49er fans what they think. But just this is the one, trust me.
There's a know-how once you do it, and Steve Kerr knows how. And so he know when to press the button. He know when to make the adjustment. He knows when to do the thing because he know how to do it. And once you do it, it's just a feeling that you get. It's like, oh, that's that. Boom, no problem. We got this. We know to do that now. Once y'all do it, because I think y'all will, but I'll tell you this, y'all got to do it fast, man, because you can't keep missing the window. When you miss it, you get this window, and you got to kick that mother in. If you don't kick the window in, it slams shut.
Gotcha.
And I think y'all can do it, and y'all will do it, but y'all got to kick the window in. And once you do it once, it's way more likely for you to do it twice than for you to do it once. It's way more likely.
That is Jedi.
That's incredible.
It is truth. He's telling Fred that, and Fred knows it, and that's why I got to give Fred, who else was it? Donnie Trent Kittle, this offseason, they didn't run from Super Bowl or bust. Now, the fans, you go, okay, but they didn't run from knowing, dude, we got a ticket. We got an era. And it might change. I'm not saying they can't get back, but damn it, Stoney, Debo, Bosa, they've been part of this, man. You got to, and Kyle, kick that, I can't say the other word, in.
Well, 888-957-9570. What do you think of that sound from Draymond Green talking to Fred Warner? But I want to play the beginning of it one more time, and then I'm going to stop it and ask you a question.
There's a know-how once you do it, and Steve Kerr knows how. And so he know when to press the button. He know when to make the adjustment. He knows when to do the thing because he know how to do it. And once you do it, it's just a feeling.
Man. Does Kyle Shanahan have it?
Does now, I'm going to say no. Right now, I'm going to say no. And that's the real rat on the table. I'm with Draymond. Pops had that ticket last year to cash. Niners win the Super Bowl. He got the NFC, but he didn't get the Super Bowl. Steiny, I'm watching. I can't tell you right now. My answer would be no. And this, after 9 games, a lot of it is, hey, McCaffrey was gone for 8, and they've been 3-4, 3-5. But the totality of the bear that is a season, the offseason, the middle game, the injuries, everything that needs to go your way, you can't keep squandering these opportunities, Steiny, and 4 straight, 2 Super Bowls. So to answer your question, I got to see him do it. Kyle.
Yeah, and here's the way I'm kind of interpreting everything. about this window, this elusive window. And it's, if this is going to be the last iteration probably of this, let's say there's 22 guys on a football team.
Okay.
How many guys are going to be back, just guess, from the 22 to next year? How many guys are going to be on the team next year?
14 to 15.
Okay. So my feeling on this is, okay, this is the last window for this specific group, for Kittle, for Trent Williams, for Warner. I know Greenlaw's hurt, but maybe for him. But I also believe that next year's team, they'll have a window too. But it won't be with the exact same team. It'll be with 14 or 15 of the same guys. But I don't think their window closes after this year. That's just me.
Okay, no problem.
What do 49er fans think? 888-957-9570.
Do you have a problem with me or anybody else saying, Steiny, you're right, the games are never going to go away. But one could say that iteration of the team didn't get it done as great as you were. Yeah, I can't rob you of restarting the new window. But, Steiny, would you have a problem? I think of the Tony Romo era in Dallas and DeMarcus Ware and Dez Bryant. They couldn't get it done. You look at that run, close, no cigar. We have to put that jacket on this. If it happens this year, Steiny, of, man, you can go get it again because you got next season. But
no, and I know what I'm saying sounds like, well, if we don't win it this year, we'll just get another shot at it next year. And I know it sounds kind of cavalier, and I don't mean it like that. But, I mean, let me ask you this. Who are the players that are going to be on the team in 3 years? You think McCaffrey will still be playing in 3 years?
Oh, I'll say
Purdy?
Yes. Oh, no doubt.
Kittle?
Yes. Bosa?
Of course.
All right.
I guess what I'm wondering is, how long is this specific team going to be together?
I'll do some math for you. The way you just set that up makes me think, not that they're not going to be good or have great teams. I mean, Steiny, now we're talking about 2 or 3 more years of work and miles on these bodies.
Yeah.
And other teams, getting better and closing the gap.
That's a great point.
It's why you just... They were so close, man, and they still are. But
not as close as they were last year.
I think there's a bunch of Spadonis and Buds running around right now thinking this team is not championship caliber. But that's the beauty of sports. Nothing's exchanged right now. Nobody, there's no finality to it. But I just think, here it goes, Donnie. Yep. It gets harder and harder each time you don't get it.
I think you're right about that. And maybe one thing that might be happening with the 49ers this year is they're just this, and I get it, it's a very general statement, but maybe they're just, time is running short. They had their opportunity. They're wearing out a little bit. And they just don't have it, maybe.
And it's funny you didn't mention Debo. Did you do that by happenstance? Or just you didn't say his name?
Well, okay,
that could be cloudy.
Here's what I believe.
Be a part of the team.
Here's what I truly believe. Ayuk, Debo, Pearsall, Jennings.
I don't think all 4 of them.
I don't either.
Okay.
I don't either. I think somebody's got to go.
Right.
But does that mean that just means the window closed for one of the players who isn't there anymore? Yeah. But
Trent Williams, you don't think they want to win it for him? I don't think he's got 3 more years left. Now he could play, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. This is an interesting one too, guys. And we can talk about this. And maybe this is a harsh reality we have to talk about. Guys, hold on. Let me get this. Guys, the Warriors won championships because their stars played like champions.
That is, man.
Tell me what 49ers star player played like a star in last year's Super Bowl.
Forget Super
That's
Bowl.
the difference.
I love that.
That's a great, I'm
not coming at Bosa. He didn't have a sack in the offs last year, Steiny.
Right.
You can miss me with 100 million pressures. So I'm just, from that vantage point, Trent Williams in the Super Bowl, holding call, McCaffrey fumbled. They still could have won the game, but wow.
I mean, I completely agree with that assessment. I really do. That the 49ers, they have not, forget the Super Bowl, with Garoppolo. They did not play well enough in the postseason last year, and specifically in the Super Bowl, to be champions. They really didn't.
But their best game was in the Super Bowl, and that's why it hurt so much. No, Stoney.
But they didn't play. Dude, they did not play well in the Super Bowl.
But they had a 10-point lead, and they were one decision
that's
with
my
the
point.
coin toss in overtime of maybe changing everything from the psychology standpoint from Kansas City. So my point to you, Stoney, is on the most important game,
yes,
the defense held up and they had a lead, and there were chances they could have closed it.
But they didn't. Okay. And that's what Draymond Green is talking about.
Right.
They didn't. And so I think what Draymond's saying is even if they go through this year and they somehow get there again, guess what? Chiefs are going to have a huge advantage.
Right.
A huge advantage.
Well, what about the Lions, who you stole the game from them? Now they're, I'm not, hey, there's somebody, 415 here. If you look at, and this is not fair, but you tell me what you think. If you look at the Lions team in totality, the Niners window has closed. It don't work like that. I get where you're going, and right now Detroit looks like the flavor of the month, but until I see it, and Spadoni's right, and maybe they lose in the first round, Stoney, I will really, how about this? This is how I live my life. Those Super Bowl losses will start to hurt more if now you can't even get back to that game. Because now you're thinking about, man, Stoney, we had a chance.
I mean, the way I look at it, I look at the Chiefs and the 49ers in the Super Bowl last year. And both teams, I thought, were okay. I don't think either team played great. But Patrick Mahomes, to me, was the difference because he's Patrick Mahomes. So when I look at the 49ers losing that Super Bowl, yes, they could have won. That's the part that it's not like they lost 30-3. They had a shot at that game.
And had a lead.
Right. But
they didn't close.
Right. But why didn't they close? Because none of their star players made a play that could have changed the outcome of that game. They just didn't.
But Draymond mentioned Kerr. Just real quick, can we put Kyle?
Yeah, that's fair.
Can we put Kyle?
That's fair.
Was he at his best coaching?
That's fair. That's completely fair. And let's get into it on the other side about this know-how that Draymond Green talks about. Does Kyle Shanahan have the know-how to kick in the window, so to speak? 888-957-9570 is the number. It is, is it payday?
I hate when you do that. No, it's not. But it's
because I wasn't here last week, so I didn't.
It's Jake Paul, Tyson, Warriors, Memphis for the Cup.
It's Cup game?
Yep. Cup game. I'm positive. I just saw it down the screen. I hate when you doubt me.
It's tonight, of course, is a Cup game, ladies and gentlemen. Spadoni gave me the thumbs up. That's official. Right. That is official. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll read this text on the other side because it's another interesting take on what happened last year in the Super Bowl. Hey, picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year, it's magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape now. InAtTheTides.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired.
They win Sunday against the Seahawks. That'll be 4-5.
You want to make some money real quick?
Of course.
That was 50 Cent. I get money.
Okay.
So I really believe Tyson's going to, dude, I'm fixated on this fight.
Okay.
But if you've been working with me 7 years,
yep.
Dude, that's a wow. Dude, we got pictures of your hair. It was just incredible.
Well, it's not now?
No, it is, but it was fluffy.
Hey.
Listen, Jake Paul at Carter gave me this, is favored. He's minus 290.
So if you bet 290 on Jake Paul
you win
and he wins,
you win 100.
But if you bet
take Tyson,
100 on Tyson,
you get 290.
Oh my God.
Tyson's plus 225.
He says Tyson's plus 225.
Oh, okay.
Jake Paul is minus 290. Though.
Okay.
He's correct.
Oh, it's plus, all right, but
Thank
still
you.
100 for 225. I'll take it.
No. That's
Mike's not losing to this dude, is he?
I don't know. You know what, Goo?
He wouldn't have slapped him if he thought he could lose.
Now you know that I'm always leery of falling into your trap and ending up with a betting problem. But I'll make a wager here and there. There's 2 events this weekend that I have no feel for. And I won't be making a bet on either of these events.
Niners Seattle is not one of them.
One of them is Tyson Jake Paul.
Yeah.
I just have no feel for that.
But Vegas does if they think this dude.
I'm laying off that.
Okay, what's the other one?
Navy Tulane this weekend.
Navy can run the ball.
I know they can.
What time's that game?
I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I'll be locked into that game. We're number 25 in the country right now. The Green Wave. Mm-hmm. I want to get to this call, Scott. We're going to get back into the 49ers. I want to get to Scott because I just saw what he wants to say, and it's pretty legit. Go ahead, Scott. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah. You know, Draymond is an excellent. He's a savant on basically pretty much anything with sports. Really.
Yeah, I agree.
He is correct. He is correct for the most part, but there are circumstances like. You know, as I mentioned to the guy who answered the phone, is that it's all about timing too. I mean, you know, Andy Reid figured out how to do it after he got Patrick Mahomes as the quarterback. I mean, you know, and I'm guessing that if Patrick Mahomes was a quarterback for the 49ers, they'd have 2 or 3 championships themselves. So there's a circumstance of just a transcendent guy that they've ran into. And that kind of trumps because their best player is their quarterback.
Right.
49ers' best player hasn't been their quarterback, and that's a big difference. So that's all I wanted to say. But you know, of course, once you know how to do something, you know, doing it again is easier. But there is just some circumstances that are different.
Yeah, no, Scott's a great point about Andy Reid. Did he become a better coach in Kansas City, or did he just get Patrick Mahomes?
You always bring this up, and you know what? I can't run from the Mahomes factor. But with that, Stoney, the bottom line, and to the caller's point, the Niners had the lead in both of those Super Bowls against that team and that coach.
But you know what? You know what I would say to that? You needed to play better and close because you were playing Michael Jordan.
All right. So you let him hang around.
You can't play at the level the Niners did that day and beat Michael Jordan. This is an interesting one, too. We're just kind of jumping around here, but it's all Niners right now. Steiny, Shanahan blew the Super Bowl. The players played well enough to win.
I'm not mad at that.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
But it's absolutely valid to put Shanahan in the mix with everybody else who didn't get it done for whatever reason. And while, you know, we don't know exactly what goes on with the coaching staff, I would say Kyle didn't coach well enough for them to beat Michael Jordan either.
So this last year's Super Bowl, the theme this week has been your scoring system, our scoring system. The overtime decision to not take the ball, when in real time I was like, not a big deal. But the more I think about it and how they kicked up dust Kansas City before the play even reconvened, Stoney, they were excited that they blew that decision. On a scale of a 1 to 10, 10 being the highest blunder, what was that? It's now a 9 to me. Kyle, that was a monumental error. So that just alone.
I'm mixed on that one. I mean, it was a mistake. But all they did essentially was take the ball first.
But
So
you
then,
gave him a plan of attack of knowing
I understand
you had to
that.
put your trump card out.
I get it. But when you made the decision, you still had a chance to win the game.
Right.
Now, what do you think about this? From the 408, that's false. The Niners wouldn't have 2 or 3 Super Bowls if Mahomes was their quarterback. You cannot say that definitively. I agree you can't say it definitively.
He would have hit Emmanuel Sanders.
But no, my point is it feels like what that person is saying is maybe Kyle Shanahan wouldn't have been able to get it done with Mahomes either.
Well, then that's a bad coach because Phil got 6 rings with Michael Jordan. You called Mahomes Michael Jordan. How can Michael not get you over the promised land when you're that close without him?
Oh, and Steiny, I'm disappointed in you for agreeing with the caller on that. I mean, all right, we can get into detail on that. Do I think if the 49ers had Mahomes the last 5 years, I don't know about 2 or 3 Super Bowls.
Oh, they have one. Come on now.
I got to believe they'd have 1 or 2, right?
Come on. Somebody said you're dealing today.
Well, and here's the other thing. If you think that the Niners wouldn't necessarily have won a Super Bowl with Mahomes, and I know it's a hypothetical, then you do think Kyle Shanahan's not a great coach. I mean, why would the 49ers with Patrick Mahomes not win a Super Bowl unless Shanahan botched something?
Yeah, they would win one.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is in 2019, I really believe the Niners had an overall better roster than the Chiefs. Okay? They didn't win that game. They squandered their 10-point lead. I am not just going to live my life and say, oh, Mahomes and Andy Reid, I'll give them the edge going into the game. But when you watch the game play out and the bloopers and blunders, I'm not going to say the Niners or ignore they were the better team and should have won the game and had a 10-point lead last year in Nevada.
They weren't. They weren't the better team.
But
they had a game to prove they were.
You do understand they had a 10-point lead.
But they're playing.
Play the Steve
They're
Young
playing
sound.
Michael Jordan. You have to have a 17-point lead against Michael Jordan.
But real quick,
you can't fumble on the first series when you're playing Michael Jordan.
That name has nothing to do, I'm going LeBron, with the decision in overtime, which could have given you an advantage.
Of course.
You won the toss. You botched it. That has nothing to do.
You can't say they would have won the game if they made the right decision.
But strategically, there would have been an advantage. And you put yourself behind the 8 ball by your decision. That has nothing to do with Mahomes.
Yeah, you know what?
To say
didn't Mahomes convert a 4th down on that drive?
A few of
Thank
them.
you.
A few of them.
Thank you. So you have one play, you get a stop, you win the game.
Well, Bosa came crashing more than once, man.
Hey, you know what? Bosa wasn't a champion that day. McCaffrey wasn't a champion that day, unfortunately.
It was one fumble early, but he fumbled, and they were going down. They were about to score.
Frankie Eyelashes is in San Rafael. What's going on, Frankie?
You know what? You guys made fun of me again. I told you the last time we talked that the last team from the NFC to get back to the Super Bowl again, back 2 years in a row, is the 1996 and 97 Green Bay Packers. And you laughed at me. You guys always make fun of me because I know my stuff.
That's not true.
You guys listen, and I know you're gamblers. And I'm getting rich off the Chiefs, okay? I'm getting rich. I'm going to get me a condo.
Wow. But I don't recall making fun of him
Frankie.
at all.
Hey, Frankie.
Eyelashes.
For us to remember, you got to be profound. I don't remember Frankie being profound. In fact, I don't even remember mentioning the Packers. Frankie, it is funny.
The low-hanging fruit, you know how I'll say, hey, the Niners lost the game. You'll be like, Guru, that was so profound. Of course, we know they lost the game. That's how you sound when you just say Andy and Mahomes and you don't go over the way the game played out. That's all. You know, I know Patrick's one of the GOATs, but you had his ass. And
but you don't believe he's Jordan.
No, Jordan got beat by the Pistons. Jordan got beat by Boston.
Oh, now you know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm just
right.
It can happen.
And you know why you know why he lost? Because the other teams were better those times.
Chuck Daly was coaching his ass off.
The Boston Celtics and the Lakers and who's the other? Like Jordan early in his career, their team wasn't good enough. It had nothing to do with Jordan.
I know.
That's all I'm saying.
But yeah.
4-1. Okay, let's go to Frazier in Antioch. What's up, Frazier? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, guys. Man, I'm doing great, but these takes, I'm listening to these guys. I'm trying to figure out what Super Bowls did they watch, A. 2, the comparison to Michael Jordan and Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson had the players, correct? That's what a coach does. He has the players. He can execute the plan. Kyle Shanahan put those plans in. We didn't have the players to execute. We had a lineman run the wrong way on a play that would have gave us a touchdown for that Super Bowl. The previous Super Bowls prior to even when Harbaugh was our coach, we didn't even get a ball to Frank Gore. That was a coach decision. So I'm trying to figure out what Super Bowls these callers are calling about, comparing this type of sport to that sport. When you have the coach and the players, just like us Warriors, we have the coach, we have the players. We don't have the players, we don't go championship. It's all about the plans and getting execution from the players. The coach can only do so much and give these guys the plan to go out and execute. When they don't execute, that makes the coach look bad. Coach can't go out there and throw the ball to himself. The coach can't go out there and line up and hike the ball to himself. The coach can't do any of that.
So Frazier,
a dynamic plan.
Frazier, real quick. So, I'll just cut to the chase. Do you think the 49ers have the coach and the player? Oh, he hung up. Do they have the coach and the players to actually be the best team in football at the end of the year?
We watched it. And again, I don't want to rub a bruise, Donnie. But the bottom line is the Niners last, and Kyle wasn't part of the Ravens Super Bowl. The Niners have blown 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, I don't look at it that way.
How do you look like?
They got beat.
Give me something more than it was just Mahomes and Reed.
Obviously there's more to it than that, but let's just look at the overtime. Mahomes got it done and the Niners didn't.
But there's some lemon booty involved. When you get beat 30-10, it's like, you know what? Buffalo, they had no chance but in one of those Super Bowls, right? Against the Giants. Whitney Houston. I
don't remember who sings the national anthem.
That was one of the greatest renditions.
No, it wasn't. Teddy Pendergast. No, it
was Marvin Gaye at the All-Star game.
Yeah, Marvin Gaye at the All-Star game.
That's one of them, but she was incredible.
No. Marvin Gaye's was the best.
That's neither here nor there. They were phenomenal.
And then the second one is always Santana when he plays it on the guitar. Hey, look, you know what? What's the? I must be drawing a blank. What's the play where the lineman ran the wrong way?
When they could have got a first down and I believe sealed the game. The Niners, and that's when the DB just came unfree and blocked the ball, tipped the ball.
Okay.
And it was right there.
Well, what about George Kittle?
When he didn't fall on the fumble?
Yes, when he was talking to the other team. How do you explain that? That's not...
But those are plays within the game to where you still got time to get back on your feet, and the Niners did.
But I look at it as, how come the Niners didn't win? Well, McCaffrey fumbled, and Kittle didn't fall on that, and the linemen.
Let's do this.
It's everything and everybody.
Spadoni already did it without the counter bet. Right now, Matt Steinmetz, if you had to bet your life that the Niners are going to not win it, are going to the Super Bowl, how would you place that bet right now?
I'd have to know.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think the defense.
And I would kind of say no right-thinking gambler right now. I think would take that bet
with the special teams and the
again,
defense.
The one thing I want to emphasize, not that, of course, you guys all know this, but we are halfway through the year. There's a good chance that 5 games from now, the 49ers will look like a better team.
But that doesn't matter. It's about they've this is like nothing to them. They've come back from 3-4 and 3-5. They played some of the biggest money games in the last 5 years than any other team outside of the Chiefs. So that doesn't mesmerize me or knock me out my seat if they do win 5 in a row. It's you win a game even when you got a lead up 10
I completely disagree with that.
That's what this is. When I hear Niners,
disagree.
That's what I think about.
Hold on.
There's nothing that Kyle's going to do to where I give them a medal.
They're 5-4. Hold on.
Right.
This is important.
Yeah.
Well, sports-wise. They're 5-4 right now.
Yeah.
Okay? They've had injuries.
Right.
Pearsall, the holdouts, the hold-in.
They're still a threat.
All of it.
Right. I'm taking
They're
that
5-4.
Yep.
You're telling me if a month from now, 5 weeks from now, they're sitting at 10-4,
Yeah.
you're going to be like nothing to see here?
I expect that.
Oh, that's
I expect it.
But see, you're basing it on something from the past. This is a 5-4, and I think if I'm a Niner fan and I'm looking at this team right now, I'm saying, you know what? We're not in the same place we were last year. And you win 5 games to get to 10-4. Of course, you're going to have aspirations then of going further than you did now. But I don't think people are. I don't know. I mean,
what did McCaffrey?
I don't think anybody's taking nobody's taking for granted right now. This team's going to win 4 or 5 in a row,
and they're not. And I get that, and I expect that. But when McCaffrey came back, he symbolized to me that this team could get back to the NFC Championship game. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. What did he symbolize to you?
Who?
Because McCaffrey.
They didn't symbolize that every problem. He didn't symbolize the special teams were going to get better.
They were 4-4 without him.
Okay, and they're 1-0, and it wasn't very impressive.
But see, are we doing that? Well, or is it about stacking wins? Because you don't have to really be impressive until it's win or go home. Like, they're going to win. I'm looking at the schedule, and there's some tough games. Don't get me wrong. I expect now that McCaffrey's reemergence that I really can't judge him until it's the loss.
I'll just throw this at you because you love the guy. What about they don't have Ayuk? You love Ayuk. You think he's a difference maker.
And
they don't have him.
Right, okay.
So
I like
that's problematic.
I'm not doing this just because we're on the radio, Stoney. I think Ricky Pearsall was drafted for a reason. That reason I didn't know and I questioned. But I don't think not having Brandon Ayuk is going to be the reason they don't get back. They are not going to get back because they can't stop the run. They are not going to get back because they can't get to the quarterback. And who was I listening to yesterday, Stoney? It might have been Jimmy Johnson. And this is just random. The 2 things you want in your football team to win, this was his choice. Stop the run and to protect the quarterback. The Niners can't do both of those things right now. Stop the run and protect your quarterback.
I'm not.
I was like,
I'm not with you.
He didn't say special teams.
I'm not with you on the second one.
Well, just Jimmy.
No, yeah. I mean the fact that they can't. I don't believe they can't protect the quarterback.
Okay,
he's healthy.
All right,
that's the first thing.
I'll give you that.
All right, let's get to some of these calls here because people have been waiting patiently.
We got Cam coming up too, Stoney.
Oh, that's right. Cam Inman at 11:48. What time we have Cam Inman? Oh, okay. Man, we might. Okay. Yeah, okay, we can do it. Let's go to Priest. Priest is in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
What's up, Priest? How you doing, buddy?
Priest.
All right, how you doing, man?
Doing well.
9-2, Priest. 9-2.
Yeah. I'm loving it. And well, there's some things I got to say about that. But that's one of what you guys are talking about. What Draymond's talking about is confidence under fire.
Yeah.
When you played sports, when you see a guy and your opponent, you look in his eyes, and if his eyes are glazed over, you know you have him. Because when I watched the Kansas City Chiefs week after week after week win when they're being outplayed, it's just sheer confidence. They know that if they can get another play, they can win. I watched that Super Bowl and I'll never forget this. Brock Purdy. Everybody talks about when Jones came in and he had a sliver of a second to throw the ball with confidence, and he did. He blinked. When I saw Kansas City get the ball in overtime, you should have seen the look on their face. We know how to do this.
Well, yeah. Hey, Priest, I'm really sorry.
We got Cam on the line.
Well, we got Cam Inman of the Bay Area News Group. Yeah, Priest. I'll take you again if you want to hang in there. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, covers the San Francisco 49ers. Cam, I opened the show with a simple question. You ready?
I am. If you want to cut me off or cut off more fans, call it in.
No,
that was for you, Cam. Priestess family. We'll get him.
I'm real sensitive about having a guest waiting.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's right. That's good manners. Yeah,
all right.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Why were the 49ers the best team in the league last year, yards after catch, and this year they're last?
It's the easy answer. Just you pick McCaffrey because the defenses play differently and your offense has different options. It's obviously the most glaring example. So, that's it. Is that why they get bogged? To me, the problem this year more is it's not the yards after the catch. It's in the red zone. There's not many yards to go, and they need to get across that goal line. So forget about your yards after the catch nonsense. You need to score touchdowns and not worry about this kicker missing field goals and sparking things like that. You need to score touchdowns and put points on the board, get the 30 for Purdy going again. And the fact that they've won 2 games in a row now, it's like they're starting to get a little swagger back with this team, and they need that.
Well, let me just quick follow up. What do you think their red zone issues are?
I think part of it was the fact that you didn't have McCaffrey, who scored lots of touchdowns for the last year and a half with this. And I think people just took it for granted that he had such a tremendous nose for the goal line of figuring out a way to get there. But it's obviously not all him, because then it's like, well, what's going on with the receivers? And are you just throwing it up to Kittle as a prayer every time? It works. He's gotten 7 touchdown catches because he's a maniac. But you need more production out of like a Juwan Jennings. Debo only has 1 touchdown catch, and that was against Seattle, a month ago. And when he had like a 76-yarder with a lot of yards after catch. So you just need guys to step up and make more plays. And they've had Trent Williams at left tackle this whole way. He has not practiced this week because of an ankle injury. So there's a little concern there with the line. That's what I say. So you're taking for granted some of these stars you've had, and you're not scoring. So before you know it, you're going to need them. So.
Hey, Cam, our guy Joe Spadoni filled in for Shasky this morning with Bonte, and the way he looks at the Niners, I'm paraphrasing, this year's team is if they get to the playoffs, that was success.
Win the division,
excuse me, which would get them to the playoffs. And I'm like, hell no. I still feel like now that McCaffrey came back, it's still Super Bowl or bust. Where are you at if you hear, that take to where have you changed the barometer of what you think this team can do and what they're capable of?
It's always Super Bowl or bust with the 49ers, man. You got a 30-year Super Bowl drought. It's everybody wants they want that trophy some way or another, right? It's just going to come. If it comes, it's come in a different way than last year or previous years where they you saw how hot they were, right, early in the season. This year, it started out clunky, and they had a couple of these bad losses where they collapsed in the fourth quarter, and that's usually their playoff exit. So maybe they flipped the script and they just get into the playoffs, and then you just get hot. Like, listen, I was talking to my guy Mike at the post office down on Black Avenue in Pleasanton. Mike and I had the same discussion, and Mike said, he said, the Rams back in 2021. They got hot. They got in the playoffs. Remember, they beat the Niners. Yeah. And next thing you know, they're hoisting a Lombardi trophy. Yeah. You've seen wild card teams win the Super Bowl. And why do they do it? Because they're a deep team with some stars. Now, the Niners, I just don't buy the whole injury thing. Yes, they've lost Ayuk. They lost Hargrave. Every team loses somebody. But that's the whole point of this season with the Niners is, hey, they're stocked up. They're ready for a playoff run. So, first of all, they got to get in the playoffs. And to do that, you got to win the NFC West. And that's why this game Sunday is a really big game, because at 1-2 in the division, that's not great, man. You got to win your division, get in the playoffs. Obviously 2021, they didn't win the division. They backed in as a wild card. And so they'll get in, but you just got to get in the show, man.
Yeah. You think they're going to win the division?
I do, because I think they're the best team. Now, the problem is, the Cardinals have stacked a lot of early wins, and they've had 3 walk-off game-winning kicks, right?
Yeah.
So there's maybe a little special mojo, and that kind of becomes contagious, and you start believing you're better than you actually are. The Cardinals have a history of fading later in seasons, So I'm not totally on board with them, and I think that the Niners can beat them. I just think the Cardinals are raising some eyebrows because they're a little bit more physical than in the past, and they got a really good running back that's a bruiser, and they got an offensive line that's going to be pushing around. But these Niners, if with McCaffrey now coming aboard, they can make a run with him. And we were talking to him yesterday, and everybody's like, "Hey, look, he's got fresh legs. He's been out for 2 months." Well, that's partly true, just because he hasn't been getting hit in the legs and whatever. But he says he's been grinding on those legs, trying to get them better. He didn't get a lot of yards on the ground in Tampa, but anybody that's seen him, knows his style, where he's got he keeps the legs moving and second effort. So to me, and I told him this yesterday, I go, he looked similar to what he did last year. He just didn't break one. And in past games, past years, he would break a couple, and that's where you knew this guy's super special. He's still special, and you saw that on the 30-yard catch.
Cam, I got to be careful here because I've been one of the biggest supporters of Brandon Ayuk, and it was tragic. Season's over. I just told Stoney a few minutes ago, and I believe this. You tell me what you think. I'm not dare comparing Ricky Pearsall, the rookie, to Brandon Ayuk, but what I'm watching in regard to, I feel like there's a rapport with him and Brock Purdy and his ability to run after he gets the ball. I feel like the Niners will not, if they don't get to the promised land, it won't be because of Ayuk, because I feel like Pearsall's giving them something. What do you say to that?
I think it's unfair to put it all on Pearsall. I think it's been tremendously encouraging and fun to watch how he's progressed, because what a near tragic story that was 2 months ago. And he has a lot of fun, and he's so happy, and he gets along great with teammates. So it's really good to see. But, Ayuk did have a special connection with Brock for the last 2 seasons. So I just don't think you can totally dismiss it, because, remember, Brandon came through in some really big clutch moments last year, and that's why he got paid, right? He's coming off back-to-back 1,000-yard season. Now, here's the deal. Because Pearsall's coming along well, that's really good. But so is Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings is the best wide receiver on the team right now. Debo's best ability is he still can do a lot of different vertical things. He gives you this menacing presence that you need. But Pearsall does, the way he runs routes is Ayuk-like, because Ayuk was such a great route runner where he could misdirect a cornerback covering him, turn on a dime. And I see that out of Ricky, and Ricky's got great hands, but he still has to work on just developing that trust with Brock. And you saw that last game in Tampa. He even said after the game he cut off his route too soon, and that's why Brock's pass failed. So it took Ayuk a couple years to develop all those specific skills, and it'll take Ricky some time. But everything is really optimistic and positive with him. It just don't go expecting him to be an MVP wide receiver yet. But again, by saying that, I think we overlooked Juwan Jennings way too much, and he was limited in practice. He popped up on the injury report yesterday with an ankle injury, being limited. And I think Juwan's been dealing with a lot of issues, since camp. And he had a hip issue that kept him out a couple of games before he came back against Tampa. But man, that guy delivers, and he has a physical presence, and especially in the run game, and he can get the defenders drawing penalties that help the Niners offense out.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the San Francisco 49ers for the Bay Area News Group. I'm kind of interested to hear your opinion on this, because I kind of said it in a joking way when I've seen Pearsall play the last couple days, or games rather. Boy, he looks like Brandon Ayuk. So when I think of the 49ers and their offense, I think McCaffrey, versatile. They can use him in different ways. Debo is a different, special kind of player. Kittle, block and catch. Do you how much overlap in their games do Pearsall and Ayuk have, and what are the similarities, I guess, and differences?
I think they play different positions. Ricky's more of an interior slot guy. And Ayuk would be he's a split end where he lines up on the other side from the tight end. And Ayuk, I think, is faster. But boy, when Ricky Pearsall took an end around run, which was supposed to go to Cowan, but Pearsall took it 2 games ago against Dallas, everybody said, whoa, that kid has some speed, which is great, because it's you need speed in this league. I still want to see what they can get out of Jacob Cowan, but they're different players, and it's just a different skill set. But Ricky There's this really fun, contagious joy about him that is just tremendous to see after what this young kid has overcome in his life. And he's not asking for sympathy. He's asking you to join the party with him.
Yeah, Cam, we were having some fun. I want to ask you about Lenore's money, and I will. The timing of it, and I'm happy for him. But yesterday we were grading Brock Purdy, at the halfway point of the season. I gave him an 8.5. Steiny had him at a 7, and we had to kind of took us the whole show. If you had to number-wise grade Brock Purdy 1 through a 10, 10 being the highest, what number would you give him?
I'd give him an 8. I think last year was a 10, especially coming off his elbow injury. I mean, what he did with the numbers he put up and how well he was directing the offense. A lot of games this year, he's just been a little bit off with his throws early on. But I'll tell you what, I gave him a 10 in the fourth quarter against Tampa.
Oh, that play to Kittle, good God!
The play to Kittle where he raced around for 8 seconds, felt like 8 minutes. But just the game-ending drive where you got to move the ball downfield in under a minute, and it was precision, and it was left, right, boom, kick, we're out of here, we won. And just like I talked to him as he was leaving the locker room, and like he wasn't just like, he's not braggadocious whatsoever. He knows he's got to get better, and I think that's the beauty of Brock. He's very humble, extremely self-aware that it's not all on him, but when it is, he better come through for the team because that's what goes with the quarterback position.
Cam, give us a quick rundown of where we are injury-wise, because I heard you mention Bosa. I know, obviously, Mooney Ward, the tragedy with his family, missed last game. You mentioned Jennings, Trent Williams. Just if you can run down where we are with all those guys, that'd be great.
Well, you pretty much did right there, Matt. So good job.
I mean, are they all like game time? Would you say?
I think Trent Williams is going to be a game time. Shanahan will tell us in about 2 hours what their official statuses are.
Gotcha.
But Kittle returned to practice yesterday because he missed Wednesday with a hamstring, and he's been nicked all throughout the year. The guy he's just a gladiator, and he said he just saw the movie and enjoyed it. But Trent Williams' ankle is going to be a big one to watch. Bosa, that hip injury really bothered him last week to the point where he told me that was the hardest pain he's had to play through a game with. So he did not practice yesterday or the day before, but that's kind of like that was prescribed rest, and he's getting around. I think he plays. And then
Jennings.
Well, I don't know. That's one that we're going to have to find out because I don't know how serious. I don't know if there was something that happened in practice that made him go on the injury report, or if this has been a lingering ankle injury that he's dealt with for a couple months. But they might get back Yetur Gross-Matos to help out on the defensive line, which is necessary because Leonard Floyd's got only 3 sacks through 9 games, so they need more production from their defensive front. And Geno Smith's been sacked, I think, 28 times, has 11 interceptions against 10 touchdowns. They have the number 1 pass offense, so he's going to air it out against these guys, especially with that Mooney Ward there. So I want to see a defensive front ready to get after him. And that's probably why Bosa wants to play too, because he always wants to play. But I mean, this is a divisional game. It's the all hands on deck if he can play. But I guess to me, the number 1 issue that I'm going to pay attention to is Trent Williams, because obviously Trent is the best left tackle. And he's been walking around and he's in the locker room smiling, and Trent's a vet. He knows his body. So he just have to get through it, and then he'll be ready to go on Sunday. But if not, then you got Jalen Moore, who has experience over the years playing in place of Trent, and away they go.
Guru has something to say to you real quick.
No, Cam, I was just going to tell you, thank you, man, for the gift. I finished your book. It was awesome.
It was awesome. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Put that review on Amazon. Maybe we'll
you got it. It's done, baby.
Give yourself a plug real quick.
All right. So my book, it's called The Franchise San Francisco 49ers. You can find it on Amazon or caminman.com, or message me on Instagram. I'll send you a signed copy, or show up on Tuesday in Palo Alto at Books Incorporated from 7 to 8. I think you have to register, and you can come to a book event. We're going to have another book event in Livermore at Altamont Beer Works out in Livermore, and I think that's on November 19th, maybe. Double check with me on that. And then another one is going to be a Sidetrack in Pleasanton, my buddy Todd's place. That'll be in mid-December. So we got a few things still going with the book. It's going well. I'm glad you enjoyed your copy, Goo, and hopefully everybody else does too.
No doubt.
Last thing is, if you see a call from me in the next week, it's going to be about you teaching me how to write a book, because I've thought about it forever.
Did you get your copy?
What's that? I did get my copy. Thank you. I'm talking about me writing a book.
Awesome.
What's that?
He said
it was awesome.
Give him a critique. He's asking. I said
I haven't started it yet.
Okay.
I haven't started it yet.
Gotcha.
I've been very busy. I've been out of town. Of course, I'm going to read it.
Yeah, but you're going to be honest with me. You don't need to you're like you always have a scathing tongue. Yeah.
Whoa. Wow.
All right. I am going to be hitting you up for pointers because I'm too lazy. I can't figure out how to get this book done.
Wait a minute. What's your book going to be on? Is this going to be about your days?
Yeah, it's got to be about the Warriors and their history.
And your radio career.
Going for the worst team in the league to the best. Something like that.
Listen, I think the first time when I came to the Contra Times Valley Times in '95, Matt Steinmetz was on the Warriors beat. There was a guy named Latrell Sprewell doing something to PJ Carlesimo.
That's true.
That got you. That was peak beat reporting by Matt Steinmetz on that one.
Wow.
Thanks, Cam.
He gave you some love.
Hey, enjoy the game Sunday. Thank you for your time, and congrats on the book, man.
Hey, get Priest back on the line. We get some good audio for you guys.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much.
See you, boys.
All right, that's Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, covers the Niners. Okay, listen, I got Wilson, Devin, Paul, Roy. They are all on hold. They've been extremely patient. I'm gonna get to them on the other side to talk more about the San Francisco 49ers and get into a little more about what Cam mentioned.
Trent Williams, you better play.
Why?
He ain't been having a good season.
Exactly. So they won't miss him. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Make it a holiday with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings on honeysuckle white whole frozen turkey, 12 to 22 pounds. Just 49 cents per pound with a qualifying $25 purchase. Limit 1 while supplies last. See store for details.
How's your home handling hot and chilly weather these days? For a comfortable home, you should consider proper weatherproofing. If you're working
The game.
Oh, yeah, it's a Friday.
Yeah, baby.
I'm excited.
Man, we've had a hell of a week.
It's been a good week.
It has.
Show-wise.
We ain't gotten a fight in a while. We had Clay Day Tuesday. Why are you smiling?
Because that was funny. We haven't gotten a fight in a while.
I want to know this before we get to the calls because they're lined up. What would you name your book?
Oh, boy. You're right.
What would you name it?
What would I name it?
You need to write one, man.
It would have to be how a team went from...
That's too long. Give us a title, Steiny.
Well, you know what? I'll take suggestions, but it would be about how a team like the Warriors goes from a laughing stock to a dynasty.
I like that. That's what. Okay,
from laughing stock to dynasty, that doesn't quite ring. But hey, help me out if you want. All right, we got some people who've been very patient. I want to get into some conversation here. Let's go to Paul in Oakland. What's up, Paul? Thanks for hanging in there, buddy.
I just wanted to add one thing because I think what you've demonstrated in this 49er talk is it's not just one thing. But I want to circle back on the Kyle, Andy Reid conversation.
All right.
And the thing that keeps coming back to me, and it's probably been the last maybe 3 or 4 years, Andy Reid did not win a Super Bowl until he came to the conclusion that everybody else was already talking about, that he was really poor at managing the game clock, especially at the end of the game.
Yep.
And what did he do? What did he do? He hired a guy specifically to do that so he could do what he does best. And I'd love to see Kyle, kind of get John. Maybe John's got to help him out, and maybe somebody helped Andy get to this conclusion. But he doesn't have to do it all, and especially if he could take that off his plate, that's something that's kind of been a bugaboo for him for a while now, and I'd love to see that change.
Thanks, Paul.
That is so great, Paul, that, Stoddy, I hadn't even remembered that part of Andy Reid.
How can you tell Kyle Shanahan you're not calling plays? Like, that's what he does. Like, that's why he was hired, right?
Well, you know what? To that point, Andy did not relinquish that or go get that until he went to another location. So he had to get humbled of losing his job or not being the man. So would Kyle do that right now, in the near future? I don't know.
But I would say that, like, if Andy Reid had hired a time management guy in Philly, they still probably wouldn't have won a title. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's interesting, though, but... I mean, the only thing you can take off Kyle's plate, right, would be his play calling, and it's like, well, then, what's he doing? I get it. It's a big job to be a head coach, but that is his.
But the timeout stuff in the 19 Super Bowl where John Lynch, your GM, Hall of Famer, played the game, is telling you to call a timeout. Those are examples that will never go away. Steiny, you talked about it just this last week where. What's Kyle doing at the end of halves? Like, some coaches would give their right arm and burn the timeouts to get the ball back and a chance to score. Sometimes he's just lax.
What do you think, from choke to champs?
I saw
the choke
that one.
But the problem is that the choke was so long ago.
But it'll never be forgotten.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of Warrior fans don't even know about that.
60 Minutes got in on that, and it got racial. It had the racial undertones.
But we are talking about 1997.
It's a book.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if you say from choke to champs, it's not going to be like, we all know what the choke means.
Well, no, the choke was what they were forever, and why I would adopt teams during the playoffs.
No.
Shasky?
No, he's talking about the choke of Sprewell.
Yeah.
Right, Sprewell choking Carlissimo would be the choke.
But
the Warriors never were good enough to but they never choked.
No, right.
They stunk.
No, a great timeout, you could call it.
That's not going to... No.
Well, hey, I was trying to help. Wow, man. Rags to riches? Somebody put that.
Roy's in San Leandro.
This is our guy. Roy.
Hey, Roy.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Talk to us.
Conversation.
Thank you.
Nice conversation today. I really appreciate it.
Sure, thank you.
Hey, look, I just wanted to mention, Guru had you, Steinmetz, on that first Super Bowl because... The reason I'm saying that is because if you look in that first, before the second half, the 49ers were playing man, they were playing awesome, especially on defense.
Yes.
Because if you notice on the side of Kansas City's, there on the sideline, they were arguing with each other. They were yelling at each other and stuff, and that shows how intense and how bad the 49ers were. The problem was that Garoppolo didn't do the job. That's all it was to it. He didn't do the job. The 49ers couldn't kick field goals to keep stay ahead of Kansas City, and they let Kansas City's defense in on them, where they didn't give him enough protection. Now, that other Super Bowl, I'm not going to even comment on because too many mistakes were made, especially when they let that guy named Jones come in, and they didn't even block him. He just came in, and so right now, the 49ers are kind of a middle-of-the-road team. That's all it is to it, and so that's the reason I mentioned the last time I talked to both of you that I just think that they need to trade away a couple of pieces, and plan for next year, if possible. So it's always great to talk to both of you. Thanks a lot.
Hey, keep calling, Roy. You're
Appreciate
the man.
it.
Wow, Steiny.
What a gentleman.
He's the man.
He's
and
a
he
gentleman.
sounds like the late, great Willie Mays to me, his voice.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Somebody said, book title, this is awesome, Steiny, is Street. Dub this. Get it?
Coming from chumps to champs. It's not terrible.
But what book you going to get? Chumps to champ? It's got to be provocative.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the book's not going to live up to the title.
So would you do like Marcus Thompson did Curry? You just go to, you're a patient?
Nope.
You just talking?
No.
Because I always thought when you write a book about somebody, that person like almost lives with you. You follow him.
Not necessarily. Well, I mean, Marcus Thompson, he essentially followed Steph Curry for 5 years.
Wow, man.
As a beat writer. Just as a writer.
But not always knowing the grand enchilada would be, I'm going to write a book with.
Right. Correct. He's covering the Warriors, and over time says, Curry'd be a great book. And then he wrote it.
But
Curry never gave.
Okay, gotcha.
Like Curry never it's not endorsed by Curry.
That man.
I owe Curry nothing.
Well, you do. He gave you a jersey. Listen, yours is longer than 5 years. That's why you need a book. You've been here for a while.
No, I know. The problem is literally sitting down at a computer and writing. That's the problem. I can't.
Norm would cuss you out right now.
But Norm, here's the problem.
Get a drink or a wine.
No, of course.
You can do that and get them do it.
I'll be honest with you. If you want to go here, I'll share all my shortcomings.
Well, we got no time.
And I got a lot of papers like this laying around of Warriors information. Mm-hmm. I got a lot already on the computer. So I sit down and I start writing, and it always happens. Always. Sometimes I might even get on a roll. 2, 3, 4 pages.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 stories. But inevitably, at some point, I look in the mirror and I say, nobody cares. Like, nobody cares about this.
They do,
man. No, I don't, nobody cares about...
They do.
About Gary St. Jean and PJ Carlissimo. You know what I mean?
What if Cam looked at his book like that? Nobody would care.
His is a little different.
Because the Niners were better than the Warriors? Don't look at it like that, man. I won't say what radio host in the Bay mentioned you yesterday, and he was just talking about a time like 25 years ago, and your name came up, and I was like, damn, dude, Stoney, my partner been around for a minute.
I know.
And they got this thing now real quick on the iPhone to where you ain't got to write. You can talk your stuff, so it'll, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but ideally I would
get it transcribed.
Ideally I would have somebody essentially write it for me.
Yeah.
Like interview, like just, Steiny, just tell some stories and I'll write it down for you.
Hello?
What, you?
No, please.
Anyway.
Yeah. Somebody said it sound like you got ADHD.
I got a lot of problems. And like I said last week, I got a big ass.
Oh, boy.
I mean, I just
But title it that. I got a big ass.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Tyson. There's got to be people out there that can guide you through. You know what? It's a lack of discipline.
Nahegan could get you to
undisciplined.
He could walk you through. Like, he's the type of the report.
He has no
I study you
knowledge in that area.
But his personality, he has a lot. He could get you to the promised land.
Anybody out there could get me to the promised land?
You better write one before Dibs does.
Well,
boy.
But Dibs' book would probably be different than mine.
But it's still a book.
That's right. I need a ghostwriter.
Man, Drake.
I need a ghostwriter.
Back to the
27? Are we out of 27 here?
He told us 3 times.
I forgot. It's another reason why I can't write a book. I forget everything.
Kid said that should be the name of the book.
What?
I forgot. Dude.
Easy, Ken.
Wow.
All right, let's go to Wilson. Wilson's in the East Bay. Hey, Wilson, how you doing?
Doing well today. Dig your show.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Before I get rolling, Ricky Pearsall, for a moment or two, he reminded me of Julian Edelman or something like that. I don't know.
Man, I like what I saw. Yeah,
he's got some of those traits. Anyway, I'm just referring back to the last Super Bowl. And, media people, listeners, can micromanage, a game after the fact and say, well, if this play or this play, football games are a journey. You get a fumble, you get interceptions, you get special teams screw-ups, that happen during the course of this journey, this game. But at the end of the regulation, those two teams were tied.
Right.
Yep.
And the 49ers they won the flip. The mistake was that Shanahan should have been committed to running 4 plays for the touchdown and nothing short of that. I don't care where that ball was down on their neck of the field. You have 4 plays to get a touchdown because you have to figure that number 15 on the other side, just like Tom Brady, okay, he's going to score a touchdown, or you got to assume that he's committed to that. And that was the only mistake, because I don't know about your group, but after the 49ers hit that field goal and they had to give the ball back to the other team, I looked at a friend of mine, I said, game over. It's game over.
Man.
Kind of like Brady, against Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. When Green Bay took that field goal, we smiled and said, game over. That was the only mistake that I see. And that's just the perspective I'm coming from.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Wilson.
Great stuff.
Appreciate it. I mean, the other argument I've heard is the 49ers defense was gassed. And by taking the ball, you gave them some time you gave them more time to rest.
You know what? And for a lot of days, I believe that, and it kind of makes sense. But the bottom line is that defense played so stellar, Steiny. That game shouldn't have went to OT. Kansas City, I thought, by all accounts, was going to score. The defense kept them out of it. But what did Pre say that was profound? Confidence. And that coin flip, the decision, gave Kansas City confidence. Right? Not something on the field, a decision. Gave Mahomes and Andy confidence, Steiny. And that's why I just come down Kyle's road of, I whisper sweet nothings about you, but I look at you, not that you were always operating from a point of disadvantage. I just feel like you're the captain. It comes with the territory, Steiny. You blew your chances. You were part of the reason. You should already have a Super Bowl. Just think about it. He's great. He took Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy to a Super Bowl.
That's right. But
and they had leads.
But they did. Right. They did. Everything you said is correct. Where I disagree with you is they should have. No, they shouldn't have. You can't win a Super Bowl and not play a complete game. And unfortunately, they didn't. What if you know what you got to do to win a Super Bowl? Have no turnovers. Well, they had turnovers.
But some teams have won just like regular games, Steiny. I get you.
When you're playing the Kansas City Chiefs,
who had turnovers, they made them.
When you're playing against a team, every time you play against the Kansas City Chiefs, they have the best player on the field. Period. End of story.
But it's not the NBA, though,
Steiny. That means that if you give him an opportunity, he's going to take it.
Right.
And so you have to play. You needed to play your best game of the year in the Super Bowl. And
coach your best game of the year.
Exactly, yes. I'll go with you there. Right. I'll absolutely go with you there. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, boy, look at that sad guy up on the...
But I'll say this real quick with nobody. The Dallas Mavericks, they've lost 4 in a row by a total of 8 points. So there's a win in that, right? Like, hey, guys, we're not getting blown out. We've lost 4 games by a combined total of 8 points.
Well, this is where...
You know what I mean?
This is where I'll win any argument. What'd you say?
They've lost 4 games in a row by a combined total of 8 points.
Sounds to me like they can't close.
Sounds to me like out of shape right now.
Well, exactly.
All right.
He's fat.
Nothing wrong with fat.
Kyrie Irving didn't play last night. What's new? By the way, tonight's Warrior game. No DeAnthony Melton. No Ja Morant. Who else
is Bain playing?
Bain's Bain and
where is Ja?
Brandon Clark are both game time.
Man.
Game time.
Warriors 9-2. Where's this thing going?
The Niners or the Warriors?
The Warriors.
It's too early to tell.
But it's off to a good start. I just
say something I can disagree with.
I hate Melton's hurt again. That was an article.
Say something I can disagree with.
You're going to write a book. Yeah.
I don't know.
Get Willard to help you. He's good in that stuff.
Is he?
Dude, he helps the kids.
I mean,
he's break into the business.
I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that Mark Willard is more responsible than I am.
Oh, I didn't say that.
There's absolutely no doubt about that.
We can put in some more names. I'm not.
And you know what? I probably can say this with confidence that he's more disciplined than me.
I love you, man.
Than I. More disciplined than I. Something like that. Thank you.
That last read you did before the break, I told Spadona you could do voiceover.
Oh, you mean with the in at the time?
Look at that. What is that?
You know what?
The Barry White.
You know why I can't do voiceover, from what I understand, is I still sound a little East Coasty. And the voiceover people are usually like middle of the road. 90, 35 years out on the West Coast. They say I still talk like an East Coast guy. Say something, Goo. I'm running
you got
out
the
of
twang. Somebody reminded me this because you said I'm living in the past with the Niners. And I think Tyson's going to knock out Jake Paul. Somebody goes, he's 58, Goo. But look at him.
Goo.
Jake Paul is not a real fighter.
You're wrong.
He's never taken a punch from a guy like Tyson.
Well,
58. Dude.
I don't know about that.
Plus 228.
Goo. He's 58 years old.
Have you looked at his body?
Yes,
Okay,
I have.
Okay.
And it's impressive on the one hand. On the other, like, Jake Paul is...
He look like he's been chugging brew.
I disagree. I think he looks pretty big.
Oh, I'm not a fan of the physique.
You would take that physique in a heartbeat.
He looks like Luka a little bit.
Please.
To me, he ain't chiseled.
Yeah, I kind of did want to talk a little bit. Like,
where's the boss at here?
It doesn't matter.
All right, but
I did want to, like, I have it written down, like, are people excited about this fight?
Yes.
No, you're excited about everything. I'm not asking you. All right, you're excited about, Tampa Bay, Atlanta this weekend. I'm asking the people out there if they're fired up about this fight.
Ken, are you juiced about the fight tonight?
Yes. Here's the other thing. Is anybody rooting for Jake Paul?
I'm sure there's someone. That little girl that Tyson did the interview with yesterday. We got to play the sound.
Right, we can do that.
Yeah, we got to play
We got a ton of sound that we got to get into. Ian is in Alameda.
Ian.
Hey, Ian, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing well, thank you.
I just wanted to say I also listened to that Draymond Warner podcast earlier, and yeah, Draymond has some great insights in not only about the championship pedigree, but what else was he saying? He was talking about the crap. Forgot my.
Well, he was talking about He was talking about know-how, and if you've been there before, then you know how to deal with it. Whereas if you haven't gotten over the hump, you don't.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and it definitely has shown up with the Niners. I feel like Shanahan doesn't know how, and that's his biggest issue.
Man.
He kind of, if you listen to the mic'd up stuff on that game, you could see, like, as soon as Greenlaw went out, it's like the dark cloud was coming over Shanahan, and this doom and gloom anytime he gets a little bit of adversity in the big game. That was kind of my thought.
Thank you, Ian. Appreciate the call.
But they did, to start the second half, not to revisit it, Scotty, they got an interception.
10-point lead.
No, they got an interception from Mahomes right out the gate of the second half.
All right. Did they score off it?
No, they got
They got to score off those kind of.
Man,
like,
I hear you.
I'm kind of surprised that people disagree with me when I say they didn't play well enough to win a Super Bowl. Like, I don't think they did.
But I feel like you're giving somebody a pass when you say it like that. And I don't know who it is.
No, I'm running down the whole list. Shanahan, McCaffrey, Bosa, Purdy, Who could have walked off that field last Super Bowl and said, I can't play any better?
Wilkes could have said I couldn't have coached any better.
Well, okay, but he's
Fred Warner.
I don't know that Fred Warner was lights out. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not saying there weren't a few guys who played, but bottom line is that.
All right, I'm feeling frisky. I'll tell you, because we're past halftime. I'll tell you what I'm feeling for Kyle. I have and he's not asking for it. I have no sympathy for him not winning one yet. And Steiny, to your point about if you think you're going to start over and start, hey, Lenore, we gave you your contract, we're going to reset. That's scary. Because that means it's the end of an era, and I know that that's where I'm at.
No chance.
And I don't count them out this year. I do not count them out. But that Cowboy game was.
Let me
jarring.
ask you this:
I couldn't believe Dallas. I was there.
Yeah. 706. Ask Guru if he expects the Cowboys to win the division based on former expectations. That's true.
No, they're taking.
Hold on.
Deion will be the new
Cowboys. Have won 12 games in each 36. Of the past 3 seasons.
Yeah. And what happened in the playoffs?
So the question is, I don't care. That's not what I'm asking. Why won't you give them the chance to come back and make a run?
Because they're mentally broken.
What about the Niners?
They're their own worst enemy. Dallas got down in the playoffs 27-0.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the regular season.
Okay.
Only.
And I'm throwing rocks. Regular season, don't get mad at me. That's how you can manipulate a regular season and get 36 wins in 3 years.
Well, you want to manipulate again. You'd like to manipulate again.
You made decisions, and your team got weaker.
You still didn't answer the main point, which is the 49ers, based on their history, you think they're going to make a run.
No doubt about it.
Regular season Cowboys over the last 3 years, why aren't you expecting them to make a run? Regular season only.
Coaching.
Okay.
He's been exposed.
That's fair.
They've been exposed. The Niners have not. Yeah.
I'm just asking.
What was Cam's answer on the separation? He kind of wasn't having it up. They're throwing the ball downfield. A lot of people don't like it here.
I'll tell you what he said. I didn't come down his road for it. He said something like, red zone is more important than all this yak nonsense. I forgot about that, Cam. Hell, if I'm going to read your book now.
He kind of dismissed it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how important that stat is, to be honest with you. And it's how we started the show. The 49ers last year led the league in yards after catch. This year they're dead last. And
they're 5-4.
We just asked why. Yeah. But we could also ask, how important is that on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, they're 5-4. Are we going to say diddly squat to that? Why you're 5-4 is 23 hadn't been available. But they still were 1 for 3 in the red zone.
I can't stand when you bring that up constantly after one game.
You know why?
One game. You know what? You want to talk about red zone issues? Fair. They've had red zone issues all year. I'm gonna give it. But when you say they were bad again in the red zone, even with McCaffrey, would you give it a 3 weeks, please?
Okay. See, but this is what I'm
please.
Doing. This is why I'm a genius to myself. When you take tests,
gotta go soon,
and you got 3. It's let's say 50. It's a pop quiz, 50 questions. But you answer the first 3.
I've tuned out.
I really believe you have.
I have.
I'm not finished.
To this tape. Oh, man.
It's early. That's why he should have been 3 for 3 or 2 for 3. It's easy early, and that still didn't get rectified. Dude, I'm telling you what, this random. 71, I've been on your side. Somehow you don't play this Sunday, Stoney. I'm giving you the dub.
Who?
Trent. Yeah, hadn't practiced all week. Ankle. You used to throw people around and hurt their ankles.
Used to. He's too old. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the ball game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman.
Who is that?
A 7 Nation Army couldn't hold me back. What's up,
Doug?
Who is that? It's
All right.
You don't even know.
Hey, what's up, Doug?
I am. Hey,
White
man,
Stripes.
I was going to call and talk about the proverbial Super Bowl window.
Okay.
Man, I mean, I never bought into all that. If you got a quarter together, you got a quarter together. If you don't, you don't. And right now, going into the next few years, you guys were talking about maybe 3 years down the road. As long as Purdy's been playing, is going to be playing like he's been playing, and we can protect you. You know, Shanahan's proven he can find running backs, you know, on the garbage heap or wherever he gets them. You know, you got to get some guys to catch the ball. Just keep a core around them, and your window's always open. Okay. The only time it's closed is when you lose that quarterback and you lose a head coach with a vision. So that's that. Number two, the guy that just called, I think I agreed with almost every point he made except for one, and I won't say which one. But Debo putting his hands on old boy, I don't know how I feel about that. On one hand, I like the passion. On the other hand, I'm like, yo, man, this is your teammate.
No
Protect
doubt.
yourself. Jaw at him all you want, and if you want to lay hands on somebody, do it in the locker room.
No
man.
doubt, man.
But hey, I ain't mad at Debo. I get it. I just didn't like the way it looked, and the way it looked may not be what it was.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a great phrase.
Yeah.
That's a great phrase,
He's
actually.
on fire.
The way it looked may not have been the way it was. I like that.
And I just got hit with a brick, Donnie, from the 707. Hey, Guru, clearly half the nation agreed with the Bosa's hat, so it shouldn't be not a big deal.
Well, that
You
means
gotta
the other
laugh
half
with it.
doesn't, though.
Oh, I get it.
I'm going to Wichita.
And that's White Falls.
Far from this opera forevermore. It's a great tune, and you're wrong.
Somebody
It's
texted.
White Stripes.
Oh, what did I say?
I don't even know.
White Falls. Hey, I was giving you my test information. You cut me off. Somebody said Guru just marks
I didn't
all.
cut you off. I just stopped listening.
Guru marks all C's.
I think that's the best letter to fill out all, they tell you that if you have multiple choice and you're just going to do one the whole way, I think C is the best. It's better than B and A after a lot of studies have been done.
You got to reset and play that Dre sound.
All right.
The profound.
Well, now it's 12:38 and we're getting out at 12:42.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So we got 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think Jake Paul's going to win that fight.
Why, Steiny? He has no hit. He's not a real traditional boxer. That's all.
Dude, you're wrong. I mean,
Mike Tyson's an OG from Catskill, New York.
He's not Joe Frazier. I get it. But he's not a tomato can.
But have you watched any of his other fights?
Yes, I have.
He's marshmallow-ish.
You know what? I'm ready to bet you on it.
Let's do a lunch.
Okay.
It's done. Tyson's not losing to this dude.
Tyson's 60.
58.
Easy, pal.
Yeah. Hey, Carter, real
when
quick.
You use that number 60, you better use it with reverence.
Hey, Carter, can you play the Tyson sound real quick?
I can do it.
But you'll mess it up.
Oh, the Tyson sound with a little girl?
Yes.
Oh, I don't have that handy.
Carter, do you have it?
He's going to have to get that after the break.
This is
well, no, we're not going to be able to turn that around right now.
No, we are.
We'll get it.
I was on it early.
Okay, then start setting it up.
I am doing that now, but
go ahead.
I came across Tyson being interviewed last night by a little girl. Well, she had to be 8 or 9.
So an 8 or 9-year-old girl was interviewing Mike Tyson
about tonight's fight. And go ahead.
You sent it to me.
It's the most incredible audio ever.
With the caption, like, Mike Tyson must not have remembered he's talking to an 8-year-old. And I was thinking, oh, my God, was he just dropping F-bombs left and right? And then I heard it, and it was worse. We'll either play it. You know what? We'll play it on the other side.
We have to. And that's why I think he's going to win if he's looking at it with this mindset, man. He's not playing. And he slapped him.
Yeah, and my guy now. You know what? I can't root against Tyson.
You didn't like him. You just start liking him.
No, I've liked it. He's a sports Socrates. He is. Mike Tyson is like turned into a philosopher.
Yeah,
he's incredible.
He is.
But if I make a bet, I'll root against him if I have to.
The people that are saying Tyson's too old, but Paul is not Sugar Ray Leonard.
Do you realize that? I heard a stat, like when you hit 40 or 50, you lose 10% of your strength every 8 years.
That's false. How am I still hooping and banging? Down low,
you're not as strong as you were 10 years ago.
No, I'll give you that.
Exactly. And Mike Tyson's not as strong as he was 27 years ago.
But his not strong and my not strong is different.
We got to go.
Yeah.
888-957.
Did send us a text about the book.
What?
Oh, she's 13. She wasn't 9, Stouty. Young lady, the audio.
I got to read, too.
Okay.
And I got to try to do it with enthusiasm, which I have. And you know why I have it? Because I believe. What do I believe in? Warriors Live. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and transform your kitchen with the Electrolux Buy More, Save More promotion.
13.
Everybody's saying 14.
I'm going with the dibber.
And so, Ken, do you know more about this girl?
About the girl? No, I just know about the cut and like what she's talking about.
All right, so apparently she's a TikToker.
Okay, gotcha.
But anyway, so do we have the question in it too? So Tyson's being interviewed by, let's just say, a teenage girl.
Right next to each other.
You know what? Just play the thing.
Return to the ring. For this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend, Mike Tyson, in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids, maybe, or grandkids.
That's true.
Cares?
Oh, my God.
Mike, you're not in the penitentiary.
I'm going to tell you something right now.
Man.
That will not be the last time we play that today.
Wow, dude.
Oh, my God.
That was too real. Mike, what are you?
The poor kid.
And the little girl was just looking up like, whoa.
Well,
wow. You think that
I've never heard that answer before.
Legacy is just another word for ego. He's wrong there. Legacy is what you created, Mike.
But what he's saying is, who cares after you're dead?
I get that.
He's dead. Oh, my God.
Poor thing. Yeah, she deserves an Emmy. Yeah,
Dust.
man.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. That man's not losing the fight tonight.
Let's go to the biggest Minnesota Vikings fan in the Bay, Shaka in Berkeley.
B-Town.
What's up, Shaka? How you doing, man?
What's up, y'all? Man.
Yeah, how you doing?
All right. Hey, man, let's talk about Mike Tyson, man.
Okay.
Okay. Mike Tyson gonna knock his head off, man.
I believe it.
He seemed like he a little depressed, though, the way he just said about no legacy and all that. I hope he doesn't believe that, because we still think about Muhammad Ali. You know, we still think about Sugar Ray. All the great fighters of all time were always near to our heart.
Yeah.
You know, so I feel like might be going through something, but I hope he don't let nobody. I hope he don't let this boy taint his legacy by knocking him on his butt.
Shaka, he won't. Shaka, Mike's winning that fight. I really believe it to the core. I bet Steiny.
Who do you think, Shaka, you think he's going to win? Tyson?
He's better. I'm just on his legacy. Because this boy knocks people out. He's knocked a couple people out. And if he knock him out, everybody ain't going to look at him the same. So I just hope for him that he coming in like I had Mike and handle his business and take him out, man.
Appreciate it, Shaka. Good stuff.
I just want to grab Mike and hug him and tell him, Mike, Tyson, legacy is something people put on you. Embrace it. It's not you writing your own resume. Oh, I was the good. No, it's what you meant. And you are you do have a legacy, Mike. Shaka's telling you, let me break it down. The streets, you better not lose to this dude, Mike, even if you're 58.
Well, you know, it's funny. He just said, if Tyson loses this, people won't look at him the same. And I was thinking, what about Jake Paul? He knocks him out.
I got a problem with Jake Paul. He's not your traditional. He didn't earn this.
He very much earned it.
I don't think he had to go to the office and register his fist like the real boxers do. You know how they got to, yeah.
You know why he's earned it? Because he put himself in a position where Mike Tyson wanted to fight him.
Wow.
You know.
And why do you think Mike took the fight?
You got to fix your camera on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Somebody's saying
he's
on
not
the
gonna lose, man.
line.
So we're betting not a lunch, a dinner. Let's do a dinner. I'm getting more confident about a second. He told that little girl.
No.
See, sucker bet.
I'm just gonna bet a beer. That's all.
Well,
bet you beer. Here's what we were talking about earlier in the show, and to me, it's fascinating. and it's Draymond Green. And let me tell you something. For all you idiots out there that think that, Stan, you hate Draymond Green, you're crazy. I'm listening to this guy talk this whole last week, and I'm like, this guy's unbelievable. You can not agree with everything, but there's a lot to like about
the Jordan
Draymond
Poole punch.
Green.
Nobody agreed with that. But we came down hard on him, but I'm with you.
So he went on Fred Warner's podcast, The Warner House, and he was talking to Fred Warner about winning a title and the fact that the Niners haven't been able to do it yet. And it's just two guys talking about the ultimate prize. And it was just fascinating to me. This is Draymond Green talking about, at first, Steve Kerr and why he's the champion, why he is a champion. And then you got to just listen to this. It's awesome.
There's a know-how once you do it, and Steve Kerr knows how. And so he know when to press the button. He know when to make the adjustment. He knows when to do the thing because he know how to do it. And once you do it, it's just a feeling that you get of like, oh, that's that. Boom, no problem. We got this. We know to do that now. Once y'all do it, because I think y'all will, but I'll tell you this, y'all got to do it fast, man, because you can't keep missing the window. When you miss it, you get this window, and you got to kick that mother in. If you don't kick the window in, it's slammed shut.
Got you.
And I think y'all can do it, and y'all will do it, but y'all got to kick the window in. And once you do it once, it's way more likely for you to do it twice than for you to do it once. It's way more likely.
That's Draymond Green on Fred Warner's podcast.
And Fred is soaking it all up because he does not run from the moment and what is at stake.
You know what? Draymond's one of these guys who he says something and you think about it, and then you hear it again and you think something else. And what I mean by that is, the whole talk about this window, and whether it's open or shut, or is this... I'm now, after hearing Draymond say that, I am convinced it's got to be this year. And here's why. Because here's what I heard Draymond saying. So, George Kittle, he was in the 2020 Super Bowl, right?
2019, yeah.
2019 season, yeah. Fred Warner, right? McCaffrey, getting a little bit up there.
But he wasn't in the Super Bowl.
No, I know. Okay. Trent, I get it, these guys weren't in him. Yeah. Trent Williams, those, older. Debo Samuel, he was in that Super Bowl. Nick Bosa, he was in that Super Bowl. Juszczyk in the Super Bowl. Greenlaw in the Super Bowl. So what I think, now I agree with Draymond Green, because if they don't get it done this year, how the hell are these guys who are either aging or played in a Super Bowl 5 or 6 years ago, how the hell can you think that the same foundation will come back, but next year it'll be different?
And that's the beauty of. I don't think
this
that's
is the end.
That's exactly
in a way for players like the players I kind of mentioned,
and that's why it goes against conventional wisdom, Stoney. That so you're telling me you didn't get it done, but you're going to reset and the window's open again? You didn't earn that.
One more time.
You didn't earn that. You got to earn. Is the window open by winning something? If you keep losing and coming up short, it closes. Yeah. It's not, we got young guys here, now it's going to stay open. No, you got to cash in. The Niners got a chip, not a championship. They got a chip of a great team, a great roster. It's been 5 years, Stoney. They got to bring this thing home. And let me tell you, other teams are coming. The Detroit Lions are here. The Green Bay Packers. The other teams, Stoney. So, it's imperative that they get this thing done, man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let me get to a couple of these texts. This is an interesting one.
Window may be shut. We'll see.
650 Steiny, take the bet.
I hate this.
Jake Paul fights are fixed in his favor. It's easy money.
See, Tyson
doesn't. 650. Steiny and Goo, Tyson doesn't care if he wins or loses or about his legacy. He needs the money.
No.
It's simple, and that's our guy Rotz.
If he were going in there with Russell Crowe and Gladiator, I would believe he's going to lose. Jake Paul is, again, I got to be careful. He's a marshmallow to Mike Tyson.
707. We'll just run through some stuff. Steiny, should the Dubs look into trading for Kyle Kuzma? Absolutely not. No chance. I'm going to say something. I tell you what, you mark my words here. Wizards are going to snooker somebody with Kyle Kuzma.
Well, I always liked his game. I'm not saying he's not a winning player. How can you be a winning player in D.C.? But I'll say this to that. I wouldn't break up what they got going now for Kuzma. Remember, I thought
you meant you were going to break up the Wizards.
Oh, please, man. What they got right now, I like what I see.
Yeah. Stop talking about a fixed fight. It's a TV show.
And I guess that little young lady, Steiny, Nate Vallejo, she interviews all the celebrities.
She hasn't interviewed us.
Well, like you said, we're local.
Regional. Regional sounds a little more expansive.
But the truth is local. Like when you went back to Philly, they don't know you get down out. They don't know you're a Steiny.
Well, no, that's true.
Yeah. Metroplex, when I went to Dallas, there were some gurus.
No, there weren't. You're a liar.
Wow. Oh, boy.
You remember I was telling you I bumped into Jeff Foster in New Orleans.
Yeah, you did.
I said, my name's Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me. I'm a media guy in the Bay Area. And he goes, actually, name sounds familiar.
I hate that he said it. It was just a throwaway line.
Of course, you know what? You're absolutely right.
Because you could have
It was absolutely a throwaway line.
I used to work for the Warriors sideline.
No, he didn't say that. Of course he didn't say that.
Why did they why is there a new Steiny or a new Roz or Kareth? Why did they take that feature away from?
They don't have sideline anymore?
No, I'm talking about local. Yeah, for NBC Sports Bay Area.
Is that true?
I don't see it when I watch the games. Yeah, I just
Kareth's not doing sidelines?
I haven't seen it either.
She does the dub talk with Bonnie after, but I'm talking about in them. Now TNT does it. Chris Haynes no longer doing it, but yeah,
guys like me started
make
it.
a call.
Now we priced everybody out of the business. You want to know how much I was getting a game back in 2007?
Now I would like to know.
Yeah, let's go to Lance in Guerneville. What's up, Lance? How you doing? Stay out of my pockets. Hey, Lance.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Lance.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sorry about that. Hey, so, I just wanted to talk about the Niners for a second. And just bear with me here, but how many years has it been since the Yankees have won a championship?
This is your bailiwick, Goo.
2009, I believe. I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
So the point is it's been a minute, right? But they have the highest payroll year in and year out almost on a regular basis.
Right.
And to me, this Niners team rings a little bit true to the Yankees in the context of them having the players and the payroll but finding ways not to get there. And I believe one of the fundamental reasons why they're struggling is they're lacking leadership at the player level that understands how to break that window that Draymond was talking about. I don't see leadership at the player level that, to me, is capable of getting across the finish line.
Well, let me just throw a couple names at you. What about the first guy who came to my mind was Fred Warner, George Kittle, and I'll just throw McCaffrey in there. What do you think? Why do you think they'll come up short again?
Very similar to Steph. I think McCaffrey's very similar to Steph.
Oh, I got you.
And I think Warner is. So there's a lot of guys that can play the game with big contracts, but I just don't see the dudes that are necessary to actually do what Draymond was talking about.
Interesting.
That's why they're falling short. And I'll even go one step further. I don't think Debo's a leader on this team at all.
Well,
and not only that, he was going at Moody during that last game, but what's Debo done going back to the Super Bowl? He was he may as well have been on an island in Guam during that game. He was a no-show. And what's he done this year?
No doubt. Hey, before you hang up, I'll give you everything but the Debo part. I'm with you, man. But for you to say they don't have the dudes and they have a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter in the second half and two of those Super Bowls, I got to double back and just say it doesn't matter if they got the dudes. They had the collective to have those leads, man. So I feel like you're judging a team or saying that about a team that maybe got to the conference, got to the NFC Championship game. When you get to the Super Bowl, you got the dudes.
Well, I think maybe what Lance is saying is
that was strong, though. I can't tell him not how to feel.
Maybe what Lance is saying is the fact that they couldn't hold on to a 10-point lead means they're not dudes. You can look at it that way.
But we talked about it. Some of that is coaching. And this last Super Bowl to me was I thought the coaching was more off this last Super Bowl than the actual play.
Oh, God, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Wilkes on line one. What do you think he's thinking about his defense as he watches the Niners through 9 games? This is why I lost my gig for what?
Well, I thought their defense was good against Tampa Bay.
I'm talking about the whole year.
Yeah,
Sonny, I'm worried about him. People run. Dude, White and what's the other guy for Tampa? They were running the ball. Again, they didn't get 200 yards on the ground, but there were some runs to where I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, just like incompletions, sometimes they happen. And now I'm gonna
But come on, Fred Warner's a dude. As much as I get mad at him, Bosa's a dude.
Well, okay.
All right. You know what I mean?
You know what? I'll talk about Bosa.
Yeah. And Debo single-handedly in 19, he was the offense and took this team to Dallas on the road and won, to the frozen tundra in Green Bay. We can't forget that.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not saying I totally agree with the last caller, but you look at a guy, okay, you tell me why this is the case. All right? My buddy, Baltimore Joe, huge football fan, talking about Bosa, Nick Bosa. He goes, yeah, guy's not a winner. Guy's not a champ, not a killer. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, the whole family is about business decisions more than like the game. Like they're businessmen. So like
that don't make me mad. I get that.
But
okay.
The point is maybe Bosa isn't a killer. Like he's good, but he's Charles Barkley.
And he's the highest paid defensive player. And you made that decision. Well, that's a problem, though.
Well, those decisions are done. They're made.
But like the play against Baker, we can all laugh and just say it's one play in a game, 60 minutes, right? But Stoney, I just like, what was that? And he wasn't feeling good. He had a hip pointer last week, but just think about how they lost that game.
I'll tell you what
Reggie White had that arm.
Do you want to pontificate about something you don't know about, or would you like to hear Nick Bosa talk about what happened on that play with Baker Mayfield?
That's the only thing that could get me to shut up.
Okay.
Oh, man, the slow motion makes it look pretty tough. But, yeah, it was weird because it was 4th down, so I was thinking more. If I hold on to him, I don't think he could make a play. If I try and get him down, maybe go for his legs, or then he could possibly get off me and throw it. So I figured he couldn't make a play, but he definitely did.
That was not a pit bull.
I thought he was going to say because he didn't want to get a late hit or hit him out of bounds.
I was hoping to God he said that because you had said that was not a pit bull. That was just he laughed at the start. But I guess you won the game, so you can.
Charles
Haley would have yanked that arm. Greenlaw would have yanked that arm out of the socket. There's no way he would have been able to throw the ball.
Would not have done that because he's not on the field.
Well, you know what I mean. I'm talking about dog, nasty.
Okay, so you just said it. Bosa's not a dog.
Well, the more we're watching him play, I'm like, dude, you're not living up to, your limit is the heavens. I'm putting you up there with Watt from Pittsburgh.
Oh, really?
Crosby from the Raiders.
Okay. Bosa, you're questioning Bosa.
Well,
okay.
The Bucs gained 215 yards of offense.
This is one
they
man.
averaged 3.7 yards per play.
Yep.
This was a dominant defensive performance overall. Mayfield completed 18 passes for 116 yards. You have to try to be that bad. So, you have to be careful about pointing out one guy. Bosa's not going to get 5 sacks every week. That doesn't happen. And I'm being honest with you guys, so I hope you appreciate what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Nick Bosa's not a different player today than he was 2 weeks ago. So, he's not going to have, he had a big sack in the fourth quarter against the backup left tackle when he just basically just played off contact and beat him to the inside. And that turned out to be, obviously a big sack. They went empty on that play on 3rd and 13, which kind of surprised me. I don't rip coaches, but I was surprised because that left Bosa one-on-one on the backup left tackle. Bosa's just a really, really good player. If you were to, if we had an offensive lineman, an offensive tackle who played against Bosa regularly on this call right now, they would rave about how difficult he is to block.
That's my guy. That's my guy.
Greg
That's
Cosell,
our guy. I love
football guru.
Yeah, but he didn't say
we got a break. We got to take a break.
You've been doing that, and I don't like it. He's been doing that 2 years. Hey, compare him to 2 years ago, Bosa.
No, I'll get you'll have your forum on the other side for sure. But boy, you're going to take exception with Greg Cosell. You better come prepared, baby. Come prepared. Okay, fun day. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating. We're out here, right? This is our out. God,
when he waves his hand, it means something.
You know what? We got off schedule a little bit today. Okay. Well, we did. It was because of Cam. Remember? He wanted to. We could have gotten out on time, but you needed to talk about his book.
I did give him some love.
And he talked about me saying nonsense. Celebrating Fremont Bank. Come on, Fremont Bank. Get there. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway.
This is why I'm such a loser. Now, do I know how to milk a cow? No. Have I ever milked a cow? No. But you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I can milk it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Start us off.
I wanted to bust a freestyle. It's Friday, but remember, people can't hear the music.
I'm pretty sure at one point Nahigian in the last 5 or 6 years said, after he said, Stein, you're not a real host.
It was traditional.
I think he was like, you know what? You don't have to always come out and talk first. Guru can bring us back too. Your voice doesn't always have, Steiny, your voice doesn't always have to be the first one. And I don't know whether he was saying that because he knows I'm not a real host or he just wants more of you.
I put this in your book, a chapter. When you talk like that, it's like you're saying Guru can read to the people. They know I can talk into the mic. I did the Backyard Boogie for 3 years.
No, but the point
came into the game solo Sunday night.
Mad about it.
But the way you say it's like Guru can read. And then when you leave,
not about reading.
And Bonte does this, Guru, you're in the one chair. Like if I'm a starting quarterback, I can handle it. I got it.
It's a big chair.
Oh boy.
It's a big chair.
I got to read this text because it hit me.
Sure.
Guru, you never read my text, but I'm with you. Bosa is not a dog, and numbers don't lie.
You didn't say that.
He is not the caliber of player to be the highest paid on defense in the NFL. I can think of 4 other players on the defensive line better than him. Turk 707. I'm not coming at Bosa, but I'm tired of tap dancing. Gregory Hines around it. Not one sack recorded last year. You get the Benjamins, and to laugh off that play, Crosby, Reggie White, Jerome Brown, Too Tall Jones, rest in peace. Like, Steiny, that arm would have been torn off. That other arm would have came around and knocked the ball out. How did Baker Strong?
The slow motion makes it look pretty tough. But yeah, it was weird because it was 4th down, so I was thinking more. If I hold on to him, I don't think he could make a play. If I try and get him down, maybe go for his legs, or then he could possibly get off me and throw it.
I get it.
I figured he couldn't make a play, but he definitely did.
That is my what dog did I have growing up?
That's a great bite.
What dog did I have? Danny. What? Remember I told you he was the hunting dog.
Pitbull?
No, you don't remember.
Schnauzer. Dachshund.
Irish setter. That's what Bosa is right there. It's funny to him.
Well, is he a dog or not?
No, yeah, he's an Irish setter. He's not a pit bull. Yeah, but he ain't a pit bull.
Well, he's not.
He's got to be a pit bull. Bosa's got all the talent in the world.
By the way, I've come around on poodles.
Jake Ball.
I used to hate them. I used to hate poodles.
Why?
Because there was a perception about poodles that they were, like fancy little dogs that like people, gals would carry around in their purse.
That's what's endearing about them.
Yeah, well, first of all, they're very smart and they're very soft. Very soft. And you know what? A poodle, I didn't learn this until I got to be a little older. You can have a poodle that's big. I always thought poodles were like little wiener dogs. But you can have a big poodle, which to me, I enjoy a bigger dog rather than a small dog.
No, I'm bougie. I like the little dogs. Like the, what's the expensive ones? The Yorkies. Shout out to Jed.
916, Steiny, you talk too much. Oh. You never shut up.
Boy.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco.
Bobby.
He wants to talk about a can of worms that was opened by a caller, player leadership, and whether it's lacking on the Niners. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
Awesome show.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think he may have had a point because what comes to mind was when Kittle, during the offseason, had mentioned that that was last year. It's not going to affect this year. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. Ronnie Lott would never have said anything like that. Ronnie Lott carried that fire from a loss in the playoffs to the next year, which is why we won Super Bowl. But, I mean, that's just my comparison right there. And I think he has a valid point when he brought that up. Oh, one other thing I'd like to say is you should take a more culinary approach to your title of your book.
Okay.
How does this sound? From berries to curry.
Wow.
Oh,
right?
Like
Wow.
Rick Barry and John Barry.
That is special.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Appreciate the call.
Dude, that is what I was talking about. Wow. I don't think he meant
Guru,
John.
you're correct.
Thank you.
Let's put this one in gold. Guru, you're correct. He's not playing up to his salary.
That's all.
Plus, tell Steiny poodles have a very large brain. Look at the big brain on the poodle. That's my Samuel L. Jackson. Look at the big brains on Bobby. It's a great scene.
Did you know Denzel's in Gladiator 2?
I didn't know. Don't care. Won't see it.
Wow, man.
You know what? Here's a controversial take.
You had to be.
He's overrated.
You a wet
Denzel's
blanket in
overrated.
College. Like what?
Denzel's overrated. Samuel L. Jackson's a better actor. There, I said it.
You got something, Ken? What is my man?
And I do like Labradoodles. I got a buddy with a Labradoodle who's.
Is it a mix?
I don't know. No, I think it's purebred. They are like, you can train if you train those dogs right, they'll do anything. They'll go get your newspaper. They'll go get milk from the fridge. My buddy just says, I think the dog's name's like Cat, or the dog's name's like Bill. He'll say like, Bill, cage.
I hate when people
and the dog
give
just walks
names,
into the cage.
Human names.
I kind of like that. Come on, who doesn't like a dog named Fred?
Ours was Danny. Who the hell is
that's good too.
What we get creative, Pops?
I like that. Oh, it's Brad. Look at the big brain on Brad.
Oh, that's what is that? Pulp Fiction?
Yeah,
one of the greatest films ever made.
Pretty good movie.
John
Pretty
Travolta.
good movie.
Man,
remember when he died and you thought, oh, you were so bummed because you're like, God, he was so great. And then the movie flashed back, so he was still in it.
And who was his dad when it flashed back? I'm thinking of Bruce Willis's dad in Pulp Fiction. Who was his dad? Gave him the watch.
Christopher Walken.
Oh man, Kings of New York. That movie is incredible.
That wasn't his dad.
Was his dad in the?
No, that was his buddy. His buddy's dad. His dad died. That's how he got the watch.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think he's right.
His dad gave.
Remember,
Bruce
Ken has theater experience.
Dude, I've seen that movie tons of times. He came home and he said, "This is your dad's watch." He put it somewhere.
You're right. It's been a little while.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
I hope Red Silk Base is not listening. Let me look at the phone. Dude, but I remember.
Yeah, look at this. My man Zuki. Samuel Jackson over Denzel by a large margin.
Please, name another Samuel flick. I love Sam Jackson. He ain't Denzel. I can give you the Man on Fire's Denzel. Give me another one.
I was going to say Man on a Wire.
All right, but give me another
Samuel
one.
L. Jackson, please. I'm going to pull a guru. Get out of here. Pulp Fiction.
No, we said we'll give you one more.
I'm not answering that.
Yeah,
that's beneath me.
Right. That means you don't know. Are you trying to get?
Can somebody give me another movie?
Snakes on a Plane?
Snakes on a Plane.
Carter gave that to you.
How about this? This is why I love it. Steiny, Zuki Mane telling me that's a great take on Samuel L. Jackson, and 707 goes, Steiny, you're on drugs.
Yeah.
Samuel Jackson is not better than Denzel.
So you didn't see Spike
Jackie
Lee?
Brown.
I'm in love with her, but that's incredible.
I like her.
I love her. No, Triple D Guru.
I liked her before you, though. So, I don't like when you do that.
This is how I know you were just a spoiled punk kid. You wouldn't share. What do you mean? More people can enjoy one thing. Why are you so territorial?
Here's what it comes down to.
Dude, this is really telling on yourself.
Am I older than you or not?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, so I go back further with Pam Grier than you.
But so even with athletes, if I come around and I start liking, you can't.
You always do that.
Dude, but why does it bother you?
It's just an act mostly.
Oh, well, no, I don't believe it's an act. It's a character flaw.
Well, I do. I don't like sometimes when I'm like, this guy's a good player, and then a week later, Guru will be, you know who I like? That player you said was good.
You turn into a gremlin. It's like, damn, dude, that's weird. Do the right thing. Samuel Jackson. Remember he was the dope fiend?
Oh, yeah, he didn't have a big part in that movie. Uh-oh, did he get another one wrong? Oh, boy.
What?
You're on one today.
He was the DJ behind the radio.
Oh, my gosh.
No, I'm thinking of...
Oh, my God.
You got a fresh?
No, where he was the crackhead.
You're thinking of David Chappelle.
No. Samuel Jackson was Lil Larry.
Take your L and go to the ship.
No, Ken is wrong on this.
I do not bet against Ken with his movie knowledge.
He wasn't a crackhead in that movie. I agree he probably was in a different movie.
Right. What movie was it?
I don't think there was one.
Yeah. They were in New York. I'll find it. Go ahead. I'm out this segment. You go see if you can do solo.
I don't think he ever was a crackhead.
Dude, please. Little Larry.
Although he would have been a good one.
Anyway.
Yeah, he was a DJ.
He was not.
You're 0 for 2.
You guys are just... Remember his mom got mad? He had a brother. Was it Wesley Snipes? And
it's a different...
I'll get to it.
It's a different movie. Totally different movie. All right. We'll get somebody here who gives us a...
Oh, Jungle Fever! Yeah, go.
Well, I haven't seen that one.
It was Jungle Fever. He was the crackhead, the bad brother. Kid, take that to the bank. Yeah. What did I say?
I'm going to need verification.
It's not do the right thing.
Yeah,
it's not do the right thing. That was a great movie too.
What mechanism makes me blurt out stuff? I get excited.
That's the point. You're missing that mechanism.
I get excited.
What was I going to say?
My bad, kid. Jungle Fever.
You know what's funny is and
his name was Gator in Jungle Fever. He was the crackhead.
Do the Right Thing was incredible. Jungle Fever, obviously I know what it was about, but I can't remember much about it. Like, who was in it? Who was the star?
Have you seen it?
Yes, but a long time ago. A long time ago.
I don't know why you're turning me off. I don't believe you've seen it.
No, I have. I've seen Jungle Fever. I've seen all the Spike Lee movies. Is it Snipes? Yeah, it was Wesley Snipes.
And Annabella, what was it?
Ciari?
Good call. And John, what is it? Turturro.
John Turturro.
Yeah, my man.
He's a great actor. I love Turturro.
He was in Do the Right Thing.
Yes, he was. Sal's Pizzeria.
Yo, Sal, why ain't no brothers on the wall? Dude, that was great. Magic Johnson, they're not black. They're different. That was real.
I don't remember that line.
Remember he was talking about how the black athletes, they're like in a different category than regular black people.
Are you sure that wasn't another movie?
No, it was that. Remember? He was like, they're different.
Remember when the white dude with a Larry Bird jersey ran over Spike Lee's shoes?
Iconic scene, Steiny.
Oh, and they were
boy,
like
my phone blowing up now.
Yeah.
People mad.
There's going to be 7 different things.
Evans even sending a text.
What's he doing?
Squirt. He was not. Mo Better Blues was a great. That's when I used to look like Denzel.
Yeah.
That era's when they were like, "Goo, you look like Steiny for real."
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about that one.
Yeah,
I did like
him and Wesley fighting over the same girl.
I don't remember that part.
And Spike Lee had a gambling problem. Got hit with the. Oh, man.
Yeah, there it is. 415. Hey, Goo, your hunger for saying things is the first reason for your blurting out before you know what you're saying.
No.
It's you there's I guess what he's saying is there's a deep-seated need.
To be first.
Halle Berry was in Jungle Fever.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
She is just
What do you want to pivot to? Mike Tyson?
No, we got the crossover.
Well, it's coming up in 5 minutes. I kind of, we had the Draymond Green sound about the Curry
We should
thing.
really try to get him on the show, man. I did that with Brian. Look at me. I'm being real.
Okay.
We've been hard on him, and I won't change that for anything.
Well, you're changing.
We made the doc. Remember when he hit pool, TNT. But Steiny, he's come full circle. He's a leader, and he's telling you, what about the sound about when he got in Curry's ass, when Kerr got in Curry? Did we? I don't even think we played that sound.
No, we didn't.
Play it.
All right, I'll play it right
Listen
now.
to how
But it's
fascinating.
It doesn't really
is.
like.
It's what I do here at the station.
What, interrupt?
Wow. Can you play the sound?
Yes, but we haven't discussed it. We haven't put it in context.
Well, when you play it, we can discuss it.
No, that's not the way it works in radio.
Okay, let me tell you. Backyard Boogie Steiny, 3 years, pandemic. You're going to play a sound that I asked and requested of Draymond Green reacting to Coach Kerr yelling at Steph Curry in the Boston game that we all saw.
That needs to be said. That's all I'm saying.
So now you got to do is hit the button.
You know what? I think I need to add something there.
Because you like
it was about a week ago. This is the way you do it.
Go ahead.
Let me show you how to do it. If you guys remember about a week ago, Warriors were in Boston. And if you're watching that game, there was a moment in that game where Steph Curry turned the ball over and Steve Kerr had a conniption and he yelled at Steph Curry.
During a timeout.
Yeah, he got on Steph Curry. So if you don't know what we're talking about, that's what we're talking about. And listen to Draymond Green on what he thought of that interaction.
God. When you see Steph Curry get cussed out like that, and he just like, but no real reaction, just like, and then Steve come at you got to shut the hell up. You have no choice but to shut the hell up. And it sends a message to everyone. And more importantly, who else it sends a message to? Which I think is even more important than sending a message to players. Yeah. It sends a message to the rest of the coaches. Coach.
Yep. Get it up. Get your coaching up.
All right. There, you wanted it.
Thanks,
now
Thanks,
you
Barron.
add to it.
Yeah, thanks, Barron. But Davis, that was him in the back. Get your coaching up. But the fact that Draymond had to, for the betterment of the team, monitor how Curry was going to take that is just incredible. And it's what I do here, putting out grenades. You and Evan get at each other. And then you guys don't even know I'm working my magic to kind of get the juju back right. You know, that's what Draymond was basically telling us.
What are you talking about?
I'm reading these text messages, man.
I'd hate to say it, Goo, but no.
Oh, you can read that one. Is it bad?
No, not really. But now I forgot what I was going to say.
About
which happens a lot because
Draymond and Steph Curry coming at him, and then I said you and Evan.
Oh, I know what I was
you guys
say.
have your little stuff.
I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it. This has been Draymond Green's greatest week in over 2 years. In over 2 years.
I'll give you that, brother.
It's been his greatest week.
Now tell us why.
Because he was good on the floor, and this sound of him, I can't get enough of it.
Man.
I can't get enough of Draymond Green's sound.
Cut that and send it to Dre
He
and the Warriors.
Absolutely phenomenal when he talks about sports. There's just...
It's incredible.
The guy's got a gift. He really does. Now, here's the question I was going to ask, and I'll ask Ken, too. If you had to make a bet right now that essentially Draymond Green will keep this up all year, would you make it?
I would make it right in a Texas.
I know you would. Okay. Would you make it? Now, listen, a stray technical here or there, that doesn't count.
Yeah, right.
But
are you available
do you believe he'll be thrown out of a game?
Oh, yes. I would say 2 games.
No. 2 technicals, I'm sorry. Like a flagrant wouldn't, well, I don't know what.
He's already got a flagrant, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, he does.
A smack.
But that doesn't count either.
But my answer is yes.
That he'll do it again.
And getting thrown out the game doesn't even get on my monitor.
It depends. Like what he did last year in Orlando, that would count as
what if
relapse.
Like that could happen, but it won't negate what he's done and what he's doing.
I kind of disagree.
He is mentally invested.
That's not the question, though, Goo. Yeah. Is what he's saying. You have to.
See,
he can't do it. He can't do it. He can't do it at all.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I don't know if I want to take that bet.
That would be a sucker bet because he wears his emotions on his sleeve.
No. But my point is this: when he did that in Orlando last year, that was a big deal. Because of the way Steph Curry reacted.
Tears.
So to me, that if that were to happen tonight, that's a relapse.
Oh yeah, no.
Like in my mind, and then you would lose the bet.
But it's not. He's not letting that happen, man. And the biggest victory lap, call me Jesse Owens. I came in here.
This is going to be, I know.
When I went with Joe Cunningham and we were at the Warrior front row, Ken, I don't think I told you, in a preseason game against the Kings, and everybody else was watching other stuff. But the Guru computer was fixated on Draymond as he was in that cathedral like Russell Crowe.
It was a basketball
punking
gym.
The Kings. I saw it verbally, and the refs. And I came back Monday. It was on a Friday, Ken. I came back Monday and I said, I got a newfound appreciation for Draymond and what it takes to be him. And I said, can he keep it up? 11 games in, guys. This dude has his hands, both of them, on the DPOY award early.
Are you crazy?
Tell me who.
Victor Wembanyama. Yeah.
They're 5-9.
That doesn't matter for Defensive Player of the Year.
Draymond, I'm telling you, man. You're giving him the credit that he deserves, and I appreciate it.
Can I tell you something else you do that's just... It's just not...
We got 30 seconds.
It's just not really done in radio. It's where you could step up your game. Now, and you love to do this. I went to the game with Joe Cunningham. With all due respect to Joe, nobody knows who Joe Cunningham is. Nobody. So if you're going to do that, I'm not saying you can't do it, but if you're going to do it, you got to say, I was with Joe Cunningham, the vice president of sales at Odyssey.
But I'm private.
San Francisco.
I was holding
You're
that out.
not private because you just aired the guy out.
But everybody was like, who's Joe? I didn't want to
say.
Joe, I didn't get...
So you're speaking to an audience of one. Way to alienate the rest of our listeners. They have no idea what you're talking about.
That out there.
You just put it out there.
But they didn't know who Joe is until you gave him his title. Yep. Snitches get stitches, baby. I think before I speak.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's vice president. How do you know he wanted that out? Joe Cunningham.
You don't get
Richie
it.
Cunningham.
You just don't get it.
I do get it.
This is a radio thing. And this is what I get.
Please.
For being paired.
With the guru.
Notice how
Get John Selig back.
Why?
We got to...
I'm the one who says we got to go.
No, somebody said we should write a code book. It wouldn't work.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. What would your book be about, Gil?
We need to read the Bible. That's what we need to do. The good book. Did you smirk?
Kind of. I'm allowed
Where's
to.
Where's the lightning at?
Listen,
dude,
if you go to Catholic high school or Catholic school, you can ridicule the Bible. You can. That's the rule.
Look how
Carter Chickering saying good basket.
Oh, my kids looking at you like
we
the
got to go again. That segment was brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
I think before I speak.
Make it a holiday with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings.
105.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time with Willard and Dibbs. And coming up at 2 o'clock, What's Bugging You? Which we do every Friday. But welcome, gentlemen.
I got a list.
27th week in a row that I remember that as soon as you say it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I've got such a damn memory block on that. Now I got to find out something that's bugging me. Maybe it's my memory. Anyway, go ahead.
No, that was it.
Could be concocted Netflix fights, if I can offer one up for you.
Is that where you're going?
No. I'm all in. Okay. I'm loving it. And, I cannot wait to...
Tyson plus 230.
Right. He's 58, boo.
But you look at him, he's a killer.
Right. He's a killer. And if he doesn't kill him in the first, 2 or 3 rounds, then the young, fat, steroidal internet sensation is probably going to win. And so...
Willard, you watching?
No,
I'm not watching.
This is vintage Willard grown-up stuff. It is.
I'm like... No, I'll tell you what I am interested in.
Wait, what does that mean?
It means I've always called Willard, he's the grown-up.
He said that today.
Yeah, and he always, he likes that role. He considers himself the fatherly figure of our entire staff. And I just, of course, this fight's beneath him.
No,
is what I mean.
No, it's not about the fighting. He doesn't like fighting in general.
And I'll also say this.
That's what it is.
I'll also say this. I'll be real with people because I'm assuming this is tomorrow night. Is this tomorrow night?
Tonight.
Whatever.
5 o'clock card starts.
My children are leaving town for the weekend.
Oh, you are ready.
So because they don't listen to the show, I will share with all of you, I've never been more excited for a weekend in my entire life.
I got it. To the trio.
My lovely lady and I are going to do whatever the hell she wants, it ain't going to be that.
What if it is that?
It ain't that.
I'm going to text her.
There's no part of you that's going to be. It's free.
So is it the boxing issue?
There's no issue.
No, he doesn't like people punching other people.
No, it's just not like there's a Warrior game on tonight.
Yeah, Mike Tyson.
What was this, a Warrior game? There's a freaking Warrior game.
So yes, you also sound like the kind of person that you don't rubberneck. Like when you go by an accident, I'll bet you say, I'm not looking.
No, I try not to.
I try not to, man.
I don't want to I don't want to get in the way of the people behind me. But no, I'll give it a look. You know what interests me
about... You give an accident a look, not the fight.
Well, no. This is what interests me about this conversation y'all been having. It feels to me, Goo, like you and many of the listeners you've been referencing are like, Tyson's going to win because there's his street rep is on the line, which I would argue is his legacy, which you also have audio of him saying is stupid clouds that he doesn't care about.
Oh, I love that.
So why do you think he cares? The fact that he's even taking a fight like this suggests that he doesn't give a rip what his reputation is.
But I go back to real quick, I love that, but you're wrong. I'm going to tell you this. I go back to the origins of both of these guys. I love you for using...
You have no idea where Jake Paul's from.
But he's not a boxer. He's not from the ring. This is all concocted. Mike in his prime was Iron Mike Tyson, LL Cool J. So I say that to say is, I'm looking at his body. I know he's 58, but if you catch the wrong 58-year-old looking like that, and you're Jake Paul and not Sugar Ray Leonard, I'm giving Tyson some action tonight. That's all. We had Shaka call, and he was like, the streets basically were saying what you said.
He doesn't care what the streets say.
But I just think naturally DNA, Mike is going to win this fight.
Yes, DNA, but Father Time is undefeated. And, Steiny made a good point to you, and you didn't really take it as personally as I did.
Okay.
And he talked about you at 24-Hour Fitness now as a 50-year-old Daryl Johnson versus a 45-year-old or a 40, let alone a 35. Every year, it becomes exponential in your decline. And I love my brother Matt Steinmetz, who's now, and I'm going to use the S word, 60.
Well, Steph gave him,
Yeah, it's official now.
It's confirmed second source. And, what he is now at 60 as an athlete, and he doesn't play hoop anymore, and I get that, but even as a golfer and even as whatever he is, and whatever I am at 56, and you at 50, and Mark is
Okay.
Hello. And 50 going to answer
Looking
here
good.
now. 50 going to answer in about 2 months.
Not this year.
No,
But can I give you this deal?
pretty soon. Mike Tyson at 58, as fit as he is.
Okay, there we go.
And
Okay, you're acknowledging
as iron
that.
as he is,
Okay.
he's not even Mike at 52 or 48, let alone the Iron Mike that we saw when he retired at 40, whatever, and he was getting beaten up
Okay,
by
let
a
me
bunch
give you
of
this.
bums.
And you won't hurt my feelings. Are you saying I couldn't go to, let's pick a city, Union City 24-Hour Fitness or Pleasanton, and find a 31-year-old younger person than me that's pretty terrible in basketball that I couldn't
think that's
take
where
in
you're
one-on-one?
mistaken.
Like, that's what Jake Paul symbolizes to me. Mike Tyson's not fighting Mike Tyson.
Well, could you score
He's fighting.
a bucket on this 31-year-old? Yes. But if you went 12 rounds with a 31-year-old, honestly, I like his chances. I like his chances.
When you put boxing in 12 rounds, yeah, you get. I'm
12
just talking
rounds,
about a game of 21.
Right.
I could win.
You could be up 8-3, and then you could be down 16-12, and then you could lose because you are 50.
I want Willard to watch it.
I think
you're going to turn it.
I think
Christie's going to turn
I
it.
think you're.
He
I
doesn't
think
like
you
fighting.
are completely off the
Disrespecting
mark
Jake Paul
with what he is as a fighter.
He's a phenom, internet
I
phenom.
get it. He's not a traditional, but it's not like he hasn't boxed. He knows what he's doing. He'll have a strategy, and I
We all
worry
have a
about
plan
Mike
till we get
Tyson.
hit in the mouth,
Mike
Will.
Tyson
Mike
is going to
said
get.
that.
You know what it's going to be like? You know what it's going to be like.
No doubt.
It's going to be like the disgrace.
I was going to
at
say that.
Chase.
I swear I was.
Well, and had I played
Can't prove it.
Low Neal one-on-one, had I played him 7 years earlier, I win that game. But I was at the point 52 going on 53.
But you didn't get blown out. It went down to the wire.
I could not score. I could not make a basket. And I think about myself at 28. And I go back to the year was 1996. And I think about me as an athlete, not relative to a pro athlete, but relative to me.
Right.
And at 28 in 96, I had both my ACLs. And as a golfer, I was about a 10 handicap. And I could run a 6-minute mile. And there are so many things that I could do then that at 58, and I'm 56, there's no way I could do. There's no way now I could run a 10K in under 40 minutes, which is a 6:10 pace. There's no way. And so Mike Tyson, as good as he was at 28, Jake Paul, where he is now at 58, as much as he has the muscle memory, as I did that day against Low Neal, muscle memory only counts for, well, about 5% of it. Because when I tried to go to the hoop, and I mean, I'm jumping a half inch off the ground, and I can't score, and he can't score, and I'm falling down, and he's terrible, and the rest of it, 58
But
is
there's a
58.
one-hitter quitter in boxing. Mike can land, and I think he's capable of that. That one-hitter quitter.
Agreed. But this man is, as you said, enhanced, and he's young, and he's thick.
Okay.
It's going to take more than just one 58-year-old punch to knock this man down. And so Mike had better hit him with at least a 2-piece, maybe a 3-piece.
I can't. Steiny's it. Willard, I hated this idea.
What if I tell you, and you're not going to believe this, you won't. I'm kind of with Goo. I want you to watch it.
Right. Yeah, I think he's going to just, you know what, Christy,
no, she's listening.
Okay.
She's like, I'm so turning it on. I'm like, great, we have 2 TVs. You can go watch on the other one. I'm not, this is, what you want to, break down who these 2 guys are? One's old, one's young, one's TikTok, one's... They're businessmen.
Yeah, right.
They're businessmen. And everyone's got a fish hook in their mouth. This is a made-for-TV. You've used the word concocted 3 times. That's exactly what it is.
But it's free.
Yeah, fine.
I mean, with your Netflix subscription, which we all have.
It was one of my What's Bugging You months back when I found out this was happening.
If it's going to cost me time watching the Warriors, I'm out.
No.
I'm out.
How many fights are on the card, do we know?
3, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, it might be.
Yeah.
You know what? It might be over
rounds.
before 7.
Yeah.
If it starts at 5.
Well, I'm watching the
And
pregame.
give them the question
I think it's
that we
8
started the show with.
I
2-minute
wouldn't,
rounds.
I
8
wouldn't,
2-minute
I wouldn't
rounds,
do
yeah.
that to Bonte. I'm watching
Matt
the pregame.
Barrows, give him that
Bonte
question.
already said this morning that he's going to be watching it.
Oh, he loves boxing.
So he's not hosting the pregame show?
He is.
Well, he
he's
can have it on
hoping
his
that
laptop.
the fight lands after halftime.
Of course.
That's what he said this
Bonte,
morning.
man, I love it.
Dude, yeah.
Give them the question that we did the show with. The whole show. It's been a great show.
I forget.
Matt Barrows.
Yeah,
in his article I sent to you about the stat, and we did a whole 4 hours.
We never answered the question you asked us to answer yesterday. Yeah, we didn't.
I need to get a life. 9 p.m. I get out the shower. I'm in the bed. Nothing really on TV. Dallas, Utah just finished, and I go, Craig Cosell came on, and I didn't hear it. With the Odyssey app, he didn't come at you, but there was McCaffrey wasn't in on a one play. I think he corrected,
he did.
And then he gave you a little.
He did not.
What's funny is I never mentioned McCaffrey. All I said was 21 personnel with Saubert, and he said McCaffrey wasn't in. It was Mason. I never said McCaffrey.
It sounded like he refuted Dibs, and Dibs like.
And you didn't say it.
I didn't say that.
No, all I said was.
And then he came at you off for Will, and I go, he gave Will a little song.
Well, he did not. He thought that I was like diminishing who Nick Bosa was as a person. And I'm like, no, I'm diminishing who he was in that football game.
Because you were on it.
And I'll stay there. And then Dibs had my back, and then PFF said Bosa was crap. I'm like, that's all I said.
That's right.
Bosa was crap last week.
21.
All I said is 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, and I mentioned that 1 tight end was Saubert. And he said, it wasn't McCaffrey, it was Mason.
I was going to call you. Yeah. I said, he's great.
Yeah. I like the one. We played a clip of him today, and I like the one where he's like, I don't rip coaches.
Yeah.
Now, if Dibs and Cosell are on Netflix,
oh, man.
Now I'm going to step out of the Warrior game.
I wouldn't listen,
I'm going to step out of the Warrior game.
Yeah, and that would be a 56-year-old against a 60-something-year-old. And
I'd actually like your chances.
Yeah, battle of wits.
I mean, if
just leaning toward each other, looking at each other, and then putting readers on. And being like, are those nose hairs?
Swapping tape.
I mean, just, anyway.
Your number on Brock, since you brought it up.
Yeah.
I was 8.5.
But now you got to tell everybody what the hell the question was.
This is where you got to read
Judging Brock Purdy 1 through 10, 10 being the highest on the first 9 games of the season. Well, 8 games just this year. Scotty said you can't go back to last year.
I'll give him an 8.
All right, I'm 8.5.
Yeah,
Dibs?
I give him an 8.
7.5. Yeah,
and I'm 7.
It's all pretty close.
Perfect.
But why would you say 7? I feel like
this is in your face.
Well,
this is so in your face.
Those all feel kind of the same. Yep. I mean, without words behind them, they all feel kind of the same. Yeah. Is Brock Purdy been great this year? I wouldn't use that word.
Throwing the ball.
But I'll tell you what I will refute. I heard someone call your show yesterday and say that he has regressed or taken a step back or something like that. That I disagree with. That's being a box score baby, if you ask me. Now you're flying onto the computer screen and you're going, numbers were this last year, numbers are this.
Numbers.
Here, numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers. But here's the problem with that. 2 totally different assignments and scenarios.
Yeah.
Like those numbers last year, I think at times, like I remember last year, people were like, oh, but he's thrown 3 picks or 4 picks that were dropped. It's like, see, that's the kind of stuff that affects numbers. To me, Brock Purdy has shown this year 2 things that he didn't show last year, which are important to me. One, he has shown the ability to move ball up and down the field without a lot of his stars, including Christian McCaffrey for the entire time.
That's why my grade was high.
Secondly, I think he has shown a more mobility this year. You could argue he's been tried to be too mobile this year, where he's ducking out of the pocket sometimes too early. So those are all kind of the intricacies of it. But bottom line, Brock Purdy is having another very good
7.5.
year.
Right, and you mentioned earlier, and I know, Stein, just real quick, you mentioned earlier that 7 is a C. That's not true because we grade this on a curve. So if you were to give any quarterback a grade right now, you would have nobody at a 10. And so when you have
Lamar Jackson would be a 10.
Okay, fine.
Okay, right.
Even if
they've lost a bunch. I mean,
even if you want to do
they're not even in
if
first
you want to do a full grading scale, and I talked to my son at UCSB, and he's like, Dad, I got like a 64,
Gauchos.
But they curved it, and that was a B because everybody tanked it. So if you look at all 32 quarterbacks and you grade on a curve, which means the highest grade is the highest grade. It doesn't mean you graded out of 10.
But this was just his performance.
Right. And if he's a 7.5, that's a solid B. It's not a C based on 75% is a C. You grade it on a curve because there's a lot of quarterbacks that are 4.5s and 5s.
Okay, so why don't, instead of doing a number, let's do a letter grade. Because we're like, Grandy does this with
I love it.
What would be your letter grade for Brock Purdy this year?
B+.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
And a majority
I got him at a regular B.
Me too. Exactly.
See, now you're at 8. 80%.
No, again, you're dwelling on the out of 10.
And this is what you do.
You're too
I'm going to do it at the cafeteria, too, because anyway.
It's not a payday, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's time to do the legal.
Grandy's on me.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, didn't say a word. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Here it is. Check this out.
This is crazy.
Cockroaches creeping you out?
Yeah.
Atco Pest Control is your solution. With fast, effective treatments and a friendly team, they'll make those pesky pets disappear. Visit AtcoPestControl.com today and enjoy a cockroach-free home. Time for the What's Bugging You segment.
Nice. Yeah.
Thank you.
I would argue that cockroaches are more than pesky pests. For me, they are they're on the Rushmore. It's rats and it's cockroaches. And yes, you could put the rat on the table, but if you've got rats and or cockroaches, shout out to Al Pacino and
nice.
Your favorite movie. But those to me are more than just pesky pests.
All right. What's bugging me is I got to use it from yesterday. Is people actually getting incensed that Michael Strahan didn't put his hand over his heart during the national anthem?
He's catching hell.
I mean,
come on.
Go ahead.
He's gotten some backlash for it, but he was standing with his arms. He looked fine. I just don't understand.
Dad in the military too.
His father's he's a military guy. So people were upset. Everybody else had their hand on their heart, and he just, was standing there erect with his hands clasped.
Yeah.
So people were upset.
Right. What does it mean when you put your hand over your heart? What is the... I don't get the symbolism of that.
But during the song, it means you're patriotic and you're showing love to your country. I don't do it at the games. I stand up.
Well, that's the hypocrisy of the whole thing. I mean, going back to Kaepernick is everybody freaking out about what you're supposed to do during the anthem, and half the people who are mad are in line to get a burger. Man, it's like when the hell at a sporting event did the anthem become something where everybody stops? And everybody does the same thing. It's never been that. It's only when people who are out front facing and are suddenly making you uncomfortable with the message they'd like to get across. Now suddenly we all have to act accordingly. It's lame.
Yep. Exactly.
Who's
totally
next?
Lame.
I'll go next.
Yeah, okay.
Mine's light. Yours was heavy. What's bugging me? Nose hair.
Oh, man.
I'm a man who is...
Second nose hair reference. Crossover today.
I'm a man who is struggling to grow hair on his head. My beard is, can be...
It's nice.
It can be nice. It can be full, and it's, salt and pepper and the rest of it. But I don't want hair growing out of my nose. I want hair on my head. You have a beautiful head of hair. Shout out the Waves. Yeah. Willard's holding on for dear life with the salt and pepper. Steiny spends $130 on haircuts. That's all you. I don't mind the fact that I'm bald, but if I'm bald, I also should not have to deal with nose hair. That's a bunch of crap is what it is.
That's great,
If you're bald, if there's a God above, then the bald man does not have to deal with nose hair. But I tell you, Steiny, twice a week, I'm going hand-to-hand battle. We're doing combat because all of a sudden...
I got more trouble with ear hair.
Oh my! I mean, don't get me started.
It's one hell of a conversation.
No doubt.
Nose hair is what's bugging me, Mark.
Where's the Ben-Gay?
I'll try to be brief with it. It's heavy, light. I don't know.
We got a question for you both.
Okay, good.
No.
You want to know?
We going OT today, baby.
It's never much fun when we go OT.
I'm not going to hide what this is about. It is obviously about what has taken place throughout the last week and a half and repeatedly in our industry. What's really bugging me is the corporate hedge fund owners and CEOs who every time they sit down with a spreadsheet and they know that a company needs to save money because we're in the middle of a changing world, they decide to fire the people who are under them instead of them taking a freaking pay cut. Man. That's what I'm talking about, because it's you, all the listeners, who lose in this particular case. I'm not going to do the whole it's a dark day for our industry thing, because I actually don't believe that. All industries evolve, and Tom is going to be fine, and John is going to be fine. There's actually names you don't know who are not going to be fine. And the fact that, like, for instance, someone who used to be a producer of mine that's on an hourly wage got fired in this thing earlier this week, and it's because somebody with a corporate pen who makes 7 figures decided that they couldn't take a little bit of a shave. And so each and every one of you out there who are on that side, hiding in some upper corner office, you're the coward. You're the one making the wrong decision. And you're the ones who are doing bad things to all industries. That's what's bugging me.
Wow. I'm not mad. Man, I got to go after that.
Yeah,
I
you
will.
do.
This is a PSA. I just want to teach everybody how to use a damn telephone. I am sick and tired at 50 years old having grown people ring my phone, my iPhone 15 Max. When you call somebody, you don't say hello. They say hello. You say, can I speak to such and such? All of a sudden, people are saying hello as they call my phone. I'm supposed to say, and I do, hello. Who's this calling? And all I get, and I won't name you, hello. And it just gets off to the wrong start. Identify yourself if I don't have you locked in, but when you're calling, you're not answering. You don't have to say hello. There's confusion, and it's happening on my phone too much, and I'm driving in this morning like, that's the last. Identify yourself, and I'm the one on the other end whose phone you're calling. I say hello, but they're saying hello, and it's like, hello, no. Who is this?
You got me thinking about some of the great hellos.
What are we doing?
You got Herm Edwards with hello. You got Herm with hello. And you've got Lionel Richie with hello. And the other one, you two, hello.
What about, wasn't that Melania with the one, hello? Or was that, you said Adele?
Adele with the song, hello.
Oh, no, I'm talking about there was a Melania Trump one where.
Oh, I don't know about
hello.
that one.
And the other one is Larry King from CNN. Hello. Kansas City. Hello. But as you're going through your hello, I'm thinking Lionel. I'm thinking Adele. I'm thinking Larry King. And of course,
I hang up like, why was that awkward? I figured it out.
Well, the only question I have for you, you're the last person in this world who's answering his phone. Like, that's the fix. Who's answering the phone?
I got some stuff going on.
Fair.
They don't have the name.
I got you.
But hello, it's confusing and awkward. Yeah, that's what's bugging me.
Yeah, okay.
It's fair.
All right.
Yeah. What else? You said you had a question.
Oh,
yeah.
Steiny, it's a Friday. We're about to get after it. Tyson, Paul.
Let's hang out. Let's have fun.
Hide the bag.
Come on, Steiny. Let's be friends.
Just ask him the question.
The Niners are dead last. The receivers are in Yak. Dead last. Last year they were first.
Yeah. I heard you guys talking about it.
For Steiny, as quick as you can, take it down. Why do you think that is?
IDK.
That was my...
Like, I mean, that's as quick as I can be. I have no...
Are they throwing it downfield more?
Yes, that's the answer. Their air yards are up and their yak is down.
But their air yards were good last year, too.
But they're better this year.
It does have
they're
to...
Up. Their air yards are up this year over last year.
But it can't just be one thing.
Because they were both last year.
Like, Brandon is a good yak guy. He's out. Debo has been in and out.
McCaffrey.
And McCaffrey is not played until last week. I mean, those have to be contributing
real
factors.
Quick, a caller said his accuracy hasn't been the best this season. Anything to that
That was Stephen Langford.
No, Langford.
That's a small piece of it.
I was like, that's interesting.
When you make a short throw, and it's not in stride, the yak, it will go down, and there have been some of those where...
Kittle had to jump up and catch that one over the middle. I'm sorry, buddy.
He's good. I put his jacket on. I bought us a minute. It's all good.
I mean, don't you also think that I would imagine after the season the Niner offense had last year, the other NFL defensive coordinators spent the entire offseason.
I think there's something to that.
They spent the entire offseason going, how do we slow this down?
Yeah.
And also defensively now, Steiny, you know this, and I don't want to steal from you, but there's a lot more two safety looks that you have.
And they're using a robber.
A lot of cover two robber. And so teams are more...
yourself on that one.
No, that was awesome. Steiny, close up. Teams are a lot more willing to let you catch it short and then rally up and tackle.
That is true.
Which they've been doing to Debo. He's getting gang tackled on these end around.
But just look at their overall yards per play and their overall yards as an offense.
Top.
It's all up. So if it's yak, if it's air yards, it doesn't matter. They're still very prolific.
Now, everything you just said is right, but McCaffrey was not on the field, Dibs. He was not on the field.
I never said that. And you tried to paint me as having said that, which is erroneous. You tried.
No, I didn't.
Well, stick around if these two are going to fight.
All I did was hold up Point Cosell. Because that's what it sounded like.
Right, Point Cosell.
But that was off the air.
But he was out of line.
But it was just a finger in the air. Nobody knew. Now they do.
Yeah, now we know because you score the interview in every question.
You said McCaffrey,
and what did I say?
And you didn't.
Go to the tape. All of you.
Yeah.
I didn't say
When he
McCaffrey.
said something to you, I go, whoa, he coming in. But you were on it.
It was Dibs versus Cosell, and somehow I lost.
There was also one point where he goes, I'm not trying to be a jerk, guys, or something like that. He's just like, this is just who I am.
Dude, and I love it. I love the interview every week because it's like such great information.
You're up for it now. I've never seen Dibs prep for something like he does.
Dude, you got to get up for that interview.
He's already working on next week.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and there'll be notes, and I'll watch this game coming up Sunday a couple of times, and I look forward to today with Fade the Dibber. The pick is already in, and you guys are going to love this.
Somebody said, don't forget, we're out of here. Yep. Don't forget Herm Edwards. Hello?
That's what I said.
Oh, he said Herm.
Yeah. Text line, he said
This is what I was talking about with the listener.
I mean,
on 95, we're going to work on that this weekend, right?
Where are you going to work on it?
Yeah. On 95.7 the game.
Thanks for staying late.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, LFG, let's do this on a Friday. I cannot wait to get going today.
Man.
We're in a good spot.
The show thread was bananas.
Yeah, well, you ducked out.
Well, I ducked out because I was a guest on a podcast. The Run TMC podcast, which is Run the Marin County. These are two guys, Duffy Ballard and Chris Ballard's brother. I don't know if you know Chris Ballard.
I know the name.
So
I'm having a hard time placing it, but yeah.
He's an SI writer, a basketball writer.
Yeah.
His brother Duffy is a longtime Marin County resident, and Dave Levine. There are a couple of Marin County basketball heads, and they do this podcast.
What were you talking about?
Called the Run TMC podcast. Yeah. And we were talking about everything basketball, local college, local high school, the Warriors. And my phone is going, boop. Boop,
well,
boop.
See, so what I thought...
It got crazy. I had to turn it off.
I figured you had something going on, but that makes you a bleep starter because you sent the starter text and then you just left.
I didn't know it was going to be...
It turned into a thing.
We didn't start the fire, Billy Joel.
Yep.
Turns out I did start the fire.
Did.
I didn't know that your reaction would be so visceral and so aggressive.
Well, I deny.
Borderline angry.
I deny that. I deny that completely.
Don't make me find my phone.
Well, it was a Kaminga related fire.
Yep.
And we'll get to that a little bit later. Stink's going to join us in an hour. If you don't speak sports media, that guy is named Mark Schlereth, longtime offensive lineman in the league. He'll be on in an hour. We do want to start with something 49er related, although I guess this could go all NFL. Hell, it could go every team that we talk about. So I turned on 95.7 Game this morning, and I'm hearing from people who are saying that they're not really convinced on the 49ers being all that much of a threat this year. It actually started with Spadoni. Spadoni this morning's like...
Raider fan.
Right. But he's like, I don't even know if they're good. And I oddly was not in sort of like, as you just described, the text chain mood. I was like, okay, I'm open to hearing this. Tell me why the 49ers are potentially not good or not a contender. And invariably, this is the line that comes up. And this is the one I would love to explore with you.
Okay.
Because we hear it in every sport, every year. Quote, They haven't beaten anybody.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about that. They haven't beaten anybody. When a team has more wins than losses, but, quote, hasn't beaten anybody. We did this with the Warriors all last year, right?
Yeah.
46-36.
Well, it turned out it was true with them.
It did.
Yeah.
So, and I would say the Dallas Cowboys last year. Very good record, division winner. All right, but you haven't beaten anybody. And look what happened in the playoffs. They got their butts handed to them. But is that always a valid thing to say? Are you not a good team until you, quote, beat somebody? And somebody, by the way, is a subjective thing anyway. Like, I don't know, going into last week, it sounded to me like you thought the Tampa Bay Bucks were somebody.
Yeah, yeah.
Now they
Bad
lost.
spot for Tampa.
Right, but now they lost. They lost 2 games in a row to the Chiefs and the Niners, both of them narrowly, and now they're 4-6, and now they're, quote, nobody again. They were somebody a week and a half ago. They were tied for first place.
Sure.
They had a 500 record. Now they're nobody again. So that's what I mean by it's a subjective thing. Is this a fair thing to hang on teams that win more games than they lose if they don't have sexy, fancy wins?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But ultimately, when you get to the end of the year, if you're a playoff team and you are a team that is not a hosting team because you didn't beat the teams you should have, then maybe it is a thing. And if you go up and you look at the Niners' remainder of their schedule, and I just did the math, Mark, on the teams that they have beaten, they're a combined 17-31. The Jets, the Patriots, the Seahawks, the Cowboys, and the Bucks, 17-31. That's not good. You lost to the Vikings, winning record. You lost to the Rams, not a winning record. But, I mean, that's a game you should have won.
4-5, though.
You lost to the Cardinals, winning record. You lost to the Chiefs, undefeated.
Correct.
So you've played, of your 4 losses, 3 are winning teams, and the other one is a game that you shouldn't have lost. And so I look at the rest of the schedule. Seahawks, not a winning record. Packers, Bills, yes. Bears, not currently, and I think that they're heading in the wrong direction.
God, they're a mess.
And then, Dolphins are a team that maybe can recover, but, right now they're 3-6, and they have I don't know if they'll have a winning record then. They probably won't.
So banged up, nothing going for them really on defense
and
for
then
the most part.
And the Lions and the Cardinals again. So if you look at the remainder of the schedule, you've got a legitimate 4 games against good teams. So all of this, you haven't played anybody, I don't think it applies to the NFL because every NFL team, every NFL game is a one-off. And you could face a good team or a bad team. Like last night's a good example. Washington is really good, but they haven't beaten anyone. And I know you ran down a list of teams that haven't beaten anyone either.
I got a list.
And I love your list.
The Niners are not the only ones. First of all, happy Friday.
Yeah. Oh, let's do this.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, on the screen right there. And it's a big Friday. And coming up at some point during the show, I get back to 500 with my Niner Seahawk lock.
Well, first of all, that will not happen during the show because the game is still 48 hours away. But the pick.
No, the lock will come.
The lock will come.
And the pick is already in. And I'm coming off a nice gut check win last night. My Eagles.
I was feeling good at halftime.
Yeah.
I was feeling good at halftime.
You're drinking that haterade at halftime.
No, you first of all, look, you got me. You got me last night. There's no two ways about it.
Got him.
I'm not going to wiggle my way out of that one. This isn't about the spread. Can we do 30 seconds on last night?
Do 30.
What the hell? What? Did y'all watch last night?
You talking about Dan Quinn?
What? Not Dan Quinn.
Oh.
Cliff Kingsbury, offensive coordinator. What in God's green earth? What are you doing? I've never had the bigger, and it's an NFL season, so you get a lot of these, but I've never yelled, "What are you doing?" at the TV more
and that's
than
your
I did
phrase.
last night.
That's your go-to.
What on earth? First of all, we can all, and this is Dan Quinn because he's the head coach. But when you get there's 7 minutes left to go in the game, and you're at the 25-yard line.
You're down 2.
You're down by 2, and it's 4th and 2. Like, I don't know about y'all. I'm kicking the damn field goal.
Right.
Take the lead with 7 minutes to go. They go for it. They barely even get the snap off. It's not close. Fine. Eagles take over on downs. And then now Barkley does his thing. The Eagles are up 2 scores. So this is sort of, I guess, kind of a nothing burger. But the Commanders are moving down the field, down 16 points with like 3 minutes to go. They've got the 2-minute warning and 2 timeouts. if you actually showed some urgency, there's a scenario where you score a touchdown, get a 2-point conversion. And if you do that before the 2-minute warning, you don't even need to onside kick. You kick the ball off. You got a 2-minute warning and 2 timeouts. But they're just you guys get mad at Kyle Shanahan's clock management?
Kyle Shanahan.
Y'all should have watched this. They're bebopping. They're huddle. Now Jaden Daniels is at the line. He's calling out Omaha, like we're talking to each other. And then they run the ball twice in a row. I'm like, what? What? Ross Tucker, who comes on this station a lot, literally tweeted, if I were a Commander fan, I would be so pissed right now. It was literally like, you'd have been mad if your youth football coach was calling plays like this. Anyway, now I got that off my chest.
Yep.
As you were.
Yep.
So I can tell you where this conversation's going. This conversation is going to this place. As we sit here today, do you buy the 49ers as contenders or not?
Absolutely.
Okay, 888-957-9570. Have they earned the label or not? It's week 11. We should know by now. They've got a winning record. I don't know if anybody's feeling great about it.
Yep.
Not in first place, not in a playoff position right now. A couple of boneheaded losses, and as we just detailed, no fancy, sexy wins. However, let me add this to the party. You mentioned I've got a list. Here are 4 other teams that I would argue most people would say right now they're good, right? You think the Buffalo Bills are good? Is Buffalo good?
They're 8-2.
They're 8-2. Want to know the 8 teams that they've beaten?
I'm looking at it right here.
All right. The list is the Arizona Cardinals, the Miami Dolphins, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the New York Jets, the Tennessee Titans, the Seattle Seahawks, the Miami Dolphins again, and the Indianapolis Colts.
I count one team with a winning record.
They haven't beaten anyone. Now, they had 2
beat
chances.
The Cardinals.
Right, but they beat the Cardinals back on week 1 by 6 points, and at that point, the Cardinals were on their way to their 2-4 start and all that. If you want to give them that, go ahead and give them that.
It's the only win they have against a team with a winning record.
There you go.
And at the time, they didn't have a winning record because they were 0-0.
The big measuring stick for Buffalo was week 4. They went to Baltimore. Let's see what you got. They lost by 25 points.
Week 5, you went to Houston. You lost by 3.
You lost again. Buffalo, you haven't beaten anybody.
Yep.
Okay, what about the Green Bay Packers? Good team?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Really good team.
Everybody likes the Green Bay Packers. This is going to be a hard game for the Niners. They're an underdog as we sit here today. Next week in Green Bay, here's your list of Packer wins. Colts, Titans, Rams, Cardinals, Texans, Jaguars.
That's 2 wins, 2 good wins.
Ish. I mean,
if you want to talk about against winning teams, the Cardinals are winning the West.
Yes, they are.
And the Texans have a winning record. So those count.
Sure.
They count.
They're the 2 divisions that people point to that are the worst 2 divisions in football.
To your point, though, those are not overwhelmingly great wins. Houston looks to be a team reverting to the mean. And Arizona, yeah, they're leading the division, but everyone thinks the Niners will win that division.
You mentioned Washington, 7 wins. I'd argue none of them impressive. Needed a Hail Mary to beat the Bears at home.
True.
Chargers are 6-3. Go look at their 6 wins. They haven't beaten anybody. They haven't beaten anybody. So what are we getting at? And let's answer that. And why don't you answer that? 888-957-9570 is the number. As we sit here today, are you buying the 49ers? Have they earned the label contender or not? Let's take your calls on that. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Mark Schlereth joins us in less than an hour. I think at 3 o'clock we'd like to address everything that's happened in sports radio over the last week or so, especially here in this market. All of that is ahead. Happy Friday, everyone. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Heading out to catch the next big game? Start your journey right at SFO. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and tasty food.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
You could fade the dibber when it comes to the NFL.
I did last night, and I paid the price.
Yeah, you
paid
did.
the price.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens.
It does, and
not often, but it happens.
No, and you know what? The pick is in for Sunday, and I'm in a confidence pool with spreads, and this pick on Sunday is my most confident pick of the week.
I don't like this at all.
Well, you don't know where I'm going.
I do. I have a guess.
Well, it's obvious. I mean, honestly.
Well, okay.
And we'll get into it, and hopefully Matt Barrows joins us, and we can get fully into the Niners-Seahawks part of it. And I'm a big fan about rest advantage, but the teams with the rest advantage are not winning as much as I would have thought they are winning.
And Seahawks are off a bye?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like to me, sometimes they matter and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, it depends.
You know what I mean?
Buffalo off a bye, the Niners in Green Bay the week before. That feels to me like a real advantage.
It might. And
Buffalo chilling in New York.
Andy Reid off of a bye.
Dude, he doesn't lose.
He doesn't lose.
Right.
You know what I mean? But like when Tampa, like whatever, Tampa did not have the rest advantage. That one felt like it mattered. And then the Niners came out and actually still messed around in that football game. They won. But I don't think, the Seattle thing, Geno Smith does not do well against the 49ers. He does not do well outdoors. It's supposed to be a little dreary in Santa Clara on Sunday. At least that's the latest report that I saw. All of those things stack up against Geno Smith. Then again, I do think the Seahawks are ticked off and desperate, and they're capable.
Yep.
They're absolutely, they've got good players. Sometimes you're facing a team, and I thought this was the case with Tampa last week. You can be, the Niners, they won. They won, and they did. You were facing a team that has very, very few. I'm not going to say none. They have very few good players, and some of their best players were out hurt. So, but Seattle's healthy. They do have a new center.
Yeah,
that was a fun story.
Weird today, right?
This is so weird. Connor Williams, the Seahawks starting center, just up and retired this morning. The starting center. It's Friday of a game week. Practice, retire.
Bye-bye.
What? What the hell is that? Is that like shades of, what was his name? Chris Borland?
Right.
Yeah, I'm out.
That was like week one, I think. Coming out of camp,
forget.
I thought.
What is that when it was? Grandy,
I want to say mid-season, like maybe week 8, because he came on and
it was
like,
shocking.
It was kind of a surprise, like, he's actually kind of good.
Right. He was coming on, and he was was it his rookie year?
Pretty sure.
And he was doing good things, and people were like, the Niners found something. And then he's like, I'm out. But this guy wasn't like, I don't know the analytics on Seahawks big guys. He wasn't playing very well, was he?
No.
He
was playing terrible.
Very poorly. So
Borland retired March 13th, which was after his first year.
That sounds like the offseason to me.
Yeah, it feels like it. And I'm just looking at the ESPN story. He retired via email. And,
What?
The team sent him a bill. And for
sent him a bill?
Well, for his signing bonus.
Signing bonus.
Yeah, that had to be recouped. So, according to the ESPN report from Steve Fain and Mark Fain-Ruwada, of course, known best for Game of Shadows.
Yes.
Although Mark was the author on that and Steve was not, but the two brothers have co-conspired to do many, many, many great things. This was March 13th.
Chris Borland, 4th in Defensive Rookie of the Year voting that year.
That's what I mean. Yeah. There's only a handful, and this doesn't count because, as you said, he's not playing well. He's a 27-year-old center. I don't mean to be dismissive, but nobody's heard of this guy unless you're like a real Seahawks honk or something like that. But there's only a handful of retirements, I think, in the NFL that like really stop and shake your trees the second they happen. Borland, at least for a 49er fan, was one of them because, as you just said, 4th in the Rookie of the Year vote, and a month after the Super Bowl, he's like, peace out. I got no room for this football thing. Andrew Luck, that one.
Yeah, good call.
Right, I remember that. And then the Lions guys, like Barry Sanders stepped out when people were like, whoa, right? And then Calvin Johnson, to a degree, same thing, where they were both just still playing at a really, really high level.
Patrick Willis, to me, I don't mean to read your mind, Grandy, but I had a feeling that that's where you were going, where turns out his foot problem or his toe was far worse than we thought. But based on what he was doing and how good he was, how can you retire? You're still one of the best linebackers in football.
This is what I always leave room for this in the NFL, and I have no idea about this Connor Williams with the Seahawks situation.
Yeah.
Football hurts like hell, so I'm told. I mean like hell. And I know that that's not breaking any news, and I know that like these guys are the toughest people on the planet, and we see them as gladiators and tough it out and all that stuff, but like I get it. I get it. Like from what has been described to us, the physical commitment that it takes, what it means to show up at camp and go through an entire football season and week in and week out and play football and then get a couple of months off and then rinse, repeat, and do it again and do it for your 20s and do it for your 30s. My God, you know what I mean? Like it is a real thing. And for instance, my co-host on Sunday nights, who was a 13-year offensive lineman, Ephraim Salam in the game, always has the same line to me because he's got two sons. I want to say maybe they're about 10 and 12 years old. Not even a thought in their head that they would ever play football.
Wow.
And he says to them, like the reason they don't play football is because he says this to them. I played football so you don't have to.
Yeah, wow.
That is his
Powerful.
line. That's his line to his sons.
It's a great line. And I think about Lorenzo Neal, my former co-host, and his son, Lowe Jr., played in college at Purdue and got an unbelievable education. And he apparently is a brilliant young man. And he went out and tried a little bit in the NFL for one camp. And then that's it.
Yep.
I'm good.
Yeah.
You know, college football, got an education, and now he's not playing football anymore.
You know what's fascinating is we see these people play and we just assume that they all love it. Love it, built for it. It's not always the case.
Yeah.
And in fact, I know a lot of dudes who are professional athletes who actually have a love for a different professional sport. Ephraim, it would be one of those examples. He's a hooper. He loves basketball. He doesn't love football. Doesn't love anything about it. Hurts like hell every single day. Every day when he gets out of bed. Takes him a while. Every day when he went to go play with the kids. Hurts like hell. And so there are a lot of guys like that.
Yeah.
And in fact, I had a coach tell me one time that when they're going through the draft process, it is one of the things, there's a list, but one of the things that they're really looking for, do they love football? Because if you don't love football, it is at some point in your career, it's going to affect your commitment. It's going to affect your output. It may affect whether or not you want to keep doing this at the same level.
Exactly, especially when, times get tight and, things get rough and maybe you have a little bit of an injury or your team's not doing well. Are you somebody who's going to double down and put in the work, or are you going to shut it down? And it's not just football. And I think about other careers that are lucrative. If you're a bond trader or a stockbroker or somebody doing the financials and you're up at 4 a.m. Pacific and you're grinding and, you don't want to get up that early anymore, and the job is really stressful and there's a lot of pressure, but you're making a ton of money and you're providing for your family, it becomes a little bit of a difficult choice for you personally, no matter what your career is. If it's high pressure, high effort, physical, mental, whatever it is, but you're doing really, really well and you're providing and you're earning, there's a point where the scales tip and you have to decide that I can't do this anymore.
Right, no doubt. All right, 888-957-9570, the number. The question we're essentially asking, have the Niners earned the contender label? Because I heard it from some callers. We see it from texters, tweeters. Spadone said it earlier this morning. I was listening to him and Bonte, and he's like, look, the 49ers, I don't really buy them as contenders. They haven't beaten anybody. The funniest list of all in the list that we were going through, because I said it's also true essentially for the Packers, the Bills, the Commanders, and the Chargers. We didn't go through the Chargers. Listen to this. The Los Angeles Chargers, who are 6-3 and coached by Harbaugh, so it's very believable because we know he is often running a program that is successful. Jim Harbaugh, good coach. List of teams they've beaten. Ready? 6-3. Probably going to be a wild card team in the AFC. 6-3. Ready? Raiders, Panthers, Broncos, Saints, Browns, Titans.
Wow. Yeah.
That's the list. Now, they have had some good teams on their schedule. They played the first-place Chiefs. They played the first-place Steelers, and they played the first-place Cardinals. L.
Yeah.
So are the Chargers good?
Well, I think so. And I watch a lot of Charger football. I have them as my defense on my fantasy team. So
it's a good pick, by the way.
Well, yeah, and their defense is
very good.
Really good. And they can run the ball, and this team is built in Harbaugh's image. And so, yeah, they're a good team. They're a good regular season team. Are they going to be good enough to beat Baltimore or Kansas City or even Pittsburgh or Buffalo in the playoffs? No, I don't like their chances, but they look to me like a 10 or an 11 win team based on regular season. And ultimately, when you have a schedule that is like that, and this is where I look at Washington last night, where you go up against a Philadelphia team that is now playing some good football, and they've won 6 in a row. And Washington, as you mentioned before, they haven't beaten anyone either, but they had that last place schedule, which brings me back to the NFC West and Arizona. Arizona, by virtue of their 4-win year last year, I think. They were terrible last year.
Yeah, they were bad. I can't remember.
I thought it was 4, but whatever it was, they were last place in the division, so you get a last place schedule, and it helps you.
But do you count Arizona right now as a good team? Because Washington beat them by 4 touchdowns.
Fine. Arizona beat the Niners.
Yeah.
So for me, you can't look at the Niners as a good team without looking at Arizona, a team ahead of them in the standings and a team that beat them. You can't look at the Niners as good without looking at Arizona as good.
Commanders 7-4 now. They have lost 2 in a row because they played 2 first-place clubs, Steelers and Eagles. Here's the list for the Commanders. They've beaten the Giants twice. They've beaten the Bengals, the Cardinals, the Browns, the Panthers, and the Bears. And oh, by the way, asterisk on the Bears, that was a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
That was a Hail Mary.
The Browns have 2 wins, and the Giants have 2 wins, and you beat them twice. And so you could look at the record of teams they've beaten, and it makes the Niners' schedule look a little bit tougher. And so for me, and this is something we can get into about the Niners, if they go 10-7, which means they would win 5 of their last 8, for me, 10-7 is okay if you win the right 5. And I sent this to the group earlier when I was crossing the Golden Gate Bridge after my trip to Marin, and you hit me with a double question mark emoji. And so I tried to follow up with exactly what I meant.
I think that's just the way it shows up.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when you hold your finger down on the text, and then one of the options that you can like it, you can love it, you can exclamation point it, or you can question it. There's something else too.
You're talking to an Android guy.
Yeah, I know.
No.
Well,
What's
that's
funny
why
is
I'm explaining it to him.
What's
it's
funny
not
is
a double question mark.
Get it the way that you guys get it, and you iPhone people. You iPhone sycophants.
Why don't you just say, you, everybody who's listening. Go ahead.
Wrong. All of you imbeciles who are a part of the cult, all of you sycophants for the inferior technology, what we now get is exactly what you give to each other. I get what you normally, like, it used to show up as a separate text message. It doesn't anymore.
No, but
I get your stupid emojis that you send.
No, but you get them and it lists the whole thing. That doesn't happen on an iPhone.
You don't know what I get.
I do know what you get.
No, you don't know what I get.
No, but we get it too.
What you get is what you get. What I get is what you send to each other. And now I don't get a new text message. I get your question mark or your exclamation.
I wanted to know what you meant. It was a please explain. It was a Roxy Bernstein.
And I explained it.
Go ahead. But that doesn't matter if you explain it to me. There are other people, at least I'm under the impression, listening right now.
I would hope so.
Explain to them.
If not, then we should pack our things.
Probably.
What it means is if they go 5-3, what's important is the 5 that you win. And that means you beat Seattle, Green Bay, the Rams, the Cardinals, and either Chicago or Detroit.
So you're giving up on and I get what you mean, not giving up on, but you're lessening the importance of the trips to Buffalo and Miami.
Correct.
Because AFC.
Exactly.
Right.
If you go 10-7, but you beat the Cardinals, the Rams, and the Seahawks, I do believe that'll put you in position to win the division. If Arizona's also 10-7, you're going to win that tiebreaker based on head-to-head. It's a push. Divisional record, you would win over Arizona. Mm-hmm. And if it comes down to a wild card spot and it comes down to conference record, that's where the Packer game and the Bear game and the Lion game, that's where those become more important.
I think we're going to know a lot more about Arizona in 2.5 weeks. They don't play this week, so we'll learn nothing. I will predict that they will still be 6-4 after this weekend.
Cuckoo!
Lock it in. But then it's back-to-back road trips. As the weather gets funky, this will matter for one of them, not the other one. But back-to-back road trips to Seattle and Minnesota. Now, Seattle's not a great football team, but that's a hard one. That's a hard division battle and could be raining up there over Thanksgiving week in Seattle. And then they go to Minnesota, and then they have to host Seattle the very following week. If they navigate those 3 games at 2-1, then I think Arizona is going to be a problem all the way to the end, which may well happen. But if they go 1-2 and find themselves 7-6,
yep,
or worse, if they find themselves 6-7,
boy,
then I think the Niners are going to have the opportunity to grab the division. Although during all of that, the 49ers have really hard assignments as well. Like, we're going to know. We're going to know. Even if they go ahead and handle their business this weekend, we're going to know after trips to Green Bay and Buffalo what we're actually dealing with here. Now, when I threw the question out about a half hour ago, you didn't even blink. Have the 49ers earned the label this year contender? You didn't blink. You said yes. What's your answer? Why?
Yes, because I look at the NFC and I see 8 teams for 7 spots. And we can go through the list and talk about teams that are out. And I look at Dallas and New York and Chicago now with a new OC and the Flus in maybe a little bit of a precarious spot and a quarterback who does not look to me to be the sauce just yet. So teams that are out, Dallas, New York, Chicago, New Orleans, and Carolina. That's a quick 5. So now we're down to 11 teams. And I look at the West and I look at the Rams and Seattle, and you can kind of put the pillow over Seattle's face this weekend with a victory. You would be then up 2 games on Seattle, and you would hold the tiebreaker over Seattle. I think Seattle's on the precipice of maybe bowing out. The Rams are interesting. I think that the NFC South is a 1-team division, and Atlanta right now is in firm control. So that puts Tampa Bay in a tough spot. So I look at Philly, Washington, Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay. That's 5. And then Atlanta and 1 team out of the West.
Okay. However, just my first response to your answer is it sounds to me like you're answering it as to whether or not the Niners are contenders to make the playoffs. That's not, at least from me, that's not how I was asking it.
Oh, for me, it's one thing leading to another.
Okay, so are you saying that all playoff teams are title contenders?
I'm saying this team, as a playoff team, is a title contender.
And why? So why do you think that even if they make the playoffs, let's say they are one of those 7 teams, they find their way in, whether it's the West or the wild card, why have they earned that label as a team that could win the whole thing despite the fact that they're 5-4 and they have, quote, beaten nobody?
Because of what Draymond Green said yesterday on the Warner Report podcast talking about the muscle memory. And I know he was saying that, until you win a title, you can't really know what it is to win a title. But I look at this team under Brock Purdy, 4-2 in the playoffs, really 4-1 if you discount the Philly game where his arm fell off. But I'm going to include that because it's on his ledger. They're 4-2. This team with McCaffrey and Debo and George and Fred and Nick, we don't know if he'll play this weekend, but I hope he's going to be okay. And Dre is coming back and the rest of it. And Kyle Shanahan, I do think that this team knows what it takes to win playoff games. So if this team gets in, even if they're the 7, let's say they squeak in as a wild card at 10-7, and you're the 7 seed, and you then have to go up against Philadelphia on the road. You might be a small underdog, but you've won there, and you know what it takes to win playoff games.
That wouldn't scare me at all.
Right.
That wouldn't scare me at all.
So you go to Philly and you beat Philly, and then you would go on and take on Detroit. And you go to Detroit, a team you beat last year in the playoffs.
The road games to the NFC North in January are the ones that would, right now, as we sit here today, those are the ones that would give me pause. Any of those 3 teams. I think road games to those 3 spots could be tough. In the playoffs.
In the playoffs,
Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit. I think those could be tough. But Washington doesn't scare me. Philadelphia doesn't scare me. Atlanta doesn't scare me. Arizona doesn't scare me. And I certainly don't take winning on the road in the NFC North off the table. It's possible.
Of course.
Here's maybe another way, though, to ask it. Because I agree with you, but I think both of us, we're coming from a place where we're adding previous seasons into the conversation. Like if you just spotlight this year and ask for evidence of the Niners being a title contender, I'll submit I don't really see it. I don't see it. There's not any of the 9 games where I walked out and I went, man, now that's a squad. I probably walked out of opening night feeling that way, but that was because there's all kinds of stuff going on that we didn't realize. I thought the Jets were going to be a good football team. They're not. They're not. So none of the games have made me feel like this team is going to be a true problem for opponents. But I believe they're a contender because old habits die hard. And because of, I love that you referenced what Draymond is saying, where it's like, no, this is a muscle memory of people who have succeeded in this position before.
Yeah.
And the Niners have been 3-4 and 3-5 before. And look what they've done since they went 3-4. Well, it's not perfect, but they've won the next 2 football games. They're 2-0 since then. We told that, right? That's what we said. Second half of the year, November, here we go.
Yep.
And he's won another November game already. So maybe it's headed that way again, and maybe the muscle memory helps. I think they're a contender because they've been a contender. I don't think they're a contender based on anything that I've seen them do so far this season.
See, I would disagree only to the extent that what we've seen is a little bit uneven, but I look at the metrics, the basic metrics, yards per play. They're number 2 on offense in yards per play. They're number 2 in passing. They're number 3 in running. So offensively, even without Christian McCaffrey for much of the year, they've been good. The red zone has been a problem, and closing out games, it's been a problem. But I look at an offense with, the top 5 MVP candidate from last year coming back, and that offense should continue to get better. And defensively, they've been a little bit uneven, but they're still toward the top half. Yards per play allowed, they're number 7.
I get it. That stuff almost frustrates me, though, as a 49er fan.
It should, because you should be 7-2, right?
Why are you ranked so high in everything, and you're 5-4 and just ripping our fingernails off every time you win a game?
Yeah, week in and week out.
Why?
Yeah. Yep.
Why?
It's because your special teams, they're worse than my picks. And I would love to have... Hi, this
Kyle,
is Cavon Looney.
Your special teams stink.
Yeah, why don't you send that down to... hey, this is Dan Dibley from Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Kyle, your special teams, they stink. And you can look at every single game.
No, they do. It's not possible.
It's probably.
No, definitely.
And that's been a big part of it. And, Kyle's clock management has been a little bit wonky. And you had a field goal kicker who missed 3 last game. Each game has had a unique reason why it wasn't an Ottoman game.
So if the Niners earned the contender label, we can keep taking calls on that, 888-957-9570. Mark Schlereth in 20 minutes. We do want to address a couple of things based on Bay Area radio and beyond. Coming up next, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, if you haven't already, you should subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app. It's good stuff on there. You should check out Cavon Looney jumping in on the crossover yesterday, for example.
Pretty fun.
Really fun. Wherever you find your favorite podcast, while you're there, do it for the other shows as well. Steiny and Goo and Bonte and Joe. And again, you can subscribe to get all the content. Mark Schlereth will be along here in less than 15 minutes. A lot to do today because we're heading for an NBA Cup game as well.
It's big.
Tonight here at Chase Center.
Yep.
Do they use the exact same floor again, or do they surprise us again?
No, same floor.
Same gray floor?
Yep. And don't look too far ahead, but the Niners the Warriors got a pretty nice path to win this group here. If you look ahead.
How does it work? You said don't look too far ahead. I'd like to.
So you got tonight against the Grizzlies without Ja Morant.
No Ja.
Desmond Bane and Brandon Clark both questionable.
Still a dangerous team.
Yeah,
They've got a winning record.
You're at home. You feel like you should be able to win this game.
Sure.
Your third cup game, group stage cup game, is a week from tonight in New Orleans.
Okay.
Pelicans are maybe the most injury-ravaged team in the NBA right now. You should be able to take care of that. And then the only other group stage cup game you have left is against Jokic and the Nuggets coming up after that. If you're 3-1, you're likely going to win your group, and if not, you'll probably be one of the two wild card teams that advance to the next stage.
Which is that's in Vegas?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, semifinals are in Vegas.
6 group winners and then 2 at-large. You have the 8 quarterfinalists. Then the semifinals and finals are at a different place.
Do understand that by the time the public understands what the hell's going on, this will not exist anymore. Just a prediction. Cuckoosh.
Don't steal.
Okay?
Don't steal.
Cuckoosh.
Not only will it exist, but there'll be another equally contrived and cockamamie structure within the regular season that will also exist.
Did you see that they're talking out a cockamamie structure for the All-Star game here in San Francisco in February?
I love it. Tell the people what you told me during the break, because I love this idea.
Well, what they're saying, and I actually don't hate it either, although I don't know exactly what the details are yet, but there was a competition committee meeting today, and what was discussed is a 4-team tournament at All-Star Weekend, and it would consist of 3 teams of 8 All-Stars, and then the winner of the Rising Stars game. And those 4 teams would play, I believe you like to call it a cockamamie side tournament.
Yeah, little tourney.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that this would, supplant the actual All-Star game.
Oh, I bet it would.
Maybe.
I bet it would.
Maybe.
You're not going to get Steph Curry, for example, to play 2 of these cockamamie tourney games and then play the All-Star game. This would supplant the All-Star game.
That's great. Then supplant it. Nobody cares because last year was literally offensive.
I love that. I had the over.
My hope for this cockamamie tournament, this is my one hope.
Thank you, Kukush.
I really, really hope that what they do is that they grant the winner of the 4-team tournament extra money. That's what I, as a fan, really want. I badly, badly, badly want NBA All-Stars, most of whom are making north of $45 million per year. I hope and pray that the winner of this 4-team tournament gets a cash reward.
Yeah. It's actually minor. It'd be a minor bag alert for them.
Hope. I hope.
I'm sensing a little sarcasm in that, but whatever it is, if it makes it more of a competitive day for those of you who need a competitive day, I love the 192, 188 format. It's fun.
It's really not.
I enjoy it.
I mean,
you don't get to tell me that I don't enjoy it.
No, you can. Yes, you can enjoy it.
And I'm not alone.
You might be.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of people who liked that, but I mean, yeah, you're allowed to. You're allowed to love it. That's absolutely true. All right, Mark Schlereth is going to join us in 10 minutes. Look, we don't like elephant in the room type stuff. So, we definitely wanted to address this. I don't want to go on and on with anything about the, quote, state of the industry, the dying industry, all of this stuff. I largely reject that other than the obvious, right? I mean, there are so many industries, especially post-COVID in America, that are really, really struggling, and, purse strings get tighter and all of that stuff, and I understand that, and all businesses evolve, just like ours is as well. What happened, not just in Bay Area radio, although that's what matters most to us, but also, iHeartMedia did this just a week ago, and so I can't even tell you. I don't even know if I can count how many friends of mine lost jobs just within the last week. And there are a lot of them where it's like really troubling for them on a personal level. As far as Tom Tolbert and John Lund, both personal friends, both wonderful people, both wonderful, wonderful radio hosts. I'm thankful, I think, for them. I don't want to speak for them, but they're going to be okay. They're going to be okay because they've done very well in life. Plus, they're going to have options to do more. But so all I'll say is just that days like this are not like fun for the competitor. I do want people to know that. I do also want to say that if you are new to our station or this particular show because you're out and about checking things out, we want to extend a very, very hearty welcome to you. Hope that you hang out for a while, like what you hear, interact with us, let us know. Thumbs up, thumbs down, you stink, stop doing that. We love you. This is new, we found it, whatever. Just want to say a special hello to each and every one of you. At the same time, my thoughts are with everybody who went through this over the last week, last year, last 5 years, and I have no doubt there will be more around the corner as well. But the only thing I want to point at is what I said in the crossover. The real thing to be frustrated about here is not that there are layoffs in an industry. It happens everywhere, all over the place. The real frustrating part is that every time this happens, there are fat cats that won't even take $1 off their salary. And it doesn't even occur to them that maybe that might help the financial woes that any particular company is facing. That's what's frustrating to me, because those fat cats, it's not even about guys like Tom and John. It's about you. It's about you listening.
Yeah.
It's about your options. It's about your entertainment. It's about your fun that gets taken away from you so that people in high corner offices can keep their full salary. And I think that sucks.
It does, but let's not pretend, and I'm not saying that you are, but I do want to point out that happens in every business and every sector across every part of our country. And if you take a restaurant and you've got a restaurant that's having a hard time making ends meet, the owner isn't going to take less of a profit share. They're going to fire 2 cooks and a maitre d' and a waiter and a busboy and say, all right, we can make it with a smaller staff, and I'm still going to get what I have coming to me. And that's our company, their company, it's every company. So for me, it's more about 2 things. One, what you said about Tom and John is absolutely spot on. And I actually talked to John Lund yesterday, and he reminded me of the time that I called him before he started his first shift on this station. And he and Greg Papa before 2011 in the launch. And I called him and, hey, this is Dan Dibley, and I've been hired, and I hear you're coming in, and just wanted to get to know you. And he said he was touched by the fact that I called him 13 years ago to just try to make him more welcome at the station. And for Tom Tolbert, I worked over there, 15, 18, 20 years ago. And so for me, working with Tom and around Tom was a thrill, because I grew up as a Warrior fan when he was a Warrior, and he's 5 years older than me or whatever. And so I've kind of followed his career from Arizona all the way through. So that part definitely touches me personally. And the other part of it is, and I'm going to speak for you, and I'll speak for a lot of us here, competition is good. And having them around is good for everybody, because a rising tide lifts all boats. And so when they're doing well, when sports is compelling and people are listening to sports, they win, we battle, and it's good. So I'm not sitting here gloating over that loss, and whatever changes they're going to make, I have no idea. I'm just sad because the industry is better. Our market is better when there is 2 baseball teams and there's not, 2 football teams and there's not, 2 sports talk stations, and there kind of still is, but their station is different now. And so for me, it feels a little bit like when the Raiders left and when the A's are leaving, where the market is a little bit lesser because you don't have two strong brands.
Yeah, I think that's all really, really well said. And I'll just put a cap on my thoughts on circling back to two things, because I do know that many of you listen to all of the stations and all of the people through all of the years, but what you don't ever really know is, okay, who are these people behind the scenes? Tom and John, and actually, by the way, two other people who are completely off air, who lost their jobs the other day as well. They are all absolutely they're exactly who you think they are. They are delightful, fantastic, professional, talented, kind people. And so there's that. And then I, again, just want to say again, to anybody who might be here, who knows, maybe for the first time, hello, welcome.
Hello.
And we'll do everything we can for you.
Yeah.
That's all.
And we're saying hello even though you didn't call us. And, Guru, as Guru said earlier.
You can, though.
Well.
We have a phone number.
Don't do that to Guru.
888-957-9570.
Wow. I can't wait to call Guru, and when he answers, I'm just going to burst out hello and see what he does.
Oh, no.
That's totally right.
I hate myself that I haven't thought of that yet. We should have done that.
Yep.
We should do that on the air.
I might right now during the break.
Not a bad idea at 5 o'clock. Yeah. All right. Warriors are back in action tonight. Grizz, 7 o'clock. It means Warriors Live with, Mark Grandy. Hi, Mark. You got a job later tonight, huh?
Hi, Mark.
Okay. 6 p.m., presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And we're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. Mark Schlereth is going to join us next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. We're streaming live on a Football Friday, Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It is all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Are you ready to dive in a little deeper on this?
Let's do it.
And one of the things we've been talking about is whether or not the Niners this year have actually earned the Contender label. And do you buy in when someone says to the team, well, hold on, they haven't beat anybody? What does that mean to you? We can weave Stink into that conversation. We go out to the River Islands guest line, joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stink and Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. Hey, Stink, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. How would you answer that question? Have the Niners earned the Contender label this year or not at 5-4?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think everybody sits and says, hey, with Kyle Shanahan, with the talent that you have, especially on the offensive side of the football, yada, 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 with the history that the 49ers have. Yeah, they've earned that over time. They've earned that Contender label. And I think you look at some of the losses, look at some of the issues they've had with the injuries and everything else, you can excuse them. I mean, you look at, in your own division, you've lost to Arizona, you've lost to the Rams, so obviously that's not good. But the bottom line, you sit there and you're one game behind Arizona for first place. And the bottom line to me is you're probably the best team in that division. And, if you get on a hot streak and you're getting healthy, and obviously you kind of cure what ails you in the red zone, and we keep thinking that Chris McCaffrey is going to do that for you, then all of a sudden I think you're one of the top, 4 teams in the NFC. I mean, I would put Detroit number 1, probably Philly number 2, and then after that, I mean, San Francisco would be right in there. So I think that's kind of how I look at them.
Looking at the red zone issues so far to date, and I know just one game of McCaffrey, and they didn't really solve it in that 1 week, but do you think that he can be the fix for what ails them in that red area?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. I mean, one, just from a check down standpoint, what they can accomplish with him, the pressure he puts on a defensive coordinator, what you have to account for, and not only running the football, but with him being able to spread out, he and Debo being interchangeable pieces, putting in a what a lot of times what we call 21 pony, which is 2 tailbacks in a backfield as opposed to a tailback and a fullback. Like, it gives them so many different options, and he's so good out of the backfield. Obviously, he's a great running back. He's great, in and out of whether it's a wide type of play or whether it's between the tackles. He's great at all that stuff. But the passing game, to me, is where you have a decided advantage with Christian McCaffrey. And I just think that I think those red zone issues, they've been one of the top red zone teams in football until this year. And I think those issues will eventually get solved here. And I think, I mean, obviously we nationally talking on the shows that I do on Breakfast Ball and everything else, we've talked about the Debo Samuel, Tabor Pepper dust up on the sideline and stuff. But I think a lot of that is the old frustration of how piss poor you guys have been in the red zone and haven't been able to accomplish things. And I think some of that just explodes over, when your field goal kicker's missing field goals. And a lot of that anger is probably, is actually your lack of production in the red zone. So I think all those things will iron themselves out over time.
Stink, since you brought it up, I think our audience would love to know what your take was on the Debo Samuel Tabor Pepper dust up.
Yeah, you know what? Ultimately, you never want that to happen. It's not a good thing. But ultimately, you'll deal with it. Like, Kyle was a part of the Broncos. He's probably 12, 13, 14 years old when we had a situation where we went to San Francisco. Now, it wasn't teammate-on-teammate crime, but where, Romanowski spit in J.J. Stokes' face. And that's in 1997 game. And that ripped us up in the locker room a little bit, man. There was a lot of racial tension. There was a lot of tension about that particular play. Mike Shanahan called us into a team meeting. We sat down at that team meeting. A couple of guys aired their grievances with Romo. Romo stood up and apologized like a man and said, hey, man, that, it just was one of those heat of the moment things. And, what I did was wrong. And he accepted that responsibility. And after that, we moved on. And, I think people would be surprised kind of, it's a bunch of alpha dudes, that play professional football. And some of the fights that go on during the course of a week, and you get into like, it just is, it's part of the program, so to speak. And you don't want it to happen, but occasionally it happens. And I think it's happened to every one of us where we've gotten in the dust up. It just hasn't been on film. So, we used to have a rule when I played in Denver. And, we'd be doing one-on-ones or whatever the case may be. And the backups would be in, and we'd be kind of standing around the water jug, getting water and watching one-on-ones. And if a fight breaks out in practice, the guys upstairs are the guys that the film guys are told to cut the tape off, right? Because they don't want that getting out. So they cut the tape off. But it takes a minute to realize, it's a fight. So we had a rule, if a fight breaks out and you didn't get in the film frame before the film guys cut it out, and if you weren't throwing fists when that happened, like, you're getting fined, and it's a significant fine. Like, you damn well better get in there and punch one of the defensive guys. And that was that's a rule. That was a rule on our football team. And so it doesn't necessarily, like, those things, I think, for the general public are like earth-shattering, like, oh my God, there's got to be real problems there. But I think in the overall scheme of things, the football team, you talk about it, you discuss it, people apologize, and you move on. And I don't think it's really that big a deal.
Is part of what squashes this the notion that kickers they're a necessary evil on a football team, but are they seen as maybe second-class citizens in the locker room?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, they're part of it's jealousy. Like, you're over there, you're playing and you're busting your ass and you're practicing, and especially in training camp, and you're beat up and your hands hurt and everything else, and they're over there playing kicking games. They're going, let's see who can kick it closest to the end line, and they don't do anything. So it drives you crazy. I used to call them campus leavers all the time. You guys you come in for your morning meeting, then you go have lunch somewhere off campus. Like, nobody else gets to leave campus. You guys are campus leavers. Yeah, it's jealousy. It's pure jealousy. You don't beat the snot out of one another. And in my day, the deep snapper had a practice. Like, he had to play another position. Now the deep snapper is a specialist. So they don't do anything but deep snap. So the three of them, the punter, the deep snapper, the kicker, are all lollygag around and play around and goof around. They're playing kicking games, and they're over in the corner doing whatever it is they do. And sometimes you look over there and you're having a tough day of practice, and you go, look at those SOBs just having fun. There's a jealousy to it that you're just like, I can't stand those guys. And you don't really hate them or anything, but you don't necessarily want to pick out curtains with them.
Well,
either.
Until he misses 3 field goals, and then maybe the blood starts to boil, right?
Well, yeah. You're supposed to hit those, and I'm sure they get along fine with the kicker and everything else. But I think a lot of that is their own issues, their own lack of production in the red zone, and some of those frustrations boil over.
You know what, Mark? And Mark Schlereth is our guest here on Willard and Dibs. You know what's funny about that? Like, I totally get everything that you said, and I really appreciate how honest you were in answering that. At the same time, you know this because you've been on both sides. There's this rub through the years between players and the media, because players will kind of get to the point of listening to media talk about something and going, dude, you can't do what we do. You cannot do what we do. And I sort of thought about this in this dust up, because it's like, can't the kickers, I get the jealousy, but can't the kickers say that too? It's like, you can out us all you want, but hey, Debo, you need us. You can't do what we do.
Yeah, but the issue is you don't do anything until it comes to that point. So make it. That's the issue. Is like, dude, the only thing you do is kick. That's it. You don't put yourself in harm's way. You don't make tackles. You don't get hit. So when you're asked to kick a field goal, especially if it's less than 50, or if it's in the 50-yard range nowadays, anything less than 55, we expect you to make the damn thing. And so, you can miss one every now and again, but you miss 3 in a game, and everyone wants to kick you right in the yarbles. That's how they feel.
Yeah, and I appreciate Yarbles. That's pretty good. It's like it's a mix between somebody's nuts and their marbles, and it actually could become part of my lexicon. Mark Schlereth here on 95.7 The Game. The Niners have really struggled on special teams, punt coverage, kickoff coverage, the aforementioned field goals, and the rest of it. For a team, when you have these kinds of struggles, where is it fair to put the blame? On the players, the special teams coordinator, the head coach, or all the above?
Yeah, I mean, I think oftentimes it's a bunch of different things. Like there will be times where maybe you're not getting enough hang time on a punt, and you kind of quote unquote outkick your coverage. You might have a couple issues with blocking, so you take some of the speedy guys, some of the DB type of guys, you exchange them for linebackers, and the linebackers don't run and cover as well. So a lot of those, there's a lot of little nuanced things when it comes to playing special teams. And then oftentimes, if you have a couple injuries or some things happen to you, all of a sudden you got to put a starter on there. So there's a lot of nuance to special teams. And, let's face it. I mean, I was not going to make the NFL. I actually covered kicks as a rookie during my rookie preseason. And so I was R1 at 285 pounds running down R1 on kickoff cover. And nobody blocked me the first time I ever ran down on kickoff. And I'd never run down on kickoff cover. Like, when was I ever going to run down on kickoff cover? But I could run. And so they put me on kick cover because I was, wedge buster, so to speak. And I ran down there, got an assist, got a wedge bust, got like the whole 9 yards. And I thought I'd made the team. Nobody blocked me because nobody thought, it's 6'3", 285-pound offensive lineman was going to be able to run down there and make a play. Well, the next time I ran down, a little fullback, about 5'10", 240, circled and hit me right in the chin, ass over tea kettle. And at that point, I was like worthless. I was like, if it comes to special teams making this play, like those dudes are straight up crazy. And I was like, I was the last guy down, man, head on a swivel. I was like, I'm never getting hit like that again. You can forget that. Like, I'm not making this team. They took me out about 2 games later. I played about 2 games of kick cover before I got pulled because I was done. Like, I ain't getting hit like that again, dude. Those dudes are absolutely insane. And so it takes a special breed to play special teams. We don't give enough credit to it on broadcasts or anything else. The only time you see it is when it's a problem. But it's not all it's cracked up to be. I guarantee you that.
Mark Schlereth with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Stink, if we're only going on the 9 games that we've watched this year, how would you grade the performance of Brock Purdy?
Oh, I think Brock Purdy's exceptional. I mean, I would give him, I'd give him an A. I think he's playing really well. And obviously, there's been so much with McCaffrey down and then the slow start. I mean, missing camp for Ayuk and the slow start, and then the injury, and then you've missed time with Kittle, and you've missed time with Jawan Jennings, and Debo has missed time, and so there's been a lot of kind of exchange there, and different guys playing, and so and still being as productive as you've been. I'm a huge Purdy fan. I think he's a really good player. So, again, continuity becomes so important. Timing and rhythm becomes so important. And a lot of things they do in San Francisco in regards to that offense is really all based off the timing and the rhythm of that run game and the play action stuff. And it's precise, from, how you want to run routes, where you want to break those routes off at, the way you're faking a block, you're stock blocking a guy, and then you're getting beyond them, and all the things that they do exceptionally well. And that stuff takes timing and rhythm, and that's where Purdy is so good at the timing and rhythm of that stuff. And if you bring in a bunch of different guys that haven't played, it's hard to recreate that on a consistent basis. So they've lacked some consistency there, which has led to some turnovers and some inefficiency in the red zone. But I'm a huge Purdy fan. I think he's really good.
Are you starting to see that rhythm a little bit more cemented now that Ricky Pearsall's played a few games and McCaffrey's back, and certainly the connection that he's had with George Kittle? Yeah,
that and Jawan Jennings on third downs. Jawan is one of my Juwan's one of my, guilty pleasure players that I love watching play because, one, I think he's a really good player. Two, I just think he's nasty. He's a tone setter, and he just doesn't try to block people. He tries to hurt people. And I personally like that from a wide receiver, and there's not a whole lot of them that'll do it. So he's just one of those guys off the ball, when it comes to a route that's not coming his way. I'll tend to watch guys like that and go, wow, look at like the block he threw on this run, or look at how he's running this route. He's not a primary on this route, but he's running it, for the love of the game route. He's just running it because he loves football and he loves opening other guys up. And so he's a guy that I really like to watch and that I really think is a good player.
Hey, Mark, just because we saw them last night, your ties to the organization as well, I really went from thinking I loved what Washington was doing, but I think they're a year away. And then a couple weeks ago, I'm like, oh, wait, I think they're going to win the division now. And now after the last few weeks, I'm like, no, I'm back to they're still a year away. What's your take?
Yeah, I think defensively, I think they're playing their butts off with with kind of marginal talent. They've got some issues from just a pure talent standpoint. They went out and got Marshawn Lattimore, which will help some of that. But, of course, he's had the hamstring. He hasn't played the last 2 weeks. So, I think what they're doing defensively is pretty incredible, considering kind of where they were. And, I've talked to Dan Quinn about it. So, I've called a couple of games. They're not where they need to be. They know that. But, there's some non-negotiables when you play for Dan Quinn. That's playing hard. And that's playing with effort. And that's, playing smart football. And I thought they did that for the most part last night, until they were just worn out in the fourth quarter. But I think what you saw in that game is there's a discrepancy from the top one or the top tier talent of the Philadelphia Eagles and where Washington comes in right now. I think the other thing you saw is a quarterback in Jaden Daniels who that rib injury is still affecting him. And he can't do the things that he has done early in the season. They can't run him on the read zone stuff. They can't run him on some of the design QB runs. He doesn't scramble as effectively as he did. And there's a couple of deep throws, intermediate to deep throws that he tried to pull last night that he dirted. And that to me is 100%, 100% because of that rib injury. And so I think that's hindering their offense. And that's a big part of this offense because I think after Terry McLaurin, and, I think they've got good running backs, but I don't think there's anybody else that really threatens the defense. And if you look at last night, McLaurin had one catch, De'Ami Brown had one catch, Zacchaeus had one catch, and their other wide receiver, the name escaped, Noah Brown, also had one catch. So their 4 receivers combined for 4 catches, no more than 10 yards on any one of them. It was 10, 10, 4, and 4 yards. So everything was a dump off, which was, to me, part of the game plan because he's really struggling throwing the ball because of that rib. So, they're limited talent-wise from a top-tier team, and now all of a sudden the one thing that's made them a super dynamic and offense that you have to contend with, their quarterback certainly can't do a bunch of stuff that they'd like to do with him.
On the other side, you have a Philly team at 8-2, and Mark and I talked last year about them being 10-1, and my partner said they're a fraud at 10-1, and he proved to be right. Is this 8-2 a little bit more real with more staying power than last year's Philly team?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. I think, one, Jalen Carter is playing exceptionally well on the front. The front 4 is playing well. I think their 3 corners, this is crazy. But Darius Slay is their 3rd best corner. Like that Quentin Mitchell, he may be, or however you say his first name, is it
Quinyon, I think. Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell. Yeah.
Mitchell. I think Mitchell is maybe one of the better cover corners I've watched play this year, and I think that DeJean is really good. By the way, Iowa has cornered the market on white cornerbacks. DeJean is playing his ass off. The kid Riley Moss up in Denver's playing his ass off. I don't know what it's tight ends and white corners. Like if you want to become a tight end or a white cornerback, you got to go to Iowa. That's the only place in the world you can go and develop because that's what Iowa does. I mean, it's like Maryland crab cakes. It's like football crab cakes. That's what Maryland does. Tight ends and white corners. That's what Iowa does.
Might be my favorite take ever.
It's a good take, yeah.
It's a recruiting pitch at the very least for Iowa.
Instead of Kansas State being KSU, they could be KSU, be Kittle, Seahorn, U. That's basically
nice.
Those are the faces of it. Hey, great stuff today, Stink. Thank you so much for coming on as always.
You got it, guys. Take care. Have a great night.
There he goes. That was Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise Mayo Game Day. Be delicious. All right. Few things still ahead.
Yeah.
We're going to get down to brass tacks with the 49er game a little bit later on in the show. There are injuries to discuss. I think largely it's a sigh of relief on some of them. However, there's a questionable tag on a lot of guys, key guys, going into this weekend. How does that affect Fade the Debbers, FTD?
Yep.
We'll see. So that's still ahead on the show. Also, you had referenced earlier today, you sent a text message, then you left to go be a podcast guest. You came back. Turns out your text message had started a fire you didn't even know you needed to put out. That was based largely on something Jonathan Kaminga related. We will get to that. To also bring everybody into the room, though, we'll go here next. You came in today on the crossover wanting to talk about Jake Paul and Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with the fact that people out there are into this. I'll also just admit, I'm not. All of that said, about a half hour ago, I received a text message that you're going to love.
Oh, I can't wait.
You are going to LOVE what was sent to me.
LOVE ...
Yeah. With regard to this fight. Didn't you come over to me about, like right before Stink came on, and you're like, your kids know about this.
Yeah,
right?
I would think.
And I'm like, yeah, they know about it. I don't think they care.
My kids were the ones who told me about the Paul brothers about 10 years ago.
Right. I got that. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait till you hear this.
I can't wait.
You're going to love it. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Sports at the Art Museum. I'm not saying wear your gym shorts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, I want to give everybody the background.
Do it.
Okay. So during the crossover, you immediately brought up Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's 58. Jake Paul's on TikTok. All right. So then I'm sure there's some of you out there that are like dialed into this, and there are others who are like, what the hell? What is this? So you've got the Made for Netflix, I won't call it Made for TV, Made for Netflix event that is coming up later on tonight. Now, as you guys sort of like threw this out on the crossover, the very obvious question starts going around the room of like, are you going to watch this? And I was like, hell no. And Steiny, of course, is like, oh, see, I knew Willard would be above this. That's not
right.
I'm not above anything.
He called you an adult.
He did. And I am. I'm an adult. I'm going to be 50 soon. But it's not that I'm above it. It's two things. I love the young people. Thank you, Grandy.
He doesn't love the young people, or he'd watch it.
I don't love the young people.
Thank you. We'll rip Kaminga next. Anyway, no, I'm just not that into you. Number one,
man,
not you.
I was gonna say that. Is it over? Are we breaking up?
I mean, I'm just not
it's
into it.
Not me, it's you.
Especially when there's a Warrior game on. But I made the comment that my chitlins are heading out of town this weekend. This is a very, very rare situation for your boy.
Yep.
They're going to see some family. I got one of them who's driving age, and they're off.
I think a good steak.
Right.
It's rare.
It's very rare. And so they're heading out, and I'm like, what? I got a house to myself. So I made the comment that what we're going to do both tonight and tomorrow is whatever the hell my lovely lady wants to do.
Yep.
Okay? So, of course, she's listening, and she knows how to push buttons.
Yep.
So she immediately is like, I'm so turning it on. I want to watch.
My girl.
Yeah. And I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
No, come on.
No.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Sorry.
However,
you don't. You don't.
She did want to agree with the fact that sometimes the older person, in this case Mike Tyson, an older in shape person, could still outdo the younger, not in shape person. Lovely Christie's 47. I think she could probably run circles around a bunch of 30-year-olds that I know.
No doubt. And she's very fit.
She is.
Based on her Instagram videos I've seen of her doing headstands and headstand push-ups and other things that make me get nauseous.
Things that I couldn't even attempt to do.
Make me dizzy just watching her sometimes.
Like, make me a reservation at the ER if I even attempted. So anyway.
Or a reservation at In at the Time.
I thought you were going to say in and out. Anyway.
Either one.
Anyway, they don't take reservations.
I'm going to eat it.
So that does sound good tonight. But anyway, that's the backdrop. So she's playfully texting me about that.
Okay.
You're over here doing whatever, okay, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. Then Lucas comes in. Lucas is the director of sports at 95.7 The Game. He comes in during a break, and he sort of starts kind of quizzing me a little bit, like, how much do you really know about this? And he's like, I guarantee your kids know about this. Because Jake Paul, right, this is the fame is really based on social media.
Right.
Correct?
YouTube.
Okay.
It's a YouTube channel that he started 10 years ago when he was 17 or 18, and it's him and his brother, and they now have 50 million subscribers, and he's worth $80 million.
Perfect. So I said,
self-made internet phenom.
So I said, there's no doubt that they know about it, but are they interested in it? That I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. I've actually been shocked at times at what they do know on social media. Over July 4th, I'm down. Did I tell you this story? I'm down visiting my sister on July 4th. My sister and her husband have done very well with their life. They live in a gated community in Orange County. And we're like on their block at a July 4th party, somebody's pool, right? I don't even know. They do this progressive thing. We're bouncing around to different people's backyards. And there's this family in there. It's going to end up being a bad story because I can't even tell you the name of these people. But there's a family that just moved to the block, and the word that's buzzing around the backyard is, oh, they have a YouTube channel.
Oh.
Wait a minute. That's what they do? They have a YouTube channel. They've just gated community in Orange County. How'd they afford that? They have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
This family, and it's mainly the mom, and she makes little doll houses with the kids and blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
I'm like, yo, you're talking gibberish. Like, whatever. I get it. But, I don't know who these people are. Hi, my name's Mark. Shake your hand. I'm not starstruck by you. I got no idea what the hell's going on. Well, the kids weren't at the party. When I told them, when I got home that night, I go, hey, Ella, 15-year-old daughter, you ever heard of beepity boppity boop? Jaw hits floor. You met them at a party? She was beyond starstruck. So, yes, the teenagers are all tapped in on crap that the parents don't know about. That's the norm. So, flash forward an hour later. I just got this text from Christy. Her daughter, who's also in high school, texted her and said, hey, tonight, there's a really popular boxing match happening, and a bunch of my friends are all going to watch it together at our friend's house. Just wanted to text and see if we could get Domino's so that you could send that to us while we watch the fight.
There you go. And this is the 17-year-old or the 15-year-old daughter? Not that it really matters.
No, the younger one.
Okay.
She's not quite 15 yet, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking about how I learned about the Paul brothers, and you go back to 2013, back when Vine was the thing, and there was, you remember Periscope, which was like one of the first live things you would do, and then Vine kind of took. Periscope eventually turned back into Instagram, and Vine eventually got usurped by YouTube, but back in 2013, so at that time my kids were 12 and 10, now they're 23 and 21, so these guys have been around doing this for that long, so in a certain demographic, the name Jake Paul is a big deal, and then on the other side, people our age, Mike Tyson, a 58-year-old who we all remember as the most ferocious boxer ever, and then his, very infamous plunge into prison, and then Buster Douglas, and then never really fulfilling his promise after that. So you've got a 58-year-old boxer, legit, who we all know, old guys, and a 27-year-old internet phenom turned boxer who they all know, a 58-year-old fighting a 27-year-old. And the other piece of it is, this is not pay-per-view. This is on Netflix. So if you have Netflix, and we all have Netflix, it becomes a free thing. Now, it would be interesting to know if they would have gone the pay-per-view route and this fight was $89.95. Is the lovely Christie's daughter and her friends throwing in $10 a piece?
Definitely not.
Exactly.
Definitely not.
So this becomes part of the story.
Sure.
58 against 27, old school, new school, Netflix, boxing, and I wonder about true boxing fans. If you're a boxing aficionado, you look at this and you go, well, this is a joke.
It's a total joke.
Neither one of them is really a boxer, but as an actual entertainment thing, a spectacle, this is a real thing.
I don't and that's why I kind of feathers got ruffled, and I know he was kidding when Steiny said I'm above it. I don't want to do that with the way people consume entertainment. Right. I get it. I don't ever want to sound like that. These days. You don't know how, we used to do it back in the day. You're entertained by what entertains you. And that obviously is always constantly changing. So if this is grabbing people's attention, it's grabbing people's attention, and it's brilliant for what you just laid out, which is kind of I could almost see house parties popping tonight, and it's teenagers versus, their parents.
Their parents, yeah, exactly.
It's teenagers versus their parents. That's sort of what tonight is. And so that's fine. I get it. But I am fascinated by this idea that it sounds like there are some people who are almost really attached in a rooting sort of a way. And Guru was one who was really sort of like, Mike's got a reputation to uphold here. And that's funny to me. Mike Tyson, ear-biting, prison-going, hangover appearing. There's no reputation to uphold at all. At all.
Well, the funny thing
He's
about that...
He's a 58-year-old, let's be honest, maniac. Like absolute maniac, and that's fine because he's a boxer. A lot of professional athletes are crazy people. You have to be. So this isn't me taking a shot at Mike, but this idea that there's some sort of standard that needs to be upheld. It has been a long time since Mike Tyson was like a legitimate athlete that people looked up to and needed sort of a performance from to hold him up to that athletic standard.
Agreed.
I don't think that to me, that doesn't exist anymore, which is why I'm not tied to the outcome at all. If it's entertaining in some way, if people are into it, if it were on in the background or if it were at a sports bar, I'd look at it. But the outcome, I don't even know if I'll buy it when it happens, the outcome.
Well,
how do we know this is not fixed? Well, this is screaming fixed.
And here's my take on that part of it. Whether or not it's fixed, I do think that the result will set this up for a rematch because this is too good. It's too good. You mentioned Mike Tyson as a legitimate athlete. His last bout, June 11th, 2005, he lost to Kevin McBride.
Who?
Kevin McBride.
Isn't he the tight end for the Cardinals?
He's on my team.
Okay.
That's the other McBride.
Okay.
But prior to that, he lost to Danny Williams. Yeah, thank you. And he had beaten Clifford Etienne before that. Your point is well taken.
He's on Christie's fantasy team, the running back for the Jags.
And he's also a running back on Georgia who won't play this weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
Etienne. But I do think it's fascinating because in this bout, Mike Tyson is the good guy. And this is a man who...
That's fine.
He climbed across a vehicle to punch Mitch Blood Green on the street. He went to prison, convicted of rape. He bit another man's ear. He has a face tat, and he is, as you mentioned, a little bit terrifying in many ways, yet
a little bit.
He's the good guy.
I know
in
you
this,
heard.
and Jake Paul is the villain. And if you ask most people want Jake Paul punched in the face repeatedly.
I think Jake knows that. That's why Jake's in on the... Well, how much are they getting paid for this, by the way?
I'll look it up, and it's 8 figures. It's more north of $10 million apiece.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, for sure. It's big money. It's big money. And the odds, as I'm looking at the odds, Tyson is a 2-1 underdog. He's plus 196. Jake Paul is minus 245.
Why? That's
because
weird.
He's 27 and Mike is 58.
Yeah, but he's not a fighter.
Well, he kind of is. He fancies himself as a boxer.
Oh, great. Not like a real one.
Well, he's trying to be somewhat of a real one. And on the way, he's taking this bout because this bout is big money.
Well, sure. This is that, to me, this is nothing more than that age-old thing that people love to play with all the time. Would you get in the ring with Mike and take a punch for $10 million? Would you? Most people would be like, yeah, I would. And I'm like,
well,
I don't want CTE. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what Jake Paul's doing. Sure. And it's probably a hell of a lot more than $10 million, to be honest with you.
Jake Paul was quoted in August saying, quote, "I'm here to make $40 million to knock out a legend."
$40 million. And what's Mike getting?
Probably the same.
Okay.
And, it's being held at the Cowboy Stadium with a capacity of 80,000. And I'd imagine there's going to be a lot of those seats that are filled.
Oh, hell yeah.
It just reminds me a little bit of, like, sports as entertainment. And I'm thinking about Joey Chestnut in the hot dog eating contest, where if you think about it, it's a bunch of people cramming hot dogs and buns in their face for 10 minutes. And this is a former boxer 58 against a YouTuber 27.
Sure.
And this is the biggest boxing event of the year.
Well, but, entertainment can be stupid. That's okay.
Yep.
It is. Entertainment doesn't need to be highbrow.
And high-level athleticism,
just because,
you're right.
A lot of people don't go to movies anymore. COVID might have killed movie theaters. I don't know. But if you loved movies back in the day, You'd watch a movie. It was so funny to me when people would be like, well, what'd you think of the movie? Wasn't very believable. What
I love this take.
Was it the part where Spider-Man was climbing the building or the part where he flew over the bridge? Or could I ask you, should you have walked into that room looking for believability when you're watching a movie? Entertainment can be stupid.
Neo dodged too many bullets, Mark. I found that to be highly unbelievable.
That's right. Nobody bends back that far.
Yeah. I mean, you could dodge one bullet, but
what are we doing?
He put the stop sign up on 200 bullets. I found that hard to believe, Mark. And I do think that this is a fascinating example because Christy's daughter, a teenager, who probably has watched a grand total of 0 bouts in her life.
The fun question would be, do you know who Mike Tyson is?
Right.
And I don't know that she would. I don't know. She knows who Jake Paul is.
Right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. What'd you call Mike Tyson? Did you say like borderline crazy, or what did you say a second ago?
Maybe borderline. I wouldn't say that he's dangerous currently, but he certainly has led a very, very interesting life. And you go back to when he's a kid in the Catskills, and he has an unbelievable knowledge of the history of boxing and Customato, and he comes up and he's maybe the best heavyweight anyone had ever seen. And then he had Robin Givens as a wife and got into some domestic violence with her.
Don't forget what he did to her, yes.
And then he went to prison for rape, and then he comes out and he kind of remakes himself. And one thing that's a pet peeve of mine, I'm just going to say it, when you appear in a movie as yourself, that's not acting. So when people call Mike Tyson an actor, when you are Mike Tyson in The Hangover, you're not acting.
That's a good point.
You're Mike Tyson in a movie with a tiger. Anyway, he was able to, unlike anyone, and I mean, O.J. Simpson kind of made inroads to that end as far as remaking an image, but think about Mike Tyson and the way he was able to remake his image from, convicted felon to now he's a lovable figure.
I mean, we're open to this.
We are
in our society. I don't want to get serious, but we're open to this.
Yep.
I mean, look at who just got elected president. We are. I know you don't want to hear this.
70 million votes.
We're okay with people who do really, really bad crap. We're okay with it. We are often okay that sending the message that absolutely deplorable behavior is okay, ... as long as you fill in other blank. Make me money, entertain me.
Sure. Lower the price of eggs.
It's just the truth. It's just the truth. By the way, Tyson's making half what Jake Paul's making.
Okay.
Tyson's making 20.
All right.
Jake's making 40.
What? And that, honestly, that makes a lot of sense because Jake Paul is...
Well, he's the bigger driver to Netflix.
He is. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
A bigger driver to younger people. And if you're Mike and it's 20 million, even if... And I love the interview he did with the 13-year-old.
We have it.
Okay, and are you going to play it? Because I thought it was fascinating, and put aside the fact that
That's one word for it.
Well, it was fascinating.
It's terrifying.
Well, his answer, I believe, is one of the most honest and revealing answers anyone has ever given about the idea of legacy.
That's fair. What bothers me about it is not what he said, it's who he said it to. Like the understanding that you're speaking to a 13-year-old girl is what makes it so sort of jarring. I'd also like to point out as a broadcaster that what the 13-year-old girl did was absolute next level stuff.
Totally.
I don't even know how. I know a lot of broadcasters who've been doing it for 50 years who would not have been able to handle the answer the way she did. Have you all heard this? And I don't even know, what's the background of this interview? Why is this happening?
I don't know how she got the interview, but she's just interviewing him in advance of the fight.
And I think I've heard she interviews a lot of, social media stars or whatever. I wish we could get her name. But anyway, this is making the rounds on social media. It's a 13-year-old girl who got an interview with Mike Tyson and is talking about tonight's event. And listen to how this unfolds.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend, Mike Tyson, in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids, maybe, or grandkids.
That's true.
Cares?
Lucas, what's her name? What's her name?
Jaslyn Guerra, she's 14.
Jaslyn Guerra, she's 14 years old.
Jazzy's World TV on YouTube, 743,000 subscribers.
Good for her.
And yeah, she hung in there and she had a follow-up.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I've never heard someone answer it that way before.
I've never heard that either.
Phenomenal.
The idea of legacy as ego, because what he's saying is legacy is nothing more than people thinking that what they did actually mattered. Now, I think that might be a little too harsh because you can leave a legacy.
Yes. You
can leave positive things behind that people want to emulate and the rest of it. But his cold take on his own life, when I die, I'm going to be dust and no one's going to care except maybe my kids and my grandkids. Legacy is ego. That idea, I do think that there's something there.
There's probably something there if you care about it. I mean, I think someone's legacy is for everybody else. It's like the only flaw there in the conversation is that you're like it's not for Mike to answer. It's for everybody else. Everybody else has to answer what's your legacy. How does what you did matter to you? What inspiration did you leave behind? What have you? So I respect the answer from that perspective. I would be like, I don't know, Mike, it's a 14-year-old girl. Could you play along a little bit and not freak her out? But
I don't think she was freaked out at all.
She wasn't. She handled it beautifully.
Yeah. And obviously she's done a lot of this, 742,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Freaking maniac.
This is not her first rodeo, so.
Total maniac.
I thought the answer was.
Thank you very much. I've never heard someone answer it that way.
Nor have I. And I probably would have said, excuse me, Mike, I'm going to need a moment here. I'm kind of scared. But she, stepped right into it.
I want to go to Bobby, but be ready to answer this.
Okay.
What's the most intimidating interview moment you've ever had? Let's go. No, it's okay. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, what are you doing?
Hey guys, happy Friday.
You too.
I want to say that in my lifetime, I've only been to like 2 boxing parties. One was actually Tyson Holyfield, and then Pacquiao Mayweather. So actually tonight a bunch of my friends are having a little get together. I have zero interest in this event, but I will say, not based on any research, I'm kind of sad because listening to you guys, I feel like I need to cape up for Jake Paul here. And the reason I say that is I feel like you guys are being a little unfair to him. He actually has done, and again, it's not based on any research, but things I've read over multiple years. But he's had quite a few boxing matches. So if there's anyone that is more of a boxer, it is probably Jake Paul than Mike Tyson at this point, and I believe he has his own promotion company. So the person with all the juice is Jake Paul. I think Tyson should be lucky that he was involved with this and hanging on and getting some profit from it. So I don't think it's Tyson driving this. I think it's Jake Paul that's making this happen economically for Mike Tyson. That being said, I wanted Tyson to win, but after hearing that little interview, I'm going to have to root for Jake Paul. And I'm the same age as Dibbs, except, I don't have a 2-year-old, but
you're not crazy.
You could.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I know of, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Bobby, we got to run. Wrap it up real quick.
Okay. So I'll just say this. You said it perfectly. Legacy is what you leave behind to make the world better after you leave. it's not about self-promotion. So the fact that he says that means that really he has left nothing. The world is not going to be any better because of Mike Tyson.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is certainly a perspective. There's no doubt, by the way. I don't disagree with what he's saying that Jake Paul is the financial driver here. That's why he's making twice as much. That's pretty obvious. I'd love to hear you answer that question though. Coming up next,
okay.
Like what has been your most intimidating interview situation in your life? Also, we can get to this Kaminga text that got everybody going, at least on our thread earlier today. We're sponsored by Lucky California. This is Willard and Dibs.
Make it a holiday with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up this.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so what is it? Most intimidating interview situation you've ever encountered in your career?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Was
there anybody else in the room?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to, make sure that the audience felt like they were a part of it in case there's other interviewers out there and you wanted to weigh in with your answer. But for me, it's a pretty easy one. It was at the Super Bowl about maybe 14, 15 years ago. And I had a chance to interview Jim Brown, the late, great Jim Brown, and a very intimidating presence. And he was walking into Radio Row at the Super Bowl back when that was a thing. And when you have a big-time guest like that, and they walk in the room, you get every other radio station immediately scurrying over to see if they can get some time with him. And the great radio media handler, Jimmy Shapiro, was the one who set it up. And of course, in typical Jimmy fashion, I had to do 2 other interviews of people no one had ever heard of in order to get the Jim Brown. So you eat 2 to get 1. And, it's a classic 2-for-1 in the NBA where 2 bad ones to get a good one. And Jim Brown walks in the room and he walked right over to my little table and you've got 15 or 20 people huddled around. And it was Jim Brown and myself for about 7 minutes and pretty intimidating. This is a guy who's done a lot in his life, mostly positive, some negative. He had lived a life of excellence and some controversy. And so, you're sitting across from this man and you've got about 5 to 7 minutes to ask him, the appropriate questions. You don't want to obviously grill him too much about 50 years ago, but there are things that you want to get to. And I was a little shook.
How'd it go?
It went okay. It's one of those ones where, you have your 4 questions written down and you're thinking about a follow-up and then you look up and the handler is giving you the wrap it up. In other words, get to the pitch. And it's, then the last question is, tell me about Edge shaving gel, Jim, or whatever the pitch was, Tell me about Norelco, and he does his 30 seconds and that was it. But that was one of the ones where I was really nervous.
That makes sense. It was just you?
Just
Solo?
me, yeah.
Okay.
Solo.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And it was an off-air thing that was going to get played back later. And so it was just...
well, that's better.
A little bit.
That's a little easier.
But still, as you know, whenever you record something, you want it to feel live. And when it's Jim Brown, it definitely feels live.
Text line is asking that why you didn't pick the one for the thumb interview.
Because that wasn't really an interview, and I wasn't...
Things go your way, we'll see you back here. 1 for the thumb, huh? Yeah. Well, I don't need one. I only got 4 fingers, so I'm good.
And that is gold.
That is actually really an interview. There's no other way to describe that.
Yes.
It's you on the field talking to a winning coach and asking him questions.
That is true, but the backdrop of that is in the state championship games, there are usually 4 games, and so you do 4 of those, and I was actually doing the trophy presentation, and after you present the trophy, the industry standard, and you know this, is 2 questions.
Yeah.
You give them 1, you get it back, you give them another, you get it back, and you throw it back. In this case, it was Steve Quiss out of L.A. I don't know if you know Steve.
I don't know Steve.
L.A. broadcaster forever.
Yeah.
In this moment, Grandy, what I did is I broke one of the cardinal rules. I went back for a 3rd question. And Grandy just played
number 3,
which it wasn't even much of a question.
If things go your way, we'll see you back here. 1 for the thumb, huh? Yeah. Well, I don't need one. I only got 4 fingers, so I'm good.
And as he says it,
the only question
he holds up his hand on which there are literally 4 fingers. And you see me on the video.
You're not gonna lie about that.
I'm holding the mic, and I'm holding it for him. And you see my eyes go down to his hand, and I look up, and then my eyes go down to the hand, and I look up again. And I go, well, yeah, Steve, there you hear it. 4 titles and 4 fingers. Back to you, Steve. And he, at this point, the play-by-play guy, he can't even contain the laughter. He's laughing so hard because he sees all this on the monitor, and he knows that I stepped in it. And
yeah, your only question was, huh? Right. Like it wasn't even a question until you threw that in at the end.
It was terrible.
Yes, it's 1 for the thumb.
I get home and I'm just racking my brain because
1 for the thumb, huh? Yeah.
The best part is yeah. And so I go home and I'm poring over my notes to see if there's something I miss, and I'm on the internet like, how could I have not known this? And I find an article from the Modesto Bee from about 6 years earlier that tells the story of him losing his thumb in a woodworking accident.
I should have known.
I
would argue, how could you have known that?
How could I not have known? If I would have done my homework.
What kind of research are you doing for a game like this? You're going back 4 years for woodworking accidents.
Well, you're going to Google the coach, Roger Canepa. Great guy, by the way. Although that did end my TV career. Yeah. I don't know if I've had a gig since. And that's got to be now 10 years back. And yet that clip somehow made it over from building to building.
It's amazing how that works out.
Yeah.
Huh?
Anyway.
All right, speaking of it being amazing how things work out, you would never have guessed that this text message was going to start a damn fire.
I had no idea.
Okay, first of all, Matt Barrow is going to join us in 20 minutes. And also want to let everyone know that all guests, like Matt, on 95.7 The Game, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? It's Willard and Dibbs. 888-957-9570 is the number. We had mentioned it earlier. If you're brand new to the show, if you're poking around on Bay Area Sports Radio, checking out new things these hours for the first time, hello and welcome. We plan to do everything we can to keep you here. You sent a text that you thought was going to be innocuous.
Completely. You
thought it was just going to be a nice little, just throw it up into the air. Like a little cupcake. And it started something, even though you didn't really have anything to do with the follow-up. But I'd love for you to sort of explain to people the background of why you're thinking this. Because we all, as a group, we talk things out throughout the morning and whatnot. This is hitting me. That's hitting me. Why don't we talk about this? Did you see that over there? We do that all morning long, every day. It's a preparation sensation. And you texted... Thank you, Mark. At exactly 10 o'clock this morning, you said Kaminga could be sixth man of the year. They, meaning the Warriors, should be beating that drum as a way to make him feel good about the move. And the move is referring to him not starting anymore.
Right.
Being on the bench. All right. Explain yourself.
I will explain it, and I will explain it and justify it to the extent that this was a very brief and terse text, which was going to lead to a bigger conversation. Mm-hmm. And for me, him going to the bench is something that could be uncomfortable for a player in a contract year, Jonathan Kaminga, who wants to play a lot, score a lot, do a lot, and get that bag. I think all those things are fair to say that he wants. Jonathan Kaminga is a player who, in the past, when things haven't gone his way, vis-a-vis going from the starting lineup to a bench role, he hasn't necessarily handled it openly, publicly, privately in a very mature fashion. And then I looked at it from this standpoint where he is a great sixth man. Since he's gone to the bench, he's averaging almost 18 points a game. I'm looking at the odds right now. According to FanDuel, he is at 15-1, which puts him as the fifth best odds to win sixth man of the year. And I also think about this from the Warriors standpoint, where Raymond Ritter, the best in the business in PR, and we know this.
Yes.
And we know that the Warriors are not shy about certain campaigns, such as, hey, everybody, we want to tip our cap to Clay when he comes back. They got ahead of it. We had Brendan Schneider on. We talked about it. We got hats. We helped to get everybody on board. They are really good at these sorts of campaigns. So you have a player who might be a little sensitive coming off the bench. You have a player doing great coming off the bench, and you have a wonderful PR arm that tends to get ahead of the curve on these things. So I thought not so much like we need to wrap our arms around Jonathan, but this would be a good thing for a young player to start to hear this as a thing. Like Jonathan Kaminga, he might be the best sixth man in the league. And the undertone of that is, hey, Jonathan, you're really good at this. And Steve Kerr has said it. And Jonathan himself is probably seeing this is good. And if we added this extra layer to it, I felt like that might be a good way. If we started to beat this drum, this might be a good way for him to more embrace this new role.
So here's why this bothers me.
Okay.
And you wouldn't think so.
Did I explain that properly?
You did great. You did great.
Because I didn't have time to text all that. I was getting in the car for an hour drive.
Perfect. And what got hot, just to let the listeners know, is my immediate response was, that's interesting. Why do you think they need to stroke Jonathan's ego? And then you went off to do a podcast, and Grandy jumped in and kind of took your place, I guess, if you will.
First time ever he had my back,
because
which was kind of cool.
Yeah, he really
Don't
was
get
like,
used to it, too.
yeah, he's like,
I don't love Mark Grandy, but I respect him.
Yeah, well, it's Friday. We'll see. Ask again at 6. But
it's early.
Anyway, he kind of took up for like, what's so bad about this? And the quick answer is nothing. This is not an offensive thing that you're saying. And I want to also get this out front of the conversation. Jonathan's doing really well, especially off the bench. Jonathan is averaging over 17 a game off of the bench in 8 games. That's a very small sample, but that's great. And Jonathan also has not publicly complained, and that is also great. So this is a hypothetical conversation that we're having, and I really hope that none of it sounds like I am in any way being critical of Jonathan Kaminga, because I'm not. He's doing all the right things. Your suggestion, though, is that the Warriors start a drumbeat for Sixth Man of the Year, and it bothers me because it's too soon. That's why it bothers me. And I would love, if we could, for once in our lives, could we let Jonathan Kaminga earn something? As opposed to what I keep hearing, which is wanting to give him things that he has not earned yet. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Have the courage to let Kaminga earn it. Like, look at his career arc in 4 years. So many of you wanted Steve Kerr to play him when it wasn't the right thing to play him. Oh, Mark, come on, develop young people. It's not like they're going to, oops, they won a championship. Why do we need to give him a starting spot before he's earned it? Why do we need to give him 30 minutes a night before he's earned it? Now we get to this year. We got to give him a contract before he's earned it. And now we want to start a drumbeat for Sixth Man of the Year, ... before he's earned it. That's all I'm saying. The only thing that bothers me about this is the order. It's just the order. And I think it's a bad message for a young player and for other young players that if you do have your agent call shams or whatever, you can start to sort of like create a path for yourself, which is, well, I'm sensitive and I want a lot of money. So now you as an organization, you should start doing things. You should start bending over backward. You should give me minutes I haven't earned. You should give me money I haven't earned. And if I haven't earned, then if you're not going to give me the money yet, well, then at least let's campaign for an award that I wasn't even thought of to be eligible for until 8 games ago when you made a move to send me to the bench, which was clearly the right thing to do. Your team is 9-2. You guys are awesome. This is all working. Everybody else is super happy and not saying a damn word about their roles. And by the way, he's done a great job of not saying anything about his. I don't have any problem if he wins Sixth Man of the Year, but that's organic. Like, to me...
Well, nothing's organic when it comes to this.
No, but he'll earn it. Like, there's plenty of time come January to start, as you say, a drumbeat, if indeed Jonathan is like averaging 18 points a night off of the bench.
Yep, 17.3 right now.
Plenty of time, 14.7 overall.
Yep.
There's plenty of time for that. I just don't understand why so many people want to hand Jonathan things before he's earned them because there's some sort of fear that Jonathan's going to be upset.
Yeah, I don't think that we're handing it to him. It's just a simple drum beat. And, I'm not saying we need to print out flyers and we need to call every voter and openly campaign. I just thought that it was an interesting idea. And then I looked at the odds and I see him 5th in the odds. And actually, the text I should have sent is what I was thinking also, which is this might be my best bet right now at 18-1. And if you look at a team...
that's an interest. I mean, that's interesting to me.
This team is good. And if this team has a good year and this player does this as a sixth man and has this kind of a year, there's value at 18-1 right now for him to be sixth man of the year.
I agree with that.
Maybe me calling for a drum beat was a little bit hasty and misguided. And I see that part of it, how you took it. But I also was just thinking about the Raymond Ritter-ification of this sort of thing where, we will openly campaign for our rookies to be on the all-rookie team and for our defender to be DPOY. And we do these things. Maybe those players earned it more than this player, but I also think about the general sensitivity of Kaminga. And Grandy, some of the things you actually were sharing on the thread, I was like, yeah, Grandy, because I'm in my car. And
I was like, no, Grandy.
Every time a text comes in, it goes beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. And so I can read them on my car screen.
On the car screen, right.
So instead of ignore, I was hitting read, and then my car will read it and so I'm listening to and then beep, beep, beep. And so I'm like, my
on
whole
the group
thing.
That includes Lucas, Mark, and Mark. Mark said,
well, what's funny
you wouldn't know which Mark.
And you wouldn't know what Lucas thought. And Lucas is great about this.
Lucas just waited.
No, he waits until he knows where the majority is, and then he piles on that side.
Also known as not paying attention to our thread because he, of course, has very, very important other things to do.
You know what I call him when I'm reading this?
What?
Late hit Luke. It's like the tackle's already happened, and then here comes Lucas on top of the pile to make sure he gets a piece of the tackle.
Grandy, what do you want to say?
I was just going to ask, does it matter what Kaminga deserves if you think that a drumbeat for him for Sixth Man of the Year makes him feel better and makes him more appreciative of his role and maybe makes him play a little looser and freer, and that helps the team? Isn't that worth doing it, even if you think Kaminga doesn't deserve it?
That's a lot of ifs, first of all, and to me, it's a bad message. It's a bad message at the wrong time. I don't want the golden. Again, I have no problem with him winning the award. I have no problem with the Warriors campaigning for the award. I have a problem with the idea of them doing it now because he has been on the bench for 8 games. Everything's going great, and nobody should have to placate anybody when you're 9-2. You don't owe anybody anything when you're 9-2. It's working. Y'all are playing well, and you should trust that you're going to get paid what you deserved if you fit within a winning system and score a lot of points. That's the way it should be. So to me, it's a bad message to simply say, because earlier you guys were saying, well, everybody needs to be coached differently. I have no problem if Steve wants to do things behind the scenes with Jonathan that help if he is actually an overly sensitive guy. But sending the Warriors out to the streets to start talking about Sixth Man of the Year before Thanksgiving, when Jonathan's only even done this for 8 games, to me, it's just a bad message, particularly because of where we've been with Jonathan. Let him earn it. Yeah. If he does 18 points a night for 2 months, now we're talking.
Well, that to me is an arbitrary time and an arbitrary level. And I think that
halfway through the season, when awards are starting to be talked about.
What Steve is already doing, I think, is priming the pump for this conversation when he talks about, how great Jonathan's been off the bench and how much he likes Jonathan coming off the bench. I do think that they're already priming the pump for Jonathan. They're signaling that this is going to continue. So for me, this is just further signaling about just how good Jonathan has been off the bench. And, maybe the next thing that's said is, when you look around the league, he's one of the best bench players. He's one of the best guys coming off the bench in the league. And you slowly start to get to that point where, the idea of a sixth man starts to get connected with Kaminga.
We do. 408 just texted in, Comcast Business text line. Thank you for listening. Jonathan would hate that idea because he doesn't want to be the sixth man. Interesting perspective. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. Let's go to Bob and Marin. Hey, Bob, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say, Mark, you're completely right. I think he's got to earn the right. I think guys like Jordan Clarkson, Lou Williams, and Jamal Crawford, they didn't have to be coddled to be the sixth man of the year. They're always answering the bell, and this is a contract year for Kaminga, so he needs to forget about where he's starting, whether he's starting or he's coming off the bench. Play the game, go get yourself some money. So you don't need to coddle players and prime them, as so to speak, to become the sixth man of the year. He's got to do his job, and he's got to earn the right to be the sixth man or in that contract.
Bob, thanks. I'll admit
Bad examples.
Why?
Because those are veterans. This is a 22-year-old who is in a contract year, his first contract year. So you could talk about Jordan Clarkson, who's a veteran, and you could talk about all these other names you threw out. These are guys who've been there, gotten paid, and they're on the back nine of their career. This is Jonathan Kaminga, who needs to feel good about something in a contract year where he's trying to get that bag.
Yeah, see, I look at it exactly the opposite. Those are guys who have proven who they are and what they can do in the NBA. Again, I want to be very careful to say it this way. Jonathan has done publicly the right things. I just also know if you really, really follow Warrior basketball, there have been about 12 insiders who have already written that behind the scenes, Jonathan is not terribly pleased. So I don't know that to be true based on what we see in the public, and Jonathan deserves credit for that. If he is mad, he's kept it largely to himself, or at least to himself, Anthony Slater, Monty Poole, Tim Kawakami, we could go on. But they are in the know, and I don't think Jonathan loves this, and that's okay, as long as he still is a professional and goes and does his job. What gets me about it, though, is this idea that in the professional world, there starts to be a little bit of a chain link fence, one thing after another, where Jonathan, before being 20 points a night, or before being six-man consistently for 2-3 months, or even back when he wasn't playing defense and wasn't rebounding, call Shams, I should be starting. Based on what, dude? Based on what? I know you're young. But what the Warriors are trying to teach Jonathan, I think, right now is how to be a professional. Not like how we can make you feel good because you want to be X even though we see you as Y. But that's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get that. But I do think part of coaching is coaching everyone differently and also putting your player in the best position to do what you want and do what he wants, which is play well. And maybe Jonathan Kaminga, hearing this sort of a drumbeat would make him feel better about the role and thus make him feel better about playing good basketball, as opposed to, geez, I need to start and get my minutes in order to eat.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Plenty of room to still talk this out, so 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll also get an update on exactly who's in, who's out, and what it means for the Niner game this weekend with our buddy Matt Barrows of The Athletic, coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley to talk about Fremont Bank, which is, as you know by now, my bank, and I'm so happy to have been a customer now for more than 6 years because of exactly what Fremont Bank is, and that is a good local bank that's family-owned, and when you walk in there, you feel like you're a part of the family because the manager and the teller in your branch, they know you, they remember you when you go in there to do your transactions. They started it 60 years ago down in Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue, which is now the beautiful signature branch. And in fact, it's the tallest building in the city of Fremont. And as construction continues, it's going to be the epicenter for the new downtown Fremont. And it's a perfectly fitting epicenter for Fremont because Fremont Bank is that sort of an anchor branch. It's an anchor institution, not only in Fremont, but around the 21 different branches that they have here in the Bay Area. They reinvest the money that you deposit into the community, home ownership, business, philanthropy, other great causes that make our Bay Area so strong. Do yourself a favor, go into Fremont Bank, and you'll want to become a customer because it's full service banking with no compromises.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black...
probably have picked up on this, but he just doesn't look like himself. And, also, the 49ers were having all sorts of kickoff issues at various points this season, and he did not kind of step in and take that over, which also kind of speaks to him not being 100%. But Pat O'Donnell will be the new kicker for at least 3 weeks, sort of a mathematics issue, because if Wisnowski goes on IR, which he's expected to do tomorrow, he has to miss 4 games, and they can bump Pat O'Donnell up from the practice squad for 3 games. So it leaves a bit of a question about what they're going to do for that 4th game. But probably if O'Donnell plays well, then he'll just get elevated permanently to the active roster for at least a little while that back issue is taken care of. But O'Donnell's interesting because he's kicked in Chicago for a long time. He kicked in Green Bay in 2022. And, it's one thing to punt in those situations, but he's also going to be serving as the holder. And you've got Jake Moody coming off a very rocky performance in Tampa Bay. He's about to go up to Green Bay and then the next week to Buffalo, and really could use a veteran holder to sort of walk him through the wind and, what's happening with the swirling in Green Bay and things like that. So I think that's exactly why out of all the available punters, O'Donnell was the one that they tapped.
Matt, let's go even deeper into just special teams as a whole. What are they doing about it? The group has been awful. What are they doing about it?
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. This has been a problem for a long time now, and they really haven't done anything about it. So nothing is the answer. They're just sort of staying the course.
Which is a little scary when you look at how bad they've been, and forget the field goal kicking woes. I do think that was just maybe a one-off, hopefully, but the punt coverage, the kick coverage, and I'm thinking about Laviska Shenault and his 97-yard kick return for a touchdown, which was kind of a stunning way that game turned around. So as you look at this going forward, is it personnel things? I know that Darrell Luter Jr. is doubtful, so if he doesn't play, who's going to be there to mess up punt returns?
That's a great question. Luter being the guy who was right smack dab in the middle of things in the Super Bowl as well. If you'll recall that punt hitting the back of his leg, I actually didn't think that Luter was the main guy to blame there. Remember, Ray McLeod tried to pick up that punt and run with it when he really should have just pounced on the ball and secured it. So I always felt like that was the bigger error. But now that Luter has done kind of similar things, in a different game, maybe I'm rethinking that. But you're right. I mean, the issue is that you are, when you're an injured team like the 49ers are, you're constantly moving new guys from special teams up into the starting lineup. And so it's a constant rotation of guys, first of all, and then you're putting some players there who just don't have a lot of background on special teams. But that's what happens, in 32 different cities as well. And the 49ers seem to be the team that just can't handle that. So, like I said, they were not a special teams unit last year or the year before that,
right?
Or the year before that. So this has been a long-running issue. They got rid of their special teams coordinator a few years ago. They replaced him with somebody who had a lot of clout around the league, but overall the special teams did not get better, and they're certainly not a special teams that gives you a little something extra. I know they had the Diamador Lenore block punt for a touchdown. That's the exception, but this is not a team that usually gives you strong returns. Certainly no touchdowns in the last few years. It's just bad things. It's things that allow the opponent to crawl back into the game. I mean, I thought that, the difference between last year coming out of the bye, the 49ers went to Jacksonville. And, at halftime in Jacksonville, the score was, I think it was 13-3. And then, or it might have been 13-10. I forget what it was. But then in the second half, the 49ers just blew the doors off the Jaguars. And the Jaguars were a good team at that point. They were 6-2. They were coming off their own bye. And I really thought a similar thing was going to happen in Tampa. It took to Florida. It was almost 13-3 at halftime, but Jake Moody missed a field goal. And then in the second half, you had the special teams miscue on the punt return, and that allowed the Buccaneers back into the game. And it became a game like the Seahawks game that you just referenced, like the game in Los Angeles that they lost, just allowing the team a way to crawl back into the game and then losing all momentum because of special teams. You would think that, it'd be a 5-alarm situation right now, but apparently it's not.
Matt Barrows, The Athletic, with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I mean, Matt, you've watched so many of these teams, and I get where they've been recently, so maybe that's why our expectations are where they are. But if you just look at these 9 games that they've played, do you feel like you're looking at a contender, a true contender?
No, I don't, and that was the takeaway from the Buccaneers game, and the first 9 games. I mean, maybe for a quarter against Dallas, that third quarter, you could argue that this is one of the top teams in the NFC. This is a team that could go to the Super Bowl, and it was just a tease. I mean, they were bad in the fourth quarter of that game, and then the Tampa game was like a lot of the other games this season. So no, they haven't shown yet that they're a champion caliber team. There are circumstances that contribute to that. One of which was no Christian McCaffrey, and he said after the Buccaneers game that I felt good in this game, but I'm certainly not 100% of myself. So my point being is that there's still kind of this waiting for the 49ers to show up happening here. And it's still possible because of McCaffrey and because of some of these other guys that are starting to perform.
And also is part of it, too, just where their division is, where, Arizona looks better than perhaps we thought, but they still have 3 games against each of those teams. And it may feel still like the 49ers have their own destiny in their hands. Is it looking at 5-4, not quite the full picture, knowing that they have a chance to control their own destiny?
Yeah, I think Sunday's game will go, a little bit further to clarifying the picture. And Fred Warner's point after the Tampa game is that he just needs a shot. They just need to be in it at the end. They can get hot at any point. I mean, the Cowboys game did show that this team can get hot. And when they get hot, they look really, really good. So as long as you're still kind of giving yourself a chance to have that heat up period, and I think that they will. I mean, it's just such a veteran team. And they've done it in the past. That all suggests that they will finally kind of figure it out and slip out of this funk. The argument against that is that, they're also an exhausted team, a team that went deep into the playoffs these last few years, a team that's been beat up this season. They were really beat up over the first 8 games, and they've got 9 more games or following the bye. They had 9 more games, and it's the rougher half of the schedule. It's more road trips. It's a lot of road trips to the East Coast. It's a lot of primetime games, 10 o'clock start here and there. So it's a more challenging schedule in the back half than it was in the first half. That's the argument against them suddenly waking up and getting hot.
Matt, great stuff. Here we go into that stretch in November where Kyle is so good. But, the schedule's harder. So we'll see, my man. Thank you very much for coming on.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Okay, there it is. Matt Barrows, The Athletic, Niners and Seahawks this weekend. And what we like to call an FTD is around the bend. In fact, you want to just do it?
Yeah, the pick is in.
I mean, I could tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or Just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, and your Warrior calls. We see you. We're coming to you. But yeah, man, let's fade the dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Dibs. What's the lock of the day?
Well, thankfully for Dan Dibley, facing a 3-pick losing streak, he was able to come up with a clutch performance last night by picking the Philadelphia Eagles minus the 3.5. They win the game by 8. That's a win for you, dog. Can you get 2 in a row? That's not been easy this year. Plus, this is a Niner game, which has been especially wobbly, frustrating, and anxiety-causing.
Yeah.
But here we go. The Niners are minus 6.5, hosting the Seahawks at Levi's. Dan?
Well, for me, this is the pick that I am the most confident in of the 13 games this weekend in the National Football League. Check that. There's actually 14 games. There are 4 teams on buys, and this is my most confident pick. And I've been leaning this year on the DVOA rankings, which is defense adjusted value over average. The Niners are loved by this stat. They're number 5 in football, even though they have a 5-4 record. Seattle's number 18, dead mediocre. And then I think about the rest advantage. Seattle comes in with a rest advantage. And I go to the against the spread rankings, the records for teams with a rest advantage. Teams with a rest advantage this year are 23-24 against the spread. So the rest advantage is no advantage. And then I go back to the game these two teams already played, and I mentioned it yesterday. The Niners were up 23-3 in the third before Laviska Shenault turned the game around with a kickoff return. Guys, let's be honest. Let's keep it simple, stupid. The KISS method. The Niners are better. The Niners are home. The pick is in. You take the Niners and you lay the 6.5. Gagoosh. Gagoosh. You steam it. Gagoosh. This team is better than they were last time they played, Kukush.
It's very, very unsettling.
They got McCaffrey.
It's incredibly unsettling.
And
I hate it when you pick the Niners.
Niners 34, Seattle 20.
I hate it.
It's in.
You're usually wrong.
It's locked.
You're usually wrong. It's about the Niners especially.
Well, I mean, they should have beaten Tampa by 15.
But they
Jake
didn't.
Moody.
And that's kind of the point.
It's not my fault.
It is your fault.
It feels like it is.
Why do the 49ers keep underperforming? Why do they keep having a cover right in front of them and not doing it? Why? You don't think by any chance it's you?
Oh, is it me or the special teams? Feels like you're thinking that it's more me than Jake Moody.
I didn't
miss a kick.
I feel like those two things are related, is what I'm getting at. A lot of what's happening with the Niners feels fluky. Feels like there's a higher power at work.
Gotcha.
And you picking them, I believe, might be that higher power.
This is my most confident pick of the week, Kukush.
That does nothing for me. That only makes it worse.
Dibbs has picked the 49ers six times.
Yeah, and his record is?
2-4.
2-4.
Yeah. And don't be so dismissive.
Yeah.
So I'm 2-4 on Niner games.
2-4.
And the Niners are 4-5 against the spread. So they're 2-1 against the spread when I go against them, which means I'm 1-2 in those games. You follow me?
I follow you.
Is this too much for you?
Oh, I follow you closely because I want to know what to pick.
Right.
Not your picks.
You're not going to fade the Niners. And honestly,
that's why there's so much anxiety when you pick them.
Right, but
that's I just don't like it. I don't do this.
If you took my pick out of it and you looked at this as an independent thinker, which you're not, and I get it, because none of you should be when it comes to fade the dibber.
Oh,
you all just are going to fade the dibber, and I get that.
No, we are independent thinkers.
Am I 14-15, Grandy?
You often know that I make a pick well before hearing who you're going to pick.
Correct.
I did yesterday. I bet on the Commanders before knowing who you were going to pick.
How'd that work out for you?
Not good.
You are 16-17.
Oh, 16-17. Yeah, I knew I was a game below. But
also, Luke's numbers were wrong. You are 3-4 when picking.
Get it right, Director of Sports.
Yeah. Okay. You've picked them 7 times.
Right. And
that's funny.
Yeah. And so 2 times I haven't, and they're 1-1 in those games.
Yeah.
And the Tampa one is the one that kind of sticks in my craw because, come on. I mean,
yeah,
they were much better.
Yeah.
Much more better than Tampa. And I look at the Seattle game similarly.
Well, but they covered against Seattle. And they covered against Dallas. Like, even though those games got uncomfortable, they still covered. They covered.
Yeah, and I think I had Dallas, and I think I had the Niners against Seattle.
No, you picked the Niners in both of them.
Yeah.
You were right on both of those.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at the big brain on Dibs.
Niners 3.5-point favorites in both those games.
So, Grandy, while you're on the mic, taking Fade the Dibber aside and the pick that I've made, if you were to make a pick, what would you do in this game?
I'd pick the Niners. Seahawks are not very good.
Yeah. Okay. Not that I'm looking for people to bolster my feelings and emotions.
I actually think I'd pick Seattle.
Then do it.
Yeah.
Hater.
No.
Fader.
Yeah. The 49ers, their special teams is crap. They underachieve. They let teams stick around. They've got injuries. A touchdown in the NFL is a lot. That's a lot of points. I didn't say that I think Seattle's going to win the football game.
Yeah.
But that's a lot to ask. You're asking at 6.5. You're almost asking for the team to win by 2 scores.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater,
Just
my brother.
saying. I want to be wrong.
I'm just looking
I wonder where the sharp money is on this game.
Yeah.
That's what I wonder.
And
I wonder where the sharp money
I'm
is.
looking at the season, and they were favored by 6 against the Rams. They lost it outright. Favored by 10.5 against New England. They covered. Favored by 7 against Arizona. Lost it outright. Favored by 6.5 against Tampa. Didn't cover. Favored by 5.5 against Dallas. Gutsy little cover.
Barely.
But, I mean, the point that you're making is fair.
Yeah.
I'm with Grandy. Seattle's not very good, but the other side of it is the bigger the number, the less likely the Niners cover the number.
And the Seahawks are desperate. They're complete. Like, this is it. This is their season. This
you know
is
what it's going to be on Sunday for them then, right?
Probably a desperation sensation.
Cha-ching!
I would imagine.
Exactly, bro.
All right. Just to reboot. Hold on. Warrior calls, we're coming to you because we had what I thought was a really interesting Jonathan Kaminga conversation going, and we want you to weigh in. So Mike and Don and anybody else on the Kaminga train, stay right where you are. But we're going to let Kurt in Hayward Hills jump the line because he wants...
there's my 2 great fellas.
There you go. He has a 49er Seahawk take, plus he's royalty around here. And so we go live to Kurt in Hayward Hills on a Friday afternoon. Hello, Kurt. Thank you for calling.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. You guys are the best for taking my call. And listen, the 49ers, come on. Seattle's never beat us. We beat them 6 times in a row, and Purdy's never lost to them. So you're going to tell me that Seattle's going to beat us? It's not happening. The score, we got it at 28-21, and for sure it's a must-win for the 49ers. We got to win this game because, we don't want to be looking over our shoulder and seeing the Cardinals over our shoulder. And another thing, the quarterback of Seattle, he leads the leagues in interception. You know what that means? We got a hell of a defensive backs. They're going to intercept them. And another thing is, Bosa going to come alive? But what's the story with him? How come he hasn't done anything? The last 2 games he's done diddly squat. And I don't know what's going on with the defense. Are we going to continue to have that defensive coordinator? If we lose this game, they have to fire that guy. He should be out if we lose this game this weekend. Forget about it. He should be out. And that's the bottom line.
Thank you, Kurt.
Well, you went from very confident to ready to fire someone. That happened very fast, Kurt.
Well, the reason why is I still think the defense is not up to par at all. And the defense coordinator, I didn't like him from the beginning of the season. I really didn't like him at all. And I have not seen him do anything special yet. We don't rush the passer. We're not the greatest on the run. I just don't like the defensive coordinator. If we lose this weekend, we're in a lot of trouble, fellas. A lot of trouble.
I don't disagree with that. I will tell you, Kurt, though, I would say Nick Bosa's best game of the year was when they were playing this team. And Seattle does not have a very good offensive line, and one of them just retired. So Nick did have a very good game when they played Seattle last time.
Well, that's what we need to hear. We need Nick to get out there and, get to that quarterback. You know what, fellas? I miss the good old days when we used to take the quarterback and pick him up and slam him. Those days are over.
They sure are.
Those days are over, man.
Yep.
You can't even pick him up, let alone slam him.
No.
You can barely even touch him.
Yep.
Kurt, you kind of, again, you came in, you gave the vibe that this one's going to be easy, and then the final score prediction you gave was a half-point cover.
No, I got 28-21.
Right. Well, the spread is 6.5. So that's like when we're talking about the spread, that's a nail biter.
Well, no, listen. The last time we beat the pants out of them, and the last 6 times we beat them in a row, it's got to be more than 7 points for sure. I mean, don't go against the 49ers. I know you might want to pick the Seattle with the points. Take my advice, brother. Do not do that.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
Wait a minute, brother. Stay with the 49ers.
Thank you. Thank you
Have
for
a great
calling
weekend,
us,
brother.
brother.
Talk again Monday.
Kurt and Hayward Hills, everybody. Jose in Oakland is next up on Willard and Dibs. Jose, what are you doing?
I'm driving home, guys, and calling you just to give you my 2 cents.
Please.
Not that you're asking, but here you go anyways.
Actually, we are.
Okay, overconfidence is something that the Niners have been guilty of in the past and has cost them, okay? I know they've beaten the Seahawks 6 times in a row, but it's a different coaching staff, and I'm pretty sure they are going to make some adjustments. It's not going to be that easy. To be honest with you, beating them 6 times in a row is not that, great. I mean, it's not the same thing because the Seahawks they haven't been that good. It's not the same as when the Niners and the Seahawks used to go at each other's throat in the past. They both were 2 of the best teams, if not the best 2 teams in the league. As far as the Niners defensive field, you know what? They should get a nickname. To me, they should be named the Syndicate. The Syndicate, because when you see them coming, you know somebody's going to get hit, okay? I like the way they're playing. They're physical. But then, once again, like I said, don't get overconfident. If they do, they may lose this game by a point or 2.
Well, here's
That's
what.
all
All right, Jose. Thank you very much. Here's what I'd say, and then we're going to get back to the Kaminga stuff and the Warriors, and the game is coming here in 2 hours and all of that. The whole overconfidence thing. I'm not in the 49er players' heads. I know the whole Super Bowl hangover conversation, whether you want to sort of translate that as overconfidence. There have been, in conversations I've had with people no different than you have, Low Neal, whatever, somebody who loses a Super Bowl in the following year, how it feels. This has been described to me this way. It's not just this Super Bowl hangover, but the players who make up the core of this team, who've been on this team for a while, have repeatedly, for a number of years now, made their way through the regular season with a lot of success, even if they had a bad first half. Even if they were 3-4 or 3-5, they find their way to the NFC title game. So now here they are again. Same thing happened. They were 3-4. Now they're 5-4. So what that means is if the Niners were suffering from overconfidence or complacency, I would argue that was now a thing of the past. That is a first half of the season thing. I don't think there's any way, if they've truly got any juice in their blender at all, that there's any way that now at this portion of the season, they could suffer from complacency or overconfidence. These games are not, by the letter of the law, must-win games, but they are in the minds of the 49er players.
It's pretty important.
They cannot deal with what happens if they lose these games. So to me, you're now about to get the best of the Niners. And maybe you did in Tampa as well, and Jake Moody just ruined it. That's a total possibility. So that's what I'm looking for this weekend. I'm looking for a team at home that plays a clean football game and inspires some confidence that this is actually the second half 49ers that we've come to know. And if they can't summon that this weekend, then maybe we are looking at a paper tiger.
Maybe. And if you look at the last 4 games, they're 3-1. And the Seattle game, they won by 12, but they should have won by 20. You lost to an undefeated team that hasn't lost since last Christmas, Kansas City, including a Super Bowl. So it's been 11 months since anybody's beaten Kansas City. Dallas was a game that got a little wobbly late, but you won. Tampa was a game that you were in control of the whole time, but it also got wobbly because of the kicker. So I look at those 16 quarters of football, and you've been really good in more than half of them. Kansas City took it to you, but this Seattle team comes in, and if you want to go back to Kurt's call about the defense, the pass rush has been very mediocre, but they are 5th in football in quarterback rating against. So as mediocre as the rush has been, and part of that is you only rush 4, you don't ever really blitz, the secondary's been phenomenal. And the linebacking in coverage, they have been great. So I look at the defense and we all focus on Nick Bosa. What's wrong with Nick Bosa? Get out of here. He maybe is having a down year, but the defense in totality, they've been pretty good.
Yeah, I think the bar has been set for them very, very high.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's okay, but you're not wrong. Like, we look at the defense and we expect really, really restaurant quality defense. And so if we see something that's just sort of like, fast food, even though it's delicious, we're like freaking out. We're freaking out because we want every handoff to be stuffed at the line of scrimmage. The defense has not been awful. The offense has not been awful. The special teams has been awful. Like, that's thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
Yeah, exactly.
There's 49er football for you.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, and if you're just jumping in, and if you're just getting in your car.
Really quick, Willard, before we transition and go to the phone calls, I do have an update from Steve Kerr, D'Anthony Melton injury update. The Warriors still do not have a firm timetable on his ACL injury. Steve Kerr expects him to at least miss a chunk of games. Quote, he needs more evaluation over the next few days. That's Steve Kerr speaking pregame.
I don't love that.
Well,
I don't love that.
I wonder if he's even had the MRI.
Why wouldn't he have?
Because of swelling.
Okay.
And if you have swelling, then you don't get a clear picture with the magnetic resonance imaging. I know when I tore my ACL, they said come back in a week until the swelling goes down. Then you can get a better picture, which is not necessarily good news. Right. And I'm not sure if he's gotten the MRI or not, but usually when you need further testing, that would tell me that they haven't had a good chance to take that picture yet.
Interesting. Yeah. Again, the hope was that if it's just a grade 1 sprain, he misses just about a couple weeks. But yes, call it a chunk of games. Melton's going to be out a little while. And right now, outside of that, no further information or clarity from the Warriors. Again, Warriors and Grizzlies tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. We appreciate you being with us. If you're new to the show, if you're bouncing around, checking out sports radio in this slot for the first time, welcome. My name is Mark. His name is Dan. We hope you hang out for a while. Earlier today, we had a conversation about Jonathan Kaminga, and you had sort of suggested the idea of the Warriors beating the drum for 6th man of the year because maybe that would make him feel better about his position coming off of the bench. Even though, again, Jonathan has not publicly complained, and Jonathan has played very well. In his 8 games off the bench, he's averaging over 17 a game. But I pushed back a little bit on the idea of having to make Jonathan feel good about coming off the bench. He should feel or can feel whatever the heck he wants, obviously. But if he's averaging more points and the Warriors are 9-2, I just don't think that you should have to go on some sort of a campaign to make everyone feel good about it. And I see a pattern of behavior here, which is fans wanting Jonathan to get things that he hasn't earned yet with his play and with his practice habits. Whether it's going back a few years, you should play Kaminga more. Then it's you should start Kaminga more. Then there were now we need to pay Kaminga and we need to lock him up and he's a future all-star. And now, even though things are going great, apparently there's still this idea that we've got to make Jonathan feel good. I think the basketball and the performance, that all should make Jonathan feel good. And he's that's his job to feel good about what they're doing when the team is 9-2. So that's just a quick summary of the conversation that we had. And I know some people wanted to weigh in on it. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling on Willard and Dibs.
Thanks, guys. Just driving home, about to get home and start on the new baby room. So, hashtag no days off.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah.
For a
Tell me
second,
about
I thought you were saying you were going to drive home and get started on a new baby. Thank goodness you added another word there. Wow.
Yeah, new baby room.
Like, Mike is really up for sharing tonight.
Well, getting started on the baby is more fun than getting started on the baby room. Am I right, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah. The baby room was actually more work. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, you got to get down.
Oh my God. Anyways, guys, I was actually going to I was going to pivot to the Niners, but I'm actually glad that I stuck with the JK situation. The guy has been playing his butt off out of anything, and I actually applaud and respect him for keeping it internal with his frustration and all that. Look, the guy he's going to get paid. Now, is he going to get paid what he wants to get paid? I don't know. We don't know. I don't think he's going to get paid that. I think that he's actually solid in his role, but I also think it's because of the fact that, especially with now how Steve Kerr runs the offense, especially with an 11, 12-man rotation, he needs to understand that this is the growing pains of it. He's still going to get a bank no matter what. He's going to get it. It may not be what he's looking for, but if he wants to play for a caliber team and a respected team like the Warriors, he's got to stick with the program. And if he doesn't, then you know what? If he wants to make it more vocal, if he wants to make it where he wants to make more money like Jordan Poole did, and I know that was a different situation, I get that, then yeah, he can go somewhere else, but I don't want him to go anywhere else. I think he's a great rotational player and potential six-man at this, at that point. Do I think he's a six-man candidate at this point? I can't say that yet, but he's in a great system right now. He has to trust the system. I'm not saying trust the process, trust the system, and trust the coaching that he's getting to get there as well. He's also getting additional coaches who have a more defensive background as well in Stackhouse, etc. But I think he needs to stick with it and just get what you can get right now. You're still going to make some money. Just prove us even more after that, but prove us even more during this season as well. Make that bank and just prove in your play. And he's already been doing that. So that's all I had to say, guys. Thank
Mike,
you.
Thanks, and good luck with the baby and the room. Anyway, here, I fully agree with Mike.
Well,
and
I get it, but all I'm going to say is that it doesn't hurt you to put this out there and give him verbal encouragement through the media about how great of a six-man he's been. I'm not saying you need to fly banners from a plane over the city and really beat the drum. I just think that it doesn't hurt you to prop him up a little bit and give him more public encouragement about the transition that he's making, especially if he's not thrilled with the move.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Again, it's not, this is not that big of a deal.
Right.
But I sort of use that to make the opposite point. He has come off the bench for 8 games. He has done very well in those 8 games. I don't think that somebody now needs to start a campaign to make him feel better about coming off the bench. What should make him feel good about coming off the bench is that the Warriors have won almost all of those games.
Yep.
They've lost only one of them. He has scored in double digits in all of those games. He has hit 12 of his 28 three-point attempts in those games, and that's fantastic. And by the way, if I want to circle one thing that'll make Jonathan millions of dollars, it's that. We know you can fly. We know you can drive to the hole. We know that you're now focused on the defensive end. There's one more thing that the league is waiting to see before they go, dog, let's go. Quite frankly, again, as I said earlier, he hasn't earned yet.
Well, maybe he does need that. And I'm not going to project his feelings because I have no idea, but you're reporting that you've read in a number of different sources, and I've read the same thing about, there being whispers or a feeling that he would rather be a starter than coming off the bench. So for me, looking at it from the coaching standpoint, what can I do to make this individual feel better about this? And I do think that there's some angst from Jonathan Kaminga about a contract and all the money that's been flying around his draft class. Franz Wagner and Cade Cunningham getting the max and other players getting these huge contracts, and yet his team kind of said, yeah, not yet. Oh, and by the way, not only not yet, but now we're going to have you come off the bench. And even though he's playing better, there still is that feeling of, I would be feeling a little anxious about, how can I get this big bag if I'm, having to come in with 6 minutes to go in the quarter?
I just don't. I don't even understand to a degree why this is a thing. He's averaging more minutes since he went to the bench.
Right.
He's averaging more points. He's averaging more minutes. He's shooting the ball better. He's defending better.
It's about status, though,
Well, but so
it's about perception and status.
We're going to placate status. That's my point. This is not good messaging. Jonathan's done nothing wrong here. But if I'm the Golden State Warriors, this is maybe a little bit more of a slippery slope than I feel like you're sort of making it. With the idea that now, we're winning, we're 9-2, you're getting more minutes, you're getting more points. Everything's fantastic. Everybody else in this locker room is thrilled to be here. Buddy Hield is over here going, play me 3 minutes or play me 23 minutes. I don't care. That's the vibe of the whole day. Moses Moody has been held down under a rock for 4 years. He's not getting that many minutes.
But that's a great example because the messaging around Moses has always been, he's a true professional. And
that's right.
He's taken it so well. And so they're building him up. And why can't you do the same thing for Jonathan Kaminga?
Wait a minute. I disagree with that entirely. They're building him up because he is doing exactly the opposite of what Jonathan has done behind the scenes. There's no.
Well, you're just building up a player either way. And we don't know what Kaminga is doing behind the scenes.
But there's no campaign for Moses Moody. There's no hey, you should get this.
If they had a 10th Man of the Year award, you would campaign for it.
Yeah, they just think they're they get asked the question and they're like, Moses is a professional. Moses handles everything great. You know what I mean? I don't hear them say that about Jonathan because it's my feeling based on what I'm reading that behind the scenes, Jonathan's got some angst about it. I'm not saying you don't go take care of that, but I think you take care of that with a conversation, not some sort of a campaign for something that, let's be real, he has not earned yet. There's been 8 games. They don't owe him this, that, or the other.
They don't owe him anything, but it comes down to how you want to help a player be the best person they can be.
And that's what they're doing. Look at the results.
Maybe something like this would help it even more if you start to put out into the world just how great he is. And you look at the odds and pick your book. He's either 5th or 6th. Buddy Hield, by the way, is 2nd on those same odds for 6th Man of the Year.
How many 6th man can you have on the same team?
Well,
doesn't somebody have to be the 7th man?
Of course. And
that's a great question.
Thank you.
That was for me. You don't get to give him that. That was for me. And it was a funny question and a great question.
Wow.
Let's point that my way. Okay.
That was Barrows right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that came to me. I'm sitting on the throne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's being petty. Don't worry about it.
Whatever. I go into the weekend the king.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I need to be propped up. Okay.
You don't go into the weekend of the king. I got Steve Kerr this week.
Whatever. I got the last one. So he who laughs last laughs best.
Your rules, not mine.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That was for me. Go ahead.
No, that was monster.
As you were.
But then I asked a question. I got a laugh and some plaudits. So my point is, I need that. Okay. I'll admit it.
That's a great question.
Did you have a point?
Yeah, my point is, this doesn't harm anyone. To give Jonathan,
it's a bad message.
It's not. This is where
it is.
This is where you and I disagree. This is not a bad message.
But it's amazing that you think this because this is so the opposite of the way you live your life.
Incorrect.
You would hate doing this for one of your kids.
False.
You would hate this.
You would hate this. Each of my kids needs a certain amount of praise in different ways, and as their father, I try to address that. And in this case, when you've got a player,
but that's 1-to-1. But that's 1-to-1. I have no problem with that.
This is a public domain. This is an NBA player who I think that, and I don't know what he needs, but if I look at a player who has shown some frustration in the past at his role, and he wants a big contract, and now he's taking on this role and doing really well, I don't see the harm in giving him a little additional nudge.
And you can do that directly to him. But to me, it's a very bad message if what you're saying is the Warriors are 9-2. They've put one of their top players in his best position to succeed. Data shows it. Yet they've got to go start acting out of some sort of guilt.
No guilt.
Or placating a thought that is shown to be almost counterproductive. Counterproductive to winning.
Don't know why it's counterproductive
Because
to give
it
a guy
hasn't worked.
public praise.
No, because the counterproductivity part is the fact that Jonathan in the starting lineup didn't work. Jonathan playing with Andrew Wiggins for a year and a half now doesn't work. We found something that does. We're better. You're better. But now we've got to go pat you on the back of the head about it because you're worried about a contract or ego. But to me, Warrior basketball is getting those things out of the room.
You don't have to do it.
Get ego, like
you
Steph
don't have to do
said
it.
it.
What if it helps? What if it helps the player? I don't think that this could hurt.
I do.
If you go out there and say, you know what, Jonathan Kaminga is one of the best 6 men in basketball.
How does
Draymond get mad?
How does that make
Buddy Hield get frustrated?
Maybe Moses Moody does. They're like, you're placating this guy who's getting 30 minutes a night. I'm over here. I've already signed my contract. You play me 7 minutes a night sometimes. I've been a great soldier, and you're going to go out here and we got to start sending out good messages for him.
Yeah, see, I don't see this as placating. What I see
I do.
Well, it's only placating if he goes to them and says, I need you to start talking about me for 6th man of the year. Well, then it's placating.
He already went to the internet and to the reporters last year saying, I need to start. And they did. And they started him. And guess what? It didn't work.
Well, it did when Draymond was out. He was terrific. And then when Wiggins was out.
But the team was not. Right. It's circumstantial. He's in the right spot now.
Your use of the word placating rubs me the wrong way because you're implying that he has asked for this or he needs it. I just think proactively.
I'm not implying that at all.
It's a good gesture and it's a good thing that if I were in Jonathan's spot, maybe unhappy about coming off the bench, if I had these things being said about me, I'd feel more willing and more happy about coming off the bench.
I'm not implying that at all because I've said repeatedly, Jonathan has handled this great. Jonathan has kept this to himself, and Jonathan has played well and been a professional. He deserves all kinds of credit for that. That's perfect. The idea that the Warriors are now supposed to do something publicly, even though everything's going great, that I find... I find that to be a bad idea and a bad message to the other players in the locker room who are sitting there happy-go-lucky about everything that's going on. Let's go to Don in Berkeley. Hi, Don. Thanks for calling.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. You guys really got it going on there. So I want to tie together a couple of things from earlier in the week. You had a call a couple of days ago about what was going right and what had changed with the Warriors. And I called in then and I mentioned that I thought everybody was buying in and nobody was clamoring for minutes, and that Kaminga was my one concern because he has a history of complaining and not being happy, and he's not the most mature among the Warriors players. Then you had Cavon Looney on yesterday, who's kind of the polar opposite, the most mature, down-to-earth, wonderful guy. And he said the same thing. Why is it working? We asked him, and he said because everybody's buying in, and it's on the players. And the same thing applies with Kaminga. And you're right. He's saying the right things, and he's putting out a lot of effort, and he's doing really well. But those things should be par for the course. That's what he should be doing as a grown-up, the way Moses Moody is a grown-up. And Jonathan Kaminga, everybody's different. Not everybody's got the same psychological makeup, and Kaminga needs a little more coddling maybe, but I agree with Willard that the 6th man of the year talk is too early, and if Dibbs had said this in February after 2 months of the same, I don't think you guys would be disagreeing so heavily. My view of it is whatever psychological help Kaminga needs, you've got to leave it to Coach Kerr. Kerr is one of the best player coaches around and one of the most psychologically attuned people that you have in professional sports. And if I understand that Coach Kerr is trying to make Kaminga feel like he's important, and he's doing a good job of it, and it seems to be working. You can't complain about 9-2, but that's where it ought to stay, is between the coach and the player. So, and other than that, I hope Bosa's hip's okay.
Yeah, us too.
Yeah,
Don, thank you. Yeah, and I think, Don, to me, you're spot on with a couple of things that you said. If this is something that becomes a thing in January or February when Jonathan has played 25 or 35 games off of the bench and continues to average around 17, 18 points a night, I think organically this conversation comes up, and I think it'd be wonderful. I think that would be great. But the idea to think about that right now, it's too early. It's just too early. And what popped into my head off what Don just said, I think there's a risk with this, again, hypothetical idea, that it's bad for Jonathan. If Jonathan is in some way frustrated with the idea of coming off the bench, does he want a public campaign about how good he is coming off of the bench? I don't even know if Jonathan would like this.
Well, the reality is he's coming off the bench, and he probably will unless something happens injury-wise to one of the players in front of him, mainly Andrew Wiggins and or Draymond Green. Other than that, he's going to come off the bench. So if that's his reality, I see no harm in giving him this positive reinforcement for what a good job he's done. And again, the idea of a campaign, and I use the phrase "start the drumbeat," which is not, giving out flyers or giving out the number 6 to the first 10,000 fans in honor of Jonathan Kaminga's 6-man candidacy. It's just getting that out there, reaffirming how good he's been as a six-man, whatever, bench player. And I just looked up the qualifications. You need to play in 65 total games, and you need to have the majority of your games be from off the bench and not starting. So, he might eventually start more games than he does as a reserve, and so he wouldn't be eligible anyway.
Well, who knows? That would probably take an Andrew Wiggins absence or injury of some sort.
It could be.
Which is totally possible.
Or a Kaminga situation, because he has to play 65 games to be eligible.
Right. But, again, it seems obvious to me that they've reached the decision that Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kaminga are not going to start together, and for instance, you see, Melton is out tonight. We don't have a starting lineup yet tonight, do we? I've not seen one.
I haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, I don't know who jumps into the starting lineup for Melton. Quite confident it's not Kaminga. We've seen when Melton was out last week, there were some Moody's in there.
Yep.
There were some GP2s in there. Wouldn't be totally shocked if Pajemski gets a shot in there. We'll see. We'll see about that. Steve
and
Kerr,
is Kyle Anderson going to be up and he's going to play?
He's probable.
He's still listed as probable.
Okay.
Last one was updated 8 minutes ago. Still probable.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I
anyway,
think it's Moody or GP2, honestly.
I would think.
Because I think Pods has been really good, a steadying force off the bench. And this is, I think, all speaks to Jonathan Kaminga as a reserve and a guy who comes in with 4 minutes left in the quarter or whenever you need him. He's playing more aggressively. He's playing more free. I thought Tuesday night against Dallas was a great example where when he came in the first time, he didn't force it. And, nobody was scoring in that second quarter. So it didn't stand out to me that he wasn't scoring. But in the second half when he came in, he was much more aggressive. And I thought that he's really fitting in that role where he can be more of a scorer with that group.
We're sponsored by Lucky California, and when we finish things up, we like to call it fun at 5:45 and mess around a little bit. I think here's what we should do today, because there's a number of you, D and Fabian and Mike, whether it's Niners or Warriors, you want to hop in on the conversation. Stay right there. We will come to you next. However, got a few open lines for you to jump in on simply this. This ridiculous Netflix fight that's happening tonight. Are you in or are you out? You watching or not? 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami tweeted a short time ago. He's like, damn it, I'm sucked in. I'm watching.
I love it, Tim.
Although I also read a report that Tyson's not even walking toward the ring until 8 o'clock tonight. So this is going to happen in the middle of the damn Warrior game. I'm out.
It's a 2-screen special.
I'm out. I'm not. The TV comes upstairs for Red Zone. It does not come upstairs for Jake Paul from TikTok.
I hate to break it to you, but Jake Paul on the big screen, Warriors on the laptop. Cuckoosh.
I see you differently. Starting right now, I see you differently. All right. 888-957-9570. You in on Paul Tyson or you out on Paul Tyson?
Paul Tyson. Sorry.
Willard and Dibs. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Make it a holiday.
If things go your way, we'll see you back here. One for the thumb, huh? Yeah. Well, I don't need one. I only got 4 fingers, so I'm good.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It's so incredible. It'll just never die.
It really won't.
It's so incredible.
And it's just one of those moments that I guess I'm not really ashamed of it. It is kind of embarrassing,
but it's not. It's
pretty
hysterical.
Funny. Well,
I learned a long time ago, and I learned this lesson, like that stuff that's like just the most embarrassing thing ever. But then it has staying power, and it's memorable, and it gives people a smile on their face. Dude, embrace that. Embrace that. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's great. It's not that you did a good job or a bad job. It's just funny, and you were a part of it, so that's wonderful. It's just like when Lasorda went after me on the air. I had a pit in my stomach the whole day. And my boss, 100 years ago, his name was Matt Nahigian. You ever heard of him?
Look.
He was the one who called me that night. And when the phone was ringing, I'm like, oh, crap, here we go. Like, dude, am I going to get reprimanded? Am I going to get suspended? And he picked up the phone and he goes, that was one of the greatest things I've ever heard in radio. Done. We're good here. It's all good. Don't take it. It's all. None of this is serious.
No, it's all good.
We're just here being stupid.
And I just Googled it to remember how long it's been. And it was 2015, 9 years ago, and somehow that clip has continued to live on. I had another embarrassing one with Matthew Perry that didn't go so well for me, and I actually got called into
really
Jason Barrett's office. You embarrassed us with that.
What'd you do?
I tried to make a joke at Matthew's expense, and he didn't think it was funny at all, and he clapped back at me.
Oh.
Because he was promoting some lame TV show, and he had a lead character that was like Steve Jones or something, and I said...
Take it easy on Matthew. He's no longer with us.
Steve Jones? That's kind of a milquetoast, mediocre character name, don't you think? And he goes, mediocre, huh? Milquetoast, huh? Well, I don't even know why I came on this interview. And it was like, ooh, I was trying to, funny guy trying to be funny.
What'd you say next?
I think Kreidler jumped in and saved me. Hey, brother, it's okay. I love the show Friends. I love some of that.
I love the show Friends.
It's hard-hitting comedy, brother. Kreidler to the rescue, but then I got called in the office. You embarrassed us. And, so anyway, that happened. Yeah. Rest in peace, Matthew Perry.
Rest in peace.
My 6th favorite friend. He was. Yeah. Although
if you say that really fast, it makes it sound like you and him were friends and he was 6th on your list.
He actually higher on my power rankings than Ross. Among the most annoying TV characters ever. But go ahead. We have other thing to handle.
Jeez.
Really annoying.
It got dark really fast.
Well, we were on a break.
You like yelling pivot.
Yep.
Pivot.
Let's do it.
Well, it wasn't annoying that day. But yes, let's pivot.
Okay.
All right, 888-957-9570. Mike in Hayward wanted to talk about the Jonathan Kaminga thing. Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
I'm driving way home. I think you're right, man, about Kaminga. He's fine, man. He knows extra pads on the back. Hurst, he's always complimenting him after every game that he does well. He's giving enough encouragement. He's fine the way he is. He just has to learn how to do it Moody. He's not that mature. He's getting mature. He's more mature now. He's talk about those 6 man. He needs to work on his skills, work on his free throws, work on his defense, and then everything will just come right to him. He's trying to rush everything. You can't rush with him. He's a project and he's getting better. So I think he's doing fine. They talk about a 6 man. Ain't no way in the world he's no 6 man coming off those bench. Okay. So you got Moody sitting there, and you got all these other guys buying into what's happening, right? So that talk about patting him on the back. He's got a good deal. He's one of the reasons why Klay Thompson ain't here, okay? That's all I got to say.
Mike, thanks, man. The word that keeps popping into my mind, and look, I haven't talked to Jonathan about this because, but this word's been in my head for more than just this year. I really, really just want Jonathan to trust the organization. They're a smart organization. They know what they're doing. They take care of their people. They win. Like,